Good morning. Good morning, good morning. All right, girls. All right, so... Okay, thank you to Samantha Dragonati for the amazing music. Let's go ahead and pause that. Today's videos. Not gonna be chill. But they're gonna be informative. We have 3 focused topics today that surround relationships and toxicity. And one was requested by somebody on stream yesterday, and my chat sent me this video. Discord sent me this video to watch, so I'm going to use that as a source. I want to talk about this story that's going viral right now about a man who killed a woman after being rejected. And then I want to hop into this viral video that's going around about Hailey Bieber and Justin Bieber. Apparently, the video is actually like a few months old, but it's going viral for some reason on TikTok. And everyone's memeing on it. And honestly, like, I just saw a few parts of it and I was like, girl, we got to watch this on stream. Because what we're doing right now is we're going to hop into relationship bubbles, perspectives on what it means to be in a healthy relationship, and the audience's relationship with that content. So ultimately, you know, I never know as a content creator or as a consumer how other people think because I am a content creator. I can't remember what it was like not to be one, in a sense. I've just been doing it for so long. But the audience who isn't a content creator but gets so wrapped up in the parasocial relationship, especially for large, very famous celebrities like Justin and Hailey Bieber, that is fascinating to my brain. You know, you think of the Swifties, think of K-pop stans, you think of even Nicki Minaj's fans, you think of all these like communities, the Beehive, like you think about these communities and then how big they are and how big the celebrity they're surrounding is. And then you kind of compare it to just maybe what we're going to cover, which is the third story about the TikTok cheater celebrity, which is like also a level of fame. Also, oh my gosh, there is this makeup artist I love on TikTok. I think her name is Anastasia. I think that's how you say it. And I like love her content, but she recently did a collaboration with James Charles. And I was like, and it's not her fault, but at the same time, I like can't look at her the same. And then Lady Gaga commented on James's TikTok, which I blocked. 40 million followers on his TikTok. 40 million, James Charles. So I looked at the comments because I was like, why is she collabing with him? And then I saw that Lady Gaga was like, oh my God, love. And I was like, I get it. But I don't like it. Like, I get it, but I don't like it. I don't like it, you know? Okay. Bubbles. Hey, what are you going to do? Chat says not everybody knows about James Charles. True. Not everybody knows. But maybe that's part of the problem. This week's podcast is going to cover that. We're going to talk about bubbles. When predators run for president. And it's not just Trump we're talking about. And I'm going to feature some conversations I recently saw between a couple of people that I think will be interesting about the responsibility people have and how do you hold people accountable when they, you know, all they have is this limited perception. It's going to be good. I think it's going to be great. With that said, this first story is really, really sad. So just like, I know it's morning time for the Americans. I know for us Europeans, we're probably 7 coffees in and a couple of cigarettes, but literally this first story is really sad. So just, okay, take a deep breath. I'm going to move us into this story. This is a new breaking story, and it's just, okay, ready? And there's a few of these going around, so, you know, this isn't even the only one that's happening. But let's go ahead and listen to this news broadcast.
Today moved to tears as the parents of murdered water polo coach Lily James begged others to teach their sons to respect women and accept rejection. Tonight, with their consent, we can show you how the man she casually dated stalked her and then planned and rehearsed her murder. And a warning, this story is confronting.
It is chilling. Paul Tyson casually testing out hammers in Mitre 10 just 2 days before he used one to murder 21-year-old Lily James. He selects a second, practicing a strike, eventually buying a third and a roll of tape. The day of the killing, he's in St Andrew's Cathedral School, outside the bathroom where he ambushed Lily. He rehearses rushing the door, a move he repeated several times across the day. This image as he stares at the camera was taken seconds before the actual attack. The hammer is hidden in his right hand. Lily changing in the bathroom. We see the cleaning sign he used to lure her into the only cubicle that didn't lock. Lily's parents, carrying her photo, watched all of those videos and more for the first time this week, and today addressed the court. Through tears, her mother Peter said, "Sweet Pea, I am so sorry that we couldn't protect you from what happened that night. The guilt that I feel will stay with us forever." Lily had broken off her casual relationship with Tyson, who then hired a go-get car to stalk her as she caught a train to Alloa Station, and half a dozen other times outside her home. Her mother declaring, "If we're not teaching our sons how to respect and value women's opinions and choices and how to accept rejection, then we could be setting our daughters up for failure. In our case, a moment in time we will never recover from." Tyson had also monitored Lily's location using social media apps.
We know that stalking is a red flag. It is a risk factor that indicates that a relationship, particularly in that separation phase, is at risk of escalating to serious harm or death.
Before taking his own life at Vaucluse, Tyson rang 000.
There's a body that in St Andrew's Cathedral School in Sydney CBD.
He was calm.
I think someone should just go in there before people arrive in the morning. Thank you.
The courtroom here was charged with emotion. Lily's parents held hands and sobbed as they spoke. Lawyers were crying. Even the coroner was clearly affected, as she told the family they were rightly proud of their daughter and that their presence here was powerful and would save other lives. They departed with a promise to forever love and remember their beautiful girl. Daniel Sutton for 10 News First.
All right. So when I tell you that with no doubt, I think the greatest thing I'll ever do is write a book on rejection, it's because of this. I think what is missing from all society globally is a proper relationship with rejection. We see rejection as an offense to our character instead of a consent issue. It's about consent. Chad shared a quote. What's that saying? Men fear women will laugh at them and women fear men will kill them. Yeah. I'm not kidding you when I say that rejection is so deeply a consent issue. And we are ignoring it because we bully people for being rejected. We make fun of them. We tell them they're pathetic. We laugh at them. We don't accept that rejection is just a part of life, whether it's a job or a date or anything else. Being rejected it's a common experience. We just amplify it for some reason. And I want to encourage parents, and this is why I say I'm sorry, but most parents are not very good at their jobs. It's because I doubt you sat down with your sons and told them not to rape anyone because you never thought your son would do it. Because you never thought you would have to teach a human this, but humans are animals, evolved over time. We have to teach humans not to kill, not to rape. It's not something that's inherently ingrained in us. This idea that I think religion kind of encourages is like, oh, God is written on your heart. You know what's right or wrong. You know, your something will tell you it's right or wrong. I just don't think that's true. I really think it's our responsibility as a collective, as parents, as family members, to remind people you're not entitled to people's bodies. You're not entitled to people's time or space or spoons. And it's so important to recognize, like, this is too common for us not to be paying attention. I don't think men are inherently evil or bad. I think humans are inherently at risk of engaging in evil because we don't have enough structure, community, and consistency. We don't have enough reasonable data to go off of. And like religion just isn't the answer you think it is, because so many of these predators exist in your churches. So we know religion isn't the answer. We know it's not. So what is the answer? It is proper education. It's an acknowledgement too that we are these biological creatures with limitations. Instead of assuming, again, we give humans so much credit when we haven't deserved it. Give us the credit we deserve, but don't go over, okay? We give ourselves so much credit for being these great, amazing things. I'm sure this boy, I'm sure this man, I'm sure his parents think he's just the bee's knees. I'm sure his parents think he's just the sweetest little gem. Well, your sweetest little gem bludgeoned a woman with a hammer because she wouldn't keep going out with him. Okay, there's another story coming out. I was going to cover it, but I didn't have time to gather all the information, of a couple of students on vacay, and a woman drowned in the ocean. I don't know if you guys saw it. Again, I'll cover it in next stream. I didn't have enough time to do prep. I'm sorry. But even that stands out to me, where the parents are so eager to defend their sons when they were the last ones to see this woman alive. If you're the last person to see this person alive, and his story kept changing, but what I'm taking away from this is parents' desire to like so quickly defend their children. Like, I love that parents want to believe in the goodness of their kids. But I also know so many parents are the reason their predator children are getting away with stuff. And so many people around us, like, there are so many reasons why you might be afraid to say something, because we look at the world and like people are doubted. And until you're killed, people just don't want to believe you. They don't want to believe how scary it can be just to be a person, right? Yeah, Chet says, was it the recent one on vacation? Yeah, the Indian girl and the white boy. And so the story is being, you know, there's some question about whether or not it's not being as famously covered because she's Indian, but American Indian, right? Like, she's American. Like, you know, I'm looking at her like, hello, where's our American government doing its job? But it never does its job. So what am I surprised about? You know what I mean? It's just sad. I look at the world and I think, you know, we really are just like at a place. But this is why we have to keep saying stuff. This is why when people say like, oh, feminism is overrated. Yes, the political movement of feminism has a ceiling, but the philosophy behind it is not limited, is not unneeded. It is more than needed. Like, you could look at the politics of feminism and get frustrated. Sure, same. But the premise behind it, the deep-rooted premise behind it, is that we are still living in a world where we need to make sure people understand that women aren't second class, that women aren't inherently negative compared to a man, right? That they aren't bad because they're born women, in the same way that men aren't bad because they're born men, but we become bad when we're raised badly. And I do think a lot of these people are raised badly. I also think it's really hard as family members who think you might have somebody like this in your family to get everybody on board with what to do, because you don't need a mob. Again, I don't want to punish people, right? I don't feel any desire to punish this person. I mean, he killed himself, so I don't feel a need to punish him. I feel a need to keep him away from others. I don't feel a need to torture him. I don't have an internal desire to see him suffer. I have an internal desire to see him never hurt anyone else again. I mean, killing himself was one method of making that happen. Another way would have been to be put in a facility that did not torture him or act inappropriately and gave him a space to live out the rest of his life. Again, we don't have to become ugly because they are, but I really do think parents aren't doing they're not playing the role they think they are. And with the economy the way it is, with parents needing to work 2 to 3 jobs, with people being out of the house so much, with your kids being raised by iPads, I'm telling you right now, it's not going to get better. It's probably going to stay about the same, if I'm being honest. I'm not sure there's that much difference. I mean, your kids have a higher probability of reaching maybe a more progressive YouTuber and therefore learning about consent. But if they get lost in the Andrew Tate bubble, Andrew Tate, who has bragged about having sex with minors, who's bragged about, abusing women, who's currently under investigation for sex trafficking. Like, yeah, if your boys are being, filtered into that bubble, then sure, their probability of abusing women goes up. right? But this is just a reminder that regardless of how you see the world, if you really pay attention, there is a deep problem with men and boys, and it isn't feminism. And so as long as a man blames feminism, he is a danger to your life. He is a danger to your safety. So take this with a grain of salt, ladies and non-binaries and gay men. You're dating a man who in any way, shape, or form gives you those red flags because of the way he talks about women or doesn't believe them. We saw this with Alex in Love is Blind. Alex took Mason's side more than he took the girl he was about to propose to. Not that I'm saying he should blindly believe his partner, but there was something about bro code that was coming out with his language. Like, well, that's just what Mason told me. But see how he was doubting her when she was also telling him something? That right there is the danger. Like, are you going to marry me and trust me less because I'm a girl? And the boys in the pods have already expressed, like Dave said to the girls, I don't want to get in the middle of your girl drama. So again, listen to people when they speak because they tell you who they are. You know? Chat says, my mom wouldn't defend me if I harm somebody. Her values won't allow it. Yeah, wish I could say the same about my mom. Wish I could say the same about the women in my family. The women in my family, way too eager to defend men who do wrong. I really wish I could say the same. And that's just the truth of it. The truth of it is, like, I didn't grow up. That's why I say I grew up in enough of a misogynistic home to know that when shit goes down, the women are always blamed, no matter how old they are. The girls are always blamed. And that's the reality of living in like a misogynistic home with people who don't have a complete traditional outlook on men and women dynamics, but ultimately always blame the women. If you're always going to blame the girls, even though it's so clearly the man's problem, like, that's a dangerous space for girls. That is a dangerous space for girls to come forward with their problems. It is a dangerous space for people, victims of any gender, to come forward in those bubbles. You know? Chat says the stat about women being assaulted and harmed the most by men they know is underpinned by cases like this time and time again. And it's like 60%. It's like over, I think it's like 50 something percent. The highest risk you have as a woman is by somebody you know. Family, relationship, friends. It's somebody you know. And you have to think about that. You have to think about that reality because it is this idea of like, this is my friend, they wouldn't do that. It's probably going to be your friend. That's why betrayal feels so deeply like there's a wound to it. You know, not to bring up Berserk, but this all brings back to Griffith. You know, the betrayal is unlike any other because it came from a friend. It's like, and the sexual assault that went into it, like there's just layers of depth. And this is within human nature. This isn't like unique. This isn't like, oh, that's a monster over there. That's just your son, dude. Oh, that's a monster. That's your homie, dude. Oh, that's a monster. That's your local priest, dude. It's not a monster. It's your neighbor. It's not a monster. It's your brother. It's not a monster. It's somebody you know. You know? All right. With that said, let's move off this story. And if you guys want, I'll share the TikTok with you and you guys can check the story out in more detail if that's interesting to you. Let's go to this next story. This, again, goes into toxic dynamics in relationships and actually kind of flips it. This is pretty anti-Hailey Bieber. So it flips it in terms of gender, but what is gender? It's a construct. Nobody cares. So let's watch this. Apparently, this is going viral on TikTok again, but this is the full YouTube video that it's based off of. So there's a 7-part series that you might have heard of, but this is the whole series just through the YouTube video instead of going through all the little segments. So here it is about Hailey Bieber. I feel like we're going to learn a lot here that I didn't realize, but also what I'm focusing on is how they tell the story. This is from a YouTuber called Internet Oddities. And this is Hailey Bieber's dangerous decade-long obsession. And if you guys are unaware, Justin Bieber and Hailey Baldwin got married and the fans think that she's been stalking him all of these years, and they accuse her of copying Selena Gomez because, you know, Selena and Justin had like their whole relationship and it was a very big deal for that bubble. And they feel like she's always trying to be the better Selena, right? Chat says, oh, I think Internet Oddities is being sued for this series. Perfect. Let's watch it. Oh, perfect.
From the undeniable hits of the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC to the breakout success of One Direction and the Jonas Brothers, every generation has their teenage heartthrob, and for teens and preteens in 2009, that position was unmistakably occupied by Justin Bieber. Known as Beliebers, Justin fans were known to pack arenas, flood social media with endless posts, and even cause near riots at his appearances. This behavior was so common that it was even given a name. Bieber fever was taking over the world, with one famous case in Australia where they had to cancel the show after only a few minutes as 8 girls in the crowd fainted after catching a glimpse of the artist.
Let's talk about this. Not good. You know what I mean? Like, who's raising you? Who's raising these girls? I feel like if you raise your children to faint over celebrities, you failed as a parent. Period. Like, period. Period. And yes, I've seen the Justin Bieber documentary, but period. Okay? This is not good. These are not this is not it.
While teens and preteens around the world dreamed of being Justin's baby, Beliebers would never get the chance and eventually grow out of the fandom. But what if I told you one Belieber never gave up? In fact, she was there the whole time, lurking in the shadows, using her famous friends and dad's Hollywood connections to turn her 13-year-old dream into reality. This is the story of how relentless ambition and a hidden agenda turned Hailey Baldwin into one less lonely girl. Following the 2009 release of Justin Bieber's debut singles, One Time and One Less Lonely Girl, he was invited onto the Today Show to perform them. Unbeknownst to Justin, this appearance would completely change his life, as Hailey Baldwin's father, Stephen Baldwin, would take her backstage to meet 15-year-old Justin Bieber when she was just 13 years old.
This is my daughter, Hailey. The third song? Yeah. We've been enjoying your music.
Like many 13-year-old girls at the time, Hailey likely had a crush on Justin, and her father Steven was using his connections to do something sweet for his daughter.
So, obviously, if you guys know Alec Baldwin from 30 Rock or from other things, this is his brother Steven. And I think Steven's the Republican and Alec's the liberal, and both of them are, as far as I have heard, are pieces of shit. As far as I know, all the Baldwin men are pieces of shit, abusive, like, but you know, what do I know about life? Alec Baldwin's also married to Hilaria or whatever, the woman who pretends to be Spanish and have an accent. Do you guys remember her? She like plays Spanish. Why do people do? I don't know. Humans. I don't know why they do things. You know, was it Steven or Alec who yelled on the tape? Who yelled on the tape? Is my audio stuttering or is my audio stuttering like on my microphone? It's my mic hygiene. I have to be like this to be clear. Is it my mic hygiene or is it the video on YouTube, guys? The stream? Is the whole stream stuttering, not the mic? Was it Alec Baldwin? Alec, that's the most vile recording I've ever heard. But you know whose was worse? Mel Gibson's. Okay, I don't know why YouTube is freaking out, but if it's sputtering for you guys, you can always reset the stream. I think that also helps. Okay, let's keep going.
However, this wouldn't be the only time Hailey was around Justin before he really knew who she was. For example, Hailey would also appear at Justin's Toyota concert series performance in Rockefeller Plaza, before following him to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of his movie, Never Say Never, where she can be seen watching him from the sidelines as he walks the purple carpet. Stephen Baldwin would actually pull some strings that allowed Hailey to meet—
Oh, this is like deeply manipulative feeling, huh? It's like da, 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 da.
Justin again, and this would give us their first photo together. 4 months later, Hailey would even be photographed posing with a photo of Justin Bieber on the cover of M magazine while attending the premiere of the 2011 movie Monte Carlo. Something ironic about this is that Justin's photograph is next to his new at the time girlfriend, Selena Gomez, who also starred in the Monte Carlo movie and would soon become Hailey's arch enemy. It's clear by this point that Hailey Baldwin wanted Justin Bieber for herself. And even though Selena Gomez took him off the market, Hailey wasn't going to give up so easily.
Okay, this is like, that's quite a statement. You know, and I do not know what's going on with this couple. I just know that Justin is obviously a suffering human, but I'm not sure that it's her fault. Like, I want to make sure that our like internalized misogyny isn't playing a role in this, and also the women in the audience who love Justin aren't giving him excuses to, you know, because he comes from a broken home. You know, Justin Bieber's dad didn't even care or talk to him or was in his life until he got famous. Justin Bieber was raised by a single mother. He was abandoned by his father. You know, then he gets famous and his dad's all of a sudden back into his life. Justin Bieber was a YouTuber who got picked up, who used to basically like show about Usher's club to get Usher's attention. And eventually Usher paid attention to him. And then he got introduced to Diddy. Okay. So again, like when we talk about like blaming the women in these men's life, like you don't know what you have no idea what's going on behind closed doors. And I don't want to assume like this woman who came into his life, who in many situations that I've seen, and again, I don't know them, is obviously trying, I think in many ways to be affectionate, to be present, but like is often rejected by Justin. I mean, Justin's the one who's sick. The question is to what extent and how do we get him help? I mean, Justin has been struggling, right? I think my heart goes out in a compassionate way to him in that regard. But just like keep in mind that this content, I think, went viral and the fans like it because it helps them feel like they know what's really going on. We do not know any of this. We could never know what's in her mind. And especially in the way that, like, it's a little girl. You know what I mean? Like, it's a child and a young adult. You know, like, I think every girl or every guy or every person who meets somebody might think, oh, I wonder if this is my person. Or I wonder if, like, I'm going to date this person. Or I wonder if, you know, this is my future. That's not abnormal. But to accuse her of being a stalker or obsessed, like, I don't know that yet. But let's keep watching.
For example, in 2012, Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez would enjoy a date night together where they would eat sushi and go to the movie theater. However, paparazzi photos and videos would reveal that none other than Hailey Baldwin was following them around on their date, keeping an eye on Justin. Now, it's possible all of this has been a coincidence. Hailey does have a famous father, and the Hollywood circle is smaller than it appears. Except that in 2019, a self-proclaimed former Justin Bieber superfan posted a video on YouTube where she claims to have helped set up Hailey with Justin and has the receipts to show for it.
I feel like this is an opening to a documentary.
I used to be a Bieber fan, and I'm not talking a Bieber fan, I'm talking a New York City Bieber fan, and we've all been there, but I lived in New York City and I had the resources to go see him.
According to this video, Dana, the former superfan, used to run a Justin Bieber fan account with over 200,000 followers and had become somewhat of a niche internet celebrity amongst the Justin Bieber community. 15-year-old Hailey Baldwin followed Dana in 2011, and over time, she would become friendly with her online.
Hold on.
Internet celebrity amongst the Justin Bieber community. 15-year-old Hailey
So a teenage girl who's 15 followed a Justin Bieber fan page. Okay, I got it. You know, teenagers do weird things, but okay.
Baldwin followed Dana in 2011, and over time, she would become friendly with her online, regularly tweeting back and forth and DMing her for intel on Justin Bieber's location.
Okay, super weird. Super weird. Okay, red flag, red flag.
Here you're gonna see where I wrote Satai 50.
No, some random girl I follow, Marina, like they were all over my TL timeline, haha, annoying. Fifth Ave, what the fuck, random blank hotel, who the blank runs Bieber team and why? What's up? What's up? Do I got a punch? Was she so rude? I can't even handle it. Okay, first of all, so is Dana also a stalker? I just want to be so fucking clear right now. Because if Hailey is hitting up Dana for locations on Justin, does that mean Dana knows where Justin is? Why do you even know where anybody is? Like, I'm confused.
The DM that was right above that she sent to me is gone because she unsent it right away. And if I went back to my MacBook from 2013. Maybe I could find that, because above that, and you're gonna have to take my word for this one because I don't have it, but she said, what hotel is Justin staying at? Kylie and I want to know.
According to
Okay, well, why would Hailey need, if she's with Kylie, why wouldn't they just go to their resources to find Justin? They're celebrities with a much higher status and better networking. Why would they have to go to a weird stalker account? I'm so confused. Wait. Make it make sense. Kylie Jenner? Wouldn't Kylie and Hailey have much better resources than a random follow account?
Dana. When she would give Hailey information on what hotel Justin Bieber was staying at, Hailey would either book a room there or eat at the hotel restaurant. Hailey's goal was to cross paths with Justin Bieber as much as possible, in hopes that he one day considered her a potential partner.
We would give her that info because she would either stay at that hotel or she would eat at that hotel or do whatever at that hotel so she could bump into.
That's true. Chess says maybe because they're kids and doing it on their own. Yeah, maybe because they are 15. Like, maybe this is just like teenagers being super cringe and having a crush on someone and then trying to show up at the same restaurant their crush is at, hoping their crush sees them while they're reading a book and is like, oh, Hailey, I didn't know you were here. Oh my God, Justin, I didn't know you were going to be here. Maybe it's just one of those, you know?
To him. Hailey Baldwin went from trying to bump into Justin Bieber at the Satai, the London, to marry. It is so iconic. Like, everyone's making a joke that it was her 10-year plan. Like, did it.
Dana even shows tweets a now 16-year-old Hailey Baldwin sent to her.
I mean, I can't tell, but this might be manifestation to the T, bro. Maybe Hailey just manifested it and then showed up in all the places, and then it's not that abnormal. The question is how aware is Justin of it? I think the only scary part is is Justin aware that she's like, oh my God, she'd follow me to different places and try to show up. Like, I feel like, yeah, Trisha, levels of manifestation. I don't know. A part of me thinks this could be the most creepy thing I've ever heard in my life, or not that weird, but also, you know, we got to teach boundaries and consent. Right? And also, why would Hailey need to sneak around? She could just be like, hey, Justin, we're both celebrities. What's up? I don't know.
Her, where Hailey discusses Justin Bieber's height and speculates how much more he will grow, something you would expect a superfan to tweet. Even back in 2013, Hailey was serious about protecting her man, and would ask if the DMs Dana tweeted from Justin Bieber were real or not, with Dana confirming.
Chet says she wasn't a celeb when she was 13. Yeah, but she's a Nepo baby. It's like the same thing in that bubble. I feel like it's gotta be the same thing in that bubble. Like, celebrities' kids are Nepo babies. Justin Bieber is the celebrity. He's not the Nepo baby. But isn't that kind of the same? Or am I just like, I feel like he said earlier in the video, the circles aren't that big. So I kind of feel like celebrities' children, I don't know. I don't know.
To her that she was just making a joke. Although it's difficult to believe it.
Wait, what did that say?
Or not. With Dana
wait, are those DMs real? No, oh my gosh, I'm mocking someone who made fake DMs by just using an account with his pic and cropping it, and everyone believes them. Oh, okay.
Confirming to her that she was just making a joke. Although it's difficult to believe everything you hear on the internet, it's worth mentioning that Hailey Baldwin actually participated in the Justin Bieber fan video orchestrated by Dana. After Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez released a lip sync video to Carly Rae Jepsen's Call Me Maybe, Dana and several other Justin Bieber superfans.
And Selena was her own celebrity. So Hailey Baldwin was definitely like the Nepo baby celebrity status, which isn't much, I guess. So yeah, Selena was definitely in her own right a celebrity. See, okay, so I'm too old to have been like a Justin Selena fan. Like, I'm too old. So I didn't follow Selena Gomez, Demi Lovato. I just didn't follow any of that. I was completely in. I was drinking and partying at gay clubs. Like, I was not in that bubble. And actually, funny enough, Justin Bieber's latest album, I think it's the latest one, I've listened to the only one I've ever listened to. And I like it. I like it a lot. So that's the only album I think it's the last one. Whichever one came out the last couple of years, whatever. That album is the only Justin Bieber album I've ever listened to. And now he's like an adult. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of new to this. Like, as a super fan who's probably, like, if they watched me, they'd be like, she doesn't know anything. I do not know anything. I do not know. I barely understand Selena Gomez with that one Benny guy right now, which, by the way, that Benny guy has written every hit song in the last 10 years, and it's crazy. It's kind of crazy how many hit songs this man has had his fingers into. Like, God bless. And I actually think they look super cute together, so I don't want anyone to ruin it. Okay? Because Selena, I don't know what her story is, but this woman has struggled to find love. And that's why the super fans think her and Justin were meant to be together, because both of them seemed unhappy in love all these years, even while he was married.
Recreated it with none other than Hailey Baldwin sending Dana a clip of herself to include in the fan recreation. At this point in time, Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez had broken up and gotten back together multiple times, but 2014 would mark the beginning of their longest break yet. And luckily for Hailey, she had become close with Kylie and Kendall Jenner. This is important because Justin was also friends with the Jenner sisters, and because they now shared mutual friends, Hailey's access to Justin had never been easier. She would no longer have to rely on Belieber fan accounts to give her intel on his location. Now she could simply ask her friends. This newfound connection with the Jenner sisters proved valuable, and things were looking up for Hailey after she was spotted getting dinner with Justin, going to a movie, and then going back to his house, where she wouldn't be seen leaving until the following morning. However, with Justin's heart healing from the recent breakup with Selena, and New Year's Eve quickly approaching, Hailey had her eyes on the prize and didn't want to risk Selena ruining that for her. It's a little loose, but fans speculate that Selena Gomez's last-minute New Year's Eve trip to Dubai with Kendall Jenner and Gigi Hadid
What a different fucking life. What a different life. What a different bubble. Like, these people are not even close to relatable to 99% of the global population. Wow, what an interesting different bubble. I couldn't even imagine, you know what, like, there's just nothing to compare to, like, hey, you guys want to go to Dubai? It's like, okay.
was actually a setup to put Hailey and Justin together. With Selena out of the country, the chances of Justin and Selena rekindling their relationship at midnight were now 0. Unfortunately for Hailey,
I wonder how many of this too is like, you know when you think like high school is the peak of my life? I wonder if these fans think this was the peak of their lives when all of them seem pretty fucking depressed and sad. You know what I mean? I feel like there's no way Selena and Justin were each other's high compatibility partners, but I will say that I think the fans are holding on to like a perception of a young person's relationship that just isn't real. I mean, like, the idea that the fans are still kind of shipping them is kind of a sign of the mental health issue with the fans. Because, like, they're just kids. You know what I mean? They're babies. And so for you to think after all this time that he still should have ended up with Selena, like, it's just weird.
Justin would make it clear that he wasn't looking for a new partner, and instead was more focused on having fun. And just like old times, Hailey would defend her territory. After Halsey was photographed leaving a building with Justin, Hailey would post a video of herself to social media telling her driver to change the radio station after a Halsey song started playing.
Can you change the station?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. This is when Hailey really started to lose.
I mean, she could be, you know, out here doing all these things, I suppose. There's you know, Hollywood's so toxic. Music industry is so toxic.
The plot and get progressively more and more bold.
Yeah, and didn't Justin Bieber cheat on Selena? I just learned this. Wait, chat says kids in toxic relationships where the guy kept cheating. Yeah, didn't Justin Bieber cheat on Selena? What? Pourquoi? Do you know what I'm saying? I just learned this week. I'm learning so much about Justin Bieber. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we shipping this woman with this man for? With this boy for? Let's move on.
With her actions. While Justin and Selena were still separated, Justin would do a series of interviews where he praises Selena and describes her as the love of his life, going on to say,
Yo, chat. Says consistently or constantly and apparently with Hailey? He cheated with Hailey? He cheated on Selena with both Jenner sisters? Yo. Messy. So basically, Hailey's like, I won. I got the prize. You got a cheating boyfriend, girl. Congratulations. Loser. So everyone's like, Justin's the victim of Hailey Baldwin. Sounds like Hailey convinced herself this cheating loser was worth her time and married a boy who won't go to therapy. That's what it sounds like to me.
They were, quote, so in love, nothing else mattered. We were all about each other. Clearly feeling jealous about how Justin was speaking of his ex, Hailey began accidentally retweeting
Also, I am a fan of Hailey's fashion statements.
tweets that shipped Justin Bieber and herself, as well as tweets from people wishing that Hailey would fight Selena.
Oh,
this
Lord.
is when Hailey's behavior stops coming across as enthusiastic and starts coming off as obsessive. As
I feel like Hailey's too deep in. She feels like she got the prize, and if she if she divorces him, people are gonna hate her even more because they're gonna be like, why would you let go of the greatest prize? But like, he's not the prize. He's just like a broken boy who won't go to therapy, which is sad. But like, you know.
over the next couple of years, she would seemingly try and mold herself to be more like Selena Gomez in hopes of receiving attention from Justin. For example, Hailey has a tendency to copy Selena's outfits and poses. Fans have dug up many examples of Hailey posting photos shortly after Selena where she's either wearing the same exact outfit or something very similar. The copying allegations even extend to the poses she makes in the photos as well as her facial expressions. Now, if you're shopping at the same stores or keeping up with the current fashion meta, the reality is your outfits are going to overlap.
Is this true? Like, that's the problem, is like, this does feel crazy right here. This feels inappropriate and weird. But then I'd have to know, like, is this true? Because you know what? That would make someone crazy. That's some psychological damage right there, bro. Is this true? Or is this like, has it been verified? Did somebody actually do the research? Because that feels crazy. But that would really get under someone's skin. Being like, she's following me, she's posting, but then how do you prove it without sounding crazy? Like, hey, you're copying me. It kind of sounds, you know what I mean? I don't know. That feels weird. I feel like statistically it'd be improbable for them to have complementary outfits within a few days of each other. I feel like that's really unlikely.
With what other people are wearing.
April, May. Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, chat says they could have the same stylist. They could, which at that point would be crazy, get a different stylist. Like, if the stylist is making you, you know, the problem is, like, things do trend, but if they're following trends, I don't know. It's hard to say. I wonder if you could do this against another celebrity, how many of them would be true? Like, it's easy to go to Hailey and Selena and say, like, see, but I wonder if you went Hailey, Selena, other celebrities, like, how many of them all dress the same in a similar period?
But all of these outfits were posted by Selena first, with Hailey.
All of them? All of them? That's not it. Do you know what I'm saying? All of them? That's crazy.
Sometimes posting her in the same exact outfit as soon as 24 hours later. The accessories, the facial expression.
Hold up, bruh.
As soon as 24 hours.
That's crazy. Like, this one's crazy.
Hours later. The accessories.
This one's not right after. This is May and October. That could be anything.
The facial expression.
March and October, that could be anything. This is too common. No. I'm gonna be cynical. This is typical. This is like a very typical lipstick pose. So for Selena to do it in March and Hailey to do it in October is reasonable. Sorry, that's reasonable.
The outfit.
March 14th. Very typical pose. The dilemma is, like, humans aren't that interesting. So we're not that unique. So we are bound to, like, do things that other people are doing innocently. I can't tell you. I can't read Hailey's mind. I don't know if she's looking up Selena's Instagram, but if she is, whoa. But if she isn't, I mean, this is a pretty typical pose as well. I don't know. It doesn't seem that unique. I don't know. It seems like a big stretch, but it could be possible. That's the thing, is like, it could be possible, or it could just be a really big stretch.
They're all the same, but it doesn't just stop with clothes. On June 4th, 2015, Selena Gomez would be spotted with a new tattoo behind her ear. This tattoo is just the letter G and is supposedly a tribute to her baby sister Gracie. However, on June 16th, just 12 days later, Hailey Baldwin would be spotted sporting an
Y'all. Okay,
almost identical G tattoo in the same exact location as Selena's. Hailey would claim that the tattoo is an homage to her pastor's daughter, Georgia.
What?
But Hailey, seemingly copying
What?
tattoo is an homage to her pastor's daughter.
Her pastor at a church? Y'all, that's crazy.
Georgia, but Hailey, seemingly copying Selena while simultaneously rooting on her downfall, will become harder and harder to ignore. In February of 2018, Selena Gomez would check herself into the Privé Swiss psychiatric facility in Connecticut, a facility that offers therapy for individuals needing a retreat from high-profile, always-on lifestyles. And Hailey would allegedly drive past Selena's home with her pastor's wife to make sure Selena was still in therapy.
What?
The rest of 2008,
I gotta read that. Hold on.
her pastor's wife to make sure Selena
Hailey Baldwin visits with a friend as Justin breaks down over Selena. Hailey Baldwin and visited with a friend from church. What is this? Her pastor's wife. In fact, the pair took a trip past Selena Gomez's home. While the troubled stars reportedly checked into a psychiatric facility, Justin reportedly stayed with his pastor, most likely praying for Selena's speedy recovery. Thursday, October 11th, 2018. Is that Arizona AZ/X17 online? I don't even know what that is.
was still in therapy. The rest of 2018 is kind of confusing, as Justin Bieber would get back together with Selena Gomez for a couple of months before she finally broke up with him for good, only for Justin to marry Hailey 6 months later.
Oh! Now, Discord sent me a link. I can't show it because they're going to copyright me. It's from The Ellen Show when Demi Lovato was interviewing Justin Bieber. I saw a clip of it on TikTok. And basically he says the marriage was like arranged, which it could be. It's not all. Some arranged marriages work, some don't. You know, obviously. Maybe it was a business marriage. I mean, look at Jay-Z and Beyonce. Some people think that's like business related. Who knows? Like at the end of the day, you can't know these people's lives. We can't know, you know? But at the same time, I don't know about this, you know? Chet says, my ex and I broke up and he married within 6 months. Not a crazy time frame. I mean, I still think that's crazy. Like, I do. I think, like, it's possible to run into your high compatibility partner right after a breakup. But also just, like, human beings usually need more time to stop being the person they were when they were toxic. So if Justin was cheating and he had problems with, he's going to need that 6 months or more to heal, not 6 months to get married. So within 6 months, he was married. So when did they start seeing each other? When did the wedding happen? Like, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's different. Okay. But that feels very like a stretch to be like, I just got done with my on again, off again cheating relationship with Selena Gomez. And now I'm married after 6 months.
Hailey would later claim in interviews that she and Justin officially started dating in 2016, but if that's the case, why was Justin dating Selena just months before your wedding? Either way, Hailey Baldwin was now Hailey Bieber, and even though she got what she seemingly always wanted, it still wasn't enough. Following the release of Selena Gomez's song, Lose You to Love Me, Hailey would immediately post a screenshot of her playing Summer Walker's song, I'll Kill You. While Hailey would claim the timing was merely a coincidence, many fans interpreted this post as another attack on Selena. To make matters more confusing, in 2019, Hailey Bieber would
Chet says, because Justin was effing around with Hailey while he was with Selena, so he knew her. Oh, that's a good point. It sounds like, okay, can I be real? I'm assuming this is just a group of very stunted, very toxic people engaging with one another, and there are petty battles and beefs. Like, I don't think we need this whole conspiracy theory video. It's like pretty obvious. Friend group, awkward, girls fighting over boys, on again, off again, will they, won't they? And one girl feels like she won the prize, but all you got was a toxic boy who's cheating and needs therapy. Right? Why was everybody being so conspiracy? Like, there's no conspiracy to this. It's just like toxic people in a group. Am I confused?
Would debut another tattoo, this time on her ring finger, and featured the letter J. This tattoo is clearly a Justin Bieber tribute. However, fans were quick to notice that it shares a striking resemblance to a ring Justin Bieber bought Selena Gomez.
honestly, Hailey might be this petty. Do you know what I'm saying? But Justin was a cheater, so I don't even know why we're all like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why we're all like sitting here. This music is so like, woo, it's not that big of a, yeah, okay. I don't know, I feel like it's really straightforward.
Gomez all the way back in 2012. A couple months later, Hailey even made sure to crash Selena's album release party being held at the restaurant Craig's in West Hollywood, despite not being invited, by making sure to arrive there before it started and staying long enough to overlap with the event, only leaving through a back door once Selena left her party. According to tweets from the evening of the party, once Selena arrived, the restaurant started playing her music, and that didn't sit right with Hailey. Hailey's stylist, Maeve, asked a waitress to play the song Yummy by Justin Bieber, and when that request wasn't fulfilled, Hailey and her table allegedly started yelling Justin's name. Hailey Bieber would find herself under the microscope yet again following the release of her home cooking show, What's in My Kitchen, as it shares a striking, undeniable resemblance to Selena Gomez's cooking show, Selena Plus Chef, that debuted 2 years before Hailey's show. Let's start at the beginning. Selena's show starts with a faux camera HUD overlay to give that raw homemade production quality feel. Hailey's show also starts with a faux camera HUD.
I cannot tell. Okay, so my brain goes, who's the editor? Who's the production? Is the production also doing this? Because is the production looking at what Selena did and copying it for Hailey because they saw that it worked for Selena? And this also feels like a combination of like everyone hates Meghan Markle, right? And like everyone hates her new show, but I cannot wait to watch it. And I actually like really vibe with her energy, but a lot of people don't like her. And I cannot tell if y'all do not like these women because you just don't like these fucking women. Like, you know what I mean? I cannot tell. I just like, it feels like, I don't know. There's something really silly happening here. People were like, these big conspiracy theories and Hailey's obsessed and Hailey, I don't know, just seems like a bunch of kids being weird, bro. I don't know, it seems weird already, but let's finish it.
Overlay. Selena points out that the show does in fact take place in her real home.
This is my real home. Everything that we're doing is at home.
Hailey points out that the show is actually recorded in her real home.
Yes, we actually are in my real kitchen, in my real house.
Selena has her Nana introduce the dish they will be cooking.
So Nana, what do we call this?
Cheesy tortilla chip casserole.
Hailey has her Nana introduce the dish they will be cooking.
And Nana, what are we making today?
Selena Plus Chef.
Yo, Nana kind of
dish they
fashion
will be
queen,
and
bro.
Nana, what are we making?
Who's this? Who's this middle one? Is this her mom or her sister or something? This is the grandma?
Today.
Selena Plus Chef would go on to have 4 11-episode seasons on HBO Max, as well as a spin-off that's still currently airing titled Selena Plus Restaurant, while Hailey Bieber's What's in My Kitchen would release 5 episodes before being abandoned completely. After fans caught on to Hailey practically copying Selena,
I think people forget, this is like one of the facts about the Kardashians that always blows my mind, is the Kardashians have started like so many failed businesses because they're not actually passionate about anything. They're just trying to start whatever business makes money. And I think people forget that's what celebrities are doing. Not every celebrity, but a lot of the celebrities that like credit the Kardashians with being good at business don't understand that they're just taking everything and throwing it at the wall and seeing what you guys are willing to pay them for. You know, it's the same reason why Kylie Jenner, right, had to pay to be called a billionaire on Forbes, even though she wasn't a billionaire yet, because these celebrities are paying for status to convince you that they're basically worth your time and money, which they might be to some extent. But, you know, it's a brand. So the cooking shows look the same. The editors could be the same. Chad brought up a great point and said this can happen. People were accusing different artists of copying Leigh Banks and Flinnabos TikToks. I don't know who that is, but turns out they have the same camera up and editors. Exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying. If you have the same operation, the same team, the same people doing your stuff, and they're not looking at you as like an individual, but just like another cookie cutter brand they can make money off of, you might end up looking the same. And also, some YouTubers literally will give that advice to starting out YouTubers, like, pick your favorite YouTuber and copy their style because it's working. Now, to some extent, you're like, where's the originality? And then the reality is like, what originality? You know, the TikTok trend, the new thing that people do, which is like, hey guys, breaking news. And then they just read the headlines. It works. People love that shit and it takes off. There's like 3 or 4 content creators who have the same, hey guys, breaking news, Trump just did this. And people think these are journalists when they're really just like you and me reading a headline, which is not the worst thing in the world if you understand what you're watching. Right? But if you think they're journalists because they're reading you headlines in the first paragraph of that's not what's happening, right? I think people have forgotten what a real journalist looks like, to be honest. If you watch like the guy Dylan on TikTok who does news, that's great. If you watch Philip DeFranco, that's great. But to some extent, there's like, you know, Phil is reading the story, understanding the details, and getting it to you. He's not necessarily, as far as I know, going to Gaza to get the story firsthand, right? He's not a journalist, right? Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like we miscategorize what we're consuming. And then we don't know how to. So I feel like a lot of Justin Bieber fans, they all need therapy. You know, you can't be out here having this whole conspiracy about Hailey Baldwin. Like, you don't know anything about this person. I guess I should say Hailey Bieber. But, you know, you can't just be, you know what I mean? It's not good for you. This isn't good for anybody. It's just crazy, you know? I don't like it. I don't like this energy. It's just not good for you, you know? So don't do it, especially if you're an adult, you know? Just as I thought DeFranco has gone through school for journalism. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, is that true? I'll Google it.
Selena, word for word. Things got even darker when they dug into Hailey's interviews.
I realized that everybody else seemed to be narrating my life for me.
Yes.
So why don't I put something out that...
DeFranco, quick Google says a biology student from Asheville Technical Community College and later a junior at East Carolina University. So a technical college and a university. I don't see anything that says he has a degree in journalism. I have never heard that.
That is my side of the story.
I realized that I was able to tell my story about who I was from my own mouth, instead of people from the outside being able to tell my story for me.
Wow, the most typical and basic shit everybody fucking says. There is nothing significant about this. It can be. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible that this is what's happening. I'm just saying, like, everything they're showing right now in this regard is like, yeah, that's the most basic shit everybody says. Especially if you're a certain kind of celebrity.
That was one of the moments where I was like, I don't have to be that 19-year-old body shape anymore because I'm not.
That's the other thing, too, that I think I'm learning is I'm not 19 anymore. I'm 24 now. I feel like my body has changed the most, even this last year.
Somebody asked me a while ago, what's the one thing you wish people knew about you? And I said I wanted it to be my heart.
What do you wish more people knew about you?
My heart.
Cringe. Bro, if Hailey's copying Selena, don't, because it's cringe. What I want people to know the most about me is my heart. Girl, that's like, what are you, 15? You know? Okay, man. Lame. But yeah, if she's copying Selena, which could be possible, super cringe, bro. Copy somebody better.
People didn't really know me. They didn't know who I was. They didn't know Hailey for Hailey.
And this is 4 years later. So you're saying she copied Selena's interview 4 years before? You know what I mean? Chad says, don't be mean to Selena. Okay, first of all, you don't know Selena. Relax. I'm not even being mean to Selena. But, like, that was a shit answer. And you know it was. That was a publicized answer. What I want people to know about me is my heart. Girl, please, go sit down. Okay? Stupid answer. And I hope she regrets saying it out loud. It's like, it's such a fake answer. What do you mean? I hope... That's like Trump. I hope, listen, Melania, all I wish is that people knew my heart. I just really wish people knew my heart. As I deport all the brown people and take away trans rights, I just really want people to know my heart. It's like, sit down, girl. Sit down.
And I just always had this constant battle where I was saying, I wish people just knew my heart.
For what it's worth, this last Selena Gomez interview where she talks about her heart isn't even easy to find. It comes from the press circuit for the movie Rudderless, and at the time of this recording, only has 2,870 views, and is seemingly only hosted on a Portuguese Selena Gomez fan account. If Hailey really did copy Selena's quote, and this is the same source she stole it from, she would have had to have been far down the Selena interview rabbit hole, as this clip was hard to find even knowing what to search for. It's almost comical how many instances you can find of Hailey Bieber coincidentally doing something Selena Gomez has already done, even extending to the ad campaign for Hailey's beauty company Rhode,
Well, whose fault is this?
sharing a striking resemblance to Selena's beauty company.
Whose fault is this? They're acting like Hailey and Selena have any power over a lot of their products. Selena Gomez and Hailey are trapped in the same bubble every celebrity is. They're at the mercy of published, like other, what's the word I want? Managers and publications and magazines. And do you think they, like, when they say, like, I had my hand in this, I really helped make this product, like, we know this isn't technically true. Yeah, marketing departments. Thank you, chat. It's like, what are you talking about? Why are you acting like, you know what I mean? Like, these people have any power in the way that you think. That's also part of the marketing, is they say, oh yeah, I was there in the shop. It's like when Trisha went and she was like, yeah, like I was like in the shop making products, but then she, like, you know, it's obviously not, it's for the shot. Like Trisha even said they threw out the batch she was like fake stirring because it wasn't a real batch. Yeah, because they're not really there. It's fake. It just makes the client feel good, you know? It's, I hate people. Okay.
Company that, when not copying Selena's, is allegedly copying smaller, lesser-known brands, even down to the descriptions. Hailey's greatest life achievement will be marrying Justin Bieber, and just for a bit.
Rip, dude. I agree with chat. Says, I feel like the behind the ear tattoo is the thing that is kind of weird. That is super weird. I 100% agree with that. It's like, what is that, dude?
Let's give her some credit. Like most girls during the Bieber fever era, she wanted nothing more than to be with Justin. And through her relentless ambition, world-class hating, and a meticulously orchestrated plan, Hailey spent 9 years building connections with people to put herself around Justin as.
Okay. Chessa says this YouTube channel is Selena fan. This YouTube channel is going with the trend. So one of the best ways to blow up as a YouTuber is to find a controversy, find out which side has the most viewers, and pick that side. So if you look up controversies with Selena and Hailey, Hailey is the underdog. Nobody fucking likes her, which is like really interesting in and of itself. It makes me think there's something at play here. And Selena is really well loved. So if you're going to take a stance on this issue, you're going to want to pick Selena over Hailey. Because like the biggest amount of people, like the believers, they're not going to want to hear you say. So I think he's just picking a topic and picking the most common response, and then that's going to get him what he gets, which is the virality. It's the 2 million views. It's the believers feeling heard, you know?
As much as possible. From befriending the Jenner sisters and working with fan accounts to feed her intel on Justin's every move, to booking countless hotel rooms just to bump into him in the elevator, and then traveling to the next hotel to pretend to coincidentally be dining there that evening. Hailey set her eyes on the prize, put in the work, and found herself across the altar from Justin Bieber.
I don't even know what to call it because it's so beyond iconic that there needs to be a new word invented for what Hailey Baldwin has done. Hailey Baldwin went from trying to bump into Justin Bieber at the Satai, the London, to marry. It is so iconic. Like, everyone's making a joke that it was her 10-year plan. Like, did it. We stand Hailey Baldwin. Like, she did that. Do not give up. Like, that's inspirational.
What's this girl named? Dana? Dana's like, never give up. You can stalk your way into a marriage too. I don't know don't know if that's the goal, guys.
Can do anything in life because Hailey Baldwin did that.
What other cases of a pop music stan marrying their idol can you think of? She might be the only one to ever do it, and she at least deserves some credit for that. However, after spending a third of your life fighting another woman for your man, what are you left with? You arrived at the destination, but is it as fun as the journey you took getting there? Perhaps this is why, after 6 years of marriage to Justin, we still see Hailey copying and clowning on Selena. Perhaps Hailey can't help herself because it's all she's really known. While most people spend ages 13 to 22 discovering who they are and finishing school, Hailey spent those formative years indulging herself in a childhood fantasy. It also has to hurt that after announcing your pregnancy to the world, Selena Gomez, your husband's ex-girlfriend, started trending on Twitter, and not you, your husband.
What? What? Who cares? Who cares? Like oh man, that's funny, bro. What? Okay.
Or your baby. It seems we're not the only ones pondering these questions, as despite the pregnancy announcement, the relationship seems to be on the rocks. Stephen Baldwin, Hailey's father, has asked people to pray for Justin and Hailey on Instagram, while divorce rumors swirl around the internet, with some people pointing out,
oh my god, wait, the traumatized boy who didn't get therapy and turned into a cheater might be getting divorced from his wife? I'm shook. The same man that has yelled to Hailey, yelled at her in public, the same man when Hailey is showing him affection says, don't touch me. The man who basically, in all of his body language, rejects Hailey on a constant basis as she tries. Wow, I'm shocked. It came out of nowhere. I was so surprised. Wow. Shook. Truly.
That Hailey and Justin arrive and leave events in separate cars, and others speculating that they haven't lived together for some time, all while blind item after blind item allege depression, substance abuse, and cheating from Justin. Always take blind items with a grain of salt, but something often alleged is that Justin and Selena's 4-month stint in 2018, just months before Justin's marriage to Hailey, came as the result of an unexpected pregnancy with Selena, followed by a miscarriage. This could potentially give some added context to why Selena checked herself into a wellness retreat and why Justin flipped from Hailey to Selena to marrying Hailey all in less than a year. Regardless, one thing is for certain. If Selena goes left, Hailey goes left. If Selena goes right, Hailey goes right. But could Hailey, for the first time in almost a decade, have a new blueprint?
Girl. Girl, maybe. Fuck, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I just, you know. I don't know if Hailey knows who she is. Do you see? This is like that video of Justin. Look at his language. Look at the way he's yelling at her. Nah, explain that to me. Explain that behavior to me. Look at him throwing a fucking tantrum. He's always yelling. He's always angry. And this is why we've always said Justin has problems. He's always mad, bro. You're always mad. Go to therapy. Why are you always mad?
Babe, I can't. Don't touch me right now. Like, not right now, but I'm just
Oh, I thought you were being serious.
No. Just in general. That just happens sometimes. You're just like, okay, babe, I just need to just give me some space. Babe, I can't. Don't touch me right now. Like, not right now, but I'm just
Okay, so then people go, oh, Hailey's really overstimulating. She's always touching him and he doesn't want to be touched. Look, bro, if you got ADHD, autism, you're overstimulated, you need to communicate with your wife. You can't just be out here blaming her. And then people are like, why isn't Hailey respecting his boundaries? Excuse me, why are you so overstimulated? You know what I mean? Like, if I know there's rumors that Justin is Diddy's victim. That's serious. You need to go to therapy. You can't take it out on people. You need to go to therapy. Okay? So I don't care what your trauma is, right? Because that's also the fault of your parents and everybody involved and the predators that chose you, if that's what's true and that happened. But y'all need to like go to therapy and not take it out on the people that are trying to help you. You know? So I don't know. This idea that Hailey was a stalker versus just a girl who like was running in the same circles and like, you know, had a crush on him and pursued that crush in maybe a very teenage and unorthodox way, which I, you know, not out here saying you should stalk people. And I'm not saying she stalked him. I'm just saying that, you know, making Justin to be this victim when Justin has literally got one of the worst reputations in terms of the way that he treats people feels really fucking weird. Okay? Like, I think that's really fucking weird. All right? Oh, wait. Now, there is a video, oopsies, that has, oh, hello, Brittany, YouTube. That's not what I wanted to do. Thank you.
In the plot twist of the century.
In the plot twist of the century. We love him. I don't even know who he is yet. This is Dinky, D-A-N-K-Y, Jabo. Jabo. TikTok's biggest cheater is pathetic. Handsome fella. Oh, Hansum. I was like, Hansum. No, it's handsome, I think, fella. Oh, my Middle Eastern came out there. Let's watch this. You guys requested it. My Discord shared this with me and said this is a pretty good video to run down the whole situation. So for those who asked me to cover this story, let's fucking do it. Let's absolutely do it. Oh, Chet said he used to be the ImAllexx editor. This guy? Dinky? Sorry, I'm screwing up his name. This guy with this beautiful curly hair, which we love. That guy's also abusive. That Alex guy, that was crazy story, came out last year. Okay, let's go ahead and check him out. See what's up with him.
In the plot twist of the century, a creator that goes by the name of Handsome Fella,
I was unfaithful to my girlfriend at the time,
isn't exactly the greatest boyfriend in the world.
Please take a video. It's gonna ruin me. I'm begging you, please take it down because it's gonna get huge and it's gonna be irrecoverable. Please, I'm begging you.
So let's talk about it. But before all that, be sure to subscribe to the channel. No promises or threats this time. I just wanted to genuinely tell you all how much I appreciate the support that you have been giving me recently. We just hit 160.
My partner does this thing where he's like, you think everyone looks like your little brother. I have like 8 brothers, but I have a littlest brother. And I'm like, hey, that looks like my little brother. You guys don't know what he looks like, but like the joke is my partner's like, you think everyone looks like him. He does kind of, every time I see a young guy, I see my little brother. Like, I don't know what it is, especially if they look like this. I'm like, oh, look, this is like what my little brother looks like, you know? I don't know what it is, bro. You just see, you don't gotta type. Like, my brother has that face that I feel like a lot of people have.
60,000 subs, so I'm hoping we can get to 200k by the end of the first quarter. It really has been a great start of the year for the channel so far, so genuinely, I really appreciate that from you. And if you're not subscribed to the Dan Kijabo channel yet, then hop along and become a Dan Giblet. Don't worry, that will not become a thing. Anyway, this whole situation came to light when TikToker Hailey Sharp, better known as Yodeling Hailey, put out a video detailing the devastating breakup between her and Handsome Fella. The world stopped for a day when they broke up, truly. It was a heartbreaking moment.
So just to recap, David Lynch dies, I dye my hair pink at the age of 22, TikTok gets banned, 20 minutes later I'm being broken up with during the commercial break of the drag race we were watching, and then 12 hours later TikTok comes back and then he leaves. Do you guys have any idea? Like, do you guys ever think about how I'm the strongest woman in the world?
So this video is 1 minute and 20 seconds long, and the rest of it is just her talking about how she's the strongest woman in the world. It's a funny bit, I'll give her that, but the important bit here is the I got broken up with, because that part caused a lot of stir. I'm not exactly too sure how public it was that her and Handsome Fella were dating at this point. Well, not anymore at this point, I guess, but either which way, people seem to have drawn the conclusion that she is in fact talking about Handsome Fella, as they detailed in the comments. Handsome Fella is a creep and a cheater, so you'll be okay, queen. Now, this is in reference not just to this controversy about how he cheated on Hailey Sharp, but in fact, there was a controversy about a year ago of him cheating cheating on another creator, well, another individual, but we'll talk about that later on. I think it's important we get this one out of the way first and then talk about his past cheating scandals to show that this is in fact a pattern of behavior. I have a lot of opinions on this whole controversy, by the way. I think a lot of stuff has been blown way out of proportion, and I do think that some stuff isn't given as much attention as it deserves as well. So before I delve into all that, I'm just going to show you exactly what has happened, and my opinion will start to creep in as the events go by, if that makes sense. It's just...
Sorry, I'm muted. I have him on 1.2 speed for those people saying he's talking fast. He is talking fast, but I also listen to a lot of people at 1.2 speed, so he's 1.2 speed.
It occurred to me that a lot of you might not know who Hansum Fella is. I certainly didn't before I made this video, so here's his channel.
I do not know who this is. Hold on. Go back.
It's just occurred to me that a lot of you might not know who Hansum Fella is. I certainly didn't before I made this video, so here's his channel.
500,000 subscribers. I've never seen this human's face. Omegle, testing as seen on TV. Yeah. I do not know who this human is.
He's a pretty big creator. I think he's more famous for streaming than making YouTube videos, but the YouTube channel looks like a pretty standard YouTuber. Nothing too offensive about these videos on the surface. You watch the videos, it's just a fairly charismatic bloke talking his shit and being a YouTuber, like every other person on this platform. But then obviously his gimmick, I guess, is that he's a handsome fella.
As seen on TV products, you probably remember it.
A handsome fella with a nice deep voice, I guess. Now we'll just cut to the chase here, because all we know so far is that she got broken up with by him, but we haven't actually heard any of the cheating stories yet. Here's the first video that was put out where Hailey directly addresses her being cheated on.
Well, you guys, the strongest woman in the world, me, is actually way stronger than any of us could have imagined, because I just found out that, you know, my boyfriend who broke up with me, like, last week, was also cheating on me, messaging a 19-year-old girl, he's 25, while I was staying at his house for his birthday. So, if there's anything we can learn from this, never date an influencer. That's the lesson that we've learned. And I'll say it again. Do you guys know how strong I am? Look at me right now. Do you see that?
I don't know exactly what to tell you. It's a pretty standard I got cheated with video, just exposing it to the world. It's very clear that she's talking about Hansum Fella here, as evidenced by Hansum Fella literally responding to these allegations directly. Now, whether or not you guys think that it is appropriate for someone to go as public as Hailey has about the cheating is up to you, I guess. I personally don't exactly hold it against her for doing so. She was the one who got cheated on. It is completely within her right to do so.
You know, I was thinking about this in the shower today, as one does, and we're going to cover the ImAllexx response after this, because I gotta know what happens, you know, girl. I gotta know what happens. Okay, I was thinking about this in the shower today. Would you tell one of your girlfriends to work it out with a guy who hits her? Or one of your guy friends to work it out with a girl who says she's on birth control but like isn't? You know what I mean? That's kind of what cheating sounds like to me. I know a lot of people talk about how infidelity is really common and you can make it work after infidelity, but I'm just like sitting here like, I know you can also make it work after your husband beats you into a fucking pulp. I don't know if you should. I don't know if this is the environment I want to say we should do this. I was listening to The Financial Diet, shout out to The Financial Diet, and Chelsea had a guest on and they were talking about infidelity in money. And Chelsea said, look, you don't have kids with this guy. He hid all this money from you. He spent like $60,000 or something. She was like, I think this is the time for a divorce. I think you can go to therapy and make it through financial or emotional or physical infidelity. I just don't know that you should. And the question is, should you? I mostly don't think so. Right? Obviously, there are examples of like, hey, I had Alzheimer's and I didn't know and I spent all our money. Or, hey, I had a stroke and it changed my brain chemistry. Or, hey, like I had like an episode or something. Then we can have the conversation, because I think the focus there is not that you did something. The focus is that you're sick and you didn't have a choice. So obviously that's not the situation we're talking about. We're talking about somebody who's made a decision, you know, did an act, and you know what I mean? So it's kind of something to think about. So when people come forward with their cheating stories, I think it's important to remember that maybe for you it's casual, but for a lot of us, like, it's no joke. And same with financial infidelity. You know how many stories I could tell you, you know, about people who have, I knew this one woman who literally came home to finding out her husband not only had spent every ounce of their life savings, but had basically left her just like with nothing. And like, and they had multiple kids together, right? Like, he just took all of their life savings out to gamble it. And she came home and she was like, where's our money? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That is just the most, that's just like the most heartbreaking thing, to come home and feel so betrayed by somebody, you know? Yeah.
Do something like this, but it's not something that I personally could ever see myself doing. The amount that went public, though, is something to be discussed later on in this video, because there is some genuinely important talking points here. Just a heads up, by the way, that whatever I say in this video, all in all, Hansum fella is absolutely in the wrong here, way more than Hailey is, but they both handled it in ways that could have been better, in my opinion. This lassie Marissa was the girl that Hansum fella was cheating on Hailey with, and there was a TikTok on, I think, our account with Hansum fella in it. I'll call Hansum fella Tyler from now on, because that is his online persona. I don't want to keep saying his full YouTube name every time. Also, because if someone walks into the room whilst you're watching this video out of context, they'll just think that I fucking love this bloke and just want to suck his dick all day and shit. When I don't, I actually think it's quite a cringe YouTube name. I mean, I know it's ironic coming from fucking Dan Kijabo over here, but we'll go with Tyler. Fuck it, why not? Anyway, according to Marissa, she didn't know that Tyler was cheating on somebody else with her. So when the whole thing came out, she posted this TikTok in reference to the one that got deleted that I just spoke about.
No, I don't feel bad for making him wear this outfit to the bar. Today's my birthday. I don't get it.
And the caption was, mind you, he was embarrassed to be with me, and then they straight up just hashtag him, so that's confirmation if you ever needed it. And the mental thing is, since this whole thing went down as well, every girl that
That's the infidelity proof? Is that what we're catching up on?
Tyler was allegedly messaging whilst being in a relationship with Hailey has basically come out and gone, yeah, he was messaging me as well. So it seems as though this bloke doesn't actually flirt with anyone.
Chad said, are you involved with ABBA? And then he said he talked about a redheaded woman that he was involved with, and that's why I asked. We're not even friends, bro, with peace and love. We're not even friends. Wish everybody the best, though.
Until he's in a relationship, and then he just goes fucking mental.
He cheated and I know it. I named the baby Heaven, cause that's where it's going.
Here's them talking directly to Hailey. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I just saw your comment. Yeah, on and off since like last April. I'm really sorry, I should have done my due diligence, but my friends and I treated him like a bitch. Who knows if that's true? I don't even know if Tyler was messaging this woman. There is no proof or evidence of any of this. The people in this comment thread don't seem to believe her, though. Apparently she has a boyfriend as well, so it's a little weird that she was entertaining this whole thing, unless that's something that they've sorted out between themselves, and this is like an open relationship or whatever. Who fucking knows? I don't really care. I don't even know why I'm talking about it for this long. Let's go back to the topic at hand. And in what is easily the biggest development so far, and most shocking thing that has happened so far, Hansum fella did a live stream responding to these allegations, which in my opinion is always a very silly move. When you get called out for something, or allegations come up against you, do not live stream your response to it, because in my opinion, I guess if you're a really confident live streamer and you know exactly how to talk the way that you feel, then go ahead. But for me, in my opinion, when you do a live stream, you say a lot of things you don't really mean, a lot of half-baked thoughts come out. Yeah,
I say things I don't mean all the time. Trust me, Melania, she would know. I say things I don't even mean all the time. Like, did you see that video of me sucking JD Vance's toes? I would never do that. I've thought about it, but I wouldn't really do it. But I've thought about it. I'm thinking about it right now.
Head that you haven't thought through too much. Like, if I were to go live, I think that I would say a lot of things that maybe I don't really believe in, that like an hour later I would look back on and think, why the fuck did I say that in front of my audience? That's, kind of regret that. That being said, when you do live stream, I think people give you the benefit of the doubt a little more, so you can get away with a bit more, because I feel like it is universally understood that you don't have a script and you're not graced by the editing and post-production, so people cut you a bit more slack. But when it's a response to a controversy, that slack will not be given to you, because people are paying attention to every word that you say, and they want to hear what they want to hear, whether that be some sort of semblance of taking accountability, or an apology, or, you know, an accusation back, or maybe a rebuttal. And I just think when you live stream your response, oh god, you're not going to make anyone happy.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Sorry for
What's happening? What's this background? What's going on? Okay, interesting.
the emote only chat, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So also sorry for the late stream. I'm gonna take these earbuds out of my ear because I don't need them. Yeah, sorry for the late stream. It's gonna be a quick one though. It's gonna be a real quick one. I just realized I fucking forgot to disable. Hopefully people don't have pre-rolls right now. And thank you for the subs if you have subscribed. So,
our boy's nervous.
Let's jump into it.
Not our boy.
I just feel like I owe you guys, my audience, some sort of explanation, you know, and this is going to be pretty difficult for me to navigate.
Bro, drink some water, bro.
Especially in like a live setting.
So why did you do the live setting? I'm sorry, right? But we're 1 minute into this video that's not even 10 minutes long, right? We're over 10% into this video and he's not addressed anything. So in my opinion, it's very clear. In fact, it's very obvious to me. I am fucking certain that he's nervous as shit here. And who wouldn't be? Because in his mind, his career is on the line and his livelihood hinges on what he's about to say in the next 5 minutes or so. And he doesn't even have a script prepared. Now, maybe this could be seen as a good thing because it is possible that we are going to get the most authentic version of an influencer that we possibly can in this live setting when they are genuinely fearful as well. well. Like, they can't just manufacture an artificially produced, sanitized opinion to just appease the masses. They're just shooting the shit from their heads, and maybe that's a good thing, a real thing for some people. In my opinion, and I'm not talking morally here, I'm talking strictly business as a creator sort of mindset, I think if you just ignored everything and didn't respond at all, you would have been totally fine. Like, yeah, people were able to tell that Hailey Sharp was in fact talking about you, but she never actually says your name, and you're a big creator. Like, you would have been fine. There would have been rumbles on the internet, there would have been a lot of tweets, maybe a couple videos, a couple TikToks talking about how shit you are and how much of a cheater you are, but it's the fucking internet, man. It'll all be gone in about a month. Like, obviously, yeah, you shouldn't have cheated on her. You're a fucking horrible boyfriend and you need to wait a long time before you're ready for a relationship. But in terms of a business move, this was never going to end well for you. And it definitely did not, by the way, because my god, the shit that we haven't spoken about yet, oh man, it's very embarrassing. I do not envy this guy. I mean, he brought it upon himself. Don't get me wrong. But still, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll see what I mean later.
Like, I already struggle to articulate my feelings and put my feelings into words, but I will try my best to effectively communicate. So, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you will here in a second. I'll go through it. So no goofs or jokes this time. First off, I'm not here to like dismiss any claims. I'm not trying to explain away a situation. I just want to be transparent, take accountability for what I've done. And in the theme of full transparency, my name is not Tyler. My name is Ian. You might have seen that floating around somewhere, so I just wanted to get out in front of that one. Name is Ian. That is my name. I had a pseudo fake name to, you know, protect myself when I worked a job and privacy and all that.
That's definitely the thing that I feel most bad for him about this whole situation. Like everything else, the cheating, his career potentially being in a bit of a shit place now, everything that comes along with that, it's like, yeah, whether or not you feel bad for him, you have to admit that he at least partially brought it upon himself by doing the actions, making the decisions that he made. But with his real name and some personal information that he definitely did not want to be public, becoming public, you have to have a bit of sympathy there. I'm not sure if it was Hailey Sharp that made this information public.
Yeah, like doxing him or exposing legal information about him is dangerous for more than just him, his family. So I'm with, like, I don't like that action. Even if he cheated, his family didn't cheat. And so, like, you run the risk of getting his family harassed.
Like, I've heard people say that it was her, but I cannot find any videos of that in fact happening. I'm not sure if she maybe deleted them, or maybe it has nothing to do with her at all and it was some other source that revealed that information. Either which way, though, I do feel bad for him, and whoever it was, you're a piece of shit for doing. Like, pseudonames on the internet are very common. A lot of creators have that sort of thing, and for very good reason.
Some of you may have seen the video that Hailey posted, where she said that I cheated on her during our relationship, and that is true. You know, I'm here to take accountability for that. So that is true. My now ex-girlfriend posted that TikTok detailing it, and yeah, I'm not here to explain that situation away. I was unfaithful to my girlfriend at the time for the past like month and a half, and did message people while being in that relationship with her, and that's something I've got to own, you know.
You know what's crazy? I know it's not going to sound good, but I am kind of shocked when public figures make these decisions, because I'm like, girl, that's definitely going to be in the public eye now. Like, there are some people that are much better at like understanding that than others, and nobody's perfect about it. But it is one of those things where, how'd you not think this was going to be a video, and now we're all going to watch it, you know? Now, what bubble is he in? Is he held to a certain moral standard? I mean, cheating is bad in most places. I think universally people, at least out loud, agree cheating is bad. But I do wonder about that too. Is he going to be supported by his bubble? Is it very controversial? I am curious about that as well.
And I don't really care about the public reception.
That will very quickly be proven wrong. It is very obvious that he does really, really care about the public perception. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't be doing this live stream. Let's be honest here, pal. If you didn't care about the public perception, you would have just ignored it all, sorted it out in private to the extent that you could, and not addressed it publicly at all. You know what? I'll just spoil it. I don't want to edge you guys for too long. He called Hailey Sharp after this response came out for 5 minutes and basically begged her to take her videos down. But don't worry, we will get to that later, I promise.
Please take it down, because this is gonna get huge, and it's gonna be irrecoverable. Please, I'm begging you.
There's a wee clip there to whet your appetite a little bit. I don't know about you, but that does not scream I don't care about public perception to me. But I guess a bunch
hard agree, bro. Hard agree. Yeah, calling her and begging her to take it down. And this is like, they have two responses when being called out on their shitty behavior. They either call the women crazy and cluster bees, or they beg them like little babies, like, please, I know I did it, but please don't tell anybody. And if maybe he was begging his mother, she maybe would have taken the video down. but it wasn't his mummy. Okay? And that's the dilemma. Is like when boys cry and beg after they've done something bad, you might feel an ounce of empathy or sympathy and you want to give them a second chance. Do not be rocked by anyone's tears unless the tears are genuinely attached to accountability, which does not include coming on a stream and be like, yeah, I cheated. I did it. It was me. You know what I mean?
A bunch of the other unknowns that have just been confirmed in this wee section here are that yes, he was in fact messaging multiple people. It wasn't just cheating on her with one person. And also it's pretty validated and factual by this point that the relationship went on for a maximum of 2 months, like a month and a half sort of thing.
So multiple people. Multiple people.
It's not as though this was a long-term relationship where they were together for like 3 years and it feels as though at the end of it all, it was just a waste of time. You know, it was a major heartbreak where the last 3 years of your life were just worth nothing. That being said, it does not make the act of cheating insignificant by any means. Like, no matter how far into the relationship, you could be an hour into the relationship. Cheating is still cheating and it's still bad. A lot of people, as we'll see later on, who have come to the defense of this guy, have mentioned the 2 month, 1 month and a half thing as like a defense thing for him, as much as to say, oh, it really isn't that a big deal. Get a grip. It was only a month-long relationship. I think that's a load of shit. The second you agree to get in a monogamous relationship with someone, you fucking keep that promise. You know, in terms of immoral things that you can do that aren't technically illegal, cheating is probably up there. And whilst yes, cheating in a 2 month long relationship is better than a 2 year long relationship, it doesn't take as much heat off of the cheater as a lot of people have been making out it does, in my opinion. If anything, there's a perspective that some people could take where it's almost more confusing to cheat that early on in a relationship. Because in my opinion, in my mind, I feel like how most cheating goes is you're in a long relationship, maybe 10 years of marriage or something, you get a little bit bored, you want to spice things up, you start to wonder what it's like to be with other people, and then you cheat if you're a piece of shit with no fucking self-control. Or maybe it's like a moral version of cheating, like Skylar did to Walter in Breaking Bad, where, yeah, you are technically cheating, but nobody can really blame you for it, per se. But in a month and a half long relationship, it's like, you guys don't even know each other for long enough to have gotten sick of each other and wants to cheat on other people. So to me, this just screams hardcore commitment issues. Do not get into a relationship for the next 5 years at least. You need to fucking work on yourself, lad. If you've only been dating for a month, breaking up should not be the heartbreaking, mentally taxing action that it is in a long-term relationship. You know what I mean? Like, if you're getting those urges to cheat on your partner that early into the relationship, it's so much easier to call it quits than it is like 5 years in. I just don't understand this mentality. There's probably something going on there that is unaddressed and needs therapy. That's not me justifying the behavior, by the way, or giving him an excuse, just to be clear, but I've rambled on for too long. Let's watch the rest of this video.
Not proud in any way, shape, or form.
Needs therapy indeed. Hold on. Chat said, who is this? I'll go ahead and link the video in chat so you guys can check him out. His name is Danky. And, yeah, I like his video so far. Really well done.
And I have some internal issues that I got to deal with. So, let us continue. Again, my apologies if I'm not effectively communicating myself. But this is the right thing to do. So I'll walk you guys through some of the timeline just to get some context here. Wow, we got a good bit of folks in here. Didn't notice that. Here is some context. So my previous relationship ended in September, and I had my faults in that one too. You know, I drove her away, made a lot of false promises, but basically I drove her to break up with me, because I definitely had faults in that relationship. But I did love her, and I couldn't really accept, this is very weird for me to be talking about on the internet, so I'm sorry. I couldn't accept that that was, like, done, right? So, then months after that, met Hailey, and unfairly, I got into a relationship I wasn't emotionally available for. And that's a very basic and classic, you know, thing to say. I'm not trying to excuse anything.
I just don't understand why this is being done, because he's so very clearly and understandably uncomfortable talking about the issues that he's having, not only in the relationship he was just in, but also in the one previous to that, which seems to have been a bit of a longer term one. I'm just trying to think now, like, I'm really trying to put myself in the mental headspace of somebody who has cheated on their partner and has just been called out for it by said partner, who also happens to be a massive creator on TikTok. What would I do? I would urge you guys to do this as well, right? A little thought experiment. What would you do? What would the best course of action be? Okay, I think I've got something, but I am genuinely very, very curious what you guys would do. So, if there's anything you decide to comment on this video, it would be a response to that question, right? I'm really curious. I'd love to hear what you guys would do. I'd also like to know if what you would do differs from what you think is the morally best thing to do. Because let's be honest with ourselves, those two things are not always the same, unfortunately. In my humble opinion, you can disagree with me if you want, I do not think that a cheating accusation or an instance of cheating is enough to end a career. Nor should it be enough to end a career, because it is very much a private matter that does not affect the quality of you as a creator, but only really affects the quality of you as a partner, or even a person, if you want to take it that far. Which I think it's perfectly fair to take it that far, by the way. Like, if we took the title of YouTuber away from Handsome Fella, right? Let's pretend like it's an actor or a film director who cheated on their partner, but is continuing to make movies. People would not really have a moral objection to watching those movies starring that actor or directed by that director, purely because they cheated on their partner. You might think, oh damn, it's a shame that they cheated. I hope they worked it out, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's none of my business. I'm just going to watch their content. I think that with YouTubers, in my mind at least, it's largely the same thing. Now, that being said, I understand why a lot of people do not see it that way, because YouTube, the whole point is that it's a lot more personable, right? We buy into their personalities a lot more, and a lot of the reason we enjoy the content of a lot of our favorite content creators is because we like the person as a person.
Yeah, I think that there is a dilemma here where, depending on where the person's perspective lies, like, that's the question. Because I think if you brag about cheating, you're a serial cheater, it's multiple people, multiple times. At that point, like, how do you separate the content from the person, in a sense? Like, you guys know I advocate so hard for not cheating and cheating being a form of abuse that it would be kind of crazy to keep watching me if I ever cheated. Right? Like, it would just be kind of weird. Like, why would you keep watching me? You know what I mean? I wouldn't keep watching me. Because, again, you know, it's not about, like, you know, it's not like I'm, you know, if you're under psychosis and you cheat, like, that's not, the cheating issue is the psychosis issue. But if you're doing it with your full chest, multiple people, and then getting on stream and talking about what a good person you are, what a reliable person you are, how you don't lie, well, well, in that sense, like, it doesn't make any sense, right? So I think it's the kind of content you watch, the kind of content creator you watch, how much it matters. Like, if you're watching them for them, then I feel like you would have to stop watching them if they cheated, to some extent, for sure. There are definitely a lot of YouTubers that I'm like, I'm not gonna watch this. You know, like, I don't want to watch this. Like, I don't want to watch this anymore. Like, sometimes I just think that's how we are as people, and that's fine. I don't think cheaters should have their careers ended necessarily, but I think it might warrant an ending of a career, depending on the circumstance, depending on the kind of cheating, depending on the abuse at hand. Like, all of it is contextual to me. Because if somebody beat their partner, I feel like it makes sense for that company not to want them to come home. Right? Or come to work. Same thing with cheating to a certain extent. Like, do you have a problem? Because a lot of cheating is a problem. Like, you're not just cheating. A lot of cheating is, like, problematic. Like, you have a problem and it's going to show up at work. I mean, Debate Bro is, like, a really good example of that. Serial cheater, consent violator, and now it showed up at work with a lot of coworkers sharing nudes, you know, revenge porn, all of that stuff. Like, we knew there was a serial cheater problem, but I think we forget that that is usually related to a lot of predatory behavior that we don't think of as predatory because we think cheating is so normalized, but it's really like a form of consent violation at the end of the day. And the question is, if you can violate someone's consent multiple times in a cheating fashion, what else are you capable of? And I think when reviewing just the man getting rejected by a woman causes him to bludgeon her with a hammer and kill her, that a man who's willing to look you in the eye and say, you can trust me with your body, with the health of your body, with the health of your mind, and then behind your back go and cheat, tell other women I want to be with them. Do you know what I mean? I think we have a reasonable hesitancy around trusting cheaters, the same way we would be scared of saying no to a person pursuing us because they might kill us. You know, I think there's a reason, there's a line here, you know? With that said, there might be some form of cheating that, you know, could be fixed in therapy, might not be serial, might be one time I talked to an Instagram account and I said hi to them once. Like, that could be a form of cheating in some relationships. Maybe that relationship could get family counseling and be fine or something, marriage counseling. But yeah, I would have a hard time watching certain content creators if their cheating wasn't just, you know, it depends, especially if the couple's like, hey, we're working on it, we're going to therapy, please don't stop being friends with my partner because of this, like, I'm giving them a chance. Like, yeah, maybe you'd give them a chance. But then, after a while, you know what I mean?
The way they portray themselves. Whereas with a movie director or an actor, the actual quality of their person does not matter in terms of the quality of the art. I think Cody Ko is a great example, by the way. When Cody Ko got done for his whole thing with Tana Mojo, a lot of people retroactively went back on his content and started to say, he was never really that funny anyway. In my opinion, I think that it's a bit of a smokescreen. I think that before that whole thing went down, people found him hilarious. And then when the Tana Mojo thing happened, people didn't like Cody Ko anymore. And I think the reason that people stopped enjoying the content that he was producing before the whole situation went public is because they didn't realize the only reason that they liked liked his content and found him funny is because they liked Cody Ko as
Exactly. It was, somebody in chat said it's like the Try Guys. Like, he cheated. He had to get fired from the brand because it doesn't make sense to have that brand. He also had an affair with an employee of the company, which is a bigger issue, right? He's in a position of power. Just legally, it was a mess. And it's very frustrating. It's like, how could you do this? Like, this was your reputation. This was a part of the brand. You not only hurt your wife and your kids, but you hurt us as a team. You hurt your whole company, right? So that was crazy, the Try Guys stuff. And then I think with Cody Ko, the reason I liked watching Cody Ko's content is I felt like he was one of the good ones. What a mistake. I loved Cody Ko content, but I stopped watching it after the Tana stuff because I was like, you're not one of the good ones. I thought you were one of the good ones, and you're not. And he benefited. Like, the only reason I kept watching Cody was like, yeah. So, yeah, what are you going to do?
As an individual, and now that they don't like Cody Ko, there is no enjoyment to be found in his videos anymore. With Hansum Fella, even though he didn't do anything nearly as bad as what Cody Ko did, I personally believe that his personality and his brand and the reason that people watch him is more to do with him being liked as a person, right? It's all very ironic. A lot of his brand, a lot of his humor, a lot of the stuff he talks about is sort of built upon him being like an ironic fuckboy.
Oh, wait, chat says Noel Miller chat rise. Nope, Noel's out too because Noel's still in business with Cody. Like, I'm looking at Noel suspiciously too. Because I get it, but also reminder that Cody's still in business with TMG. He's just taking a background approach. So Noel's in charge of TMG, but it's not like Cody's not a part of the company, right? And let's not forget that Cody, one of the groomsmen or best man at his wedding, is also a person who was accused of rape. So, you know what I mean? So I don't like any of these people.
His name is Hansum Fella, for God's sake. So now whenever he makes those jokes about being a boyfriend or being a cool bloke or just a nice individual fuckboy sort of guy anyway, I'm not sure exactly how to phrase it. All I'm trying to say here exactly is that his brand of humor is going to be a lot less effective and a lot less likable now that the truth has come out about his actual quality as a partner or even just as a man. Me personally, I don't exactly see it that way. I think if you're a fan of Hansum Fella, that shouldn't really change, right? You can batter in, watch his videos, it don't really matter too much. It's none of our business who was cheating on who and what his interpersonal relationships are, whether it be him or Hailey Sharp. I think the most you can hope for as an uninvolved bystander is that they sort it out between themselves, and any more involvement or any more care from someone who is completely not involved in this situation and doesn't know any of them personally, I think would be a little bit parasocial and weird. I can definitely see why people care though. Like, I'm making a whole video on it because of just how much stuff has come out, and again, we've not even covered the phone call yet. But I think I personally would have just done everything in my power to try and sort it out personally with the person that I just cheated on, and if they refuse to give me any closure or speak to me or just don't accept my apology, that's fine because they don't owe me that, right?
Hold on. You guys are saying I thought Cody left TMG or whatever? But, like, this is what I'm... Oh, hold on here. Dox myself here. Wait, oh my god. I don't... Hold on. Reddit's showing all of my emails for some reason. Okay. Is it gone? Yeah. Okay. So, as we enter into this next phase of the studio, we want to let you know Cody will not be involved in the day-to-day operations at TMG Studios, which has transpired over the past few weeks as a personal issue for him. Now, Cody wants to remove any effect this is having on your personal or professional and personal lives and the work you and our other hosts have done to make TNG Studios successful. Noel will continue to lead the team. His top priority remains the life and growth of the studio and its talent. Our audiences see your hard work every week, and we want to continue. They deserve it, and so do you. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, Cody Ko will not be involved in the day-to-day operations. Does not mean he stepped down. You know, that does not mean he's leaving the company. It means they're saving face as a company and saying Cody's not here anymore, so he's not a problem. But Cody definitely there. He definitely making money, you know? And Cody's back, by the way. Like, Cody came back on his Cody Trains videos and barely even, like, referenced the issue, right? And so, like, it's just, like, you'd think someone's a good one, but they're not. That's not what I want. Look, all humans are doing their best, but it's just not good enough for me. I'm sorry. And I can't look at Kelsey the same. Like, I don't look at any of them the same. I'm like, no, you know, no. Like, I can't look at any of them the same. But hey, humans are going to human. I hope everybody gets the proper care they need. But, yeah.
cheated on them, they can treat me however the fuck they want, within reason, obviously. If I manage to come to some sort of agreement or end it on good terms with them somehow, then maybe I'd put a story up on Instagram or a wee twit longer, a bit of text, not a video or a live stream saying, hey guys, about the allegations recently, it's all true, I sorted it out with them personally, hopefully this doesn't affect how you guys see me or whatever, but content as usual continuing soon. If I don't manage to sort it out with them, I think I would genuinely just ignore it and wait for it to die down, because there's nothing much else you can do. Now that's the conclusion that I've come to, sat here for about 30 seconds just thinking what I would do. I have no idea if my opinion will change in like an hour from now, or if I'm thinking straight, or if I sound like a complete bumbling buffoon as of right now. So again, you guys can truly tell me in the comments, because I'm really interested to see what you have to say.
And I have a problem with lying in the short term. Like,
I've got me a problem, I lie.
it's a problem I've recognized about myself. Like lying in the short term to protect myself. So basically like just telling her what I thought she wanted to hear. You know, that I was ready for this, and I feel like deep down I was not fully over the past one, and that's not cool to do. You know, you can't play with someone's emotions like that, and clearly I have a lot of work to do in that department. And I also want to, but I'm not trying to provide justification for what I did, and we'll get to that in a second. But I do feel really guilty. But I thought...
Well, I mean, like, guilty you were caught, you know what I'm saying? Guilty she put up the video, because, like, you asked her to take the video down so so it wouldn't blow up, you know, because it was going to ruin your career. You think one of the good ones says, take this video down, it's going to ruin my career? You know what I'm saying? Like, so for the guy we're watching, Dinky, he said, I don't think this should be the reason you don't watch him anymore, that he cheated. Yeah, but maybe you don't want to watch him anymore because he cried like a little bitch to his ex-girlfriend who he cheated on and said, please don't post that video. You're going to ruin my career. Please don't post that video. Like, excuse me? Excuse me.
It was a step in the right direction to move forward. And, you know, she's great, and I enjoyed our time together. But I did come to the decision that we should break up, and I should have conveyed that earlier. But before the breakup, and this is where the lack of loyalty and not being faithful comes into play. I got really drunk around my birthday and messaged someone on...
I got really toasted. I couldn't help it. I was fucking on the toast, you know, beans and rice toast. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what joke I'm going for. But you know what I mean? Like, I was drunk. Oh, you were drunk. That is okay. It's okay then. We get it. You were drunk. Girl.
Instagram. I had a Instagram back and forth, and the drunk aspect is, again, no justification. And like she said in the video, that person was 19, and that makes me feel filthy and disgusting and awful. But
I'm so gross. I'm such a dirty boy. She was 19. Oh, I feel so gross about it. He doesn't feel gross about it. How old is he? I'll Google.
But, you know, again, I'm not here to explain that away, right? That's where I'm just laying it all out. And
I guess he's 24 according to a very quick Google search.
I want to make it clear that the alcohol was not the problem. Like, I have an alcohol problem that I've been working through. And
wait, you guys are saying 25, 27, 34. Please be serious, guys. What are we all getting? Are we missing? Are we all getting different ages from the internet?
I just want to make it clear that that is not the issue. Alcohol was involved, but clearly I, myself, am the problem. And I have a lot of stuff to work through. And yeah,
what are we going to do without all the men? We need good, strong men. This is why women need to stop tearing down good men. Maybe if she was nicer to him. Maybe if she took shots along with him. Maybe if she put out more. Maybe if she bent over faster. Maybe if she kept lube by the bed. He wouldn't have done this. We have to protect these young men. These young men who are suffering under the weight of matriarchal societies. These Machiavellian mothers. What are we going to do without men?
just got a lot of self-reflection to do. And this is like telling of my character, very telling of my character. So I understand the reception But ultimately I was inconsiderate and selfish when it came to Hailey, and not faithful and bad to her. And yeah, there's, whether it's on the internet or not, I feel deep remorse. But all I can do is just try and be a better person, you know? That's really all I can do. I'm not really sure what the game plan is.
It seems very personal, it seems very honest, but then you start to think about it, it's like, how honest are you really being? It's all well and good saying that you feel deep remorse and you're going to try your best to not let it happen again, but as we come to find out, this bloke is a serial cheater. He's cheated on, like, every partner that he's had publicly that we know of. We'll talk more about that later, but this is not the first time that he's been accused or even—
Oh, you know what I learned? This is going to sound really bad, but I really, this is the rock and the hard place I've been in my life. And you guys saw it happen with Debate Bro, where people serial cheat, they talk about it, you call them out, you mentioned, like, don't take, remember when I said don't take relationship advice from him and he was so mad because he thought I was coming for his bag? You're a serial cheater. When their victims beg you, like, please, like, we're working on it, you know, I just really want to see this through, I want us to see if we can work it out, you kind of feel bad. And then I realized, like, when do you let the victims dictate how you come at somebody? Because I definitely know some stuff about some people, but the victims have, like, please don't talk about it because they're going to get harassed, which is true. Because then the victims are going to get harassed. And this is what I hate, is, like, I can't even out people because, like, I know they're going to send their people after people, right? And this is why I'm so frustrated, I think, on the behalf of victims and people who feel like they can't come out with their stories because no one will believe them. It's like, even with the evidence, oh, just wait until you see Monday's podcast, bro. Just wait until you see Monday's podcast and tell me there's not some fuckery happening and these little boy bubbles, bro. Oh, the boy bubbles are about to get smeared this week's podcast, bro. So it's like this kind of stuff where, you know, my heart goes out to the victims, but we have to put things in place for the victims to be able to tell these stories without them getting harassed. But right now, it's very risky for them. It's very risky.
Even outed as a cheater, and that's putting it lightly, truly. So it's like, do you feel this deep remorse every time you do it, or are you just saying what you think your audience wants you to hear? But that can't be right, because apparently you don't give a shit about public perception. But you not giving a shit about public perception was proven wrong when you called Hailey sharp for 5 minutes and begged her to take her videos down. So what exactly else were you lying about in this video? In my opinion, this stream was a very poorly made impulse decision where he tries to convince his audience that he is a good individual and that he's working on himself and that he feels really, really bad. I'll be honest with you, I just don't think that this is how it seems at all. But I'm no detective for figuring that out. Like, it'll become very obvious very soon when we look at the phone call.
That's really all I can do. I'm not really sure what the game plan is content-wise. I don't know. I'm going to be back to the stream grind, but clearly I need to take some time off the internet, right? Like, I need to assess myself and my problems. But yeah, I mean, I guess that'll be it.
I don't see why he couldn't just go back to streaming and making content as usual. I think this would be a very different sort of situation if it was like a Try Guys kind of thing, because he was someone who got cancelled for cheating on his wife as well. Not only that, but with an employee of the company. I think his name was Ned. I can't remember exactly, but I know he was one of the Try Guys. But that's different, because his whole thing, his whole brand, every joke he made was how much he loves his wife, essentially. So with him, cheating on your wife is genuinely a career-ending move, because your whole personality was how much you loved your wife. This guy streams video games, from what I can tell. He streams video games and he makes Omegle YouTube videos and stuff like that. Like, he's a very standard sort of YouTuber. If he got outed for something else, you know, something a bit more heinous, I'm sure we're all thinking of some things that are a lot worse than cheating that a lot of YouTubers have been outed for, and I think you'd have a lot more reason to be scared about where your career is going. But even then, there are so many YouTubers who have done things way worse than this and still have massively successful careers.
True.
And although this response is not the worst thing in the world, and if this is all it was, if this was where the story ended, there wouldn't be anything to talk about, right? It would be fine, his career would be fine, maybe a little bit of a blip, but in about a year or so, no one would even remember this happened. I'm sure there are a certain subgroup of people who would not watch his content anymore because they don't want to support someone who is willing to cheat on a partner of theirs, and that is absolutely fine, right? If you think that, that's your prerogative, and I respect that, right? If you don't want to watch someone who does that shit, that's fine. I get it, right? I really do understand it, because it's a fucking horrible thing to do to somebody. But I think it's pretty safe to say that, widely speaking, the majority of people, and definitely the majority of his audience, would be fine with it. Or maybe not fine with it, but they'd be willing to look past it because they enjoy the content and they enjoy him and they find him to be funny. And that's fine. I don't think that he deserves to have his career ended because of this. I just think that he's an absolutely terrible boyfriend. He would be a fool to get into another relationship, and you would be a fool to get into a relationship relationship with him. That's not me.
Oh, somebody's definitely gonna date this boy in like 6 months.
Blaming Hailey Sharp, by the way, because the extent of his serial cheating habits were not clear until right now. So from now, you'd be a fool to get into a relationship with him soon. Anyway, guys, it's time for the moment that we've all been waiting for. Handsome fella begs strongest woman in the world to take down the video exposing him for cheating. Emotional. Now, I have some opinions about this phone call becoming public anyway, but I will say the caption's funny. I think the strongest woman in the world thing is genuinely a pretty funny bit. I'll give her that. And I do think she has the right to go public about Tyler cheating on her and everything of that sort. But this potentially could be a step too far in my opinion, but we'll talk more about that later. Let me actually watch the video first. Because, oh man, is this a real bloody doozy? It's pretty embarrassing to say the least.
It will be like a huge thing that I'm gonna have, like my career, my job, like I don't have a job now, like I'm gonna get pushed off of the internet, and like it'll just be this whole thing, and it's gonna snowball, and like last time it just became, you know, like now.
The last time you cheated?
I explained that situation.
Is there an explanation for the situation?
Now that situation will be talked about in this video right after this one, so don't you worry your little bottoms about that one. But one thing that I do need to state here is that it's very obvious right off the bat that Handsome Fella does not feel the deep remorse that he is claiming to have felt in his response video. That was all said purely because he knows that's what his audience wants to hear from him. He's gone through cheating scandals before. He's a fucking pro at handling them. He just didn't expect this to go public, and that was his fatal error, I guess. Now the reason I say he doesn't actually feel any remorse because of the situation is that the first thing he's talking about with all this emotion in his voice isn't, you know what, I'm really sorry for cheating, Hailey. I understand that I put you through a lot and it was fucking horrible of me to do. I know it was only a month-long relationship, but that doesn't fucking excuse it at all. It was horrible of me, and I'm genuinely apologetic, and I hope I can make this right someday or whatever. It was nothing like that. The first thing he talks about, the thing that he is concerned about, is not the feelings of the person that he has cheated on, but it's his career. It's how this affects him. How does it negatively affect his finances, his mental state, his emotional well-being? There is no semblance of care for the person that he has just cheated on, and that is pretty fucking scummy. Like, that goes to show a level of two-facedness and fakeness that I don't really appreciate, to be honest with you. And as much as I'm criticizing him for the way that he's handling this phone call, I understand that I said I would also try to, you know, handle it and figure it out with the person that I cheated on if I were to be in a situation like this, which I never will be. Well, who knows how this YouTube thing will infect my mind in a couple of years or so, but
yeah, the obnoxiousness of the handsome guy, whatever, Tyler, whatever his name is, to sit here. So he has like 500,000 followers on Twitch. He's got like 500,000 followers on Instagram. And on YouTube, I think it's a little bit less. He's less of a YouTuber and more of a streamer. And like, he's acting like this is gonna ruin his time. I'm gonna have to leave the internet. Okay, I don't know like why you think that's true, but also if you feel that way, maybe you should leave the internet. And if you don't think you should leave the internet for cheating, then it's fine. You'll have an audience. Boys probably watch you. Kids probably watch you if he's doing Minecraft videos. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like, unless his audience is girls, which would be very interesting. Pretty doubtful. I don't know. It's just the audacity to think of his career first is the point. Like, you're not feeling guilty. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what holding yourself accountable is. And so it's just like very annoying.
Hopefully I'm never in a situation like this, but I think the option of calling Hailey and figuring out with her is, in essence, a good idea. And if this phone call was made public the way that it has been made public, but instead of this, Tyler was saying all the right things, the things that he should be saying, the things that you would hope or expect somebody who is genuinely a good person who fucked up, made a mistake, to say to someone that they cheated on with, like, you know, I'm sorry, I feel bad, blah, 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 whatever shit you might expect them to say, if that's what was made public, it would have gone very well for him, in my opinion. People would have seen it as somebody who is, in essence, a good individual, a good person with a good heart, who just made a lot of mistakes and has a lot of problems. Like, everyone has problems. Not only would people have seen it that way, but if he had acted that way, he would have actually been that person, because he didn't know that the phone call was being recorded. If he was acting in some...
Well, okay, hold, what is this? Hold on, this is his Twitch channel. Twitch's heartthrob, handsome fella. Ew. What is that? Like, Twitch's heartthrob. Girl, sit down, girl. Made 18 days ago. Okay, so boy is struggling, but 400,000 followers is like pretty good. You know what I mean? He's not a small content creator, but to call yourself a heartthrob is, I'm dead.
Such a manner, behind everyone's back, doing the right thing when no one was watching, it could have been great for him. But this is just classic scumbag influencer shit. Saying one thing on camera and then acting like a complete dickhead off camera. And the worst part is he probably doesn't even realize how much of a knob he's being on this phone call.
If you guys are saying his audience is mostly women, then cheating on his girlfriend could be like a change in career status, but there will be, if if he just converts those girls into boys, he'll be fine. Not that I think he should. You know what I mean? Not that I think he should. But to call yourself a heartthrob is like so cringe. I mean, that's why I want, that's what I wanted to show you. But this idea of like his girls are in the audience and so he's worried about his career. Well, then like get a boy audience. But even so, like you should feel bad.
Well, he probably thinks, yeah, this is the right thing to do. Hailey's being an arsehole by not doing this for me and keeping it all public. It's like, mate, you've not shown any remorse at all to her privately.
Unless he has Justin Bieber fans, and in that case, they're going to make excuses for his cheating and blame Hailey Baldwin.
You've only done it in front of your audience, so you're not exactly giving her a reason to feel bad or want to take the videos down.
The last time you cheated?
That was not, that I explained that situation.
Is there an explanation for the situation?
The explanation is that I was not faithful and I did wrong. That's the explanation for that. I mean, there's no explaining away this one. This one was a true
what?
Act of being unfaithful. And you didn't deserve me to do that. I'm sorry. But please, it's already out there now, and it's gonna get.
It's cringe. It looks really bad. Like, this is fucking embarrassing, genuinely. Like, you can tell the pain in his voice, how much he really doesn't want to apologize. He doesn't even really apologize, but that is the closest thing we get in this video of him apologizing to her for actually cheating on her. And this is him when he believes that his career is on the line. Who knows how he acts when he's just, a regular person in a regular relationship with nothing on the line. If he didn't believe that his potential financial situation could be changed by this controversy, he probably wouldn't have even bothered talking to her or trying to sort it out at all. But the fact that he just so briefly goes, yeah, look, like a child as well, like just sort of turning away. If he was in the room, he wouldn't make eye contact. He would go like, yeah, look, like, sorry or whatever, but I shouldn't have done that. But the videos are out there. Can you please?
But please, it's already out there now, and it's gonna get like bigger and bigger. Like, I'm begging you to just take the tweets and the TikTok, like, just clean break. Please.
I'm just struggling to have sympathy right now because you did text a girl while I was at your house for your birthday. So it just kind of, to me, I just don't care. To be honest, that's just a little ridiculous. And if I'm getting cheated on, I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah. It's just a little insane,
Please take the video. It's gonna ruin me. I'm begging you. I know you have no sympathy for this, and I know that's awful. I know. I completely know. I'm begging you.
Listen, Melania, when I asked that prostitute to pee on me, I was thinking about you. I wanted you to do it, but you wouldn't do it, Melania. So I had to pay another lady who remained nameless, I don't even remember her name, to do it. Maybe Elon will do it next. Who knows? I do love gold. And showers. Yo, this is the most exhausting human. I'm begging you. Yo, the begging, bro. The begging.
I'm begging you, please.
I beg you to stop talking.
Please take it down, because this is gonna get huge, and it's gonna be irrecoverable.
Yeah, exactly. Chat says this is what men think is women not caring about their problems. This is exactly it. Men will be like, I'm vulnerable with you, I'm sharing my feelings with you, and you don't even care. Bro, you're crying because you cheated. Go cry to your mom, bro. Go cry to your therapist.
The irony of this all is that the only reason this situation could potentially be irrecoverable, but knowing the internet, it's not even irrecoverable now, but the only reason it's as bad as it is getting, or will get, is because you made this fucking phone call and acted like such a doofus. I've never used the word doofus in my life, but it's such an accurate representation of this guy. That word's brilliant to describe Tyler. Let's just be honest here. It don't matter if you're a fan of him or hate him or whatever, we can all agree that this is just pathetic. And with all that being said, I don't necessarily think it was the right thing for Hailey to publicize a phone call that he didn't know was being recorded. Like, he didn't give his consent for this to be recorded. He definitely did not know it was being recorded. He would have acted...
Yeah, I don't know the timeline in which he posted the video or if it was necessary, but I can't fault people for outing a public figure as being a cheater as a way to also warn other people. Because, and again, you could warn as many people as you want. They're going to do what they're going to do. But at least it's out there now, which I think is like really important. And I don't think it's wrong of her. Of course, assuming she was in a state where she could record him without his consent, I think that's important to protect yourself legally, or at least to have it for your own privacy. But yeah, I think it's important to tell people that a public figure is a consent violator. In this sense, especially if you have a video of him admitting it, right? Like, he's literally admitting it. If you have DMs of them admitting to the crime, the moral crime in this instance, then I think it's within reason to want to protect other people in the community.
Very differently if he did, I'm sure, but Hailey obviously does know that it's being recorded. I don't know if I'm too opposed to it being released. Like, it's not like a big thing, like, oh, I can't believe you released this video. Once again, it's something that I personally wouldn't have done because I think that it is just a little bit sleazy. Like, it just wouldn't sit right with me, even if I was cheated on and they were an influencer and had a career or whatever. God.
It's because Denki, is that his name? He's downplaying the cheating in his head. He thinks it's not that big of a deal. He went hard against cheaters in the beginning of this video, but he keeps allowing it to be casual in his head. Like, oh, it's kind of sleazy of this girl to mention it because it was just cheating, you know? But, like, that's the problem. If he beat her, right? But that's the thing. If he stole, what if he stole, like, $100,000 from her? It's just money, you know? This is a values difference. For me, I can't downplay the cheating enough, especially with him begging the way he is on the phone call. That implies to me that not only is this a pattern, but other people deserve to be warned. You know, not that trust me, another girl will date this loser. And she'll be like, she just didn't love him the way I would love him. And I loved him great. Like, now he doesn't cheat on me, blah, 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 blah. But just putting it out there is so important, right? There are definitely content creators that, like, I didn't even start watching because of, what was that guy's name? Who was found out to be watching the Pokemon and Cinderella, deep AI porn, whatever. He was part of their friend group. And I was like, I did, what's that guy? Ace something. I don't watch him anytime he, like, I don't, nah, bro. Like, first of all, I can't believe you were dumb enough to go live with tabs open. That was the stupidest part of your whole thing. I can't trust somebody that stupid. You know what I mean? But that guy, like, crying and being like, I didn't mean to. Bro, why are you even Googling it? Like, why are you even Googling that shit? This is what I mean. I do not Google celebrity leaks. I do not Google people's pictures taken unconsensually. That is, like, one thing I will pride myself in. Never looked up no pictures of nobody. Because I don't want to know. If it wasn't their in intention, if they didn't do it themselves, I don't want to see it, bro. Super fucking weird. You know what I mean? So for people just to casually be like, oh, someone's nude got leaked, I'm going to go look at it. Yo, you're not supposed to be looking at people's nudes, bro. They didn't leak it.
I would just feel awful putting something like this out there. However, I understand it and I do not hold it against her because she's probably thinking, this fucking bloke is calling me, begging me to take the video down, showing no remorse, acting completely differently from the way that he was acting on stream. People think that he's remorseful or whatever, people think he's changing, but he's calling me and not apologizing at all and basically telling me to fuck off.
Atrioc, the streamer Atrioc, I just Googled it. Sorry, this picture's so funny. This guy. Yeah, this video was pathetic. But yeah, nah, I could not, you know? You better own that you're the creepy friend that looks at everybody's deepfakes instead of acting like you're so fucking innocent. You know what I mean? Like, if he had come out and said, like, yeah, I'm the pervert friend that looks at everyone's, like, deepfakes, then his friends have to consent to that friendship. But it was the idea that, like, you've got a friend in the group. You've got cutie Cinderella crying, feeling really violated by these videos. And you take a video that your friend feels completely violated by and then watch it. And then stupid enough to stream with the tab open. Useless, you know? Go to therapy. Useless.
Forget this ever happened. So I can totally understand the series of mental decisions that come to the conclusion of, I do not want people to support him and think that he is something that he is not when he has wronged me this much. I get it. It's a classic case of, I understand it, I just don't agree with it. And I hope that's something that you can respect if you disagree with me, right? Because if you think that this was the right thing to do, or the justified thing to do, that's totally fine. Like, I don't think you're an immoral person, or I wouldn't think any less of you for thinking that. I wouldn't think any less of anybody for thinking that this is a fine thing to do. Because I do get it. And hey, maybe if I was in this situation, I'd do the same thing. I'm just speaking strictly in terms of what I think I would do, which you never really know.
Please, I'm begging you. I'm willing to do anything. Like, I will. You're not asking for money, obviously. I don't want to bribe.
So you want to bribe me into taking a video down when you cheated on me when I was at your house for your birthday at 1:45 a.m.
I'm being desperate right now, but I am.
I'm hearing that.
I'm begging you, please. I'm begging you. I'm willing to do anything. This is going to be, like, irrecoverable.
I'm willing to do anything. Obviously, you're not asking for money. And she says, so you want to bribe me.
It's going to do irreparable damage, and I was awful, and that was an awful thing to do. And
it's just a little crazy that you cheated on me and your first response is to beg for me to take a video down instead of feeling bad for what you did and fessing up to it. So for that, I have no sympathy for anything that happens to you because I was literally nothing but good to you.
Yeah, bang on. That's exactly what I've been saying. That's exactly what I've been thinking. And she hit the fucking nail on the head there. And it's a very obvious nail to hit as well. Like, you can't fucking miss it. It's the biggest nail ever with the tiniest hammer ever. You could chuck a hammer 100 meters and probably still hit the nail. That's how fucking big and obvious it is. And the fact that you haven't apologized to her yet unprompted, now it won't be the same. Now that she's told you that the reason she has a problem with you is because you show no remorse, if you show remorse now, it's too late. You know, we've already seen your true colors. We know how you act when not prompted to do the right thing. And now, if you apologized, if you show remorse privately, it just won't hit the same because you've been told that that's the reason that there's no sympathy here. And I get it. Like, I would not have sympathy for this person if they cheated on me like this and didn't show any fucking remorse for it. Even if it was only a month and a half. Because to text someone, to cheat on someone whilst they are in your house on a birthday at 1:45 a.m. whilst they're fucking next to you, it's like, man, you need to get a grip, lad. And just watching the way he's begging and squirming and fucking... A lot of people have taken satisfaction in this. I don't personally feel that way. I can definitely see why people would feel that way because it's almost cathartic, especially if you've been cheated on yourself. Watching something like this must be really almost validating in a way. But me personally, I just feel like dirty. It just feels weird to see an adult man, a fully grown man, acting this pathetic, this embarrassingly online, begging for something. Oh man.
I'm sorry, did we not see the Diddy tapes? Do you remember how Diddy came out in his little cabana behind him and he's like, I've really been thinking about things. God's with me. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. You go, I was in a dark place. I did some really bad things, you know. I shouldn't have done it, you know. You got like a... It's crazy. Oh my God. Like, these men, bro. These men. And the women who defend them. And the non-binaries who honestly mind their business. Shout out to the NBs, bro. But you know what I mean? Crazy.
And it just really rubs me the wrong way. This is quite possibly the least manly thing that I've seen all year, which if you've been following this channel, is really saying something.
Honestly, it's something that I should have seen coming from the way that your internet persona is and the way that this has happened before.
Oh.
So the fact that you call because you're worried about your reputation and not worried about the fact that this is really weird, something I never would have thought would happen to someone like me. Especially with a random girl who DM'd you on Instagram, it's crazy. Crazy.
Correct.
I know.
You're right.
I know.
If the next words out of this man's mouth aren't, I'm sorry, I'm going to fucking break something.
I am begging you.
Oh my God, this fucking guy, man. You need everything. You need a therapist, you need a PR manager, you need a chef at this point. Fuck it, why not? You need all the help you can get because you are mentally disturbed. Not just to an extent of you cannot morally decide to be a good individual here. You're not even capable of being a good person and say...
Yeah, you go in on him, girl. Just as NBs can still do wrong, think of Kai and Onision's dynamic. Okay, just for the record, I was making a joke because the binaries that men and women are always fucked up. And then the joke is NBs are not involved in that, so they're different. They're minding their own. It was a joke. I was joking. NBs are people. They can fuck up too. I just thought it was being fun.
Saying what you should be saying for moral reasons, first of all, but secondly, you're not even clever enough to say sorry because you know, even if you're faking it, that it would be the best move here, visually, business-wise, financially. If you want to save your fucking career, if you think your career is on the line here, saying sorry is the best thing to do. It's very obvious that Hailey does not give a fuck. She is not sympathetic at all. You've begged enough. Begging more is not going to change fucking anything. Be a man and apologize, for fuck's sake. I didn't expect to get this heated over this video because when I sort of looked at the brief, looked at all the notes I made, my prediction, my hypothesis, shall we say, was these are two people who have handled this very childishly. He's obviously more in the wrong than she is, but she could have handled it a bit better as well. But now actually watching it, as much as I personally wouldn't have made a phone call like this public, it's like, fuck, man. The way that he's acting is, it's just so pathetic. It's so pathetic.
I am so remorseful, but I also...
I'm so remorseful, but the first thing I have to say is I want it down because I care about my reputation and not about how you feel about this. No, I hear that. I hear that. I hear it and I understand.
I absolutely care about how you feel. I do. And that was...
So if you cared about how I felt, why would you be DMing a random person while I was at your house for your birthday?
Ugh.
And you know what? And some of the messages were deleted. So the fact that there's probably more that went on while I was there hanging out with you is crazy.
You're right. That is crazy. And that's horrible. And that is a horrible thing for me to do. I do care about you, and I have been having this guilt eat away at me. I just now was hanging out with Ray, and I saw that video, and that was my immediate gut response. I just went, please, Hailey, please.
It's crazy. you saying that?
I'm begging you.
I don't owe you anything.
No, of course not. Of course not. Of course you don't owe me anything. I'm just asking from person to person and another. You know how it is.
No.
And I know you have no. I'm not even deserving of you removing this. I'm begging you, please, because I am not going to be able to continue to do what I do at all. I won't be able to.
Oh my God.
I took such a financial hit on that video from like a year and a half ago that's still even affecting me now.
See, and this is the thing. It's always like every conversation with you, it is all about you.
I'm curious if the financial hit that he's talking about from the situation a year and a half ago, which we'll talk about very soon, came from the public perception of him changing or his content changing and the way that he recorded his videos changing, possibly for the worse because he's now paranoid about what he can say and what jokes he can make. Like either his content became worse or people genuinely turned against him. I don't know. But either way, I find it pretty difficult to believe that that alone caused a significant financial detriment to him, especially because looking back on that controversy, it seems as though it was swept under the rug, cleared up between both of them, and handled pretty well, I think. Certainly a lot better than how this one's being handled, that's for sure. Okay, so before we move on to the previous accusation of cheating, because it is important in this storyline, it's important to get a read on what exactly this person has been doing and how authentic they are actually being, because the way that people will see this last case of cheating will definitely change now that this one has come out. But before that, we'll have a look at streamer Joe Bartolozzi's response to this whole thing, because this is somebody that Hansum fella collabed with a lot, like it was almost a partner of his. Partner is overdoing it, but they collaborated frequently, they're sort of associated with each other. It's a sort of thing where when this whole thing went down, his chat was basically flooded with, oh my God, your mate fucking Hansum fella got done, what do you think of it? So we'll hear his response, and then we'll move on to the cheating allegations from a couple years back.
Shit, what happened with him? I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. He was dating this girl on TikTok named Hailey for like a month or two, and he ended up like cheating on her or something, and now it's becoming a whole thing. She's rightfully mad. People want to hear my take about it. She's rightfully mad. She's rightfully, able to post that. I think her posting their private phone call between one another is over the top. To a degree, just because that's, he didn't know that he was being recorded.
Interesting. What do we think about this pattern we're seeing? About the boys saying that it's over the top? Even though what it really shows is that it's true, that she wasn't crazy, that she's telling the truth, that he admitted it, that he's as pathetic as she says he is, that he's not really remorseful. It's interesting that they don't see him as being a liar, being outed. They see it as like her going too far. Because really, this is for the boys too. Like the boys who collab with him and trust him, now they know he's a liar. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Another red flag to look for in conversations. Because I'm not going to say it's over the top or not over the top. It's within her right to tell her story, her lived experience, especially since she has the best receipts possible. His verbal confession. So I don't know. I can't even, how is it over the top? It's just true. It's her story, Crazy.
Regardless, she's still rightfully mad because, that's fucked that she got cheated on. Do I think Hansum's a bad guy? No. Right? Do I think that
I don't think he's a bad guy. Even though there's video recording, even though it's out there, even though he did it multiple times, what does it mean to be a bad guy? I think, maybe he's a good guy who did a bad thing, but right now, because he's in the middle of doing the bad thing, until he does better, he's still going to be in the bad thing. So you know how I always say life is moments of time? Well, right now, he's in a moment of time where he's done a bad thing. So your goodness doesn't matter because you're in the cycle of bad right now. So you have to wait till you get out of it for us to consider you in the good again. So you might be a good person, but in this moment, you are not the good guy. You are the bad guy. So we'll talk to you again when you stop being the bad guy. If that even happens. Because right now it's not. So, if he saw the video, which he says he did, and this guy is begging for her to take it down because his money, because his career, his reputation, then yeah, I don't know what more he has to do to be considered a bad person in this moment. Right?
Made a fucking mistake and was a bad boyfriend? Yes. Right? Like it's kind of hard for me to share my opinion because I'm not, right, a woman in that relationship that feels that way.
So far, I think this is a pretty reasonable take from this fella here. I don't massively disagree with anything he said. I think at the very most, it would be...
Ugh, boys are so young and, silly. Like, imagine it happened to you, and imagine a girl did something similar to you or whatever gender you date, and, would it be good? Would you just be like, oh, okay, get it, bro, cash? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what they're looking for, but it is interesting. Yeah, how they're like, it's really bad. I can't believe he did that. He's a scumbag. But also, I feel like it's not that big of a deal. It's like, okay, well,
Be appropriate to say that Tyler, Ian, handsome fellow, whatever the fuck you want to call him, is selfish. I don't think it's fair to judge or come to a conclusion about the entire quality of his entire character based purely on this situation or as his habits as a cheater, but it is definitely fair to call him a selfish individual, one that I probably wouldn't want to be friends with, and one that a lot of you probably wouldn't want to be friends with either, because that level...
Interesting. I think logically, I don't think it necessarily tells us everything about his character as a whole, but it tells us about the whole of his character in this moment. And the whole of his character in this moment is very, very bad. So yeah, once he's out of this moment, we can reassess. But while he's in this moment cheating, multiples, and begging her on the phone not to tell anybody, I'm judging the whole of his character because that's what's shining through right now.
Level of selfishness can get really fucking tiresome. It does not mean that he's the fucking scum of the earth or a horrible person, but at the same time, it's pretty difficult to call him a good or morally virtuous or great person, you know what I mean? Now, I understand that judging the quality of someone's person, like, oh, they are 50% a good person, 60%, maybe like 64.72% is mental illness. That is not a habit that we should be getting into right here.
Excuse me, I love percentages. Let's repeat that.
But at the same time, it's pretty difficult to call him a good or morally virtuous or great person, you know what I mean? Now, I understand that judging the quality of someone's person, like, oh, they are 50% a good person, 60%, maybe like 64.72% is mental illness. That is not a habit that we should be getting into right here. So we'll focus on the facts. And the facts are that,
I like a percentage.
based on everything we've seen, Tyler is a fucking dogshit boyfriend and a very selfish individual. Someone who needs a lot of work done on themselves, someone who needs a lot of therapy, and someone who definitely needs a PR manager.
Interesting. Is this Gen Z boys? Is this the bubble I'm in right now? Because I don't know this kid. Is this the Gen Z boys who are kind of woke enough to say go to therapy, but not like educated enough to not make excuses for the cheating? Is that what I'm witnessing? I feel like that's what's happening right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he's saying a lot of the right things, but then he fucks it up by saying the wrong things. And I'm like, what are you doing? It's like he's like the centrist of woke. He's like half in. That's so interesting, huh?
Now, in terms of the whole recording the phone call thing, that's an opinion that I kind of shared with this bloke. I was like, I personally wouldn't have released it. I think recording it is fine, by the way. Like, recording the phone call so you can look back on it later is totally fine. It's the publishing it that I have a bit more of a problem with. Like, if you really want to go public with it, which, based on the way that he treated you on that phone call, I wouldn't blame you for going public with it, like, at all. But when I say go public with it, I mean detail the events of the phone call, tell people how it went down, and then maybe based on the events that precede, like if he comes out and lies about the events of the phone call, or basically tells people that you're lying in your video detailing the phone call, I think it'd be a lot more appropriate at that point to release the phone call. I was just
yeah. So get harassed, be called crazy, have your reputation ruined, make sure everyone thinks you're a batshit crazy cluster B woman, and then come out with the receipts. Because everybody knows that's how it works. Psychology 101. When newspapers print articles, people rarely take into consideration the corrections. So basically, she can either get ahead of it and post her receipts ahead of time and be the voice of the story, which I recommend, or she can wait till everyone accuses her of being a liar and then post her receipts, which nobody will care about because all they heard was that she's a liar. Yeah, I don't know about that because we know she's going to get harassed. I bet she's being harassed right now and she has the receipts, you know? So I think it's kind of, he's probably just a young person who's pretty naive about these things. But yeah, nah.
About to say that he probably would have ignored a TikTok of you talking about the phone call, but this guy clearly does not know when to ignore and when to not ignore. Like, he has no idea what he's doing here. He's very immature based on everything that we're seeing. Both Hailey and Tyler are both very unpredictable, and it's made the whole situation extremely messy. I came into this recording with the mindset of recording the call and publishing it was a bad move, but the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, oh man, I really do get it.
Like, I don't think Hansum...
Okay, look at him. Look at him coming to during the recording of his own video. We love to see it.
Fella is a bad dude. Do I think he's a bad boyfriend? In that situation, yes, right? But that's my take.
Not just in that situation. You're giving him too much credit there. He's a bad boyfriend. Man,
this guy give me whiplash. Danky's giving me whiplash. He's just like, you know, this woman's amazing. Shing, this woman moved too fast. This woman's making a good point. Shing, actually, he's not like the worst person. Shing, he's giving me whiplash, but I'm here for it. Okay.
dogshit boyfriend. He's a horrible boyfriend. One that he'd be a fool to get into a relationship and you'd be a fool to get with him. Like I said earlier, he's not a good boyfriend. It's not just that situation. He is a habitual bad boyfriend. But anyway, we'll move on to the previous allegation of cheating, because this was also viral, but not as big as this one, obviously, but it was pretty fucking big. It just didn't go on for as long and will have nowhere near of an effect that this one will. Here's the video of the initial allegation.
I found out that my boyfriend of 2 years has been making fake accounts to talk to other women and other creators and flirt with them and cheat on me. Yeah, I found the Snapchat last night. I just want you to know, yes, this was my boyfriend of 2 years, and that relationship has now come to an end since I found out. So, if you were a woman or a creator that he, handsome fella, has reached out to, please come forward and let me know, because I would really like to know, because he won't give me the closure that I need. So, thank you. Here's proof if you need it, and you can see all our other pictures at the bottom. Please let me know.
So, this is somebody else who handsome fella allegedly was cheating on. Now, he claims in a video that we'll watch in a couple seconds that this was an on and off relationship, so no technical cheating was happening or whatever. Either which way, this woman on this TikTok is claiming that he was not giving her the closure that she wanted, which is scummy, because if you are someone who is allegedly cheating on someone, even if it was on and off, the lines are blurry and it's very reasonable how someone can come to the conclusion that they have been cheated on, you should definitely do them the due diligence of giving them closure and talking to them about how they feel and maybe making sure everything's good, tying up any loose ends and what have you, right? You know what I mean here. And the fact that he hasn't done that further goes to show just how selfish he is, because as we can see from now, it's very obvious that he does not actually feel real remorse for the people that he cheats on, right? It's very much just I only care about this if it directly affects my business, my channel, how I'm seen by people, my reputation, right? And that's why he only decided to give this girl the closure that she wanted after this video was out and after it started going viral, because only then would it start to affect him financially and reputation-wise. And that is very, very easy and clear to see in hindsight, but maybe not so much at the time. Anyway, let's have a look at his response to what he said at the time that this went down.
There is this account, anonymous account on TikTok that uploaded a screen recording of a TikTok my ex-girlfriend posted in July of 2023. So I want to clarify this is not like a recent thing.
Oh, 2023 was recent, guys. This happened with DeBabro, where I saw YouTubers defending him, saying, guys, this was like a year ago. This was like old. This isn't recent. If it happened in 2021, it was recent. Okay? In the last 5 years is recent, to some extent, it's like mid-recent. Like, I'm open to saying yeah, I'm not too far away. Like 5 years is a really good span of time, but it's fairly recent. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to need, you know what I'm saying? Chat says, what does recency matter even? They're trying to say that you've grown and you've changed and that was many years ago and that you're far away from it. You know what I mean? So I get it. Like, COVID was 5 years ago. You guys see that trend that's happening on TikTok? It's like, wow, 5 years ago, COVID. Yeah, 5 years. That's, anything before 5 years feels a lot longer. I would say 8 years, 10 years. That's what I think. Oh, this was so long ago. This was 8 years ago. That's, in my head, that's a long time ago. 5 years is oh, that was a longish time ago, but kind of recent is how I think about it. Oh, that was kind of, it's a long time. It is a long time, 5 years, depending on, I think, what we're talking about. If we're talking about cheating, I don't know. If we're talking about mental health growth, I mean, yeah, I think it's been amazing that it's been 5 years since I've been borderline triggered, right? I love that. 5 years, girl, 2019. I fucking think that's awesome. But that's different. It's 5 years sober. Yeah, that's a long time. 5 years since I murdered someone. Is it that long ago? 5 years, you know what I'm saying? So for him to say this happened in 2023, you mean yesterday? That was less than 2 years ago. 2023? That's recent, but okay.
This was last year, more than a year ago. So July of 2023 was when this video was posted.
Okay, yeah, that is something important that I forgot to mention. The initial video by this woman was posted in July 2023, and then it was deleted 15 minutes afterwards because supposedly Handsome Fella went out, reached out to them, asked them to delete it, and they actually did because they're not Hailey shy. They clearly just handled this situation in a very different way, or maybe he genuinely gave a good explanation. Who knows? I wasn't there. I haven't seen any of the messages, so there would be no evidence in any assumption that I am about to make. But we can make educated assumptions, I think very educated assumptions based on what I'm about to show you. But yeah, this...
Oh, interesting. Chet says, okay, I just checked it out. Dinky's still friends with Alex, and when called out, he basically just curses people out and insults them. It's pretty wild. Well, we're going to take a break after this and then come back and watch the ImAllexx uploaded recent video. Let's see if he has a reason to still be friends with him. But that does not sound good because those Alex videos that originally came out were pretty bad, which I might have to pull up the Philip DeFranco video for us to watch them again just to get a refresher before we watch the perpetrator try to defend themselves. So we might have to need a refresher after that. Interesting. Okay, now thank you for telling me that this guy is in that bubble. So this guy was the editor for Alex, right? And he's still friends with him? Wait, no, chat says I thought he denied being associated with him whatsoever. Okay, we'll have to figure it out because I don't want to throw Denki under the bus for no reason. You know, I don't want to throw him under the bus for no reason. Let's finish out this video. We're almost done.
This whole thing started because someone screen recorded this initial TikTok that was up for about 15 minutes and reposted it a couple months later, starting this whole drama again, and on a way bigger scale than it was originally.
This is like an old thing. I've seen some stuff saying it's like recent. So that's the first thing. The second thing, she deleted that video after 15 minutes for good reason, because we were on and off a lot in that relationship, and there was kind of some miscommunication about where we were at in the relationship during that time period. So it was deleted for a reason. There are some things being thrown around online, like I was not making like secret accounts or something. That was like a creator account. And again, my point is this was settled between us a long time ago. This was like a very long time ago. So, you know, settled between us long time ago. And
Chad says, is there an allowance for your 20s being an expedited growth, because 20 to 23 is a big jump for growth? Yeah, like, look, young people make mistakes, old people make mistakes, everybody makes mistakes. There's always opportunity for growth, but how you handle it in the moment is how people have to react to you. So this is a pattern of his. He's now done this in recent time. He's done this to multiple women. He has a long form pattern in which he did not grow. So again, look, life is just moments of time. You're not a bad person forever, but if the moment lasts forever, then that is what it is, right? Every one of us has an ability to be a different version of ourselves, just given the timeline that we're in and where we are in our life. So if this guy was like, you know, he appropriately handled the situation, largely appropriately, subjective, okay, and then he was self-aware and didn't repeat the pattern, it'd be different, but he's repeating the pattern. You know, he's repeating the pattern, right? So I think there's like something to be said about that. I think right now he's just in a moment of bad, and who knows who he will be when he's 30. Hopefully a different person. Hopefully a different person.
And we're just trying to, I don't know, move forward. She doesn't want the video posted. I don't want the video posted. She's like DM'd that account a million times and they refuse. They just care about like sending hate my way.
Now, obviously, this can be looked at very differently now than a couple months ago when the whole Hailey Sharp thing hadn't happened yet. And we'll get onto that later, don't you worry. We'll talk about how it looks now. But to put myself in the perspective of myself again 3 months ago, who was just watching the situation with no knowledge of how Tyler is acting in relationships now, how he's still a habitual cheater, I think it would be reasonable to say that they sorted it out between themselves. It's no one's business. It's fine, whatever. No crime was committed. Let's just move on with our lives. There's more pressing issues at hand here. And whilst we're on that, let's look at the initial TikToker, the one who made the initial allegation. Let's look at what she had to say about this whole thing once the screen recording was reposted a couple months later.
Hey guys, I'm here to address something super quick. An account has reposted an old video of me talking about an old relationship I had with
the glow up is crazy. Yo, I'm sorry. This girl, I need her stylist. I need someone to help me glow up the way she just grew up. What? This is it, girl.
Fake accounts to talk to other women and other creators.
She looks like she's homeschooled, which we love as a former homeschooler. This girl is a model. Yo, I love a glow up. I live for a glow up. Oh my God. Beautiful, beautiful.
After I even posted it the first time because I no longer wanted it up.
Wait.
Reposted an old video of me talking about an old relationship I had with someone. Cool. I don't know why it was reposted. I didn't want it reposted. I even took it down after 15 minutes after I even posted it the first time because I no longer wanted it up. I don't even know why it was screen recorded. But I do take accountability for even posting that, and I completely regret my decision in doing so. But the reason I say I don't know why it was reposted is because of how old it is. I was young. I was acting out of emotion. Me and that person laugh about that video to this day.
Ooh. Internalized misogyny comes for the prettiest of us. She's lost in the cloud of dust of her boyfriend's infidelity. I don't know. There's a song here somewhere. What? Girl! I love laughing with my ex-boyfriend about how he cheated on me. Girl.
And honestly, no one even knows what happened in that video or after that video or between us because it's a personal matter. Me and the person that I'm talking about in that video are grown now. We have moved past it. I was clearly young in that video. You can hear it in my voice. You can see it in my face. We just are trying to let everything go. Like, we literally hate that it was reposted for both of them.
Let him go. Let him go. Girl, doing too much for this man. Let him go.
The person that I made that video about shouldn't receive any hate or anything. That was a video of me reacting out of emotion, and it was posted and it was deleted for good reason. And people think that they are helping me and defending me, but you're really not, because I look really ugly in that video. I am an ugly crier. You're not helping. But yeah, we move forward, and y'all will actually really never know what happened between us, because I will only give the answer no. If you ask me what happened, I'm just gonna say no. If you ask me if it's true, I'm just gonna say no. No one will ever really know what happened, because it's between us.
Everything she's denying here, if it's the truth, it's the truth. I certainly hope it's the truth for her own mental health sake. Because if the guy really did cheat on her, this whole situation's fucking insane. I mean, either which way, it's none of our business. Maybe she's just saying this because she wants to stay out of it. She does not want this to be a part of her life anymore, even if he did do wrong by her, which is totally fine and understandable as well. And if
she posted from Bossing Say, she was giving Bossing Say vibes, bro. I was giving like, it was giving hypnotized. It was giving, it would literally, there is no war in the Earth Kingdom. Like, okay.
If that's the case, I really do feel bad that this became as public as it did. Whoever posted it was definitely not helping her by posting it, by the way, because she is very vocal about how much she does not want it up. So if your claim is that you're posting this because you want the truth to be heard and that you stand for victims of cheating, I guess, you're chatting shit. Well, that's a load of shit. It very easily could have been a misunderstanding or a miscommunication. I am not denying that that is absolutely a possibility. However, based on what we've seen now, based on how he acted when he called Hailey sharp in that one video that was leaked, I highly doubt that this is a situation where he has done nothing wrong. I think he cheated on. And as much as you might say that that is unfounded, unfair, or whatever, well, the girl released a TikTok recently when this whole Hailey Sharp thing went down, and I'll play it for you.
You know, I thought about texting my ex today, but then I realized that would make me a weird, desperate loser, so I decided not to. Do with that information what you will.
Do with that information what you will, indeed. And now look, I am not dismissing as well the possibility that this is a pure coincidence, but man, would it be a hell of a coincidence. And I also think that based on the way that Tyler was willing to bribe Hailey Sharp, by the way, I mean, I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying that it's possible, right? It's possible.
Oh, he's saying, did you take money from this man? Did she get tricked? Honestly, to be honest with you, more than money, he probably said like, you were the most beautiful woman I've ever been with. You changed my life. You made me a better man. I was nothing without you. You gave me a glow up of my life. Like, you are the biggest regret of my life. Like, I disrespected you. I don't even deserve you. And then she's just like, yeah. And then he's just like, yeah. And like, he probably just told her a story she believed, bro. He probably just spun a web of lies that made her feel good enough to be like, we should drop this. And in 5 to 10 years, I would love to see how she feels about this situation. Trust me, as a woman who's made lots of excuses for shitty men, sometimes you fall for it until you realize like you've been played. You've been played.
You guys can make your own conclusions. And here's the thing that sucks for Tyler if he is innocent. The fact that—
Wait. Chat says she seems naive, but I also want to believe in her agency. Everybody has agency. It's just but at different spectrums of agency based off education and tools. Everybody has agency. It's just dependent on your tools. Just because you have agency doesn't mean you can't be tricked or make a mistake or be raped or be assaulted or be, scammed. Like, I believe in her agency. I also believe it's limited. She's 22. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, you're 22. What the fuck do you know about life? Like, you're 22, bro. You know as much as any 22-year-old's gonna know. So I do believe in your agency. I just think you have 22-year-old agency.
That he handled this situation in the way that he did will inevitably lead people, including me, to believe that—
Plus, our boy admitted he has a lying problem. Like Chat points out, he literally said that he does that. He tells people what they want to hear exactly.
This situation is not everything that it seems to be. Because Hailey has money, right? She's an influencer. She's fine with or without Tyler's donation. I'm not too sure about this lassie's financial situation, but if she is in one that is not as fortunate as the two people that we are currently talking about in this current drama, then yeah, I would not blame her for taking such a bribe, or maybe just succumbing to him begging like she did Hailey, because maybe she's just a bit more of a sympathetic or empathetic individual, and it doesn't take as much for her to take the videos down. Like, maybe she fell for the manipulation or just felt bad, genuinely. There's so many unknown factors here, and I would feel uncomfortable saying anything definitive or coming up with anything confidently, asserting anything, because at the end of the day, it's all just an opinion. There's no facts behind it. There's no real rock-hard evidence. But all I can say is that this past situation looks a lot more fishy and a lot less innocent on Tyler's side now that we know the type of man that he truly is.
Are we saying that there's not evidence because now we're saying the girl's video doesn't count because she was working out of emotion? Does the emotion change the fact that he was cheating on her? Is she saying I was in an emotional state when I posted that video because it wasn't true, or because I should have kept it between us? Isn't the evidence that she showed that, I don't know, maybe, okay.
In his relationships. And that's that, really. I don't see how anybody could disagree with me. But if you do, be sure to leave it in the comments, because I'm very much open to the conversation. However, if you do think that I was being an ignorant prick this whole video and you disagree with everything I was saying, leave a dislike and call me a prick in the comments, because fuck it, why not? I'm open to that as well. Appreciate yous all. Hopefully.
Okay, let's see. Him on the call saying this is gonna ruin me reminds me of Justin Timberlake's This Is Gonna Ruin Me tour. Or This Is Gonna Ruin the Tour. Oh yeah, This Is Gonna Ruin the Tour. Somebody said that in my chat and I forgot the reference. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I did not hear a single word of this apology over the nauseating sounds he was making. Like he has something in his mouth, chewing gum or hard candy. I feel violated through my ears. A woman that cheated on a man would never be treated with this much leniency. Well, you know, man, boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. You know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What? Chat says unrelated, but did anyone hear in the chat that Ian left H3H3? I know we got a lot of X fans in here. Damn, I did not hear that. I wish him the best. Shout out to Ian. You know, I will say, the thing with H3 that came so much in the forefront right now is like how many people are being arrested. A professor just got in trouble with ICE for pro-Hamas propaganda in quotation marks because he pro-Palestinian stuff in his, he was an Indian professor here on a visa. He also got arrested. Same with Mahmoud. So like, remember that Ethan calling Hassan a terrorist sympathizer and saying like you're pushing terrorist propaganda and like making this the big deal that it is, like, or him saying it's a big deal even though it's like pro-Palestinian in the end. Like people calling people, this is why I say terrorism is a word people use to politicize the enemy. Like you can call Hamas a terrorist, but you better call Israel a terrorist too. Is Israel and what they're doing to Palestine is 1,000 times worse than Hamas has ever done, ever. For the history that Israel has been an occupying state, has committed more death than Hamas will ever. So this audacity of calling Hamas terrorists and not Israel at the same is why the word terrorism is a political term used to keep you from being accountable. See, we're the good guys, they're the terrorists. Oh, we have prisoners and they have hostages. Oh, I see. Okay. So Ethan is contributing to people like Mahmoud being arrested because he's the one perpetrating this idea that any stance for pro-Palestine in a real sense that's anti-Israel is pro-Hamas propaganda. This is why Ethan Klein is so dangerous, because he doesn't even realize how he's contributing to that he is literally Israeli's like little talking parrot and he doesn't even know. Give Ethan a cracker so he can shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, let's take a 5-second break. We'll come back. We'll watch the ImAllexx response video. It's a long video, so get ready, girls. And while I'm on break, I'll also try to pull up a reminder of why Alex is in this situation in the first place, because I know this man about to make a 2-hour video about why he's innocent, and I just want to make sure, in case he forgets to play it in those 2 hours, that he did some pretty shitty things to his girlfriend. So we'll come back and we'll talk about that in just a moment. Here, listen to some Samantha Dragonati. I'll be right back. get this.
This video is my response to...
I didn't. You be quiet, thank you. Da 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 da. La, 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 la. Okay, this is a recap from July 17th, 2024. Philip DeFranco, shout out to Phil, made a video about the ImAllexx accusations. I just wanted to I want us to watch it again to get a refresher of why ImAllexx is in this situation to begin with, and then we can see him make a response and try to cover his tracks, which we love to see. That's sarcasm. Okay, here we go. Here's the reminder. This came out, like I said, July 2024.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. And we got a lot of news to talk about today. But first, I got an announcement. It's that our amazing June Flowers drop is now
Phil, please.
That beautifully exhausted so much long. Monk, grab what news to talk about today. So let's just jump into it. Starting with...
You're acting like this is all just me, and that's something you really need to fix.
I'm gonna bash your head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the up.
So that is just a small piece of a leak around longtime YouTube creator Alex Elmsley, otherwise known as ImAllexx. So if you don't know, he's a 25-year-old British YouTuber with around 2 million subscribers. He's known for doing a lot.
Man, all these kids in their 20s, which, to be fair, my most toxic era of my life was in my 20s. And I was around a lot, not a lot, like a lot of toxicity, but like, it's messy. Your 20s can be messy, is what I'm trying to say. People are exploring, people are testing boundaries. But man, you notice a pattern? That other guy, the handsome guy, whatever his name was, Tyler, he was in his 20s. So maybe there's something about rising to fame when you're young. I'm really lucky I never got famous when I was young. That's the one thing I will say. I would not have handled it well, let me tell you. So not anything like this, of course. I've never been like this, but you know what I mean? It's just like, damn,
A lot of commentary and reaction content. But now he's facing incredibly detailed allegations of abuse from his ex-girlfriend, who's another creator by the name of Alice Hez, who has about 1 million followers on TikTok. And over the weekend, she released several videos and logs of their interactions along with an 82-page statement. And with that saying, it's best it was made public how horrible this person with the platform is. I'd hate to see another woman go through this. So they're sharing a link to a Google Drive folder with audio and video files documenting the alleged abuse, which I will say, because I'm going to try to make this consumable, I'm not going to be hitting on every single detail, but you can access the Google Doc yourself if you want to go through everything. With that said, what we see here is Alice describing how it started when, quote, small arguments worsened to the point where he would turn on his camera and start shouting at her on call.
Now, when it's too late, you admit that you did everything wrong. But when it actually matters, when you should lay down like a good dog, you don't do it.
You're acting like this is all just me, and that's something you really need to fix.
I'm gonna bash your head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the up. Your boyfriend's a famous internet celebrity and doesn't trust these people because he has to keep his circle small. Because you might not have anything to lose, because your life might be down the drain, but I still have quite a lot that I would like to give.
Also, the screenshots that Alice shared appear to show more of the same behavior. In those more than once, he calls her a dumb whore. He also uses the N-word, telling her to kill herself, saying things like, just die in a fucking hole and please bury yourself in the fucking garden. And then appearing to go so far as to threaten to do it himself, writing in one conversation, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to break your neck. Right? And all of these are just some of the insults, threats, or otherwise manipulative and emotionally abusive texts that Alice says that Alex sent to her.
There was no signs. He was just the nicest young man. There was never any signs that he would ever do this. I just can't believe it. He was always the sweetest young man.
Over the course of their relationship. And unfortunately, Alice also says that it gets worse, saying that once they moved in together, it sometimes became physical. Describing one instance where she says he grabbed her hood and pulled her back until she fell on the floor. Saying that when she got up to run away, he grabbed her, put her in a headlock, and covered her mouth. And saying after that argument, there were days where he would just scream in her face and tell her to kill herself multiple times. Even saying that it got to the point where she would be shaking and scared for her life every time he came closer, was in the same room as her while arguing. And as far as people possibly asking her, why would you stay in this relationship, she seemed to touch on that. Saying, believe me, I wish I could turn back time, but I believed his lies when he apologized to me, and I really tried to believe he would stop going so far if I asked him to. But there, Alice did eventually get herself out. They're even appearing to get this recording while she was packing her things to leave.
Chad said my autism is jumping out. Was that sarcasm? Yes, that was sarcasm, guys. I should get a little image of sarcasm tones, and I can put it on when I do it. I'll get a button. It was sarcasm. Definitely,
And then you look like a miserable little all the time. But your face is annoying to look at, like when I come downstairs.
They're saying that even if she left, he wouldn't leave her alone. And so with that, saying she's decided to speak out now because he's threatened to, quote, create a contradicting story to discredit her own. And seemingly with that, also acknowledging that she also insulted Alex in their conversations, writing, "In no way am I trying to make myself look as if I never said anything mean. I stooped down to his level and became reckless with my language to try to prove a point." They're even appearing to have changed his contact name in her phone to racist N-word at one point. And on top of that, she admitted to slapping him in the face at one point. They're saying that she only did that after he backed her into a corner while screaming at her. And with all that said, as far as the other side of this, we haven't seen a response from Alex yet. And I mean that as far as him releasing any sort of public statement, as well as we reached out last night to see if he had anything to say. As of recording, he has not responded. Though among all the other people who have reacted to this, notably this includes several internet personalities who have been a part of Alex's circle at one point or another, such as with YouTuber Will and E saying there have been rumors of Alex's behavior last year, and also saying the severity of the abuse that Alice published was far worse than anything I'd heard being discussed. That Google Drive is fucking abhorrent, and what he put her through is inexcusable. Also, Twitch streamer Mia Mon saying Alex's behavior was something, quote, well known throughout the industry. But they're also adding that she found it genuinely hard to believe the creators close to Alex had no idea this was going on. And creator Memulus writing, "I would usually wait until both parties have said their side publicly before speaking about it, but I think the evidence here is overwhelming. It's awful and disturbing and has seriously shocked me. I'm still processing what's happened. This is one of the worst situations I've ever seen in my life, and I hope Alice is okay. It took a lot of courage to speak about this." But ultimately, as of recording, that is exactly where we are. And so for now, we're gonna have to wait to
So now that was June 17th, 2024. So almost a year later. Okay. Shout out to Phil. Thanks, Phil. This is Alex's video posted 1 day ago. Okay. He said, for the pinned comment on the video says, "For full clarity, I'm not running ads on this video. If you are seeing ads, it's because it has been claimed due to the music and the TikTok shown." Okay, ready? Ugh, brace yourselves. It is 1 hour and 42 minutes long. I'm going 1.25 speed. Let's do this, girls.
This video is my response to allegations made by my ex-girlfriend Alice Hez, who I was in a relationship with for the majority of 2023. Alice hit me, kicked me, emotionally, verbally, and physically abused me, as well as threatened me and blackmailed me constantly throughout our relationship. Alice has continued to harass me by posting false information about me, as well as fabricating stories about our relationship online to this day. All of this will be covered in detail in this video, and for full clarity, I will be reading from a document that I've written to make sure that this is treated with the seriousness that it deserves. Since our relationship ended, Alice has lied continuously for the last 12 months that I was under a police investigation to friends, ex-girlfriends, and YouTube commentary channels. Alice has continued to make false allegations about me to this day and said that she had pressed charges against me in a comment on TikTok. This is a lie, as at no point have I been interviewed, arrested, or charged with a crime, but Alice continues to slander me publicly with these lies. Alice said that future partners can check Claire's law, and later claimed she got—
Okay, girls, this is a very big accusation, so let's put on our neutral hats. Let's put on our, okay, we'll hear you out, bro, bring out the receipts, but also understand that this is a very big deal. So we have two parties saying they've been abused. We've learned recently that mutual abuse is not really a thing. You can have mutual toxicity, but actual abuse is usually one way, and then there's reactive abuse. So Alex is going to take the claim that it was reactive abuse, right? Reactive, is that the right word? Where, you know, he's being abused, and so he had to lash out at her to protect himself. And then she might say, so, okay, let's get ready. Let's put on our, okay, let's see, because let's see.
Got me put down in the system so that any future partners who know how Claire's Law works can use this information to stay safe from me. The information that is accessible through Claire's Law would be a criminal record, also known as a criminal history. All of this information is available on the Claire's Law website, which I will link in the description. Alice has said that Claire's Law can be used and that I am in the system, alleging that I am a convicted criminal or that I have a criminal record. Alice also says in the same messages that the police didn't do anything at all. These statements completely contradict each other, as it would not be possible for the police to have—
I mentioned in my statement that I wouldn't be releasing anything until he ever responded and tried to avoid accountability or twist the narrative to get out of what he's done to me, because that's what he threatened he would do. And realistically, I think there's enough evidence out there for everyone to know and understand how shitty he was to me and as a person, you know? And it's been dropped by police, and it's been dropped. Police don't do anything about situations like this. They never have, unless I took this to court and he contacted me again. But he has been put down in the system, so anyone who knows how Claire Law works can use this information to stay safe from him, aka his new girlfriends can request.
We've done nothing, and for the police to have put me on the system as a convicted criminal or as someone with a criminal record. Alice's story continues to make no sense, as Alice later said that I was charged by police, but this would not be possible if the police never did anything at all. Alice claims she had achieved her goal of getting me put on a list accessible via Claire's Law, and that she had saved people because of this. None of the statements made about the police investigation make any sense via Claire's Law, and that she had saved—
Thank God, and those were my intentions at first place, to save anyone who gets involved with him ever again, because going by all this, he was shitty to every girlfriend he's ever had, so it just happens. So it just so happens I got the worst of it. Physical and emotional abuse and manipulation was far by far worse. And sadly, I couldn't imagine what the fuck he would do to the next one because he actively avoids getting any help and believing he is dangerous. I appreciate you so much for actually reaching out to me because nobody does that. Okay.
Saved people because of this. None of the statements made about the police investigation make any sense, as Alice claims she had put me on a list that would require me having a criminal record and a caution from the police, but also says the police didn't do anything at all. This is because Alice is and always was lying. I would like to make it incredibly clear. I have never been contacted, approached, or interviewed by police at any point in my life, and I do not have a record or any cautions. Claiming that I am a convicted criminal or have a criminal history is the first of many lies that will be covered in this video. There has at no point ever been a police investigation, but Alice has continuously lied to hide the truth about what really happened in our relationship.
Well, maybe she thinks there was a police investigation because, you know what I mean? Maybe she doesn't know if he's ever been contacted. Maybe she just did what she thought was, maybe she just reported him. Do you know what I mean? Like, just because I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean she's lying, but could be.
And solidify the false narrative that she's built about me over the last year. Alice wrote all of these messages and posted the document knowing that the police investigation was...
That says Claire Law shows if you have someone, shows you if someone has a history of abuse complaints, even if they weren't charged with anything. Okay. Okay, so is he trying to make the claim that he was never charged with anything? But he's saying he was never investigated, which means he never spoke to a police officer, which means I don't know what that means. So I guess we'll just watch.
Was a lie, as it would not be possible for Alice to share any information if this was at any point an ongoing case. A YouTube commentary channel called Samuel said that she had been dealing with the police instead of immediately taking it to social media when he spoke to Alice.
Hey, I just thought I'd come in to say that I've spoke to Alice, the ex of Alex, and I've also spoke to ImAllexx. Now, Alice is dealing with this with the police as well. Has got the police involved. So instead of just immediately taking it to social media and speaking about it, has also got the police involved beforehand. And is dealing with it that way. She's going to the police about that, trying to get the situation sorted properly before she speaks about it online. Which is definitely a change. Usually people just immediately come online to speak about stuff and air it all out before going to the police.
This is a lie, as Alice had already posted months before she had released the document that I was on Claire's Law in a comment on TikTok in April 2024. This would mean the police investigation had already finished and that I would have a criminal record 3 months after we had broken up, which would be impossible. Alice had also posted a video in April saying that she wanted to save the next girl that I would date.
When it's so bad you don't get jealous of the next girl, you just want to save her. Ooh, girl. No. Okay. Are you ever gonna talk about what Alex did or just keep passive aggressively posting stuff? I'll speak out about my own experiences when I'm ready. Don't push victims. You're the reason one wouldn't speak out. You have no idea. Remember that they're all really young and stupid. Just like everybody, keep that in mind. Everyone's very young and stupid. You can be a victim when you're young and stupid. So everyone's very young and stupid. Okay? This doesn't, like, this is not, we have to remember that. Okay? Okay. You have no idea how long it takes to heal from abuse. Don't comment something so insensitive on my page. And then another person said, hey, I saw the TikTok suggesting abuse by a YouTuber. Would it be something you would address one day? I don't want to be supporting this person. I hope you're okay. When I'm ready, she said. Okay, I'm gonna.
Clip is from a stream.
Hold on. Muting it because of the copyright music.
Is from a stream 2 months after Alice had posted videos and comments about me. Samuel says Alice does not want to come out and talk about this until after the police investigation had taken place, which was a lie. This is not how anything is unfolded publicly at all. Alice has been posting about me constantly and also released an entire document about me after lying that I was on Claire's Law. She did not wait for... Been posting about me constantly.
Oh my god. It really does appear to be revenge. This guy Ian said alpha male. Jesus. If he damaged your property or hurt you, go to the police and get the police involved and arrest him. I cannot fathom this idea that you did this to protect other women because I cannot see other than you factoring into this. Your opinion means nothing to me. Believe it or not, I don't know. Literally, you have alpha male written into real hootless. Look at this guy, Ian, whatever his name is, alpha male written into. I don't care what you have to say, bro. You have alpha male written into your username. Thank you. This other person said, as someone with autism and BPD, I was in a relationship with someone who argued until I snapped, and then they screen recorded everything I said and used it against me. It seems unfair seeing Alice already cover up her use of racial slurs. Alice says, girl, I can show you that he was the one doing that to me in just 3 screenshots. Get the fuck off his dick and get the fuck off my page defending the man that fucking scarred me for life. I'm so done with being responsive to you. Okay, the same person said, if you have more evidence, please release it. I am one of the few people who are suspicious of this information. I'd like to side with the DV victim with more information. It's too big of a claim when there are doubts. Alice says, was my 80 pages in literal video and voice note evidence not enough for you to understand and believe I was in an abusive relationship? But yes, I'll end up posting the rest. I will say, I didn't look up the Google Doc. I get nervous about people clicking people's Google Docs from the internet. It gives me anxiety. But Philip DeFranco did, and he went through it, and he reported on it. And I feel like Phil would do his due diligence. Maybe that's me putting too much trust in Phil, but I feel like that's what his team gets paid to do. So it feels like she provided the right amount of evidence. And I don't know if Phil will do an update to the story and cover Alex's proof as well. But I will say some of my, I guess, bias moving into this story is that I trust Phil to kind of move through that 80-page document, because that's his job. It's not my job to do that, right? So I kind of feel like, yeah, he would do a better job of it. But she sounds young and is defending herself online. I'm not going to judge her for any of the way she's talking, because at the end of the day, like, they're in their 20s, your early 20s. So it's like, okay.
And also released an entire document about me after lying that I was on Claire's law. She did not wait for a police investigation because she knew there wasn't one. And Alice later admitted that this was the case and that the police didn't do anything. At one point, Alice claimed,
yeah, because the police never do anything, but okay.
I hadn't responded, as she speculated that the police had contacted me, and that was why I hadn't replied. Alice was upset this message had been leaked in a YouTube video.
The fact that private DMs get put in videos without contacting me or asking me permission is crazy. Shows people are really out for themselves and not the parties involved. Me, I would have been happy to approve and say more in the matter. Don't be sneaky about it. Contacting. I don't know what this is about. I feel like that's a young person reply. Like, if your DMs are public, people are going to use them. Why would we contact you? Like, they shouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, why would we contact you? It wouldn't make sense. You know what I mean? It just doesn't, it's not how the ecosystem works. So I don't know what she means by this,
She hadn't intended for it to be posted publicly, as it would be incredibly clear that she was lying about the police investigating me to the point where she was actively speculating and telling lies when questioned about it. At this time, Alice...
Also, I know so many women in the US who have gone to report their rape cases, and the man involved never knew he was ever reported to the police because they couldn't move forward because of the evidence. Like, I don't know how it works. I know lots of people who have gone, they went with their parents, and those men were never contacted by the police. It doesn't mean the women didn't try. It just means it didn't go anywhere, which is not the same thing, right?
Reached out to my ex-girlfriends privately and asked my ex-girlfriend Jess to plan a statement to back up hers, lying about the involvement of the police to convince people that her story was the truth. Alice has continued to post about me and harass me to this day, despite stating in her document that she was going to move on.
Oh, wait, chat's correcting me. Hold on. Chat said she was talking about DMs she said she sent to a YouTuber that publicly showed them without her knowing he would do that. Oh, that's different. Oh, yeah, that's fucked up. Like, not asking her permission first if she sent them in private. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Move on with her life after it was released in June. Since Alice's document, she went on to post many things on Twitter, TikTok, and in statements that contradict her story. One of the contradictions made...
Hold on.
She went on to post many things on Twitter, TikTok...
I can't express enough. Go use my code for free Temu. Don't promote Temu. Okay, just a little vent. If you have an issue with me posting about my situation, healing Julie, guess what? You don't have to see it. Click off my page, block me, stop trying to do negative comments. Okay.
TikTok and
she is making the decision, which I'm not here to judge necessarily, and I would maybe tell her to take it off the internet and go do therapy. And look, in the past, when I've covered stories that are pretty heavy and people have reached out to me, I always give the same advice. You got to talk to a proper professional and somebody who understands the internet ecosystem. And this maybe isn't the way to do what you're doing, but also there's nothing wrong with you speaking your truth, because like it is your truth and you feel like it is real, but there are ways to go about it that might be safer for you as a person. And it might not be worth it at your expense. Like, I try to think about how 10 years from now, me would want me to act now. But that wasn't a skill I had in my 20s. In my 20s, I was so messy. Like, in that regard, I didn't have the wisdom to think, what would 10 years from now me, how would they want me to handle this situation? And I try to think about that much more every day. So I'm kind of like, again, she might look messy. It might feel this way. I don't know what we expected out of like toxic YouTube relationship people. That doesn't mean she's not a victim. She's at least a victim of verbal abuse, right? Because he verbally abused her in those clips that Phil showed, which was a part of her evidence. So I you know what I mean? I think and I'm going to pull his, thoughts apart the most, because he's saying he's a victim. He's saying she manipulated this whole thing. So Let's see. I mentioned in my statement I won't be releasing anything until okay, I read this earlier.
And in statements that contradict her story. One of the contradictions made was in a series of tweets Alice posted asking for YouTubers to reach out to her so she could do interviews for their videos on the false police investigation after her document was posted. Alice did multiple interviews where she has lied about me having a criminal record via Claire's Law and being under investigation by police. She continued doing this for months, and these lies have been shared in many videos. Alice said that she can give updates, and that people should message her directly, even though in these messages, Alice said that she hadn't received any updates or heard anything from police at all. She told YouTubers she couldn't share information until everything with the false police investigation had finished.
And Alice as well, speaking to her, she does want to like come out and speak about this. Like eventually after like all the police stuff, and just wants to be able to get all the information. She's got proof as well, and she wants to be able to get all that out there once she's spoken to the police properly.
This story at no point has made any sense, as Alice says that she would only post about this after the police investigation had finished, but then continued to say that the police were involved months after she had posted her document, which once again shows that Alice was lying the entire time. Alice claims she can provide updates to YouTubers in this tweet, but made an excuse to people she was arguing with on Twitter that the reason she couldn't provide updates to them was because of the fact that there was a police investigation, and that she wasn't allowed to share anything until it was finished.
I don't think it's... Depending on her reasoning, I feel like that could make sense. Like, I might tell a viewer in my audience a different response than I would tell a YouTuber. I feel like I do talk to YouTubers different than I do talk to my chat. Because it's behind the scenes versus upfront in public. Do you know what I mean? I feel like, yeah, like I feel like that could make sense. Because you're arguing with like a username versus a YouTuber who has his credit on the line the way you do. It's different when you're arguing with another, or like you're talking to another content creator who like, you know what I mean, than a Twitter. Like she shouldn't be talking to she shouldn't be replying to people on the internet. I think that's a part of the problem we're facing, but she's a young person. So, you know, what are you going to do? Elon Musk replies to people and he's the richest person on earth and he's fucking our president, allegedly, in a video game. So, you know what I mean? Again, we hold internet celebrities way more accountable than we ever hold our politicians. Just compare her behavior to the president of the United States and Elon Musk, and I think we're all okay. Hello? They bullied Zelensky over whether or not he owned a suit. Like a bunch of frat boys. Okay, so again, I'm not going to hold this whatever how old 23-year-old, whatever she is. Does anyone know how old she was at the time? I'm not going to hold this kid more accountable than I would hold our politicians. So right now, she's not the healthiest, but, you know, she's been abused, so...
And that now it finally finished, she could share more information again. This makes no sense, as Alice had already shared an entire document about me, and was then asking people if she could continue to share more information about me in interviews on her Twitter that were then posted onto YouTube. Alice wrote right at the end of her document that for legal and obvious reasons, she wouldn't attach all the evidence she has, but in due time, it may be made public. Not only is this not how police investigations work, but Alice has not posted more evidence since, despite saying the supposed investigation had now ended. This is because there never was an investigation, as it was a lie. It would not have been possible for Alice to share anything at all by her own admission if there actually ever was a police investigation in place. Alice has continuously lied and claimed that this was the only thing stopping her from releasing information, and she acknowledged this herself in this tweet and when speaking to YouTubers. The reality is, there never was a police investigation, which Alice later admitted to. This is why Alice decided...
Also, Chet said my mom made me so mad about that. She said it's tradition to wear a suit. Zelensky says he doesn't wear a suit to help represent him and his soldiers in it together. He's wearing, like, his army clothes. Like, it's military, like, vibes. You know what I mean? He's in an active fucking war. You know what I'm saying? Let this man live. Let this man come out looking like a soldier, bro.
To publicize a heavily edited version of events to damage my reputation with false stories and lies like alleging I'm a convicted criminal with a criminal record. I have taken my time gathering information and evidence as Alice has continued to lie about me and the abuse she put me through during our relationship whilst blackmailing me and threatening me. Alice has created a one-sided narrative that does not show the reality of what had happened during our relationship. Due to Alice's constant posting about me and my own personal issues, my response of what had happened during our relationship. Due to Alice's constant posting...
Yeah. Hold on. I don't want the misogynists to hear me and think I'm talking to them, because go fuck yourselves. I think healing can look different and multifaceted and diverse and unique for everybody. I think this looks like not healing healthy, but it could be her form of expressing healing. Sometimes anger feels really good. I've been there. I get it. Like, you're really angry and you want to express and you want to feel vindicated in that anger. And so you post, you make content about it. I mean, half the reason I scrubbed my old stuff from the internet is because it was such I was healing unhealthily. And it was clear to me now that it was important for me to do that in a sense. Like, I really felt like it was reasonable for me to post things. But now that I'm older and I'm healed, I'm like, okay, we can take that all down now. I did it, you know? And I think the issue is that sometimes healing is messier than we'd like it to be. Sometimes we think when people are healing, it's going to look perfect and they're always going to be the perfect healer. And, you know, but I think her way of healing, though it might feel bad in some way, it's just sometimes how it goes. That's just how it goes sometimes. So in an ideal situation, maybe this isn't how we heal. Maybe we take it more seriously. Maybe we show up looking more professional. But see, that's also playing into this idea that a victim has to look a particular way, right? Because the way she looks allows people to say, see, she's immature, she's silly, you shouldn't take her seriously. But we know for a fact that even if she comes in dressed appropriately with minimal makeup, with the right vocabulary, she's still going to be discredited. So then at some point, it's like, why try? But it's not for them, it's for you. What is actually going to get you, the individual, on the best healing path? And sometimes that looks like disappearing from the internet. And sometimes that looks like posting, but never making it about a man. To some extent, and please hear me when I say this, as a person who used to do this in her past, so maybe I'm projecting, sometimes healing from your trauma is still centering a man when that's your predator, right? When that's the perpetrator. Sometimes healing is letting go of that man being the narrative of the work that you produce. Sometimes, eventually, when you're ready, you create works of art that aren't about the way a man hurt you. And it's all about timing. It's all about timing. So it's only been a year. I'm not going to rush her process, but I can't wait for her to be a person whose work is no longer centered on how a man hurt her. And by the way, regardless of anything else, and we're listening to Alex, I'm trying to keep an open mind, the way he talked to her, the way he treated her, like, there's no excuses for that. There's no explanation. I know it's the way he talks. Listen, I know for a fact for myself, and I'll talk about myself because I know I have a lived experience. When I was angry and I would yell at my partners, it was always after months or weeks or just time after time of them lying to me, belittling me, and finally me reacting. But I never, and this is important, I never talked to them the way Alex did. I never threatened them. I never, said I was going to hurt you. The way that Alex reacted with a threat is what's interesting to me. Why did you threaten her? If she's being abusive towards you, it feels less likely that you would then threaten her life in text messages. And that's the difference. That's what makes me think he's the abuser, because he's the one threatening her life. As a victim of abusive relationships, I will say that the only way I ever retaliated was by yelling in frustration or even self-harming. I was a self-harmer. I would get so frustrated, I would hurt myself. And so for me, that's what I'm looking at Alex with the raised eyebrow. You're the one who threatened her life. So I'm going to need some explanation for why you think you're the victim in that scenario. Right? Okay.
About me and my own personal issues, my response has been delayed many times, and all of this will be covered throughout this video. When Alice's story was questioned by people on Twitter, she responded with threats to delete my phone number whilst also insulting me and anyone who pointed out these inconsistencies. By people on Twitter, she responded.
It's really something how you always manage to stay so sure of yourself, even when your points don't quite add up. I guess that's a skill most people don't have, but I'm generally curious, how do you manage to stay so certain when everything everyone else is so wrong and you're always correct. I don't know what the fuck that means, but these people have like no viewers and no likes. So just keep that in mind, please. Alice retorts, if you wanted to suck off Alex so bad, I can give you the number. Okay, not a good look, but you know, what are you going to do? No likes. This has like little to no engagement when the screenshot happened, right?
Responded with threats to delete my phone number whilst also insulting me.
You have gone above and beyond on this for me, 45 accounts, which actually I'm quite flattered about. You took it personal as soon as you became an Alex fan account and started replying to me with arguments and defending him in the comments because you want to suck him off so bad. I don't know why she keeps using this as an insult. So yes, I will fuck with you, you idiot. Use your brain. Okay, well it's not very kind, is it? It's not a good look. So that's not a good look on a person. She's not doing herself any favors. That doesn't mean she wasn't victimized, right? Chat says, I just thought, why do we center stuff around men? Isn't it the only option? I mean, in this case, it's not centering it around men. It's just centering it around another human. I don't know. Maybe this is a lived experience. You have to learn it by living it. When you create art that's reactive because someone hurt you versus about the relationship you're having with yourself, you can tell when art comes from the soul. When art comes from the healing and the pain versus when the hurt comes because a man hurt you, right? And so I think when you create work, if you stand up for a movement because someone hurt you, it's going to feel like revenge versus like justice. Right now, it feels like she's angry at Alex and she's reactive because she's in pain. But she's not making this like a justice movement. She's not trying to stand up for women in a justice-y political way. She's angry and wants everyone to know Alex was abusive, which is fair. So that centers it around Alex versus centers it around victims, which is, I get it, fair. But I think that's a part of the healing journey is like when you create something beautiful out of something ugly, that's a form of healing. Right now, she has yet to create anything beautiful because she's still in a lot of pain, which is fair. You don't have to turn your pain into an activist movement, guys. That's not your obligation as a victim. But sometimes healing looks like getting off the internet and talking to our therapist. Sometimes healing looks like saying your piece once and never talking about it again. Sometimes healing looks like bringing it up again in a way that is like, not this. Whatever this is, like this isn't the goal, but it is the reality. Okay? Who knew if you abuse people, they might have unhealthiness. There might be an unhealthiness to them. Like, that's sarcasm. Obviously, abuse can lead to unhealthy behavior for the victims, which is why abuse is bad for everybody. It's bad as the perpetrator. It's bad as the victim. It's not good for anybody. Nobody wins when there's abuse. Nobody.
Me and anyone who pointed out these inconsistencies in her document. Alice would then block these people after arguing and insulting them for replying to her posts as they were highlighting many of the inconsistencies and lies that Alice had made. Alice changed her Google document multiple times to hide these criticisms and has cropped messages that showed her using the same racial slurs that she had accused me of bringing into our relationship, as it directly contradicted her story. This was unacceptable behavior, and I deeply regret using such
okay, hold on, white boy. I just want to say for the record, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know the context of the N-word. Wait, let's go back.
Shit.
Not that it matters, but hold on.
Crop messages that showed her using the...
I want to know how ugly they got with it. You know what I mean? Racist N-word. I think there's a highlight here. It's confusing to me. I don't understand what it is. I feel like, there's something here that feels weird. I feel like I'm being tricked. I don't know what it is yet. Alice said, I read in my statement multiple times that I became reckless with my use of language because that was so normalized by Alex. I'm well aware this doesn't excuse my use of the word, but it is an honest explanation. I apologize for any offense it caused. Okay. There's something here that feels weird. Like they're they're trying to be like, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist. And it's like, I don't know what's happening. Something feels icky here. You know what I mean? Like something feels icky. Like, are they trying to say you can't be a victim because you're a rapist? Or not a rapist, a racist. Yeah, chat says, so he's playing on the imperfect victim trope. Yeah. It feels like he's trying to say like, oh, because she used the N-word, she can't be a victim. Yeah, perhaps they both, chat says, perhaps they are both just racist. Perhaps they both don't actually listen to rap music. You know, maybe they both just like the N-word. You know, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, they could just both be, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he could have abused her. So it feels like he's trying to, so right now, I feel like I'm watching a man discredit her so she can't be a perfect victim, which he didn't have to do. Her TikToks are not in her favor. Chat says racists do abuse each other. So true. Okay. Which is why, again, we don't have to become ugly because they become ugly. Okay. I don't want anyone to be abused, but I think he's doing this to discredit her rather than point something out that's true. And by the way, I think it's interesting that he weaponized his viewers against her and then was like, these people are just pointing out issues in her story. They're your viewers, dude. But okay.
The same racial slurs that she had accused me of bringing into our relationship, as it directly contradicted her story. This was unacceptable.
I'm sorry, hold on. I have blurred this video so it doesn't get taken down. Oh, okay, hold on. It says, look at you go. Give me 50. Carry on insulting me. I don't care. I'm not stupid. I do care. Yes, you are, mate. You're horrible. You're dumb as fuck. No call for you then, stupid. Too stupid to pick up. I don't understand the iPhone. Is the blue him or her? Let's see. Yeah, can you tell me, guys, is the blue him? Somebody help me. His framing is whack. Yeah, I think his framing is the problem I'm having with this. Blue is the sender. So blue is him then. Wait, so is she calling him stupid? Because is racist N-word, I'm so sorry, forgive me. That's literally what it's called. I don't know why that's there. Is she calling him that or is he calling her that? I don't know whose contact this is, so I don't know who's what. The blue is her? Okay, so he's calling her stupid as fuck. Like, you're dumb as fuck. Okay, so she's blue. Okay. And then that doesn't bode well for him then. Okay, if she's blue. Okay, let's move on from this. Oops, my bad.
Racial slurs that she had accused me of bringing into our relationship, as it directly contradicted her story. This was unacceptable behavior, and I deeply regret using such horrific language, and this will be further addressed in this video. Alice has erased any evidence that these events had taken—
Oh, hold on, please.
Using such horrific language, and this will be further addressed in this video. Alice has erased any evidence that these events had taken place, or that she had been at any point abusive, physically, verbally, or emotionally towards me, and this proceeds throughout her—
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to be diligent.
Abusive,
I'd say Alex snapping was reasonable if he did go through the trauma she gave him, which very well may have happened in some of these videos and TikToks. She said, I never gave him any abuse or trauma, ?
Physically, verbally, or emotionally towards me, and this proceeds throughout her entire document, which has since been edited multiple times, which was pointed out by a user on Twitter. Alice's entire story has been built on lies, and in this video I will be showing screenshot evidence that directly refutes the claims that she has made against me, as Alice intentionally left out hundreds of text conversations that would disprove her stories and false narrative that she has created. Instead, it would show that Alice had been abusing me for our entire relationship, and that she has not stopped harassing me for the last year.
It's been almost a year. But is she harassing him, or is she just posting and then it's getting him harassed? What is he doing now? Is he working at Tesco somewhere? No, but he's still working for YouTubers behind the scenes. I know they know who they are. Okay. Being a content creator is knowing you want to expose some people so bad, but you know their ass gonna sue you, so you're forced to be silent. She said, I'll do it. This person said, are you able to point me in the right direction to find out for myself? I really don't want to be supporting these content creators. Every commenter, YouTuber that uses the same thumbnail template as him, I speak no more. Oh.
Yeah. Alice has made tweets stating that I do not have any trauma from our relationship together, and that she never hit me. These statements are untrue, and in fact, Alice admits to slapping me and pushing—
Ooh, go read that.
Relationship together, and that she never hit me. These statements are untrue, and in fact, Alice—
Called me boring and laughs. I ended up defending myself. I slapped him in the face. This is out of character for me, but he was screaming in my face abuse. Well, okay. Alex! Okay. I was backed into a corner not knowing what to do. Alex! This happens, then I grab my things and leave the flat and call my friend to tell them everything that happened. Alex spams me to come back, and I end up giving in and going back. I'm scared. Why is he using this as proof she slapped him in the face when she literally said she was being threatened and wanted to leave the apartment, so she hit him? Alex! Hello? This is not the proof you think it is. When victims say, I didn't slap you, they're not saying, I didn't slap you in an abusive way. Self-defense slapping is not the same conversation.
admits to slapping me and pushing me in another in her own document. Alice had also...
Yeah, she pushed him off. I'm gonna freak out. Listen,
statements are
watch.
untrue. And in fact, Alice...
And I'm pausing it because...
slapping me and pushing me in a...
So, okay, listen. So she pushed him. Alex was in my face all over me doing this, so I pushed him off me. Habibi. 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 You listen to the way he's telling this story. She pushed me. She hit me. She shoved me. And the literal evidence is her saying he was in my face screaming abuse and I had to push him off me. Girl. This is not helping Alex's case, but I love that it's helping hers. Girl, man, we are 9 minutes into this video and you are failing. You are failing to show. So let's keep going.
Another in her own document. Alice had also been kicking me, which she admitted.
Okay, and I didn't just randomly start kicking you. I probably pushed you away. Can you play the whole thing? I didn't kick you multiple times and hard. And then we can chat, he said. I'm trying, but like, question mark. He said, oh, wait. He said, okay, we can talk about this after. She said, I didn't randomly start kicking you for no reason. He said, and I'm sorry I would have gone into more details. I'm just a mess, okay? I know, we were arguing. I did something. I can't remember. What? Something dumb, like I was in bed naked and you told me to sleep downstairs and I ignored you. This is why we pause to read. This is why we pause to read. I can't remember what I did. I must have done something. I did something. We were arguing. I don't remember what I did. She's like, I didn't just kick you out of nowhere. He's like, yeah, I did something. Girl.
To me on Facebook Messenger.
For talking shit you did, question mark, or he said, it's because of everything over the years it's built on. She said, yeah. He said, I don't want you to think I am the victim. I want to be the victim. I don't want to be perceived. I don't want to be seen. I want to be alone and truly alone. I don't want friends. Okay, go to therapy, dude. She said, I remember pushing you away from me. I didn't just go ahead and start kicking hard to you. He said, I don't want messages. She said, but YH, is that yeah? It was probably uncalled for. I feel like this is Johnny Depp and Amber Heard all over again. Where when you first hear the messages from Amber, you think like Johnny is absolutely the victim. And then you review the case and you're like, oh my God, it's literally Johnny. Johnny's like the abuser. Sure, they were toxic, but Johnny's the abuser. Like you really, genuinely, going back and watching Amber Heard and Johnny Depp has really forced me and to challenge my brain and to remember that like things don't look the way they seem. And so again, I'm open to like Alex having the Amber Heard experience, but right now, even the evidence he's providing to provide his innocence is not helping him. So then it makes me wonder, does he think we're going to fall for this because we're not going to read the messages? We're just going to think, oh, he posted a lot of receipts on the screen, so it must be real.
After she had lied that I was on Claire's law. And all of this will be covered separately throughout this video. Alice has done all of this despite claiming she was never physically abusive at any point in our relationship, which is a lie, as Alice was physically abusing me regularly, which she has hidden and now lied about publicly. Alice also posted a series of tweets in argument on Twitter, stating that I do not have BPD.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't have BPD. I never said he did. I want to know what exactly he claimed to have had. Okay, I forgot to ask you a question under a random tweet about Alex. I was like, why is this bitch getting sassy with me out of nowhere? So sorry, bitch, didn't know. Giving info was something that I thought was regarding him as sassy. I don't know what this is about.
Also known as borderline personality disorder. Alice has even gone as far as diagnosing me as a narcissist in her document, and she claimed that she is an empath.
Okay, relax. Both of you are stupid for using any of those words. There's so much more I could talk about, but I really don't want to relive it any longer. This is an awful toxic relationship I should have left 2 months ago, and knowing and finding out the kind of person he actually is, but that happens when a narcissist meets an empath. They feed off of it. I had communicated my best, made him aware of what made me uncomfortable, and it wasn't listened to. Look, everyone's stupid for using those words because none of us know what they mean. There's like calling yourself an empath. Guys, grow up. But they're babies. They don't know. I used to use words like that too when I was in my early 20s. They're in their early 20s. She's not diagnosing him. She's not a doctor, but she thinks he's a narcissist and she thinks she's an empath. I think they're both 22, but like also more than that, he might exhibit narcissistic behavior and she might be exhibiting a trait of making excuses for abusive people because she can see and empathize with them. Yes, you can think of yourself as an empath. I recommend you don't because I think it's silly and teenage-ish. I think instead you should recognize that you have the ability to be taken advantage of because you're ignoring the painting on the wall. Chess says they're 22. I just made up an age. He's 25 as of last year, so he's currently 26 in this video. And I don't actually know how old they were when this was happening, but they were in their mid-20s, okay? So I don't know how old they were when this was exactly happening. He must have been like, what, 24? So I don't know how old she was. But I think what happens is that people get taken advantage of because we can be very empathetic, very introspective, very like thoughtful, and then we can believe people are really hurting and fall for their like, please, please, like that guy we watched before this where he was like begging, please, this is going to ruin my career. I can empathize with this is going to ruin my career, but I need you to understand that I need to put down boundaries. So I'm sorry that your career is hurting because of an action you took. I'm not going to do anything that puts me in jeopardy and allows you to get out of a mistake you made or a action you made or whatever. And I feel like sometimes young people use the word empath and narcissist without understanding what they mean. But if just to translate it, I dated somebody, not me, she's saying I dated somebody who's very selfish and abusive. And I'm a person who is empathizing with their story. And I allowed them to take advantage of me by believing what they told me, but that's also not my fault for believing the person I was dating and wanting to be compassionate towards them. But instead we shorthanded it to, he's a narcissist and I'm an empath. Something like that.
I was diagnosed by my psychiatrist with what they believe to be emotionally unstable personality disorder, also known as borderline personality disorder.
Wait, what did he say? Gotta rewind that.
Me as a narcissist in her document, and she claimed that she is an empath. I was diagnosed by my psychiatrist with what they believe to be emotionally unstable personality disorder, also known as borderline personality disorder. I was then referred to my local community mental health team after the diagnosis from my psychiatrist. To claim that I haven't been diagnosed with BPD is untrue. Alice's...
Oh. Fun fact, a lot of narcissists who won't handle the narcissistic diagnosis get diagnosed as BPD. Which is why BPDs can also have a really bad reputation. Not that narcissists don't deserve help. They're just like, sometimes they're harder to get through to. Because they're in denial that they're narcissists. That's why when they are, it's like, oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. As a borderline in remission, it's hard for me because even at my worst, I was never abusive to people. And I stand on that. I might have engaged in toxicity, but I was never abusive. And I want to be abundantly clear. Like, I worked really hard. I also was not like a part of my values, and my values weren't even perfect. Gosh, I didn't really understand my values until I was like in my till I turned like 30. But 29, 30. But either way, it's hard for me. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people don't grow up in good homes. They don't have foundations. They don't have values that can keep them grounded. Everyone's different. You meet one borderline, you've met one borderline. Like, we're not a monolithic experience. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm confused by this. Because so why would she lie about him not having BPD? Or is he implying the BPD is an excuse for his behavior? I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe he didn't tell her. Or maybe he wasn't diagnosed at the time they were dating, but then got diagnosed later? I don't know.
Made multiple tweets spreading false information about my medical history.
Hold on. I want to...
I was then referred to my local community unstable personality disorder.
Okay. So here's the number for the agency, which is crazy to post on the internet where people can harass your doctors. I don't know why he would do that. Drug and alcohol, past with consistent misuse of cannabis, binge drinking, medical family psychiatry history, never engaged in antisocial behavior, neither the police were ever involved. Okay, let's see. Patient is currently under the care of another mental health service. Please forward this report to the service. Please inform us at any point if the patient is admitted to a psychiatric. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Reasons for assessment. I was glad to assess Mr. Alex, who self-referred to me upon concern of mood instability and anxiety. Okay. Alex engaged well with the interview, and a good relationship was maintained throughout the assessment. He spontaneously answered to all the questions asked. Something is blacked out here. I don't know what it is. At the time of the interview, his mood appeared to be subjectively and objectively euthemic. Euthemic, guys? EUTHYMIC, with reactive effect during the assessment. No free floating or summarized anxiety. I need glasses. This is so hard for me to read. Oh God, I'm really struggling to read this. Hold on, I gotta move this. Okay. Give me a second. I'm so sorry. I'm very blind. I'm very blind. I need glasses. Okay. Let's see. Sleep was described in poor in quantity and quality as he claimed to have reduced concentration. He disclosed past binge drinking as a form of self-harm. He experienced some fleeting suicidal thoughts in the past, denied current thoughts and or present or past actual intent or plan. His friends and family are protective factors. There appeared to not be appeared not to be present thought, insertion, broadcasting, or withdrawal, neither perceptual disturbances, oriented in time, space, and person, and with acceptable insight into his condition in that, although not always able to articulate the reason for the assessment, he appeared genuine when he reported he needed to address his rage outbursts and the emotional instability. So risk to self, past binge drinking, something else I think he blurred out here. Risk to others, denied present past history of physical aggression to others, past history of verbal aggression to former girlfriend, risks from others, no current risk, past relationship with abusive partner, so I guess that means her. Diagnostic, formulation, and plan. I believe I was able to gather a good account of Alex's personal history and mental state. Since the end of his relationship, his mental state appeared to be massively improved, blacked out, with a marked reactivity of mood, engaging in intense interpersonal relationships, and being very sensitive to environmental circumstances with low tolerance to frustration. As a matter, blanky blank blank blank, blacked out. He also described inappropriate anger outbursts, and such episodes were often followed by feelings of guilt and shame. In summary, therefore, I believe that Alex might be affected from emotionally unstable personality disorder. A discussion was held on symptoms and presentations of this disorder and explained to Alex that BPD is a serious mental health condition with complex needs for which he should be under the care of the community mental health team in order to receive the most appropriate treatment within a multidisciplinary approach. A discussion was also had that there are no medications approved for the treatment of this disorder, but there are broad consensus of on psychotherapy, namely DBT and MBT. DBT, shout out, as the primary treatment for borderline disorder. Hence, I recommended for Alex to refer to a local mental health team so that the most something, hold on, we're at a...
Also known as borderline personality disorder. I was then referred to my local...
Okay, so I think that's the end of that video. Okay, hold on, let me switch screens one more time, guys. Sorry here. Okay, what do we think about this really fast as borderline girlies in the audience, as many of us are? How do we feel about it? It's real. It's a thing. People have it. We have to work on it. It's, our responsibility to do what it takes. Let's see. How do we feel about it? What's happening? Why? Hold on. OBS now won't. Oh no, they got it. Okay. What do we think? I think I don't know. It's so hard for me. Look, my experience isn't like this. I don't know. It's hard. I think I think he must have been more traumatized maybe as a kid, where his outbursts come off more abusive and reactionary. To be honest with you, I'm almost positive. I'm almost positive that like my ex-abusive partners were probably borderline, but one of them in particular was probably borderline, but was raised in the kind of environment that didn't give them a strong foundation, and they couldn't adhere to the foundation. Like, their brain really struggled to learn. I don't know how to explain it to you, but regardless, like, they're still accountable for what they did. Like, being sick isn't a reason. Sometimes it's an explanation, but your values are literally there to keep you stable. So my borderline experience, it like was also different because I had values that kept me from acting out in particular ways because they didn't make sense to me. So I'm struggling, I think, to say the BPD is like an explanation for the bad behavior, but it could be in combination with his bad values. So he might feel so overwhelmed that when he's triggered, he lashes out, but doesn't have like a conscience to tell him like, you can't yell at people this way. And it's not just the yelling. I don't have a problem with yelling. Brittany, I don't think yelling is bad. I think telling people I'm going to kill you is bad. Like, I want to make it abundantly clear, growing up in a Middle Eastern home where people yelled, I didn't care about the yelling. I cared about what you were saying when you were yelling. So in all my years where I've yelled at partners, I have never threatened them. I've usually said like, hey, I've asked you to do the dishes. It's been 12 days and you haven't done any chores and I am working 16-hour shifts. Please help me. Like when I yell, I'm usually like begging them. I'm like, please fucking help me with something. I'm overwhelmed. Please help me. That's the yelling I'm talking about when I say I've yelled at my partners. Like, I'll be like, please, like, help me. I shouldn't start yelling. I have neighbors. But, you know, I'll be like yelling, like, I'm so overwhelmed. Like, please, I'm dying. I used to make videos saying I just got done with a 12-hour shift. Here's me having to clean our whole apartment because I have no one to help me. And then I have to record and create content. And this was all building up over time, right? It's like, please help me. Versus Alex, he's threatening her life. He's belittling her. You know what I'm saying? If he's the abuse victim, why is he threatening her life? I don't know. I feel like that's fucking weird, bro. Okay? I feel like that's fucking weird. You know? I think that's just crazy. Discord says, yeah, I think perhaps you had a different experience with BPD and having a foundation. A lot of people don't have a solid foundation at all. Not that it excuses his behavior. Exactly, but it could make sense why he could have borderline. Maybe he grew up in a really fucked up family, was abandoned by them, had no values, and then abuses his partners because of it, you know? Yeah, for sure. I just think it doesn't excuse the behavior, but okay, right now he's trying to prove that she's saying he doesn't have BPD, but he's saying he does. Okay, great. Chat says, Brittany about to get a random visit from neighbors offering to help. Bro, when my partner and I play Switch and we play Smash, sometimes I'm worried the neighbors are going to call because I'm like, I'm such a gamer boy, dude. I get so loud and I start like yelling like, no fucking way, bro. No, you did not just hit me like that, bro. And like, I'm just like, my neighbors are going to hear us and think like, oh no, what's happening? I'm just losing at Smash, but that's not important here. But that's what's happening. I'm just losing. Anyways, let's go back to the serious conversation.
Local community mental health team after the diagnosis from my psychiatrist. To claim that I haven't been diagnosed with BPD is untrue. Alice has made multiple tweets spreading false information about my medical history, whilst continuing to lie during these arguments she has online regarding me. Alice replied to a tweet which she believed was about me, where she denied that I have BPD, as she thought the original tweet was in defense of me. When it was pointed out the tweets were not about me, and that they were about another YouTuber, Alice tried to justify her ongoing posts lying about me as simply sharing information, even though nobody had asked, and she had said she wasn't going to post about me after the document was released due to the police investigation that she had lied about. Alice has continued to try and remain in control of the narrative surrounding me and my life for the last 12 months by spreading many lies, including this one. Alice has opened her document by saying that I will make a contradicting response to the allegations that she has made against me, and that after posting her statement she can move on with her life. But this was a lie, as Alice has continued to post about me many times online to this day, as I have shown and will show throughout this.
Oh, the date saved July 5th, 2024, so he got diagnosed after they broke up, so she didn't lie. Good catch, chat, good catch. Wait, hold on. Fucking for real right now? Wait, fucking for real right now? Wait, is that? Sorry, hold on. We're at 10:59.
People want to claim I so far as diagnosed with what they believe to be emotionally
July 5th, clinical date July 3rd. Wait, good fucking catch. That says he'll even say he got diagnosed afterwards. What the fuck? So how would she know if he had BPD? What the fuck? Oh, good catch, bros. Good catch. You guys are detectives over here. Fucking good catch, bro.
A contradicting response to the allegations that she has made against me, and that after posting her statement she can move on with her life. But this was a lie, as Alice has continued to post about me many times online to this day, as I have shown and will show throughout this video. Alice claimed that I threatened her not to come forward with her story, and repeats this when talking with YouTube commentary channels. Alice shows no proof of this, and that is because this is the exact opposite, as Alice had been threatening and blackmailing me throughout our relationship.
Hey, don't be going to that fast.
And that is because this is the exact opposite, as Alice had been
fix up or I'll break all your Star Wars shit. Alice, good night. Going out with the family early tomorrow, so if you aren't here, don't bother because I'll be out. Here, question mark, at mine. Here when? Never mind, night. Wait, is she the blue? No, now I'm confused again. I was going to put everything off to come to you, but didn't get the impression earlier that that'd be a good idea. I'm on a super flimsy schedule, and this has totally messed me up. That hasn't changed anything. You guys, I'm so fucking confused. Is she the blue? Her name is Alice. So he's the blue. Okay, well, she's being kind of an asshole then. Alice is the context, so Alex is the blue. Okay, well, then she's being an asshole right now. Okay, so, okay, she is being the asshole in this text. Okay.
Threatening and blackmailing.
Bro, why are you going so fast,
Alice
bro?
shows no proof of this, and that is because this is the exact opposite, as Alice had been threatening and...
You fucked it. Wow. Wow. What? You're a nightmare? Lucky I don't expose that shit. I just said I was looking forward to the house. Let me update my story real quick, she said. He said, and you did this. I'm not calling you. You pushed me too far with everything I have. She said, I said I'm scared. AKA reassure me when we will be okay. He said, it's too much. And she said, you couldn't. Bye. Okay. Okay.
And blackmailing me for...
Then own up to it and stop messaging me. Say sorry publicly. I don't know what you want to do. Just go away. Why publicly, he said. Because of why you're messaging me? Yeah, but why do you want that? He said, okay.
Our relationship.
Man, stay the fuck away from you. She said, you kicked me. He said, me, you psychotic freak. I'm not dealing with this. She said, keep going. It's adding to the report. He said, you start shit today. What the fuck? She said, you did. You started today. He said, leave me alone. She said, I was minding my business cleaning. He said, you've destroyed everything. Seriously, hope you understand. No walking back from this. She said, you did that.
And months.
Okay. You're being mean and not understanding me. He said, okay. She said, okay, grow up, to be honest. Stop taking it out on me. What's the point? He said, can't deal with it. Speak. Don't start making a call and then shout at me in public and threaten to hit me. What? She said, I was doing what you wanted in your time, not mine. He said, you went too far. She said, you did. I'm literally crying.
After it had ended.
And forgiving, she said, about what he said. She said, everything you did, you do to me. He said, is this me getting assaulted? I'm confused. Oh, is this about me getting assaulted? I'm confused. No, she said, this is about us and what you did to me. He said, do you want to talk about it? She said, I want you to leave me alone forever and stop lying to be civil with me and say shit like that behind my back, saying I used to hit you. It's insane. I can sue you for that. He said, I would have preferred to just talk to you about all of this since the start. She said, saying that we'd argued after I'd hit you.
I had told my friends that Alice had been hitting me. Alice denied this on text when she found out and threatened to sue me if I continued to tell people she had been hitting me throughout our relationship.
Wait, Alex! Oh, the way he
denied
goes.
This on text.
I hate the way he edits. I also do have it sped up a little bit, so to be fair.
When she found out and threatened to sue me if I continued to tell people she had been hitting me.
Hey. And I didn't just randomly, oh, this is what he showed before. I didn't randomly just start kicking you for no reason. Ugh, they're both so exhausting and toxic, bro.
Throughout our relationship.
Okay, I was going to go downstairs because all you do is get mad at me in bed. Didn't force anything. It's normal to do it. Literally, I was sad about you going all the time. He said, I don't want to upset you. Right? He's the blue, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. She said, I asked you to stay like fucking hell. He said, that's why I was asking questions in the kitchen. She said, read the room. I wanted you to be with me. My God. He said, yeah, but then you call me fat and kick me in the bed. Whoa, wait a second. He said, it's hard. I don't understand. All I ever want to do is be with you, play games with you. I come down to kiss you. Wait. Okay. That's not good, bros. This is toxic couple right here.
Alice says that my story will contradict hers, and that's because Alice knows our relationship is not how she has portrayed it online. Alice has lied constantly, and I can prove this with the text evidence that she is intentionally not included, as it contradicts her.
Okay, so first, let's take a step back. They're in a toxic relationship. They're both toxic. We agree. We agree. The question is, who is abusive enough to create reactive abuse? Okay? So that's what we're focusing on. Okay? So the toxicity, fine. But who's the one creating the abusive situation to create the reactive abuse? Or is this just levels? I mean, I obviously think this is abusive behavior, but is there, like, what's creating the level? Who's the person unable to do the work? Or are they both just so fucked up they can't do the work together no matter what? And then in the process of it, who went over and beyond, like, the boundaries? Like, he obviously threatened to kill her, right? I would say, like, I'm going to need her to threaten to kill him. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, not literally, but he threatened to kill her. So that's, he threatened to literally, so that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, we crossed the line, and it's not like I get it. Some people say, like, I will fucking kill you. And don't get me wrong, when I'm playing Smash with the husband and I'm like, I will fucking murder you. It's obviously in the video game context. When Alex is talking to her, it doesn't feel like they're playing Smash and they're angry. It feels like he might mean it. So I'm going to have some problems here with the context of what we're looking at here. You know what I'm saying?
Own story. Alice says we had a huge fight where I dragged her, covered her mouth, and put her in a headlock, and that this happened on the 19th.
We had the worst arguments I've ever experienced with anyone, but after the move, it became even worse. On the fourth day of living together on the October 19th, he had taken it out to the next level and got physical in a fight. It started as a screaming argument where I begged him to leave me alone and just stop. I ended up trying to get away from him and he followed me. I went to walk downstairs and he grabbed my hood and pulled me back until I fell on the floor. He told me that I'm not getting away, so I got up and made a run for the bathroom. He gets in my way and grabs me, pushes me in a headlock and covers my mouth because I'm screaming for him to get off me. I go to the bathroom, lock it behind me, and he screams from another side, calling me crazy. Telling me to leave the house, I asked him to leave me alone. Just a reminder that Cassie, there were rumors that Diddy had hit Cassie, but there was no proof. And even after that video came out where he's beating the fuck out of Cassie, people literally still to this day, that didn't happen. I don't think that happened. I didn't see any tape. So I'm going to be so for real with you. I am not on anyone's side except the victim's side. Whoever the victim of the abuse is, I'm on their side. And so far, I'm still leaning towards her than him. Okay? But we're only 11 minutes into this very long video. So
of October, a few days after we had moved in with each other. There are no texts from this time that even suggest that we were fighting or had been in a fight. And that's because this did not happen. On the 19th of October, Alice asked...
You're coming or... Yes, which call? In my server, if you're on a FIFA DW, Discord, what is that, DW? Because I'm on the new game. Hi, October 19th, and then October 19th, so two... Okay, they're getting rid of the blind pick. Good, do bike come?
Asked me to call, and the next text message was Alice asking me to sort out my bike in the garage. Later that same day, Alice asked me what's happening, and I...
What's happening? The cat shut me in the cupboard. Why are you in the cupboard? Are you going to the shop? Because you have a recording soon and we need to eat.
I tell her the cat had shut me in the cupboard because I was fixing our heating. And then that night we texted about packages arriving the next day.
So he's saying they weren't even together on October 19th?
Tell her the cat had shut me in the cupboard because I was fixing our heating. And then that night we texted...
Why are you in the cupboard? Okay, is phone off? Not delivered. Packing arriving at... What does this mean, guys? There's a... It's a like a warning sign. It says not delivered, is phone off. What is it? Is that an iPhone thing? Packages arrive 12/2. The big one is like 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then that'll be the other one. The outside chairs. There's 2 deliveries. October 20th now. Pizza in the kitchen. Alex, okay, about to go out to the garage. Huh. She didn't get the message. Okay, thank you. So she didn't get the message. I'm confused by all of this.
Texted about packages arriving the next day. At 1 past midnight, Alice tells me she'd made me pizza, and then on the 20th of October, Alice asked me what I want from the shop, and then we go on to talk about buying Pokemon cards.
This is going to sound really crazy. I'm trying to create reasons why this happens. Have you ever seen that meme on Instagram or TikTok where it's like, having the breakdown of my life, but also having multiple conversations with my friends. So like, hey, bro, our relationship's been the deepest it ever has. You're my man. You have my back. I love you, bro. Crying. Also sending my sister funny memes at the secondary conversation. I've done that with people where we can have 3 conversations at once with 3 very serious mood shifts. And I don't know if it's a neurodivergent skill. And I know all these people are probably neurodivergent. I mean, BPD is neurodivergence, but I definitely know it can happen. So like, you can be having a situation where like there's abuse and rape happening, and at the same time you're tweeting about how funny you both think each other are. Yeah, code switching with your emotions, exactly, chat. It's really hard to explain to people, but like that's why I say like some of us are like multifaceted. So I wonder if that's what's happening, but I don't know. Is he really proving right now that they weren't even together that night? Or is she saying like 2 things happened at once? I don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing here.
And on the 20th of October, Alice asked me what I want from the shop, and then we go on to talk about buying Pokemon cards. The claim we had a huge fight where I'd physically assaulted Alice is a lie. I never did these things Alice has accused me of doing, because this never happened. Alice...
And I don't know if she just got the date wrong as well. I don't know.
Just texted her mum and used this as proof that this event had taken...
Okay, let's see. Mom. Hi, love. How things? Miss you. Yesterday. Things are fine, then bad, then fine, then bad again. Excuse me. When I say I'm fine, I mean I'm not forgiven or feeling better, but I'll move on so he stops complaining and being mad that I'm upset from his actions. I've never wanted to leave somebody so badly and come home so badly. I can't help holding back tears whenever I think of coming home away from this hellhole. I'm literally on the brink of a breakdown. Whenever I see you and dad, I just want to come home. Alongside that, I can't believe I've been putting up with someone like this with no morals or human emotions, and he scares the shit out of me. He will argue. I don't want to live with a guy where I have to suffer in silence and be quiet. That's literally hell. He wants a little minion to love him and need him. He tells me I need him. He is Satan. I guess the mom is replying, he needs you to need him. Fuck off. This isn't 1935. She says, he broke my glasses the last argument for no reason and hid them. Mom said, oh my gosh, that's psycho. She said, he will gaslight until I react. When I do, he will call me crazy, like he didn't just scream in my face for an hour. Yeah, you know what's interesting about this is that I doubt they come from good family backgrounds. You know what I'm saying? I doubt, you know what I mean? I've also been in situations where I've even told my parents conversations like this, and they don't know how to react. As much as like we think parents would have the right reaction, boomers don't know how to react. That's my new belief. So like I've definitely even told my mom like, hey, I think I'm in a bad situation with this guy, and we're not even in a relationship, like we're friends, but I feel like I think I have to get out of his apartment. She's like, well, Betsy, you know, you moved there, you made this decision. If you want to leave now, I guess, because they don't understand. Parents don't believe their kids are in bad situations. That's my new theory. My new theory is parents don't get that their kids could be murder victims. They don't think about it. And I know because of the way that my family talks about sexual assault, they don't talk about the sexual assault in the family. They pretend it didn't happen. But they're always verbalizing how they want to protect victims of sexual assault, but we never talk about the ones that happen in the family. So I'm not surprised that that could be her mom's reaction. Do you know what I mean? But is he saying that she faked it or something? Let's see.
Taking place after screenshotting the text in real time as the messages display the words
oh, hold on.
And use this as proof that this event had taken place after screenshotting the
It doesn't stop at the words. It starts there and gets worse. If he's already pushed you over and puts his hands over your mouth, he will punch you eventually. Then he'll have a fun video to defend himself against. But do not let it get that far. Get out. Okay, so the mom's saying get out.
Text in real time as the messages.
But to be honest, as soon as it goes shit again, I'm out and coming home makes it easier. I'm not happy with you taking any more shit. You don't have to. You deserve better. Is Bear on cat and kitten blink food now? Wow, great. I love the switch. And he blinked. And you're right, I'm not going to take any more. I just feel weird leaving without saying anything when he's so calmed down. I feel a bit stuck right now. Mom says you don't owe anybody anything, and if he hasn't apologized, groveled, then he shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wish parents were better. But to be honest with you, like, I don't expect much from parents. Because in my life, like I said, it was really hard for parents to recognize that their kids were the problem. They really blamed other people. And also that their kids can't just get out. Like, we know this with friends and family and abusive relationships. Like, they can't just get out. Right? It doesn't work that way. And also, you never think it's as bad as, like, it sounds. You know? Okay, let's see. Oh, this is the dad. Oh, good. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. This isn't even the mom. This is the dad. Oh, interesting. Good chat. Good eyes. This is the dad. Interesting.
The words today instead of the date that they were taken. Alice knew she would be using them in her document and that she had been planning this full story about me. Alice has used these texts to make it seem like I'd physically assaulted her when this never happened. This isn't the only time Alice has used similar proof to claim something had happened which had never taken place at all, and she does this many times in her document. Alice provided a list of events that she had written herself directly into her notes app as evidence and has attached.
You're a huge fuck up, whore, cunt, freak, weirdo, bitch, slimy, slag, unlovable, I don't love you anymore, stupid. Everything I will do amounts to nothing. Your never-ending ego trip. Break up with me, blocks me, constantly calls me a dog to his mom, tells me to shut up in front of his mates. I got more important shit than your feelings, especially when your feelings are based on a... Okay, is this her saying these are the words he would say to me? Look, hey, one thing I will say about this, it's definitely not a healthy relationship because healthy relationships don't have these kinds of receipts. So I guess we could say that. At least we know it's not healthy. So we know it's toxic. The question is, we know there's problems and abuse. Who's the abuser? Right? Like, none of us have to argue if it was healthy. Obviously, we're in this is a bad relationship. Why is it bad? You know? That's the problem. Okay, let's see.
To her document as proof that Alice was still writing these stories after she had said that she had moved out.
December 28th, argued, kicked me as I walked away, moved out that day. Well, this is just a list of her making this is normal for victims to have to go through. I had to do this for, like an abuse case. I don't want to get too into it, but somebody asked me to make a compilation of all the receipts I had and all of the timestamps and calendar dates I had of a person that I knew to be abusive. And I made a document. And this is how my document looked. And this is what it looked like. It looked like me making a Word document with, oh, here's this calendar date. Here's the text message. Here's what I remember this day. Here's how it felt like it happened. Here's the last day I saw this person. Here's the relationship I had with this person. Here are the insults I was used to hearing from this person. So I think that's what this is. I just think that's what this is. And by the way, I didn't do that for somebody I was dating. You could do this for a friend, family, work, coworker. Like, this is just something to give as like a witness evidence, basically.
Out, which shows that these were written at a later date retroactively for this document. Anyone could have written down anything on any date and claimed that it was true. Writing down words into a notes app can be done at any time and is in no way, shape or form proof that something happened. The texts between us from that time reflect a totally different story that Alice has not included in her document, even though she provided an exact date of the day this had apparently taken place. Instead, Alice has fabricated the story entirely and has accused me of being physically abusive to hide the fact that she had been slapping, punching...
Chat says, Brittany, what do you think about Believe All Women? I'd love your opinion. First, the slogan is Believe Women and got co-opted by misogynists to be Believe All Women because it was never about believing all women. It was about believing women when they tell you they've been assaulted, and then we do the research. So just a reminder that the Me Too movement came up with that slogan as Believe Women, which was to counter the culture of not believing people when they told you a story because it was inconvenient. So how do I feel about the origination of the slogan of Believe Women? Yeah, we all need to believe victims more. Believe victims and investigate. We need to believe victims, though. When people come forward, we should believe them, and then we should investigate. But if we're cynical, we automatically assume somebody's lying. It's not good. And there's too many people who assume everybody is lying, which is the problem, because they're most likely statistically not lying. Okay? Okay, I responded like that because you did the equivalent. You took it wrong. He said of me going apples and oranges. She said insulted me multiple times. He said, and you punched me in the face. And she said, I'm screaming because you can't stop doing it. He said it caught me off guard. She said insulting me. He said, so I was like, please fuck off. She said, you called me psycho. That's gaslighting. Uh-oh. Wait, she can't punch him just because he was insulting her. But if she was because it's odd to just go for me like that. She said, as fuck, you're wrong. Okay, wait. Today, bye. He said, stop fucking threatening me. Just leave me alone. I don't want to do this. I don't want this. She said, I'm getting my shit and leaving you forever. He said, I wanted to know what was wrong. She said, so you do want this. He said, and you're fucking punching me. She said, question mark. Oh, he said, you're punishing me. She said, what? He said, I get it. You hate me. She said, I didn't punch you. And he says, I don't know what I fucking did. What? I'm being gaslit through these text messages, bro. I feel like they're both fucking with me, but he feels like he's more fucking with me. I don't even understand.
And kicking me throughout our
Hey, whoa, hey. Oh, we already read these.
Relationship. Something that she had tried to hide from her document and has lied about on Twitter.
Yeah, so she said she didn't abuse him physically, but I want people to make sure we understand that I don't know what's happening. You know what? I'm going to play it a little bit without pausing it because I think I'm confused.
publicly. At no point has this story ever been consistent, as Alice said that this happened on the 4th day that we moved in with each other in her document and in her notes app, but then it texted me that it happened on the 2nd. And to be clear...
So he's saying, okay, I didn't wait too long to pause it, my bad. He's saying that she changed her story.
Clear day that we moved in with each other in her...
I walked away for space for 1 minute. He grabbed my hood and pulled me back to the floor. October 19th.
Document and in her notes app, but then it texted me that it happened on the 2nd.
You didn't give me shit 24/7, pushed me away. LOL, I didn't. You dragged me day 2 of living with you. I mean, look, if they're high on weed, if they're drunk, you know, if they're gonna miss text. I don't think this is like foolproof of anything. It sounds like they both have bad memories. You know? Okay, let's see. She said, you dragged me day 2 of living with you. He said, to the point where I didn't even to sleep in the same bed as you. Didn't even want. Okay. You put hands on me, pushed me. He said, because I knew you'd just be mean to me. She said, headlock, blah, blah, CBA, 2 days in. So yes, you get whatever you did from me, because you're an asshole and you broke everything we had. So they both, okay. So so there's both. So both of them have admitted in messages to have gotten physical. She's saying it was to protect herself. He's saying it's because he knew she'd be mean to him. You put hands on me, pushed me. He said, because I knew you'd be mean to me. Does that mean like they were in bed together? Right? And then they, boom. Like they were in bed together and then they, boom. Is that what it is? You know what I mean? Is that what's happening? I don't know.
Second. And to be clear, the text messages from the 17th of October also show that this was not the case. Alice thought...
What was not the case? How do they show that?
And to be clear, the text messages from the...
No players, plasters, hello, game time in a bit. So he's saying we weren't in the same house together because they were messaging each other?
17th of October...
Alice even says she woke up at 10 p.m. on the 2nd day of living together. What does this prove? I don't get what this proves.
Also show that this was not the case.
Okay, cat video. Can I come to your bedroom? I want to kiss. Well, then they live together. Do they live together and have separate bedrooms? He said, Alice, can you come to our bedroom? I want to kiss.
Case. Alice started to accuse me of being physically abusive with her after I had asked her multiple times to stop her constant...
No. Hello, come back stream. Oh no. Oh no. Come back stream. Come back, don't leave me. We're back. Okay. So I'm a little confused. He's denying that he hit her. He's denying her accusations. I don't know what's going on with that. So right now it's he said, she said. And again, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Like this feels very deeply toxic to me. But just a reminder, he did threaten to kill her. So I feel like that's what I'm focusing on. And just a reminder, we started off with this stream with a story about a woman who dated a man for 2 months, rejected him, and so he went and bought a hammer and bludgeoned her to death. So, okay.
It happened was when we were in an argument on the day we broke up, and I had told her to leave the house. Alice accused me of grabbing her and said she could prove that this had happened because she had written down the date in her notes app, and then started to blackmail me and threaten me that she would go to the police and start calling me an abuser. I denied this ever happening and explained how it disturbed me that Alice was trying to gaslight me into believing that this had taken place. I had asked Alice not to come back to the house and that I would leave her stuff in the garage because I wanted to break up.
Hold on. Putting your PC outside in the garage and all your other stuff. She said, and I'll post you being abusive then, so maybe don't. Maybe chill out for a day. That sounds like a threat. It does. Okay, that is a threat. That's really fucked up. That's fucked up. That's suspicious. That's the most suspicious thing she said so far. Okay, that's suspicious. Yeah, why would she say that? So maybe don't. Maybe chill out for a day. What? He said, I've had to cancel tomorrow. You've destroyed everything for what? Because I'm meant to do everything for you. Insane. Don't come back. Can't believe you actually left over cleaning the kitchen. Put so much more stress on me for nothing. It's so fucking weird. Don't ever contact me again. She said I left the house because you kicked me and insulted me.
And I didn't want her near me anymore, as she had been assaulting me and threatening me since we had started dating. When Alice had left the house, I finally thought I could escape our relationship and that I wouldn't have to see her again. This is when Alice
Okay.
began to start blackmailing me and threatening me because I was asking her to stay away. Alice told me that she was
Can't believe you actually left over cleaning the kitchen. Okay, I left the house because you kicked me. You put my things outside. I'm calling the police. You actually then have a serious issue. He said, I'm not putting it outside. It would be in the garage. Why would I want it here? You left. She said, for a night. What do you want me to do? He said. She said, leave it all alone. He said, so what? You're coming back? And she said, and chill out. Think about the shit you do. It feels like a toxic relationship where they're both trying to fix it and ruin it at the same time. Like, I don't think either of these people are healthy. Right? I think both these people are unhealthy. But yeah, hold on. Are we confused on who's sending the text messages? He's blue, she's she's gray. So basically, they got into a big fight and broke up. She left for the night. He's saying, I'm sick of this. I'm putting your shit in the garage. Move out. And she's saying, hey, chillax. Like, wait a fucking day, or I'm telling everyone you're an abuser. Which sounds like a threat. You know? So basically, it almost sounds like she's not ready to let it go. Now, hear me when I say this. You can be a person this is why people who stay in abusive relationships feel confusing to people, because some part of them believes it will get better. But by staying in the relationship, you also lose sympathy points from people because then it looks like this. Because you kind of have to be toxic to live with a toxic person. So both of them are coming across very toxic with one another because it just facilitates. This is why healthy people don't date toxic people. They might date them for a second, and then once they realize they're toxic, they peace out. Healthy people don't stay in toxic relationships. But toxic people do stay in toxic relationships. Unhealthy people do stay in unhealthy relationships. And so I don't think either of them are healthy enough to have a healthy relationship. But then the accusations of serious abuse are, that's really what we're questioning here. I don't think anyone's questioning that they're healthy or unhealthy.
She was going to come back and that she was only gone for a night. When I told Alice I didn't want her to come back, she accused me of physically abusing her.
And remember, if they live together, he's kicking her out of her only livable space. So that could be very scary because, like, where's she going to go? Right? So even if especially if she's an abuse victim, where would she go necessarily right away? She has her own social media presence, yes, but she would have to pack all of her stuff and then go where? Right? So from her perspective, even if he puts it in the garage and it's like a neutral space, like Chat said, yes, but also, like, where's she gonna go? So I think maybe that's what she's thinking, where she's like, hold on, calm down, I can't leave yet. Right? He said, how? She said, being abusive and saying sorry. He said, what the fuck? She said, still doing it, by the way. He goes, I haven't been at all. Okay, I already read that. Oh, you headlocked me. What the fuck? I already read this. Okay.
Alice then threatened to report this lie to the police.
Okay, it's adding to the report. I've already read this out loud. Okay, we've already read these.
To stop me from trying to leave our relationship. I knew that now, if I tried to leave, Alice would accuse me of physically abusing her, as she had used this to get me to back down from trying to end our relationship in this conversation. The false accusations and police threats were the final straw. I did not want to be blackmailed again into staying in our relationship. Alice continued to insist that I had assaulted her in our argument over text, but as I have shown, we were completely fine on the 19th of October.
I agree that these text messages feel like they're cordial, but I don't know that that means anything.
Because this fight never took place. Alice has created this story because she'd been threatening me for our entire relationship with ruining my life and career, and she knew she could bully me into submission and control me with these accusations and threats. Alice had told me that she had recorded me during my manic episodes, and when I'd reacted to the constant threats and physical attacks in our relationship. Alice would threaten
when I was diagnosed with borderline, I thought borderlines experienced mania, but then I learned they don't. So does he mean a borderline episode? I doubt he's experiencing mania. Like a manic episode? Or is that what he's talking about? Is that what he's saying? I doubt he's, you know what I mean? So I'm assuming he's misusing that word, or he's using it to confuse. Is he the empath and she's the narcissist? Borderlines are often targeted by narcissists because of their vulnerabilities. Chat says you fucked, or not chat, sorry. Alice says you fucked it. Wow. He said, wow, what? You're a nightmare. Oh, we read this earlier. Okay, she said, I said I'm scared, aka reassure me we will be okay. It's too much, he said. It feels like they're in one of those toxic dynamics where she doesn't have the healthy tools to say, like, hey, I need to be reassured in this relationship and I'm not getting it and I'm feeling really insecure. And instead she says, you know, I'm scared. And he's like, what? So yeah, I think this is what's so difficult about unhealthy situations. And this is why therapy can take so long and why philosophy and introspection can take so long, because you have to deconstruct. You have to take it all apart and put it in its proper place. And it takes time. It takes time to say, like, what made you say this out loud? What made you do this? What made you express yourself in this way? Well, he made me. Okay. Can you tell me the story without bringing him into it? Going back to our conversation about not centering a man in your story, can you explain to me why you did these things without referencing him? Because that's the real why. And that's what you have to learn about yourself. That's what I learned in therapy, is without referencing the relationship, why did I do what I did? And it was really helpful. It was really, and it came down to my complex over wanting to save everybody, people putting that on my shoulders since I was a kid, my family putting a responsibility on me that I was responsible for everybody's trauma and everybody's issues because Britney's Britney. And I learned that, oh, like I make excuses for people's bad behavior because I see the good in them. I got to work on that. And I'll probably always be working on that. But yeah, those kinds of, that person, unhealed and in her 20s, perfect target for people who want to take advantage of that. You know, elder child curse for sure. Elder women child curse too. Because I have older brothers. They were not given this responsibility. Do you know I have 2 older brothers? They were not given this responsibility. This is not their burden. This is Brittany's burden because she's the oldest daughter. She's the second mom. It's like, it's not parentification in a traditional sense. It's a different form of parentification. I'm not even sure it's considered parentification because like the way people have relationships with parentification, I didn't have it like that. I had the typical, you're a woman, you're responsible because you're female for people's feelings, which I think happens universally to girls in most cultures.
Threatened to post these videos when I tried to leave and when we argued. I felt that I had no choice but to stay when Alice threatened me. Alice has carefully selected these screenshots to hide me denying the physical abuse and to paint a completely different
Hold on, I gotta see if I've read those already.
relationship. Alice would threaten to post
Okay, yes.
these videos when I tried to leave and when we argued. I felt that I had no choice but to stay when Alice threatened me. Alice has carefully selected these screenshots.
Okay, so Alex said, I had to stop you somehow. She said goodbye. He said, because you don't talk to me, I told you to calm down. She said, you put hands on me because I was screaming. Maybe stop doing that. What are you doing? He said, so I just said, don't do it. She said, fuck off. Right? Am I getting this right, chap? He said, that's all I said. She said, bye. Fucking excuses to do that, asshole. He said, that's not what I said. What the fuck? It does feel like she might be fucked up in a sense. Like, obviously, right? She's with him. At the end of the day, she's in a bad relationship. So there's some part of her that's fucked up, like all of us, right? But that's interesting to me. Yeah. Interesting.
Shots to hide me denying the physical.
Okay, this is the same messages. Well, what the fuck? She said bye. He said, I didn't say that. See, this is why you should call me and not text because I can't talk properly here. She said, bye. He said, I didn't say that. Let's see, or type fast enough. We're having 2 different conversations. This is so stressful for no reason. It's so simple. Interesting. He's mistyping because he's typing quickly. She said, I did stop. I was walking away. The only reason I started screaming was because you dragged me on the floor, idiot. I was trying to get away from you arguing with me and you did that. I was talking about hugging you. Made it worse, she said. Yes, all scream after this. Misspelled. He went ... She said, idiot, scared me to shit, idiot. So she's like lashing out at him. Ugh, this is giving me a headache, chat. Let's see. Chet says, do you think it's fair to say most people who are misandrist and misogynistic that they are that way because deep down they believe the other side's hatred is true, like they feel inferior? Do you think it's fair to say that most people who are misandric or misogynistic, they are that way because they deep down believe the other side's hatred is true, like they feel I'm sure for some part of the population there could be like a complex in which they would produce it that way. I guess like, oh, I'm a misogynist and I hate women because women are right. I'm a piece of shit because I'm a man. Maybe, but I would say that's incorrect and we need to work on that. You know, Chad says like, if I didn't believe I was inferior, for example, then it wouldn't bother me. Well, misandry and misogyny are bad, right? And it should bother you that people are racist. It should bother you that people are misandric or misandric. Like, it should bother you that people are thinking you are inferior because of the way you're born. Right? Or like it might. I don't know. It's your values. So, you know, I think it depends on the situation, but the why is what matters here. And I don't think it's black and white. I think it's specific to every individual. But every individual is having a different relationship with, you know, this idea that anyone is inherently anything because of the way they were born. It's a very, you know, it's a very common idea. Lots of cultures around the world believe things because, you know, it was passed down through tradition or it's bad science or whatever. But I think we always have to dissect and deconstruct why we believe anyone is born anyway. Like people who think like babies are born bad. Like, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Like if you mean like factually they have a genetic predisposition, their brain is actually malfunctioned, and no matter how much we help them, they'll like mass murder everybody, maybe. But probably not most people, am I right? So, you know, the why is what matters to me here. Okay, let's go back to the video.
Physical abuse and to paint a
He was saying I was talking about hugging you, and she lashes out at him.
When Alice threatened me. Alice has carefully selected these screenshots to hide me denying the physical abuse and to paint a completely different story, which is untrue. In the full thread that Alice hasn't shown, I told Alice I'd only tried to hug her, as I was not talking about grabbing Alice at all at any point in the conversation that she has tried to misrepresent. And when we discuss this at a later date, Alice says that I had hugged her and that I had walked away to avoid us fighting, which is not what she's tried to portray in her document at all.
Yeah, I mean, that does happen where physically people try to like hold you down or hug you because they think they're protecting you. But when you don't want it, it can feel really bad. So this is where like better skills come in, you know? Maybe that's what happened. Like maybe, you know, she was like, don't fucking touch me. And he was like, let me hug you. And she's like, no. And then they started getting physical, like, no, don't hug me. And then he was trying to hug her. But this is why we have to talk about consent, even from an affectionate standpoint. Because, like, some people are trained to hug you against your consent. And some people also internalize a lack of consent culture and think that's what they want too. Like, no, don't hug me. And then, like, when he hugs you and you cry into his arms, you realize that's what you needed. This is all based in, like, a lack of consent culture, which obviously, these two people do not have. Like, these people are not living in deep-rooted consent culture in that capacity. I mean, I've even dated people who use safe words, and when shit like this would happen, like something similar, like, hey, I need to leave, don't hug me right now, they would try to hug you. And I'm like, I'm safe wording, don't hug me right now. And they'd be like, I have to hug you, I'm scared for you. And I'm like, okay, you're violating the safe word, dude. And, like, I know they didn't mean it as, like, an assault, but at the same time, like, I safe worded, dude. I'm in my right mind. You're like, I might be triggered, but I'm able to understand what's happening. Like, I'm safe wording. Get the fuck off me. And that's the problem. People think when you're triggered that you're either perfectly in control or you're not in control at all. It's somewhere in the middle, dudes. When I'm triggered, I can safe word and get myself a glass of tea and sit on the couch. But sometimes when I'm triggered, I can't stop crying no matter how hard I try. Or I can't switch my mood back to normal. So it's like, it's not either or. So when someone who's triggered uses a safe word, they're cognizant enough to use their safe word, believe them, you know? And then sometimes if you feel like they're truly out of their mind, you can intervene, but you better be ready to like defend yourself on why you think they're out of their mind. Because now you become a threat if when I am triggered and I use my safe word, you still don't believe me. Because that's the point of the safe word, is it knocks us both out and makes us focus like, oh, this is serious, you know? So I feel like this is a lack of education. This is why young people are more, look, it is just more obvious to me that young people will be more abusive and toxic to one another because they lack the education and wisdom. And if they do not fix it while they are young, they will take it into their elder years. So the idea for all of us is to break these generational curses, to get healthy, to figure ourselves out so we can be healthy 35-year-olds. We can be healthy 40-year-olds. We can be healthy 50-year-olds. But if these people do not get the help they need, everybody involved here, They will just grow up to be toxic adults, which a lot of our families and friends are. Okay? Breaking generational curses is very difficult. It is not going to be easy. So it's really important that we hold ourselves accountable and ask ourselves, why did I do this regardless of what anyone else was doing? Why did I make this decision? Because there is a difference between yelling at someone reactively and yelling at someone to make a point that you will not be like, you know, abused, or, you know, you're like, it's like standing up to a bear, right? Raising your voice to stand up to a bear is not the same thing as like screaming loudly at the bear because you're shitting your pants. We got to make sure we don't shit our pants, but it's not your fault that you shit your pants. You've never had to fight a bear before, you know? Right? Kat says, you mentioned justice. What does that mean to you? To me, it's the institutions we uphold. You mean in relation to this? Like, I don't know what that's in relation to. You'll have to clarify your statement. And yes, Chet says the romantic trope of kissing someone who's yelling at you is infuriating and so fucking common and internalized by young people and used as a way to justify toxic relationships. I mean, I've been there. You think I didn't love makeup sex after a fight? Girl, in my 20s, some of the best, most ridiculous sex I had was after a fight. And now I'm looking back like, damn, that's my toxicity right there. My toxicity was after a fight. Kissing made it all better. And instead of realizing like this was never going to change. But when he kisses you or she kisses you after a night of fighting, it feels like, God, there might be a chance. We might actually make it out of this hell together. But the truth is sometimes you get out alone, girl. Sometimes you get out alone. You know, sometimes you really get out alone.
In one argument, Alice accused me of dragging her again, to which I sent her a voice message where I told her that it didn't happen.
I'm so confused here, Alice. Like, this morning, I was just trying to talk to you normally. I tried to call you, tried to have a normal conversation, and you escalate it to this. I don't understand. I don't understand, like, why this? Why does it have to be this? Why couldn't you just let me talk to you, like, have just a normal conversation today? Why did you, like, do you want it to be this? I don't want to fight you. I don't want to have fights with you. I don't want to have angry text messages with you. And I also don't want to be accused of doing stuff that I haven't done.
Alice then mocked me because I brought up her slapping me. Alice...
No, bye. You want this? I can do this. Bye. Does she mean I can't? I'm not accusing you of shit. You're so deaf. Goodbye. Yeah, Alice is giving... Alice is giving... toxic. She's giving toxic. She's giving, something. Man, it's really hard to tell. Don't erase your mind though from the beginning statements of him wanting to kill her. Okay. But like, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. She's reacting kind of like she's 15. Is she 15? No, because he was like 23 or something, right? Something. She's very unhealthy. Chad says the amount of times they say bye makes me want to self-destruct. Yeah, it's like watching a 15-year-old have a conversation, truly.
Alice texted me in response saying, "You're mad if you want to say I'd slap you," even though Alice has now admitted she slapped me in the document that she posted. In these texts, I said that Alice pushed me away and gave me shit 24/7, to the point where I didn't want to sleep in the same bed as her. At this point, we were sending messages at the exact same time. This makes it look like we were responding to each other, but we were sending these messages simultaneously, as shown in these screenshots. When I said that Alice can't go around screaming in our house, it was because it was attached to the message where I was explaining why I had started to sleep downstairs because she would punch, kick, and scream at me, so I'd been forced to sleep on the sofa. Because we lived in a rented house, I did...
Okay, who took that picture of him sleeping on the sofa?
Punch, kick, and scream at me, so I'd been forced...
Alice took that photo of him sleeping on the couch.
Forced to sleep on the sofa. Because we lived in a rented house, I didn't want to be evicted because of the constant arguments and screaming when I would sleep upstairs. Alice has cropped these messages intentionally to hide the entire context of this conversation. Alice has not only not shown these texts from when this apparent fight took place, but has now cut around messages to portray a story which is untrue. Alice hit...
Wait, chat says it comes out later saying she has BPD. So is it BPD? Is it BPD on BPD crime? Are you saying Alice has BPD? Because I would not be surprised. If this is BPD on BPD crime, like nobody had a chance. If it's BPD on BPD crime with no therapy and no intervention and no philosophy, never had a chance. Chat said, hear me out, BPD on autism crime. There's definitely probably autism at play here, right? Damn, this is, this is why we have to go to therapy, girls. You know what I'm saying?
Hit me many times throughout our relationship, and this happened consistently from the moment that we started dating. Alice would use physical violence when I refused to do as she had asked.
Uh-oh.
And this is something she admitted to in a conversation on Facebook Messenger. When I brought up that she had been assaulting me throughout our relationship.
Uh-oh. She said, because it's true. He said, isn't gonna make it right. She said, people are seeing you for you. He said, and you slapped me yesterday. It was dreadful. She said, yes, I slapped your face one time. Name a girl who hasn't slapped a huge asshole. On the face? Listen. I never slapped no boyfriend, okay? I never slapped a girlfriend in my life, okay? I've never hit an intimate partner, outside of BDSM dungeon consensually, you know what I'm saying? Like, excuse you. Like, is she romanticizing the girl slapping the guy in videos? Like, that has been romanticized, by the way, since, like, early film. Early film in Hollywood is literally, like, shows the slapping. You know what I mean? It's like, that is absolutely a narrative where people have normalized, like, hitting people or slapping men across the face. Like, not normalized. Not good. Okay? Not good. Chat says, is this the same slap where she was defending herself for a separate occasion? See, I'm not sure. He said, I know I was, and I'm ashamed of everything but coming after my life. She said, that's your defense. My girlfriend slapped me after I abused her. He said you slapped me. Have I lied to you here? She said, you dragged me, put me in a headlock, and kicked me. Say sorry publicly. I don't know what you want to do. It's not like I've confirmed it's about you or named you and it's gone and made a video about you. Oh. So she put out a video and he's saying, so she put out her video but didn't name him. Is that what this is? And she's saying you can say sorry publicly. Ooh. This is messy. So she was subtweeting. Was she subtweeting and that's the thing? And then he's like, hey, I'll call out all the shit you did. I'm like, either way, there's badness here, but she's still maintaining that he got physical with her first. And it looks like he sometimes denies it, but then doesn't deny it, and it confuses me. I don't know. I don't know who's telling the truth.
Alice responded by saying that any girl would have done the same. Alice also went on to send me a message where she said that her kicking me was probably uncalled for. I messaged Alice about her assaulting me on Facebook after she had posted TikToks calling me an abuser and lied that I was on Claire's Law and under a police investigation. I questioned why Alice was doing this when she had been physically assaulting me throughout our relationship. I told her because of this.
See, he keeps doing that thing. It's triggering me, bro. Where he keeps she was physically abusive to me throughout our relationship. Every instance you gave isn't necessarily like traditional abuse. It's more like, it's confusing I don't mean to I'm confused. He keeps saying he hasn't given us the proof yet of like constant physical abuse by her, because every time he shows the receipts, it's in context of her saying you put me in a headlock. So I'm a little confused. But I don't like the way she said, everyone slapped an asshole. Like, that's fucked up. Like, no. Like, that's really fucked up. I just want to be abundantly clear. You can't be out here slapping people and then being like, well, I'll slap an asshole. Like, no. You guys think it's the TikToks? Like, maybe she put I thought she put those TikToks after the fact, but it's the before the fact. This is why I couldn't actually be a therapist, because I'm exhausted, bros. This is eating up my spoons. Like, you know what I mean? These people are just toxic. This is so toxic. And therapists sit here, and I know it's like their special interest, so they actually it's their passion, and they're able to handle it, but oh my God. Chat says maybe he doesn't think it's abuse and is just saying, well, if she's calling this abuse, then I'm physically abused for the whole relationship as well. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I would have to defend myself because of the accusation she had posted publicly. This is when Alice threatened to sue me for suggesting that she had slapped me, which she later admitted to in her document. I messaged Alice about the time she...
Yeah, but she admitted it within the context of self-defense, Alex. Make it make sense! Like, that's what I mean. The clip he keeps showing is her saying she did it in self-defense, so it's not the same.
Kicked me, which had led to me sleeping on the sofa and staying away from her to stop her from assaulting me. I retold this story on messages, and Alice replied saying she didn't just start kicking me randomly for no reason. Alice admits in these messages that she was kicking me because I had refused to put my shirt on, which is her reason for assault.
Wait. Is this one of those things where, hey, put your shirt on, put your shirt on, put your shirt on, and she's hitting him technically, and then he's like, yeah, you hit me when I didn't put my shirt on. Are they talking about slap fighting? This is why you can't slap fight with everybody. But also, that can't be about putting on his shirt, or is she being like, I kicked you because you didn't get your shirt on. Get your fucking shirt on. Well, that's okay. Hello, what are we talking about here? I probably pushed you away and I didn't just start kicking you. So confused. Oh, this is where he says we were arguing. I did something. I can't remember what. Something dumb, like I was in bed naked. And you told me to sleep downstairs and I ignored you. So he's saying, I don't remember what it was. See, when we read that message earlier, we were thinking he was saying, I hit you, but I don't remember why. Versus she's saying, oh, okay, now I'm getting fucked up. I'm too human to put this together.
Insulting me. Alice responded with, yeah, that's pretty stupid, in response to me refusing to put my shirt on. This is because I had a skin condition that Alice was aware of. I said it was stupid at the time because I regretted not just doing as Alice had asked, as it would have avoided her assaulting me, and we wouldn't have ended up arguing. What?
Something dumb, like I was naked in bed and you told me to sleep downstairs and I ignored you. It was stupid. She said, yeah, that's pretty stupid. He said, I'm sorry I'm shaking. This is really traumatic for me and I'm really sorry if I'm not clear and that's not because of you. She said, for talking about shit you did, or these messages do make her sound like the abuser. But I'm not sure. I'm confused. They do make her sound like the abuser. But then her messages make him sound like the abuser. And this is why this is tough.
Because I regretted not just doing as Alice had asked, as it would have avoided her assaulting me, and we wouldn't have ended up arguing. We had also texted about this exact situation. I told Alice I didn't want to upset her as she was angry that I no longer would share a bed with her anymore, because she had been kicking me and calling me fat because I told her that I couldn't sleep with a shirt on because of my...
It's hard. I don't understand. All I want to do is ever be with you, play games with you, come down to kiss you. Yeah. Not looking good, girl.
My illness. I've had a skin condition since 2021 that was brought on by stress.
That's real, bro. That's a skin condition for sure.
This skin condition would cause me to have full body itching episodes when I was touched, pushed, or hit, and it made it very hard for me to sleep. I was told by my doctor to try and avoid stressful situations and to stay dry and avoid...
Oh, he should definitely dump her then.
...avoid warmth, as it was seemingly making it worse. This is why I would sleep with no shirt on. When we first started dating, it was minimal, around the stomach area, but a few months into our relationship, it had spread to my entire body. Throughout my time with Alice, it got worse, and the stress of our relationship and other issues I was having at the time were having a huge effect on me. And
I'm going to say this with peace and love. In your 20s, if you're dating, you're probably just stressing everyone out, including yourself, unless you're ready for marriage. Unless you're ready for a long life commitment, you're probably just going to have the next 2 to 3 years of a stressful fucking dynamic. And that's what dating is. Dating is the most stressful fucking dynamic with unhealed people who you're probably not seriously going to marry. And you move into, you know, in a place with, you know how many times I've moved out of a person's house? I hate that shit. You know what I mean? I am starting to feel conflicted, guys. I'm confused. I'm officially confused now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Let's finish this video, though.
And Alice was aware of this. Originally, she seemed supportive, but it quickly became something that she would use to hurt me.
Oh, I gotta read that.
Alice was aware of this.
Alice, what do you mean? He said, I've got to, like, put cream on it and get rid of it. I just couldn't do it well, and I want it all gone. It's getting worse. She said, yeah, DW, I'll help. Is it just cream you have to use? He said, yeah. She said, no medicine things. He said, I take antibiotics. She said, okay. He said, I got more today. It's just tanking my mental health, looking at how much worse it's getting.
Originally, she seemed supportive, but it quickly...
True! Bryson, fucking true. Bryson in chat says, Brittany, be saying that shit bad for your skin. It's bad for your skin. I'm telling you, bros. Telling you. Not to compare this, but my heart... Have you seen the video of the Palestinian little girl who lost her hair from the stress? Oh, she's so stressed. She's lost her hair. And it is the saddest, most heartbreaking video I've ever seen. And she's so young. And she knows it is. She goes to the doctors. Like, she's explaining. It's the saddest. It's like, this is what stress does to your body for real. It is truly a real phenomenon. Like, your body, stress is a killer. Stress is a physical killer. Guys, this is meditation, but also, like, can you imagine? I'm so, like, free Palestine. Damn. Damn.
It became something that she would use to hurt me. Alice started by calling me fat and texting in person, and this was because she wanted me to keep my shirt
Hey, hold on.
that she would use to hurt me. Alice started by
You fat fuck. No, Alice, it's over. It's done. We're done. I'm not talking. You asked. We won't speak again. How to stop, I said. I'm fully over. Stop insulting me. It's done. With everything going on, you had to keep going. Stop it, Alex. No, you asked me. I fucking know what's up. I'm just trying to talk about it, you fat fucking monk. She's a bad person. Okay, she's a bad person. I'm sorry. You can't talk to people like this. I'm sorry. You can't talk to people like this. I don't like the way they talk to anybody, but I'm not on anybody's side, girl. I'm sorry. I'm out. She said, you fat fucking monkey, R-word boy, literal R-word. I'm asking you what's wrong. You throw a fit. He said, if you cared, you nunce. I think that's an insult too. Fuck off. You have a properly made attempt. You didn't. Damn, she mean, bro. She's mean. I don't like her. I don't like this girl. You know how we have a meme on this channel says, whose DMs don't you answer? You don't answer these DMs, girl. If this girl reaches out to you, you do not talk to her. This is not good. Does it nonce mean pedophile? Oh, does it? Yeah, I do not like her. She's a bad person. Nah. Okay, bad person. He seems like a bad person too, so I'm not, throwing any punches. But I do not like these people. Ooh, this is bad.
by calling me fat and texting in person, and this was.
Hold on, girl. I want to read all the insults so I can really
But
gauge
it quickly became something that she would use to hurt me. Alice started by calling me fat and texting in person.
Didn't make it about me. Talks over you. Are you thick? You haven't listened to this whole thing. I didn't make it about me, you fat cunt. Ooh, damn. You made it about me. You told me to shut up, you thick cunt. I'll talk to you about it, he said. She said, fuck off, Alex. Fuck off, Unreal. He said, but I got no faith you'd even try to let me talk about it. She said, I've explained it all and you still can't. I'm not fucking odd sticking up for you. I'd do it again. You fat fuck. Damn, stop going after his body, bro. He said, you quickly stop caring. Don't. Fuck off. I'm literally begging. Please never do that again. She said, it's literally not. I'm not joking. Wow. I really didn't want that. No, you idiot. I fucking mean this. She said, you're such a mean prick. Oh, bro. He said, so shut the fuck up. They are both mean, but like, I do not, Brittany does not condone this. You cannot talk to people you love like this, period, bro.
And this was because she wanted me.
Really, he said recently it's been pretty relentless and I don't pull you up on it because you were annoyed. She said, I'm just so not happy right now. He said, like, there's so many times in bed you've said stuff to me. She said, I am miserable. He said, I just like to have to go to sleep downstairs. She said, because you've not stopped insults, you gotta try to understand me. He said, but you combat me even when it's like talking about videos or cooking or literally anything. Don't cook like this. She said, so do you? ? He said, don't do that. She said, I literally was sad about you going all the time. He said, I don't want to upset you. She said, and asked you to stay like fucking hell. He said, that's why I was asking questions in the kitchen. She said, read the room. I want to be with you. Oh my God. I want you to be with me. My God. He said, yeah, but then you call me if I fucking kick me in bed. It's hard. I don't understand. All I ever want to do is be with you, play games, come down and kiss you. And you're not nice. I don't want to sleep on the sofa. I want to sleep in our bed. Damn. Yeah, I do not condone this. This is not good.
Me to keep my shirt on because she did not like my illness and she didn't want to see it or be around it. We were.
Bro, I gotta read this.
And this was because she wanted me to keep my shirt on because she did not.
Yeah, she calls him fat a lot. Still stands. Don't be dumb. Shut up with the insults. Go calm down. You go realize all I needed was reassurance. Realize you're a fat wanker and fix up. He goes, I was. And she goes, again and now. Had me crying all night feeling like my feelings are nothing to you and you just approved it all. He said, ugh. She said, ugh, fix it or I'll break your Star Wars shit. Y'all, I'm gonna be so for real right now. She's threatening him. Threatening to be physical. Psychological abuse. I don't know if either of them don't have like better values in place to react better, but this is very bad. you know? And if they both have borderline and they're both bad with values, then it's a recipe for disaster. So they both have to work on themselves in a big way. Yeah, this is really horrible.
Not like my illness, and she didn't want to see it or be around it. We were in bed together, and Alice told me when I took my shirt off that if I was going to do that, then she wanted me to sleep downstairs. I told Alice I wasn't going to do that because I wanted to sleep in.
Discord makes a really good point, actually. Said, conversations with my ex with BPD when she was triggered were super mean like this, but one-sided, I never reciprocated. I really think it's a values thing, where her values say it's okay to do these things when angry and hurt, but when she's cooled off, she would apologize for all the things she said. I think that's really common. I think that's why I was always shocked, because I genuinely, again, I just want to give better representation to borderlines in a sense, because like I didn't have this experience. I never felt justified in being cruel to people because I was hurt. But I know somebody in my life that's very similar, very Trisha-esque, where like when Trisha's hurt, she feels justified in hurting people really ruthlessly. That's the Trisha in my life. The Trisha in my life is the meanest fucking bitch when they're hurt. It's a guy. But like, they are so fucking mean. I'm like, Jesus, can you fucking chill? They get so fucking cruel. And even somebody else, I have a couple people in my life that definitely borderline. They get mean, bro. I'm like, hey, you can't be mean because you're fucking triggered. And like, that's the thing is like, I know they don't always mean it, but at some point deep down, I think they might. I think if you never change your behavior, if you never stop being mean when triggered, then I think you might actually believe that shit. Because eventually your triggers should at best be something where you're like, I'm very upset. But like, you can't just be mean to people and bring out every person's insecurity because you're upset. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's a BPD on BPD crime we're literally seeing.
In our bed that night, and she had complained that I spent too much time away from her. This angered Alice, and she called me names. I ignored her and turned away so I could go to sleep. Alice turned around in bed and kicked me in my lower back, and I told her to fuck off. Oh. And then she kicked me even harder, and then started to donkey kick me in my neck and in the back of my head. Alice,
oh, that's it. Okay, you guys got the imagery for that? Okay, got the imagery for that? Okay, right? He's saying she full-on donkey kicked him in the neck, bro. That's a big fucking accusation. That's a big deal. Now, she might be in the bubble of women. This is the patriarchy. This is misogyny at play, funny enough, where men have convinced women that they aren't strong enough to fight them and that men are always stronger. So women internalize this as I can be physically abusive to you because I could never be stronger than you. And then men internalize, well, I can't beat up a woman because I'm stronger than her. So when she hits me, it's not abuse. It's just like a kid hitting an adult. But at the end of the day, it's all abuse. It's all horrible. So I just want to make it abundantly clear. This isn't okay. This isn't even reactive. Like, even if she was in self-defense, like, what part of this is like self-defense? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what part of this is self-defense? This isn't self-defense. You know, so like, this is not justified. Like, she full on. So now the question is, was Alex ever abusive towards her? Or was he actually the victim and he was reacting when he like yelled at her on phone calls? Or were they both toxic enough to normalize this behavior, which then led to them both fighting each other? Do you know what I'm saying? So, this is so frustrating because like, this is where a therapist has to come in and cops have to come in and people have to come in and really go through the evidence, but we'll never probably know. But I'll tell you this right now, both these people got fucked up problems just based off their own shared text messages.
Alice had done this so hard that I fell out of the bed while she was still kicking me.
And yes, chat says, even with kids, when kids hit adults, it can hurt a lot. Don't let people hit folks. Yeah, don't let your kids hit you either, Avi.
Proceeded to get incredibly angry, and I shouted at Alice, and I insulted her, and this is something that I deeply regret doing. When I messaged Alice about this on Facebook, she said that she didn't just start kicking me hard. The argument had got worse, and we both started insulting each other. Alice then pushed me and tried to hit me. This is when I grabbed Alice by the arms and I pulled her to the floor. This is the only time that I tried to defend myself after Alice had tried to attack me after kicking me in the back of the head. Alice says in the messages that she didn't do it for no reason, and she believed that because I'd refused to sleep downstairs without my shirt on, that made it acceptable to kick me, because I had refused to do what Alice had asked. Alice has also written in our document that I had accused her of hitting me when we were in bed because I was talking to.
He then goes to say, I've punched him in the face over the cat. That is Delulu Island. We're on now because he's trying to grab onto anything he can create to create his own story. This didn't happen, and I couldn't tell you where he cooked this up from. This is an argument where he was being horrible, and the cat had the cat in his arms and came up to me making jokes about taking him away. Alex was in my face, all over me doing this, so I pushed him off me. I mentioned to him
to our cat, and Alice has put this story last in her document. Alice says that this story about the cat is a lie, and that it didn't happen, and wrote this. At this point, he's trying to use a situation with that cat and manipulate the story. I can show what really happened here. Alice has shown 5 screenshots of this conversation.
Jesus. Okay. Okay. So Alex is typing to Alice, right? Just fucking here I am. Is that what you want? You didn't tell me what to do. Just said, don't talk to the cat. I'm 24. So Alex is saying he's 24. She said, you say weird shit. He said, I don't want to live with someone who is saying I can't talk to the cat. Weird shit. She said, be normal. Say you love it or something. What? He said, oh my God, you're actually doubling down. She said, look at you. He said, yeah, see, I'm something. So, let's see. So for it to be all for nothing, it's hard. I'd rather not work and sit on the sofa all day with you and the cat and be... I'd rather not work and sit on the sofa with you all day and the cat and be peaceful. I feel like everything is collapsing. When we wake up and everything has been good, you dodge my kiss, it's hard. It really ruins my whole day. And take the cat off me, like, it's hard because we don't need to do that to each other. She said, you know, you can always come for me and work. You can always come for me and work and money I'm making. So, what? You blew up. I didn't do anything. Kicked me out over a cat, but buy you ice cream. Fuck off, she said, mental case. He said, how can we live together if you're going to start arguments over a cat? She said, you did that. He said, no, I didn't. She said, literally, you got mad, not me. He said, I just made a joke. She said, you got mad. What is happening? I'm confused. Okay, he said, you must fucking go. You have to fucking go. She said, I said, don't say weird shit like he's going to be taken away, idiot. He said, we cannot live together. She said, fuck off with this. Oh my God. Or my God. She said, he said, I'll get my own cat. She said, never said you can't talk to it. You're infuriating. Bye. He said, you fucking punched me. It was a fucking joke. She said, off of me. Oh my God. Are they saying they're in conversations where he'll say, like, I'm going to take the cat to the vet. And she's like, don't say that. And then he's like, you hit me. Is that what I'm seeing? These chat logs are, they're not in order and they're very, like, spliced together. Because this time says 150, this is 148, this is 158, this is 254, this is 255. Chat says mutual abuse is a thing. Well, according to my research, it's not. It's actually not a thing. I thought it was a thing. But when I Googled it and researched it, apparently it's not a thing. That's why I'm trying to figure out what the proper language is to use. I'm not a fucking therapist over here. So I don't know, but according to, like, my research, medical communities are not using mutual abuse as a thing. That there's always one perpetrator that creates reactive abuse. So I think two people can be abusive, but the question is, who is the victim and who's the perpetrator? And, like, when does it turn and switch around? Which I do think is possible, right? Like, I'm sure that's possible, right? I think there's mutual toxicity, no doubt. You know what I mean? And so I think that's a big part of the problem is, like, I am a little confused on what the rules are, but look, I'm just a YouTuber trying to figure it out. I don't know what the professionals are using. So I think what's really important is we got to pay attention to that. And it's a construct, so it could change later. But either way, like, they're both mutually toxic or both toxic people together. Actually, I think it's a better way of saying it. They're both toxic people and they're dating. And because they're both toxic, they'll be toxic to one another because it creates an environment. And then the question is, where is the abuse from? One angle to another. And the question is where is that coming from? What's happening there? Who knows? Okay, I'm going to roll the tape.
Conversation and has portrayed it as the whole story. Alice does not show the hundreds of texts where she admits to getting physical and trying to hurt me whilst also downplaying the seriousness of her physical attacks on me whilst justifying them. This was purposely hidden as it would show that Alice was physically abusing me, which is why she shows this screenshot and has cut off the first part of the conversation where I had asked Alice why she had tried to hit me, in which she belittles and insults me for suggesting that she had assaulted me, even though she admits to getting physical in the text that she did not show. Alice then went on to write this. I had told him to stop saying weird things to the cat, he was joking about taking him away, and why would I let someone who told me they'd break my cat's neck near my cat? This was an argument around mine, so there is no texts. This is not true at all, and not how this took place, which will be shown in these text messages. For context before I read them, me and Alice were in bed together when our cat Bear entered the room, jumped onto the bed and sat on my chest. I began talking to the cat in a silly voice and Alice was laughing with me. I was jokingly saying I was going to eat him if he got any closer, and it was very apparent that I did not mean this literally, and that I was in fact joking, as we had done together throughout our relationship. Alice even acknowledges that I was joking in her document at the time.
Oh, wait, I gotta read that, sorry.
Done together throughout our relationship. Alice even acknowledges...
He then goes on to say, I punched him in the face over the cat, Delulu Island. Okay. Oh, I already read this. Came up to me making jokes about him taking the cat away. Okay, yeah.
That I was joking in her document at the time. Alice said this in her document. He then goes on to say I have punched him in the face over the cat. This is Delulu Island we're on now, because he's trying to grab onto anything he can to create his story. This didn't happen, and I couldn't tell you where he cooked this up from. This is from an argument where he was being horrible, had the cat in his arms, and came up to me making jokes about taking him away. Alex was in my face all over me doing this, so I pushed him off of me. I got this story from our own texts that Alice has left out of her document. It is not something that I had cooked up, and I am not creating my own story, as there were hundreds of texts of me complaining when it happened that Alice doesn't show, which I will read for full clarity. Alice admits that I was making jokes in her document, but then says I was being horrible, which is untrue and completely contradictory to what Alice had written, where she fully admits that I was joking at the time. Alice calls me delusional, and says I'm on Delulu Island for thinking that Alice had physically assaulted me for joking about the cat, but has written in her own document that she did push me, and that it was because of me making these jokes about the cat. Alice texted me saying she hadn't hit me, and this was after I'd accused her of punching me in our bedroom in person, and then I had walked away. Before I left, I asked Alice to pack her things and leave, as I was not comfortable with being hit in our relationship, and this was not the first time that Alice had hit me. At first, Alice completely denied even trying to hit me at all, and then responded with her reason for why she had got physical with me, as it was due to me saying I was going...
Hold on, I pushed you off of me, and the cat I didn't. This is Alice. Okay. Yeah, why? You're mental. I didn't try to hit you. He said, what the fuck? Why name calling? I'm being genuinely serious, so don't dismiss this. She said, don't be a hypocrite right now. He said, hypocrite? I didn't try to hit you. He said, I never push you away when you come near me. That's just you.
I'd even trying to hit me at all, and then responded with her reason for why she had got physical with me, as it was due to me saying...
Don't be a hypocrite. Okay. That's just you. I'm just saying. She said, yeah, after you've been bellemed. What's Bellemd? Bellemed? What's that? I don't want it happening. Bellened? What's Bellened? Bellend. I don't know what that is. What? I just sat on the sofa. Oh, it's an insult. Dickhead. Oh, she's very mean. She's always insulting. He said, what? I just sat in sofa and brought you food. Question mark. She said, don't get in my face and say you're gonna take my cat away. Laugh emoji. Y'all, I think she might be a little delulu. I am getting super fucking like... Is it... I hate to say... I have to say it out loud though. Is it possible that like... Possible? The bad guy? I don't know, like... Oh, guys, I think she might be the bad guy. I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but she's mean. She's like dangerously mean. You know what I mean? But the way he talked to her, you know what I'm saying? Like, he better have some reasoning for this. I don't know. Yeah, Discord said it's giving toxic femininity, expression of toxic behavior. Yeah, I feel like she's, you know, weaponizing a lot of something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm getting trolled in my comments by people, but mods, keep an eye out. I don't know why people are in my chat. Probably because I'm covering like a more trending topic. So just like, you know, if you see some comments. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. Yeah, Chad says no one is the good guy in this situation. Dude, I'm exhausted. Okay.
I was going to take the cat away as a joke. I was incredibly thrown off by this, as it was minutes after Alice had assaulted me. Alice began to gaslight me over text and tried to get me to think that this had never happened and that I was overreacting. Alice didn't apologize for getting physical, but instead doubled down on why she'd assaulted me. Alice hadn't told me she didn't like the way I was joking around before she assaulted me. We were in bed laughing, so I thought
He's okay. He said, I'm being serious. I've had enough. If you're going to make this into that, she said, because I didn't laugh, question mark, and start saying I'm gaslighting you, then I'm really like this to be over and you can leave with the cat. She said, because I pushed you off? Just stay away from me now in the house. Yes. Elmo, laughing my ass off, you're mental. She said, I'm going to stay in my room. He said, I'm going to stay in my room. I won't talk to you or acknowledge you, and I'll sleep here. So they're joking, they're in bed. He goes, I'll eat the cat, I'll break its neck. And I could, the humor is like, I can see that being humorous, like, like, whatever. And then she's like, no, that's not funny. But are they having like a serious miscommunication dilemma? Or is somebody really like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Ooh, Discord said on the joking, was he joking around from his perspective? And she kept telling him to stop. And eventually she got triggered or upset and angry and lashed out at him. Maybe, you know what I mean? Pat says he did say he would beat her head in. I would get mean too. Yeah, but we don't know when that happened on the timeline. That's the dilemma. When did he say that? Do you know what I'm saying? Because if this is all prior to that, then very different. Oh yeah, Chat, good point. Chat says I dated a British man and name calling was very normal to him and his family. Obviously not all the Brits, but there may be a subculture. Maybe we're watching a different bubble at play as well. I don't know. I don't like it. Yeah, they definitely can't see each other. I agree, Chat. They're having an incredibly hard time seeing each other and humanizing one another. It's like they're dating strangers and they don't realize it. It's like they both don't even know who they're dating. It's really weird. She keeps saying pushed off of me, and he keeps saying she punched him. So she's saying get off me, and he's saying you keep punching me. And so this adds a level to how we're imagining it happening. Yeah.
Assaulted me. Alice hadn't told me she didn't like the way I was joking around before she assaulted me. We were in bed laughing, so I thought it was fine and just a normal interaction. Alice calls me mental and mocks me with laughing crying emojis for trying to discuss why she had assaulted me. I made it clear in the text that I did not push Alice or get physical when I was upset with her, and that I was tired of her doing this to me. To which Alice responded by agreeing and saying, yeah, after you've been a bellend. Alice ignores her assaulting me as the reason this argument has started and has cut it out of her document to make it seem like I was being horrible and that she had reacted to me, and not that she had hit me and insulted me, to which I responded by asking her to leave the house and leaving the room. This is why Alice at no point is specific about what I said that was actually horrible. She just references the joke I made about taking the cat away. This is because I wasn't being horrible, and Alice is misrepresenting the situation intentionally by hiding these texts that showed what really took place. Alice again acknowledges in texts that I was joking, and that I was not being serious at any point, and that she was aware of this the entire time this argument was taking place. This contradicts what Alice has said in her document, where she claims that I was being horrible, as Alice knew the whole time I was joking, as shown by these messages, minutes after.
Okay, yeah, I said this. I was joking. Yeah, okay, you've got to leave. I don't want you to live with you anymore. I didn't laugh. I kept saying stop. It's not funny. I think they're triggering each other. I think they're miscommunicating. They're not seeing each other, so they're triggering the fuck out of each other. And you can't, if you guys, this is why I say high compatibility partners you'll have the least amount of miscommunication. If you're constantly miscommunicating, you're constantly getting triggered, you're constantly battling one another, you're constantly feeling misunderstood, this is not your high compatibility partner. Chat says, I don't think they like each other. I agree. I think they fucking hate each other, bro. You know what? Really, I saw this TikTok and they said, what's the answer to a 40-year marriage? They said, well, it helps that we like each other. It helps that we fucking like each other. You know? Look, chat says white Brits do tend to name call, like calling each other cunts. Okay, isn't a big deal. It is in a certain context. Look, I call my friends cunt too. But in a context where we're mad at each other, absolutely not. If you call me a cunt and you're actually mad at me, I'm sorry. Whoa. Like, yes, using language in a proper joking, this is why joking is very, yeah, love the word cunt. Until we're talking about something serious. Okay, then now it's not okay. You can't call me insults when we're having serious conversations. That's why debate bro bubbles started to make me crazy, because we'd be talking about very serious subjects and then they'd be like, oh, your mom. And I love that. Don't get me wrong. But we have to age out of that because it's confusing. It's like, wait, are we being serious or not? We're talking about the rape and like murder of like a, XYZ, or like, what are we talking about? So we're going to have to really like get better at that, I think. But I think this is young people miscommunicating, not seeing each other, both toxic, both mentally ill, and both pre-therapy, right? This is all pre-therapy, pre-skills. Like, they don't have any of the tools to be better, right? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But who knows, by the end of this, Alex might not be the biggest issue of this dynamic, but he still did some pretty shitty and maybe abusive things, right? I think that's fair to say. It's the way they talk to each other. I don't like it, but I don't like the way she talks to him. Look, I don't know the proper terms about mutual abuse, but both people individually are abusive. And now they're together, which means both of them are in a cycle of just toxicity. And I don't know, it's bad. Discord said, real talk, what do we call something like this if mutual abuse isn't a thing? I don't know. Maybe we should get over the semantics of it all. Two abusive individuals together will make an abusive dynamic. How about that? Maybe instead of calling it mutual abuse, we can say it's an abusive dynamic for all parties involved. Something like that.
After the actual event had happened. I told Alice I didn't like her getting physical with me, as it would happen a lot, and I was often ignored when I tried to talk about it. When I would ask why, Alice would stonewall me, or would tell me that I was overreacting when I complained about things becoming physical. Alice would not talk to me or tell me she was getting upset before she resorted to physically assaulting me. Alice tried to take the conversation away from it being about physical abuse, and said that I was asking her to leave because she didn't laugh. I asked Alice to leave because she had attacked me without warning instead of talking to me, and Alice knew this, as I had made it clear in person and on the text conversation that we were having. But Alice was trying to change the reason I wanted to break up to make me look like I'd overreacted to her misunderstanding a joke, and not because I believed that she had assaulted me. Alice says, because I didn't laugh, because I pushed you off. Once again showing that Alice clearly knew that she had been physical with me, and then mocked me.
Wait. Chat, you said it's called Discord dating? Are you referencing the fact that they live together, but all of this is happening on text message? Wait. Is that what you're referencing? Because in all the relationship dynamics I've had, the only messages that are on text are when we were physically away from each other. Otherwise, like, all the conversations were had face to face. But are they in the same house arguing with each other over the phone? Because that's what I'm wondering. Because that would change even the way they are dynamicing. Is like, are you in other parts of the house yelling at each other over text? That's... What?
Me and belittled me for it, even though she had started by calling me delusional for even suggesting that she had been and that this had taken place. Alice still calls me delusional to this day for believing this even took place, and says I'm on Delulu Island in her document. I asked Alice to stay away from me, and she called me mental again. I told Alice that
I don't know. I don't know if these are happening while they're I'm confused. If they live together, why is there... Yeah, I don't know. I
would stay away from her because she hadn't stopped assaulting me, as I felt this was my only option that I had left. I complained again that I needed Alice to leave. I felt I was being intentionally pushed to my limits, and I'd reached a point where I was afraid to interact with our cat or Alice.
To be fair, he said, I'm staying in my room and I won't talk to you. So yeah, they're in the same house, and he's saying I'm not coming out of my room.
Out of fear of being assaulted, as it had been going on for months at this point. Alice calls me delusional again, and blamed me, saying that this was my decision when I had asked her to leave the house. But I wouldn't have asked Alice to leave if she hadn't have assaulted me. I had let the physical abuse towards me become normalised for reasons that I will go on to later in this video. But I had reached a point where I couldn't deal with it anymore, and felt there was no excuses to justify this situation, as it seemed Alice now believed that me wanting to leave because of this was an overreaction. Our relationship was incredibly toxic, and it affected us both severely, and I felt that we needed to be apart as things were getting worse. Alice says that I was horrible to her to justify the continued physical assaults on me, even though she had started this fight.
I guess he's saying I was afraid of being hit again, so I didn't want to be in the same physical room as her, which is fair, right?
Because I was joking, and they tried to hurt me to get me to stop. But to claim that this behaviour was exclusively one-sided is untrue, and does not justify resorting to physically assaulting me because of a joke. Alice then mentions I had said something to her the other day when her brother was over, and this story is actually in Alice's document. This wasn't the first time where Alice had treated me this way over the cat, but it's becoming a daily occurrence throughout our relationship. There are so many cases where I end up taking Bear into another room, saying that taking the cat off him is starting an argument when I only did it after he said weird things to him. Acts like a child had his toy taken away when realistically, I was uncomfortable with him being near my cat after saying what he does. Alice says that I acted like a child had his toys taken away, and that I complained that taking the cat off me is starting an argument. Alice then says I said weird things to him, and that's why she had taken him away. I was upset with Alice because, like in these texts where Alice justified assaulting me for talking to the cat and making jokes, Alice would use the cat as an excuse to assault me. I had broken down on a few occasions due to this, and I had gone to Alice and spoken to her about this because, as she says in her document, she was constantly taking the cat away from me, and I felt that this was done to get a rise out of me, as she knew that it upset me. Alice knew that I cared for the cat, but constantly referred to me being affectionate with the cat and talking to him as weird when I had asked why she'd taken him away, or pushed me and...
Maybe she was... this is so strange. Maybe she was, like, jealous or worried he would love the cat more than her? Maybe? and or maybe she didn't like the way, like, people can be pretty possessive over their pet companions, animal companions. So maybe it felt weird in a sense. I don't know. But this cat, yeah, this cat's like a kid and his divorced parents, bro. Except that there's a difference. Like, with all the partners I've had, Indiana's seen me through 3 relationships. My cat. She's seen me through 3 relationships. And this one I married, the person I married, is the only person that has truly loved Indiana the way I love Indiana. And, like, is truly, like, when I die, I'm going to trust him. If I die early, I would trust him to take care of her. Or, like, we would trust my in-laws to, like, take Indiana if we both, God forbid, died. We talk about that all the time. What if we die in a car accident together? You know, they better take Indiana, which they will. You know what I mean? But we really think of her as a unit. Like, it's definitely like our cat now in a big sense, but even then, even though it's our cat now, which has never happened before, he knows, and he says this all the time, but she's really your cat. Yeah, because, like, obviously she's my main companion, and the way Pikachu is Ash's Pikachu. She's my Pikachu, but it doesn't mean you're not part of my family. You know what I'm saying? But she is my Pikachu. So maybe she was feeling possessive over her Pikachu, and then, or maybe she was using the Pikachu as a tool. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's something here that I don't know. That's okay. So pause. This is why I say, why are you doing what you're doing? So when I talk to people and I said, why did you do that? And they go, well, she, pause. Why did you do that? Well, he's being weird about my cat. Pause. Why did you react that way? What do you mean? I wouldn't have reacted that way if he wasn't there. What was happening inside your body? What was happening inside your brain? That was the action you took. That's what you're asking. You're not asking yourself on the surface level why you did what you did. You're asking yourself deeply, why did I act that way? Why was that my initial reaction? When I was dating a guy and he would get mad, I haven't been diagnosed, but my partner and I are pretty sure I have dyspraxia. And I'm really, if you know, like I've had this problem since I was a child. Like, I drop things, I break things. It's very common. My family's dealt with it their whole life. And of course we don't get diagnosed because Brittany's just quirky. Anyways, a whole other tangent. So I remember I dated a guy and I dropped a dish, I broke it. And he was so mad, he like took dishes and he like threw them. You know, he threw them on the floor like, fuck you. I'm so sick of you breaking fucking shit and dropping shit. And I was like, and why in that state of mind was my brain, instead of leaving the relationship and never coming back, thinking, yes, I'm the problem. So it's not like, why did you react one way? It's like, why did you make this decision? Well, not he. Regardless of what he did, though that's shitty, why did you do what you were going to do? Why did you do what you did? And that's really hard because we always think we do things because of the things that are so obvious. Like, well, my parents did this and I was raised in this environment and that's just how things go. This is why we deal with men who are stunted and we say, why did you do this? Well, I don't know. I just felt like it was the right thing to do. Okay, but why? If we're going to get upset at these men for not knowing why they do things, then we better hold ourselves accountable too. Gender aside, it's very binary. Gender aside, all of us need to know why we do things so we can decide if we really want to be people who do these things. Or if there's a way for us to stop and stop young. To the best of your ability, break those generational curses, you know? Break those habits, break those cycles of expectation. Gosh, I can't even, like, I look back at Brittany at 22 and I just think like, damn, like, I wish I knew better, but I'm so glad I figured it out eventually. Hey, never too late. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I couldn't even imagine. On top of this too is they're both pretty famous. She has like 1 million followers. He's got millions of followers. So now they're also dealing with the expectation of being public figures, which thank God I was never famous when I was young. That would have added in so much stress. In all honesty. Here, how many? Alex has almost 2 million subscribers on YouTube. It would have been very stressful for me to have been famous during my toxic 20s. In any even small famous, you know? And that's another layer that they're both dealing with, you know?
Left the room. Alice messaged me, but she realised I cared for the cat after we had broken up. but has still gone on to portray me being affectionate with the cat as a justifiable reason to physically assault me, which is why she had kept things intentionally vague when describing me talking to the cat as weird, and has cropped these texts, as Alice knew I was doing nothing out of the ordinary when it came to me and the cat. Alice says in her document that I was acting like a child because of this. I had asked Alice many times to stop hurting me for being affectionate and talking with the cat, like I am doing in these text messages. I had broken down crying in front of Alice, which is why she says I'm acting like a child. Alice makes it seem like I was overreacting to something small, and not that I was deeply affected by being assaulted and mocked constantly for talking to the cat and various other issues in our relationship. This is why Alice has intentionally hidden these text messages that show why I was so upset, so she could misrepresent my complaints as childish and unreasonable, even though she admits to doing this on many occasions. It was affecting me severely trying to deal with the gaslighting and manipulation, as well as the physical abuse while sharing a house together, and to read that my breakdowns have been described.
Ooh, chat, great point. Says, in my own life, abusive partners have talked to our pets jokingly, but creepily threatening, like, come here, you stupid fucker, I'm gonna eat you. Yeah, hold on. Cause I have the, I must eat you cuteness thing. Funny enough that my partner doesn't have. My partner never feels like eating Indiana. And I'm like, what? That's crazy. I want to eat you. I want to eat Indiana. I'm going to eat you. Like, I get that thing. He doesn't. But the second part of your message is what stands out to me. Saying, like, come here, you stupid fucker. That, I don't like that. So then, yeah, we don't talk to Indiana like that. We don't talk to her like that. We're very affectionate and loving. Like, even when she's annoying, even when she trips me in the kitchen, I'm like, Indiana, I love you, Indiana. Please don't do this. Like, sometimes she'll literally, like, I step on her and I feel so bad. And it's because, I don't know why she does this, but she will, like, she'll weave her body through my legs. And I'm like, whoa. And then we just kind of laugh it off. Like, we're, oh my God. But we love her. So, like, all of our frustration is out of love for wanting to protect her. But we never call her stupid or ugly. Like, we never talk bad to her. Yeah, I think if somebody was like, come here, you little fucker, I'd be like, hey, don't call my cat a fucker, bro. It's like when people call their kids brats. I'll be real, I think it's fucked up. Talk about putting a complex on your kid that they're a brat, bro. I know you think it's cute and casual, but just a reminder, all of us are traumatized, so maybe it's not so cute. You know, like, people always say, like, what's the big deal? It's cute. You say that, but then you recognize how fucked up humanity is, and maybe we need to ask ourselves that that's not what we want to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like, so if he was belittling her and like, I'm gonna cut your fucking head off. I'd be like, hey, don't be weird, dude. Why are you saying that to my cat? Like, yeah, I think that'd be really weird. I want to hear what the jokes were that he was saying. Like, if he was like, I might take you out to the backyard and shoot you like Old Yeller, I'd be like, that's not funny. I don't get the joke. Maybe I'm autistic, but I don't like it. Like, I don't like the joke. Is that what he was saying? You know?
As acting like a child who had his toy taken away shows that Alice was aware that it affected me and is even now still insulting me and mocking me for pushing me to my breaking point. In the text messages, Alice continued to blame her hitting me on how I had reacted previously to the constant abuse I was under to justify her continuing to hurt me physically for things like jokes or talking to the cat. If Alice didn't have a reason for why she had hit me, she would say it was because I had done something previously to deserve it, like in these messages. Alice says she pushed me away because it was my fault and all I do is call her names. But that is not at all what happened or how this argument took place. I would get upset after I was pushed, slapped or punched. I was horrible to Alice on many occasions, and I deeply regret this behaviour, and nothing will justify that. But the order in which these events have been portrayed as false, as Alice is once again ignoring that she had tried to hurt me when I was just talking with our cat. I was upset and frustrated that Alice hadn't apologised for getting physical with me, and I lashed out at Alice over text, which I regret. I told Alice that this isn't what I signed up for in a relationship, and it was hard for me to follow whether Alice was upset when we had been totally fine, and then suddenly she had hit me. Alice then says that I had dragged her in an argument and that I had shouted at her. I ignore this in the text messages as it was untrue, and I've covered this in this video already. Alice says I said weird shit, so she pushed me off and then told me to grow up and to cry because I was upset that she had got physical with me. I pointed out that it was really strange to me.
I want to read that. I didn't sign up to be dragged by my boyfriend in an argument physically to be shouted out. Scared. After you were cuddling with me earlier, how the fuck am I meant to follow that? She said, go away. He said, Jesus, no, for real. Why switch up now? What the fuck? I'm so confused. She said, you did. He said, no, I didn't. You said weird shit. I pushed you off. Grow up. Look, I don't... Oh, God. it's the way she talks to him that confuses me. Like, grow up, bye. Like, it sounds like a 15-year-old who thinks she's like being a boss lady, but it's confusing me, you know? And I can't tell, is he genuinely in a social situation that he's confused? Like, where she's like, hug me, love me, go away. Hug me, love me, go away. Do you know what I mean? Like, is she whiplashing him, or is he whiplashing us?
She pushed me off and then told me to grow up and to cry because I was upset that she got...
Yeah, you say weird shit, so I pushed you off, grow up. Look, if I can't make jokes in my own house. She said cry. He said, you know I was joking, so you're doing this on purpose. She says, you know I never find it funny. To hurt me, you do it because you know. She said, why then? I don't know why. Oh, then you can leave. She said, I don't like it. No, I don't. I fight. Oh, wait, pause, skirt, skirt. So now on Team Alice, if I'm in Alice's position, I already told you I don't like that joke. Can you please not make that joke when you're around me? He's like, well, if I can't make jokes in my own house... She's like, I know, but you know I don't like it. And it really hurts my feelings. And when you do it, it feels like you're not listening to me. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that the situation? So, it could be that situation. So then she gets mad and she storms off. And he's like, why are you being so weird, dude? And it's like, yeah, have you ever dated, like, or been around a guy like that? Where the guy's like, what? It's just a joke. And it's like, yeah, but your joke sucks, bro. Your joke fucking sucks. And it's like, you're being so sensitive, bro. Yeah, those people can fuck off. So if he's that category of person, Alex can fuck off. Yeah, I hate that feeling. It's just like we talked about it in chat the other day, the conservative family that tackles you. And then as a liberal, you're like, I don't want to have this conversation. They're like, oh, the liberal never wants to have the conversation. It's like, yeah, because you're a piece of shit when you're having it, dude. Okay, so now we're getting... Okay, so now let's say that that's a possibility.
Physical with me. I pointed out that it was really strange to me that Alice knew that I was joking around with her, but was still treating me like it was okay to assault me, and that...
Well, okay, I can know you're joking around, but still think that you're being insensitive and it hurts my feelings. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, even if you are joking around, you don't have bad intentions. When I've told you they hurt my feelings, you can either break up with me. But see, when he tries to break up with her, she doesn't like it. So then I get extra confused.
That I should go and cry about her physically assaulting me. Alice then says that I was actually provoking her on purpose because...
Actually, no, I take that back because I have had people... Yeah, I have had those situations where the person's like, get out of here. I don't want to be with you anymore. And you're like, I'm so confused. I just drove like 3 hours to come see you. You just asked me to come see you after 3 hours. I've been driving all day. And now you want me to go home? And I've had that happen. I've done that where I've driven somewhere a few hours away. And then that person's like, leave. I don't want you here. And I'm like, but I just drove all the way here. And they're like, go home. I don't want to be with you. And then you're like, oh my God, my partner's having like a mental fucking breakdown. Because that makes no sense. Why would you do that to somebody? And then you want to stay because you're like, well... Now I'm scared that you're not in a good mental space. And then it's like, yeah, but you have to leave because you can't break their consent because like, at least they were with their family. So like I could leave, but like I've had that happen to me where it's very confusing where you're like, you just drove all this way. And now the moment I get there, you're telling me to go home. You don't want to see me. I'm like so confused. So then I'm worried that it's one of those situations, but I don't know. I can't tell. But then I said like in all of my toxic relationships, like, it didn't escalate this bad. This is way worse than I've ever experienced in terms of like language being used. I think the stuff that I had to deal with was more in real life than on text message. Though I do have some pretty crazy conversations that I would have friends witness. I was like, can you please help me text? Because like I'm really confused by this person's texting. And I've had these conversations with people over text and you can tell like they'll take something you say like, I went outside today and the sun was really bright, but I didn't wear a jacket, but then it got cold at night. And they'll say, see, you're always so fucking dumb. Like, you know it's going to be nighttime soon, wear a jacket. And you're like, yeah, I guess I'll wear a jacket. And they'll be like, God, like, what would you do without me? And then you're like wondering, like, are you being funny or is this serious? But then you realize over time, they use it as a way to make you feel stupid, like you do need them. And then when I would go to therapy and come back, it'd be like, you're the one in therapy. You're the one who's wrong because you're in therapy. Because you have to go to therapy, you're the one who's always going to be wrong in the conversation. And then it got very confusing where I was like, no, I'm the one in therapy, so I'm the one doing the work. So I feel like I should have more clarity at some point. You know what I'm saying? There's like, this is why, and I'm going to say this way with peace and love. Sometimes it's okay to walk away without knowing the real answer. I never got my answer. I never got my closure. But I didn't need that to walk away. Because you cannot live a life where you are constantly confused and constantly belittled and constantly lied to and cheated on, and then be the one who's expected to do all the emotional labor because you're the one going to therapy, because you're the one with a diagnosis. Just a reminder, right? People will literally cheat on you and be like, hey, I think like you really have some problems around cheating and you're taking it out on me. And it's like, okay, I'm confused. What's happening? So we do not need closure from them. We need closure from ourselves to allow ourselves to let it go. Whatever it was, we'll never know why, but we don't have to know to walk away.
Because I knew she didn't like it when I talked to the cat. We lived together, and the cat was ours, and creating rules like saying I can't talk to him because she was annoyed at me is unfair and unreasonable. I went on to tell Alice that I was tired of being hit for just being myself. I thought we were having fun, but now I didn't know if I would be punched or pushed for just joking around, and because of this I wanted to break up, as it was clear that our relationship was not working, and we could not be together if issues this small would lead to physical violence. Alice then said she knew that I wasn't being serious, to which I told her that she shouldn't hit me. Alice then denied hitting me. I did not expect Alice to admit it, as I become used to Alice completely downplaying and excusing being physically abusive in our relationship and mocking me while continuing to call me delusional. As shown in this video, Alice has
let's go back. Sorry.
being physically abusive in our relationship.
I really didn't. I pushed you off. Yes, you did. Delusional. I've said how I feel. It's like you're trying to get even for all the shit you've done. I'm not talking to you anymore. I didn't hit you, R word. This is over. Wicked. And then this... Is he saying she admitted it by saying I pushed you off? Because pushing somebody off is not hitting them. Like, I want to be abundantly clear, like, me being like, dude, get off me, dude. Get off, get off. Please don't touch me. It's not the same thing as, like, get off me. You know what I mean? Like, that's different. Like, get off. And, like, by the way, you want to... Hitting people is different across cultures. Like, I feel like my siblings and I probably use physical... get off like this, even when we're being casual. So I'm trying to add in the nuance of like, the reason it's different, the reason we separate serious from casual is because in casual conversations with family, you can be like, get off me, dude, get off, get off, get off. And it's like funny and fine. But if you're being serious and someone is pushing you down, you're like, get off me, get off. Now the tone is shifted. Now the situation's bad. This is why context matters. And if they are misreading the context this often, something is seriously wrong. The question is what is that why? Why is something wrong? Why are we miscommunicating? So I cannot tell if Alex is literally twisting the story to trick us into saying she hit me, she said it, she said she pushed me off. Pushing you off is not the same, bro. But now I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like... There's something here that's not self-aware. And Chat said it earlier. It's the fact that he can't talk about the jokes he made about the cat. Like, why aren't you acknowledging, like she said, not to make those jokes and you're doing it? And he's saying, well, if I can't make jokes in my own home, but he's not acknowledging why that's weird. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust it.
And mocking me while continuing to call me delusional. As shown in this video, Alice has lied and hidden physically abusing me on multiple different occasions, like she's doing here in these text messages. I then told Alice I had to stop the conversation as I was really struggling with being gaslit about what happened and then being insulted. This would cause me to get very upset, and I would struggle massively when Alice would tell me that I was making everything up. Alice then proceeds to insult me again, and then mentions that I had insulted her. I fully admit that I used horrible language, but as you could see...
Open your eyes. I do not know. Actually open them. I am too tired and busy to want to know. Use your brain. I have too much going on. No, you've been like this since day one. Stop calling your girlfriend dumb bitch and she'll be upset with you less. But what? Because you've been a cunt? Totally been fine, question mark? You've been the worst you I've ever dated? You're the worst you I've ever dated? He said, I just did that then for no reason. She said, guy. Oh, the worst guy I've ever dated. Okay, please leave. It's over.
Insult me again, and then mentions that I had insulted her. I fully admit that I used horrible language, but as you could see, Alice would insult me too, but would only focus on my behaviour and would completely ignore her own. I said to Alice I was tired of her ruining normal interactions by getting annoyed with me. I felt that Alice was intentionally making excuses to justify hurting me, and that this had happened since we very first began dating, as I mentioned in these texts. We continued to talk, and then I proceeded to ask Alice to leave again, because I felt that she was trying to antagonise me. Alice said she didn't respect me, and that was why she was treating me this way.
Chad says it I think we'd need to go through her document to really understand this. It feels unfair to evaluate his evidence. Well, he put his in a video and she didn't. So she fucking lucked out. I'm sorry, girl. I'm not going through 80 pages of a document with peace and love. You got to make it convenient for people. That's why we watched the Philip DeFranco video before we did this video, to hear her side of things, because Phil's team went through her document. I'm not going through her document. She should have put it in a video. I'm sorry. Like, no. You know what I mean? Like, no. And so, like, he put it in a video because more people would watch it because it's more convenient than going through a document. You know what I mean? So that's also, like, I can't tell if she did that because less people would want to look into it. But Phil's team went through it, and we trust Philip DeFranco's team to do the research. So we already covered that at the beginning of this. You know what I mean?
Once I realised this wasn't going to be resolved, as the conversation had just become Alice insulting me further and trying to gaslight me, I told Alice that I had to go back to work, as I had been in an ongoing battle to retrieve the money my YouTube channel had owed from my YouTube network, as it had been taken away from me, and they had stopped paying me at the time. Alice knew that I had been in a battle with my network for tens of thousands of pounds, as it had been withheld from me for months, and I had no income stream because of this, as they were continuing to take future payments from me. I was still paying for every expense in our house, and using my savings, as I was the only person working at the time. Alice says I took my equipment away from her, but that was because I was using it to make videos and to try and continue working so I could afford to support us and the cat.
And yeah, chat saying, does he think this is going to be a redemption for him? Yeah, for sure. Like, he thinks this video is going to save his reputation and people will realize he was the victim and all of that stuff, right? Just says, is she a content creator? I wonder why she didn't do that. I think she's an Instagrammer. I think she has 1 million followers on Instagram. I don't know if she's a streamer. I don't even know who these people are. But, like, I don't, just for the record, like, I don't really know who they are. Like, I've heard of Alex over the years, but I don't watch these people. So Phil says she has an Instagram. So I'm like, okay, I think that's what he said, right? We just watched the video. So I don't know if she's a content creator in this way. She obviously has a TikTok. But yeah, like, I'm not going to go through her document. I'm sorry. Like, I can barely get through this video, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, going through a whole document. And I don't want to click on a Google Drive link. As a YouTuber, I never click on Google Drive links. It feels weird. For all of us to be connected to this Google Drive, like, I'm not doing it. Sorry.
Alice then says she pushed me because I was in her face. This is a complete lie, as I was laying down
Wait, chat says, wait, Alex has an eating disorder? That makes her fat insults so much worse? Wait, did I miss that?
and the kid from her, spent in our house, and using my savings as they were continuing to take future payments from me. I was still paying for every expense in our house, and using my savings as I was the only person working at the time. Alice says I took my equipment away from her, but that was because I was using it to make videos and to try and continue working so I could afford to support us and the cat. Alice then says she pushed me because I was in her face. This is a complete lie, as I was laying down flat on my back in bed with the cat on my chest, and Alice moved towards me and pushed me. This shocked me, and I started to feel extremely worried about.
Oh, chat says he was on a podcast and he said he's struggling with an eating disorder. Did she know about that? Because if she weaponized his eating disorder against him when they were fighting, guys, she's very toxic. Like, she's very abusive. But what he said to her is very abusive. I mean, he threatened to kill her. So, like, you know what I mean? No one's a winner here.
Alice began to twist the narrative that I somehow had gone.
So that's what I'm saying. Is he going to make this? So he's making the accusation that she twisted everything and he's not a bad person. Well, you know, do you know what I'm saying? The problem is the reason I think the dilemma is the way that he's produced the video is to say that I'm innocent, but you're not innocent. So I feel like what he should have said is, I am not innocent, but I'm not as guilty as she says I am. And I think that needs to be clear. I am working on it, but I am not innocent. In the same way, she is definitely not innocent. But instead, he is framing the video as she's the bad guy and I'm the good guy. But, like, bro, you cannot be the good guy after what you did. But maybe, you know what I mean? But maybe she's more abusive to some extent. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some way that the framing is fucking with me.
From just telling a joke about the cat to now being in Alice's face. Not only did Alice then downplay how hard she hit me, she'd begun to rewrite the story of me being at fault over text. I said to Alice I didn't think things were going to get better, and this showed me that our relationship would not improve, to which I again asked if we could end our relationship. Alice said that I had flaws, and she is correct. I tried to work through them when we were together, but I felt like the line had to be drawn somewhere before things got worse, which they did. I did not want the way we had treated each other to be an ongoing excuse to allow things to continue to get worse. If we couldn't find solutions, I believed it was right to break up, as the ongoing abuse was not something that should continue. Alice then continued to say that she doesn't respect me after I told her that I had been working harder despite the financial issues I was having at the time. Alice then told me to come here and say it to her face when I said that I wanted her to leave. At this point, I was annoyed, and I told Alice to get out again and to leave the house, and she was actively trying to escalate the situation by trying to start an argument with me in person and being aggressive over text. Alice continued to antagonize me, and then mocked me for not working a 9 to 5. This would happen when I complained about how stressed I was that I hadn't been paid.
Hold on, look at this. It says, you're breaking up and kicking me out because I didn't like your joke. That's what she said to him. She said, I would be considering, I've actually had a real 9 to 5 unlike you. He said, over something as trivial as that again, I will pack your things myself. She said, please do. He said, I'm not going to let you do that. She said, I have a lot, ? He said, what the fuck? Why are you being such a bitch? What do you get out of this shit, you fucking weird cunt? She said, you're breaking up and kicking me out because I didn't like your joke. The question is like, why are you staying? Why are we staying?
And then mocked me for not working a 9 to 5. This would happen when I complained about how stressed I was that I hadn't been paid, and it was becoming a huge struggle trying to provide for 2 people and the cat. Alice then accuses me again of kicking her out because she didn't like my joke. At this point, I started to get increasingly more upset, as this had been going on for hours now. Whenever I brought up any issues, I would be gaslit and constantly misrepresented. This is something I really struggled to deal with. Alice tried to make me feel like my reasons for wanting to break up were stupid, and that I was over-emotional and overreacting. Alice then proceeded to mock me again when I started listing reasons for why I can no longer put up with the constant fighting in our relationship. I said to Alice I was totally fine before she had pushed me. I was not taking any—
Hold on. Okay. I have another 70K in tax to pay, he said. She said, okay. And you're stressing me out over little shit, menial shit. It's like, oh, cute. Is this another one of those taking shit out on me? He said, read the fucking room. No, I was fine. What? You pushed me. What the fuck? She said, read the room. Boy, I just saw you making weird jokes. He said, what the fuck, in all caps. She said, but okay. He said, what the fuck off? No, seriously. You haven't even tried to see if I'm okay with everything. You've just been adding more shit on my plate. Why do you think I'm sleeping because of headaches? My entire fucking income is being held hostage. God, I can't with you.
Anything out on Alice, as Alice was the one who had antagonized and laid hands on me. Alice would then take my reaction and claim that I'd started the fight or the argument, like she's done in her document and on these text messages.
Discord said he said she wouldn't understand that she pushed him, and she said she would because she's had a 9 to 5 unlike him. I don't get that. What does that mean? What does that mean, Discord? She wouldn't understand that she pushed him, and she said she would. Like, pushed him to get a job or pushed him physically? I don't understand the flow of that conversation. That she understands the streets, of being pushed to the limits. I've worked at a 7-Eleven. I know these streets. I know what to do in these here streets. I've worked me a job. I've been a janitor. I know what to do with a broom and a mop. Don't force me. Don't push me.
Yes. Even though she assaulted me. Alice then proceeded to repeat again that I wanted her to leave and break up, not due to the physical abuse, but in fact because she didn't laugh at my jokes with the cat, which is completely misrepresenting my actual feelings again. Alice then says, bro dumped me, kicked me out, and then asked to talk and calls me an idiot. Alice ignores that she had physically assaulted me and verbally berated me on text the entire time, and that I had tried to talk about it properly multiple times without fighting. At this point, I then snap at Alice and I insult her.
Confirmed. Alice says, fuck off. Come and talk now because I have to make this video and you're currently just fucked my mood. She said, fuck off, come and talk now. Talk about what? He said this. Look, if you're gonna drag this out. She said, what? Why bother if you're done and moving out? He said, I'm just blocking you. He said, lay in bed. He said, come talk.
And then the conversation continues to get worse. We then decided to talk in person about it, but Alice continued to antagonize me when I said we should talk normally and not be angry and shout at each other. Alice then tells me that I need to try my best. Alice then refused to talk in my office and instead made me go to her. When I went into our bedroom and asked what could be done to prevent this from happening again, Alice told me that I would have to get used to her hitting me.
Why is this on text message if they went... Wait, so this would be after the fact? Come here, I'm not standing in your office. Bedroom then. Been waiting, I'd like you to go somewhere else tonight so I can work. Over the fucking cat, what is up with you? Yeah, you're mental, she said. He said, you walked away. She said, you said to move out. Didn't even have to say anything for yourself.
When I went into our bedroom...
You walked away. You said move out. You didn't have anything to say for yourself. That I'm stupid, she said. You're telling me to leave the house. Why the fuck would I stay and talk? Toxic. So exhausting. He said, because you literally said you're just going to keep doing that or doing it. She said, you're telling me you're not going to interact with me. He said, I brought it up so you can say you'll be more aware. I brought it up so you can say you'll be more aware. And you just said, nah. She said, you're reassuring we can't be together. He said, so what's your point? She said, you're saying to move out. And he said, I got my answer.
You and asked what could be done to prevent this from happening again.
So they talked and then they separated and then they texted again, or they texted. I can't understand. Like, what conversation are they having face to face that we're not seeing?
Alice told me that I would have to get used to her hitting me if I continued to speak to the cat.
When did she say that? When did she say that? I'm so confused. When did she say you're gonna have to get used to me hitting you if you're gonna make joke? Is she saying like, hey, if you keep making jokes like that, we'll see what happens? Which, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, Chet's saying, I guess that's the face-to-face conversation. Well, yeah, if like, oh my God, I'm so exhausted. Because like, I can see a conversation where he's like, I'm going to kill your fucking cat, make soup out of her. And she's like, bro, please don't make that fucking joke. And he's like, I'm going to keep making jokes. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going to keep hitting you. And it's like, what? You're going to keep hitting me if I make jokes? Are you fucking crazy? And then it's like, you know what I'm saying? I think there's something super fucked up. But actually, he feels like the problem still because of the way he's framing the video. I don't get the way he's framing the video. It feels... You know who this... You know, I want to compare it to this, but I don't think it's analogous exactly. Is George Not Found. When we covered his video, I really felt for Katie and I felt for George. Katie and George were obviously just having like a deep miscommunication, which escalated into like a really horrible situation. But when George made his video, it was like so kind and compassionate and specific. Like, and George made his video like relatively quickly. Alex is like had a year almost. This video just doesn't seem very moving. He's just showing me that he's in a toxic relationship. I can see both perspectives, but I can't read the tone for anything, so I don't know how things are being said. I feel like I can see both perspectives. I really don't like the way they talk to each other. It's just so deeply toxic and deeply abusive. I'm really struggling to feel compassionate for either of them. But at the same time, I can also see why you could be well-intentioned in a toxic relationship and just have a really difficult time communicating properly. I don't know. At this point, we're not even halfway through. I feel like he's not giving me like enough to feel empathetic or compassionate necessarily. But we'll see. We're going to do this, girls.
I told her that was insane and that continuing to hit me as an answer was stupid. And if that is really all she's going to continue saying...
Why would I want to talk to someone who told me they were going to keep pushing me every time I make a joke off the cuff? She said, I'm looking at a guy who just insulted the life out of me and kicked me out. She said, he said, that's when people separate. Don't be weird about it. You said that's what you're going to do. And she said, you were weird about it. You like, okay. So they're in bed. He's holding the cat. He's like, I'm going to fucking kill you, cat. Or whatever he said, okay? I'm going to fucking slit your throat. I'm going to make a fur coat out of you. And she's like, ew, don't talk about my cat that way. He's like, what? It's just a joke. And she's like, yeah, I don't like it. I already told, don't talk to my cat that way. And she takes the cat and she like shoves him away and moves off him and takes the cat. He's like, what the fuck? You fucking hit me. You pushed me. I was just making a joke. And she's like, yeah, I don't like those jokes. He's like, what the fuck, get out? Get out of my house. You know, get out of my house. I'm confused. What is happening? Like that? I'm so confused. Okay. Tess says, Britt, how late is it for you? It's 9:50 p.m. It is getting late, but we're going to finish this.
I no longer wanted to be in a relationship together. Alice then left the room. I instantly regretted calling Alice stupid as it was childish of me to resort to insults, but I was incredibly taken aback and upset at this even being a suggestion that I would have to get used to Alice hitting me if I didn't change the way I...
He's fucking doing it again. Pushing you is not hitting you. And I think it's really manipulative that he keeps using the word hit. I do. I think it's really fucked up and is a huge red flag for me. Pushing someone off of you is not hitting somebody. So I'm sorry, but it feels manipulative. I'm not saying it is, but it feels like it.
Interact with the cat for her. I then politely asked Alice over text to go somewhere else that night as it was clear that we couldn't communicate with each other.
Where would she go? Hey, can you leave the house tonight? Where would she go? What are you asking her to do? Hey, can you leave the house because we can't have a conversation? Okay, where? Where would you like her to go? It's her house. It's your place together. Where would you like her to go? Doesn't that feel crazy that he's asking her to leave the house because they had a miscommunication or like an argument? Or that, but he's saying, I asked her to leave the house because she hit me. She didn't hit you, she pushed you. So I'm confused, Alex. I'm confused.
Each other without arguing. Alice then says that I said that we can't interact with each other and that I was suggesting that we can't be together.
Oh, and by the way, she does end up leaving, right? Because then he says, I'm going to put your stuff in the garage. So after this joke with her cat, it escalated to him kicking her out. Is that like what is happening? Have I been watching the same conversation for 40 minutes? Is this all the same conversation?
Which clearly upset her. I honestly and openly explained to Alice that if she believed that physical violence was the answer, that our relationship was beyond saving, unless she felt she could find other ways to deal with these issues, which she told me that she couldn't. Alice told me she wouldn't change her behavior.
He said, you're doubling down. She said, that's you. I'm doing what you told me to do, idiot. He said, look, I think I'm completely in my right to say I don't want to be with someone who's going to harass me over the CTA. What's CTA, guys? I'd rather not be in this situation. She said, I didn't harass you. I don't harass you. He said, yes, you do. She says, I got you off me. He said, and you said you'd carry on doing it because it's weird. She said, when? I said, I don't find it funny. He said, well, if just talking to a cat is weird, then you can leave my house. She said, yawn, again, already on it. He said, because I'm not going to pretend because I'm not going to pretend it isn't just fucking here. I am. Is that what you want? You didn't tell him what to do. What? You didn't tell him what to do. You just said, don't talk to the cat. I'm 24. You say weird shit. I don't want to live with someone who's saying I can't talk to the cat. Weird shit. Be normal. Say you love it or something. I'm telling you, he's fucking with me. I'm telling you, he's fucking with me right now, bro. He's trying to fuck with my brain. He's trying to wear me down so I can't see this, but I'm telling you, it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit, okay? He is being fucking weird. I'm telling you, it's Alex. I'm sorry. I'm back. He is trying to fuck with us so hard right now. Okay, do you remember that? I'm going to bring it up. This is so stupid. Listen to me. Do you remember the infamous Dr. Laura call that eventually got Dr. Laura kicked off the radio because she said the N-word 3 times in a row? Stay with me, Gen Zers and Gen Alphas who have no clue what I'm talking about. Dr. Laura was a former therapist turned radio host who would take people's calls and give them advice. Okay? I've seen her in real life. I've read her books. I used to listen to her radio show my whole life until the day she said the N-word 3 times in a row. And I was like, Dr. Laura's lost it. We're done with her. Dr. Laura had a black woman call into the show. Follow me with this. And the black woman's married to a white man. And she says, Dr. Laura, I'm a black woman. And this white man that I've married, who I love, okay, him and his friends make racist jokes and it really hurts my feelings. And I really keep telling him, please stop making these jokes. It really hurts my feelings. And Dr. Laura goes, well, it's just a joke. And she goes, well, it's not just a joke. Sometimes they use language that's really, really offensive and it really hurts my feelings. How do I tell him to stop making these jokes? As a black woman, it really hurts my feelings. And Dr. Laura goes, are you ready, children? She goes, it's just a joke. It's just a word. N-word, N-word, N-word. It's just a joke, and you need to get over it. It's your husband. If you love him, it's just a joke. N-word, N-word, N-word. I feel like this is what's happening. Alex is the white man, and Alice is the black woman. Stay with me. And she's like, can you please stop making racist jokes? And he's like, it's just a joke. It's what's your fucking problem? It's just a joke. Harry Potter was black. It's just a joke. You know? That's what I feel like is happening. Okay? Oh my God. Chad says Dr. Laura wasn't defending the husband. She was defending herself. She's like, I like to literally. I was like, okay, Dr. Laura, we have lost the plot, girl. We have lost the plot. Do you get what I'm saying? I feel like this is what's happening and Alex is pissing me off. He's really pissing me the fuck off. Oh my god. Chat says happy to report even Alex's subreddit sees them both as the problem, both very toxic. Literally, girl, I'm over it, girl.
She felt she could find other ways to deal with these issues, which she told me that she couldn't. Alice told me she wouldn't change her behaviour. I felt this was enough of a reason for me to ask Alice to leave, as I didn't want to constantly worry about being hit again. Alice proceeds to mock me and call me a mental case, and then says that she is just doing what I had told her to do. Alice continued to argue with me and called me butthurt in text messages. I was incredibly upset with how this had been handled. Alice again makes it seem like what I'm asking for is unreasonable, and says sorry for doubling down, for pushing you off with a question mark. As you can see, Alice showed 5 carefully picked screenshots of our text messages to convince people that this is an entirely different story than to the reality of what had happened at the time. This was not the only ongoing issue surrounding the cat.
Alex did not prove the thing he thought he was proving. And I can't figure out why he thought that was a slam dunk, but okay.
And Alice wrote in her document that she didn't want me near Bear because I would call him mine, and she capitalized this. Alice would shout at me and get physical with
Yeah, well, I kind of get it though. Like, I want to be abundantly clear. Nobody was allowed to call Indiana hers. Like, it wasn't even funny to me if I was dating somebody and they're like, oh, Indiana's my cat too. Indiana is not your fucking cat. We do not share Pokemon. She is my Pokemon. She is not your Pokemon. She is my best friend. She's not your best friend. So if he was like, it was my cat too, it was never your cat. With peace and love. Okay? Okay? Thank you.
with me when I said the cat was ours. I never said to anyone that the cat was mine. We were a couple who had brought him together and lived together. So
oh! Pause, skirt. Wait. They were a couple that bought him together and lived together. Oh, wait, I had Indiana on my own. So wait, what does this mean, girls? Does this change things? Sleeping with daddy? Uh-oh. She said sleeping with daddy, like for the cat. So it is their cat. Oh, my bad. My bad. Skirt, my bad. Oh, my bad. So it is their cat. Because that is different now. Was she being possessive over a cat that was like in a weird way? Yeah.
So I believe that it was our cat. Alice had paid the £50 deposit for Bear and asked me to pay the remaining £200 so that we could get him. I believe this meant that he was our cat.
It is definitely your cat, bro. Okay, sorry, I have to, like, that's definitely their cat.
We had both paid for him, and we were moving in with each other. I then posted him on my Instagram story after we had gone to get him together. Alice got upset at me and told me that she hated that people were saying congratulations to me and calling him mine in my comments, so I removed the posts.
Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. Is that true? Does anyone stalk Alex enough to know? That's a joke. Is anyone a fan of Alex to know? Because that is weird. Like, that is so fucking, yeah, wait. Thank you, chat. Why did he take so long to say that? You know, fuck you, Alex. You're right, chat. Why did he take so long to tell us that? Why did he made it? I'm 40 minutes deep, my bro, and you didn't once think this was important to mention initially? You're horrible to... How do I guys, my channel needs to blow up because the fact that this man has 2 million subscribers and he doesn't even know how to tell a story? Why you tell the story that way? Was that supposed to be a bomb? Boom! What? Why'd you tell the story that way? Kat says, wait, can you summarize it? I don't understand the significance. The accusation this whole time is that he was making jokes about her cat in a way that made her feel like the cat was being like threatened or it was uncomfortable. But it's not her cat. It's their cat. It's his cat as much as her cat. But she's making it sound like Alex is crazy when it comes to her cat, which is a different point of possession. It is different. Chad says, I'm telling you, this is psychological warfare. I'm telling you right now. What's that anime? The love is war. This feels like that. It's like, just say you like each other and date already. But in this case, it's like, just break up and never talk to each other again.
Even after me and Alice moved in with each other, I was not allowed to do anything with the cat, as Alice had made it clear, like she has in this document, that he did not belong to me. And this led to her pushing and slapping me for interacting with him, or treating him like he belonged to us both when we were living together. Alice has tried to hide that she had been physically and verbally abusing me, would gaslight me, and that she would even attack me to paint her abuse as purely reactionary, which is not the case. Alice never shows I was reacting to constant abuse at any point to make it seem like I would react terribly for no reason. I struggled massively with the constant mental and physical abuse that I faced throughout our relationship, and it had affected me severely to be in this situation constantly, as our arguments would devolve into name-calling and pulling each other down. I am ashamed when I read these texts back of how I behaved when we would argue. To resort to insults is unacceptable, and it was never okay for me to make personal jabs at Alice.
True.
Alice had found out that I had told my friends about the physical abuse because I had leaked my messages to her, and because of this,
Oh, hold up.
Alice had found out.
Alex says, yeah, it's not good. You can call me. We had a lot of arguments that went like that after she'd hit me, etc., but that's not acceptable to get like that, so I get it. I don't want to drag you guys into this. There's no fixing all the things here. Fix all thing here. It was really fucked, but I can talk about it. The whole thing is just killing me. I know she won't include any of the stuff she did to me, and there isn't any excuses for retaliating like that. I was hoping I wouldn't have had to keep reliving this, but I think she wants me to fight her back with everything I've got, but she'd always get 10 times worse if I said she hit me. Mr. Blurt, I don't know who that is, says, I just think you need to show us those texts you mentioned the other day, mate. Like, those messages are really bad. It would help seeing context. Alex says, I'm genuinely terrified that if I post something, she's going to come back for me even worse. I think if she finds out I'm talking about it and sharing stuff, then she will try and make my life hell. It was like this when we were together. She'd try to provoke me if I got upset or angry at her, and then would come down even harder. I've spoke to a few people about it. I'm sorry, guys. I've spoke to a few people, and they told me the best thing to do is not respond in any way. Mr. Blurt said, I mean privately to us, mate, not publicly, which is, I think, fair, right? I think it's fair for his friends to say, hey, dude, we love you, but everybody knows, like, women are at the highest regard from people they know in their life. So I love you, but, like, no one in my life is so exempt from being evil that you couldn't be somebody who's evil. I love you. It's not a part of your MO, maybe. I need to see that proof. Can you show me those messages? Because, yeah, like, his friends have the right to ask. Oops. Hello?
Out that I had told my friends about the physical abuse because I had leaked my messages to her, and because of this, Alice claimed I was making up a contradictory story to hers to release publicly on my own accord. She does not mention that I was responding to lies that I'm a convicted abuser that she had posted on her TikTok publicly, and that she had been going through and following my friends months after we had broken up.
The girl who's been hunting down my Instagram followers 24/7 but won't talk to me. He messaged her. She says, because you're the one trying to fix it. He said, I can't fix shit when you don't give me anything. She said, I'm not fucking other people, am I? What? He said, so what the point? She said, I'm not following my ex. I'm not stalking my exes. You think I'm going to chase you for 6 months for a phone call? So Alice posts and doesn't name him. Then he realizes it's about him, and his friends realize it's about him because she messages whatever. Okay. So she's peacocking a bit, right? She's like putting on a show. Oh my God, I'm so exhausted by this video. Am I even streaming? Are you guys seeing me right now? I feel like I'm so exhausted from how toxic this is that I almost feel like I'm not even here. I feel like I've left my body. Like, I'm so tired. Okay, so she peacocking in public like I was abused. And then she's like, do something about it in private? Is that literally a part of it? Hit the spoon black hole. I feel like all my spoons have been zapped out of me. This is crazy. Can you imagine being in this relationship? Do you know what I'm saying? Imagine being in this dynamic. You just know it's bad. You know? Chat says we don't have to finish it if it's too much. Oh, girl, we gonna finish it. Ow. We're gonna finish it, girl. We're gonna finish it, and then I'm gonna eat the biggest fucking dinner I've ever made myself. Late as fuck, though. I'm gonna finish this, though. I'm so curious. Okay, let's see.
Up, trying to get their attention to spread this lie.
I'll enjoy messaging your friends about how abusive you are. Girl, I'm sorry. That's so fucked up to say, even as a victim. As a victim, who tells their abuser, can't wait to message your friends about how abusive you are? Sis, that's not it, girl. That's not the move. See, unsympathetic victims do exist. It's not about being a perfect victim, but damn, unsympathetic. You know what I'm saying? Like, he said, what? She said, bye. He said, what the fuck? Are you threatening me? She said, shit, no way. Shit, no way. Is that how it feels? Fuck. He said, I'm fucking over whatever this word is. Left my ass off what? No, I don't know about it. I said, keep it. What? That tried to give back? What? They're laughing. What the fuck? Shut up. I don't even know. Are they drunk?
Which ended up with my friends asking me to explain this to them after seeing the TikToks that Alice was posting online. I was reacting to Alice's public posts and lies about me, but Alice has hidden that she was constantly harassing me to make it seem like I'd gone out of my way to talk badly about her.
Yeah, like she's literally... Like, he messaged her, but the way she responds in text messages is crazy. Chad says that's a common threat in people who are emotionally immature. Well, damn. Damn.
For no reason, when in reality, Alice was trying to isolate me and antagonizing me into responding to her for months. When Alice...
Yeah, Chad says, is there a clear instigator? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who is the clear instigator? Who's the person not working on themselves? Who's the person who's keeping the cycle of toxicity alive? Right now, it kind of feels like both of them. I can't figure it out. I just cannot figure it out.
Alice had received the messages from my friends. She accused me of lying. Alice said if I told people she hit me in our relationship that she would sue me, even though I was...
Well, she's saying that because she's saying it's not true. She's saying, I'll sue you because that's not what happened. And so Alex is playing it off like, but that is what happened. But she's saying it's not what happened. And then when she explains why she hit you, she's saying it was in defense. And you're not... I love how he's not even like talking about how she's saying it's in self-defense. She's saying she hit him in self-defense. And he's ignoring that. He has not talked about it being in self-defense, even though she's made it clear every time it was in self-defense. And then when he says, oh, she hit me, she says, I pushed you. And he's like, exactly. Pushing is not hitting. You know?
Sharing privately that her post alleging that I was a convicted...
That's true too. Chad says, I will say he tried to end things multiple times and Alice would just ignore it and coerce him into staying. So that seems pretty fucking bad. That does seem pretty fucking bad. Though the way he ends it doesn't make sense. So they're perfectly fine. They're in bed. She makes a joke. He makes a joke about a cat. She gets mad, so he kicks her out. That's crazy. Kicking her out because they had a miscommunication or like a joke. Do you know what I'm saying? That also doesn't make sense. Him putting down boundaries and saying, I'm going to break up with you because you won't allow me to make my jokes is also abusive. That doesn't make any sense. Because in the context, why would you kick her out because you guys had a fight in bed over a cat joke? Like, why would that escalate to kicking her out? And it's like, oh, because she pushed me and I won't handle this anymore. See how that sounds manipulative, though? That sounds so fucking manipulative to me. You're going to kick out the girl you were living with because she pushed you off of her, took her cat, and didn't like the joke?
...convicted criminal were untrue. Alice then proceeded to admit to hitting me during our relationship in the same conversation.
Yes, I slapped you in your face one time. Name a girl who hasn't slapped a huge asshole. See, that's the problem. That's your defense. My girlfriend slapped me after I abused her. She's saying I slapped you out of retaliation for abuse. And he's saying, so you did slap me. She goes, yes, out of retaliation for abuse. So you did slap me. And that's why we say, yes, we never want to become toxic enough to take physical violence out on our partners. But also in the situation she explained it in, it felt like it could be self-defense or it could not be. And that's why we don't get vengeance, y'all. That's the difference between self-defense and vengeance. If you're doing it in self-defense, it's self-defense, right? It's like in the moment. But doing it after the fact isn't self-defense. Slapping somebody because they're yelling at you is not self-defense. It's an escalation. Walking away is a de-escalation. But I feel like I'm missing I feel like every time she brought this up, it was in self-defense except this particular screenshot. And now I'm confused. I don't know the difference. I don't know why she slapped him in the face. I don't know what the situation was. I don't know if she did it after the fact. I don't know if he was yelling at her, so she slapped him. But you can't be slapping people because they're disrespectful to you. You can't slap people in the face because they're belittling you. You can walk away. You escalating to violence is not the answer. Physical violence, emotional violence is valid, right? So I don't know the I need the details. I need him to explain exactly the situation where she slapped him.
Where she threatened to sue me for telling people that she had been hitting.
See how he's just giving me the story in the form of the text messages, but not telling me the story of when she slapped him? And if he already told it to us, it wasn't important enough because it didn't stick in our heads, did it? Does anyone remember him explicitly telling us the detailed story of why and when she slapped him in the face? That's why I'm suspicious of the storytelling. Why is it through text messages? And why aren't you telling me the actual story? What's emotional violence? Belittling, name calling, gaslighting, convincing someone they're worthless to the point they kill themselves, they hurt themselves, mentally torturing somebody. That's, yeah. No. You said, wait, emotional violence is valid. What do you mean by that? I mean, it's valid to experience. Some people don't think emotional violence is real. So I'm saying it's valid of an experience, not to emotionally. You stop it. Don't take me out of context. I'm not saying it's okay to emotionally be violent. I'm saying it's a real phenomenon because some people don't think it's real. Some people don't think you get abused unless you're hit. But I think abuse can come in the form of emotional violence. So you cannot torture someone with emotional violence. I'm saying that's wrong. But I'm saying it's a valid experience. It is real. It does happen. And you have to stand up for yourself when it happens. Like, a lot of men are victims of emotional violence from women, but don't feel like it's abuse enough to say anything because no one will believe them, right? Same thing. And you know why the men don't think anyone will believe them? Because when a woman comes out and says somebody was emotionally violent to me, men don't believe her. Where are the bruises? Oh, so he was like mean to you? Who cares? Which is why men don't come out with their emotional violence from women, because they know nobody will believe them, because they don't believe women when they come out with their stories. It's a self-perpetuating cycle.
Me. Alice then excused this behaviour by telling me it's okay for women to hit men if they are being an asshole. Alice mocked me for complaining about the physical abuse, as she believed it was justified, and then told me that if I wanted it to stop, I should make a public...
Wait, Chad says he's 26 and she's 22? So she was like 20 and he was 24 when this happened? Did I do that math correctly?
Public apology towards her. Alice told me if she wanted to expose me publicly that she would have posted a document about me. I later found out when my ex-girlfriend Jess messaged me that Alice had told Jess that she had been building a folder on me since January. Alice...
So I guess this is Alice's message to the ex-girlfriend. I ended up gathering an FBI folder on this guy full of the abuse. I just don't know what to do with it. I need to report him to the police first realistically before anything is realized. But I want people to know how horrible this guy is. He shouldn't have a platform and he shouldn't be making videos on abusive people when he's one of them. I know his housemates have heard him. It's like I've got so many witnesses and people to back the facts. I just need the balls. I spent hours and hours reading into the law side of this, and he can't do anything if it's all true and proven, which it can be. I've been sitting on this since January. Damn, so she went to another woman who's an ex of Alex's, and then the ex messaged Alex. I don't know.
Alice had stayed in contact with me for...
Yeah, Chet said I'm sick of seeing the same screenshots a million times. Me too. Wait, do you think that's a manipulation tactic? He keeps showing me screenshots I've already read out loud, which implies he's got all these screenshots, but they're not. They're the same 30 screenshots. Do you think that's a manipulation tactic? He said this lasted for a 5-month period. I've been talking about me. If I wasn't leaving you alone, I'd have made a fucking PDF file on you and posted it. Alice has been messaging me and blackmailing me constantly for 5 months. She said she had been building this document, and this will be covered in this video, as she's been trying to get me to send her things and react to her so she can put it in her document, which she ended up doing.
For months, where she antagonized me, threatened me, and continued to...
That's possible, right? Both of them could be doing it. Both of them could be texting in a way to piss off the other to have screenshots for later.
Mentally abused me so that she could knowingly put my reactions into her document that she had started building in January. Alice said that it wasn't like she had named me in these posts or made a video about me, but she had responded and deleted comments on videos she posted saying it was about me and that I was on Claire's law, which again is a lie. My friends saw the TikToks Alice had been posting online, and she had gone through and followed them all after our breakup. Me and my friends had a call where I answered questions about my relationship, and I told my side of the story where I explained that Alice had been physically abusing me throughout our relationship. I made it clear that I did not believe that this was an excuse for my behaviour, and that our relationship was toxic and it was not good for either of us, and that I was ashamed of how I had behaved. A friend of mine at the time, a YouTuber who goes by the name of ImAllexx, had messaged me in our group chat encouraging me to share more stories.
Okay, so this is the same message from earlier, but with a different name. Wait. I'm gonna wait. Brittany, wait. That other message we saw had a different icon and different format and a different name. It was Mr. Blurt or something. This one says Frasier with Uncle Iroh, but it's the same message. I mean, privately to us, mate, not publicly. That's the same message. I'm so confused. Hold on. This is 4301.
And it was never okay for me to make personal jabs at anyone. Alice claimed I may convict bro. Did abuse to friends about the physical.
This one, Mr. Blurt. I mean, privately to us, mate, not publicly. Same sentence structure. Okay? Same sentence structure as this one over here.
He knew me in any friends with me, hitting me in these messages. From hit me and promised me that if I would have posted a document about me. I later found out my ex post was on Clevermore. I explained that mine at the time
okay.
It was toxic.
And then here it is here. I mean, privately to us, mate, not publicly. But he has a different name and a different Uncle Iroh thing. It says Mr. Blurt is an eye-nabbler on the top. Okay, yeah, it does. But then why would it be the same message? I don't know. Maybe that's just a coincidence and my fucking autism is catching it.
Goes by the name of iNabber, have messaged me in our group chat encouraging me to share more stories and all the evidence I have.
Okay, Frasier is iNabber. Okay.
Abuse. He told me I could trust him and that because we were friends, that they weren't going to share any of it anywhere and that it would remain private after I made it clear that I was worried that it would be leaked. Alice messaged me with direct screenshots from the private conversation that I had had with iNabber and my friends. Alice had been sent screenshots from our private conversation and it was clear that if I talked to anyone, she would know as she was following as many of my friends as possible. Alice said I shouldn't be lying about her hitting me and that she would sue me, but as I've already covered in these texts earlier in this video, she then went on to admit to hitting me in these messages and in her document. Alice made it clear to me that I couldn't talk to anyone about what I had experienced, and she was now contacting all my friends and isolating me completely, which is exactly what I feared she would do, as she had.
Okay, you're in a relationship. You stand up for yourself. You took a self-defense class. Your boyfriend's coming at you. You punch him before he can get close to you. He's running at you, yelling at you. You're not sure if he's going to hit you or not. So boom, run to the door. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Okay? Now you've escalated. You hit first. Now he can say, fuck, like you escalated. I was just yelling at you, but I don't know that. You're running at me. I don't know what you're going to do. And I don't want to be the idiot that waits for you to grab me by the hair before I boom, 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 boom. So, okay, now that she boom, boomed, now she's the one who hit him, but he's like, I didn't even hit you. She's like, excuse me? So now it's like, okay, what do we do here? Do we want people in situations to defend themselves first or wait till they're hit first? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm feeling very conflicted about this whole, like, she slapped me. She said she slapped me. She said she slapped you in self-defense. And she admitted that, but, like, also I'm confused.
It made it clear that there was nobody I could talk to who she couldn't reach, and she was sending me my own conversations so that I would know that I couldn't get away from her or talk about what had happened with anyone, including my friends, as they were going to leak my messages to her. When Alice's document...
Yeah, that's interesting. So she went to all his friends, all of his close friends. They turn on him. She, like, basically reminds him, like, you can't go to anyone, you're not safe, which is kind of crazy. Like, who are these friends that none of your friends believe you? And also, do they not believe you because there was rumors going around about you already being abusive? Because I'll be so real with you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe nobody had your back because everyone saw it coming before it happened.
Was posted, iNabber posted various stories and a document about me that contains many statements that are false. iNabber had messaged you.
What the fuck was that?
Posted various stories.
iNabber, when asking for DMs, Alex told me had proving his innocence, he refused, which is true. Like, Alex didn't. I think he did a phone call, but he asked for DMs, and did Alex show the screenshots? That's what I'm saying is suspicious. If his friends had showed me the screenshots and Alex was like, nah, she's going to come at me even harder, like, they don't have a reason to believe you.
And a document about me that contains many statements that are false. iNabber had messaged YouTube commentary channels after our conversation where I privately entrusted him with my abuse story, even though he told me that what I shared with him would remain private. According to the YouTube...
Yes, but he also said, show me the screenshots. Did you do that, or did you just verbally tell him stuff? Because that's just not enough, right? I don't know. See, he's a really bad storyteller. I shouldn't have this many questions after he's told me a story. Why do I have so many questions?
YouTuber Samuel, iNabber told him that I had refused to answer any of his questions despite us having an hour call and there being various messages and a conversation disproving this as it was leaked directly to Alice.
Well, hold on.
An hour call and there being various
Okay, so I've spoken to a few people and they told me the best thing to do is not respond. He said, I mean privately to us, mate, not publicly. Alex says, I've been told not to post anything anywhere where it can be shared. I don't want to take any chances with this. I've been advised to just monitor. Who? By who? Who the fuck told you that? To monitor what she's been posting, even if it's just one-sided stuff like that, and not respond to anything. Frazier says, I get it. I get that, but we're not going to share it anywhere. You have to see how it seems from our perspectives that we have legit only seen stuff from her side. It's just shit. Alex said, yeah, I'm sorry. I completely agree. It's just tearing me up. So did he eventually show them the screenshots? And who's the people telling them not to post? You know?
Messages and a conversation disproving this as it was leaked directly.
He's a very unreliable narrator. He's saying, I just disproved that didn't happen. You didn't disprove anything. I have no proof. You sent these people proof of her abuse.
Directly to Alice.
Hey, I just thought I'd come in to say that I've spoke to Alice, the ex of Alex, and I've also spoke to ImAllexx. According to ImAllexx as well, Alex has sort of ignored people, ignored everybody, sort of gone into like a recluse, not messaging anyone back.
Chad says, are they YouTube friends or real friends? That's the next question. They might just be YouTube friends. Yeah.
Not even messaging ImAllexx back about their podcast that recently failed. Nothing like that.
I was incredibly confused as I did not understand why these people had been told lies about what had happened when Fraser had told me that I could trust him with talking to him about the abuse I had gone through and that it would remain between us because we were friends. I never posted on his Instagram story that I had refused to talk about this and has shared messages of him discussing my relationship with other people. He says, but the man never wanted to discuss it with us ever. I had spoken to Fraser on a few occasions about how I was struggling with Alice and how it was upsetting me, which directly contradicts what Fraser has posted publicly.
How is he not getting it? How is he not getting the difference? You saying some shit like, yeah, bro, shit's wild. It's really toxic over here. She came with receipts. She came with an 80-page document. Philip DeFranco covered it. So many people combed through that document and covered it. What is he not getting? What does he not get? This isn't proof. You're not giving receipts. He spent a year on this, and I still feel like my bro.
Publicly on his Instagram stories. Fraser wrote, we thought they were still together or seeing each other, lol, and that he suspected that we kept breaking up. After I finally felt like I could talk about this when I believed Alice had left me alone, I opened up to him that the last 4 months had been very hard for me. Fraser never shows him asking me about Alice or any of my messages to him, as it would show that he was lying, as I was the one who had tried to arrange a call with him privately after I had been confiding in him with the issues I had had surrounding Alice.
Hold on. Hey, hi. Do you want to talk podcast later? Would be good to just talk for a bit about everything. Can do soon. Just really busy working on a long ass video. No, it's all good, man. I think everything is going to be fine. I'm in no rush and just keep posting. And we can see what's happening when we're both not busy. Been doing my tax. I got all the messages and DMs and even threats, but I don't think she's going to post anything else now. She went and deleted it all. Just going to leave her alone for good because it's just too much and too toxic. What does he think this proves? Ooh.
Fraser wrote, the dude never discussed personal stuff with us, lol, solely just YouTube and games. But Alice had full access to my phone when we were together and was threatening.
Alice, what's wrong? I don't trust you. Weird as shit. What? Why? Why are you being so secretive? Why won't you look at me? Guilty as fuck. Go away. Look at what? Never was an issue before. Why is it now? Your reaction alone tells me what I need to know. What? If you have to come look, I've got 3% battery. I don't trust you. If you have to come look, I've got 3%. I don't trust you. Okay, for what? The fact that you've gone all weird, even suggesting to look at your phone, you're guilty as fuck. What? I was on Discord. Yep, joking around, confused. So why can't I see? Hiding anything else? What are you talking about?
Me after our breakup if I mentioned anything to anyone, like she has done after these messages I had with Fraser were leaked. And I did open up fully and honestly about what had been going on for that year.
I've already read all this to you. I've already read all this to you. This is a repeat.
I asked him to call, and in the messages that he has cropped out. I had asked him to call multiple times, and I had told him that I was free to speak to him whenever. I tried to arrange multiple calls to talk about the situation, as you can see in these messages on Facebook.
Nah, don't you fuck with me right now.
Free to speak to him whenever. I tried to arrange multiple calls to talk about the situation, as you can
Okay, this is a repeat of already what I said about the podcast.
see in these messages on Facebook.
Okay, just gonna leave her alone. Hello, how's the vid going? Call, question mark. And then he gets no response, which I don't know why you'd keep trying. These people aren't your friends. And then he said, did you leak all my private messages to you? And the guy goes, what? No. Someone on our chat did. He goes, not me.
Facebook. I was willing to answer questions.
I was going to tell you after I'd spoken to the proper people, but look, Fraser, I've literally been shown not to trust any of you, and it sucks, but someone did leak it, so I'm not wrong, am I? Fraser said I contacted you immediately after you posted DMs of you being verbally abusive, and you said it was bad. When I asked you for proof, you never sent me anything. You said you couldn't. Alex says, I'd like to talk to you if you can. I'm not upset. I have updates. He said, I really can. I'm with Ellie, but just tell me here. And he said, I spoke to other friends of ours. And Fraser says, I know people like to treat this like a game, but Alex says, I already feel like everything here will be sent to someone else, and it's driven me to the lowest point ever. And then Fraser says, the amount I feel lied to in this situation makes me want to stay as far away as possible. That's the vibe I'm getting from Fraser. Is that Fraser feels like, hey, I don't want to get involved in this. It's super messy and toxic, and it's not looking good. And I'm sorry, but like Alex played his cards wrong in a sense. But I'm not sure like what he could have done except maybe showed him the proof. He just, you know what I'm saying? But also these people are all toxic. All these people are very like toxic. Like who's that guy I had a conversation with over Katie and he just couldn't get it because he's fucking 12 years old, lyrics or whatever. That kid keeps showing up on this video. Like if they're hanging out with him, like these people are like 12 years, they don't get it. They have no concept of adult life. They have no concept of like adult reality. Do you know what I'm saying? It is not good to get engaged with these people, right? Because like even when you want to give them a chance, like I tried to give that kid a chance, he just couldn't get it. Like they can't even process like an adult conversation, which, you know what I'm saying? Like they can't even fathom the nuance of like these topics. It's like, you know, and I get it. So ultimately, like I would want to stay away from this too. That's why I say don't answer the DMs. This is 2025. We're not answering the DMs from any of these people. Crazy.
Even after my messages had been leaked. In the live stream, Samuel says that I was a recluse, but I went home because Fraser had told me that I should go see my parents and that I should take time off from the internet. To say I didn't attempt to talk to him about this is a barefaced lie. I understand him not wanting to be involved. I am not his responsibility, and he should not have to answer for my own personal problems just because we were once friends. However, what has been posted publicly is not true, and therefore I believe it is only right that I correct this. Fraser has intentionally cropped our messages that he posted on his Instagram story to portray a version of events which is not true. Since the conversation me and Fraser had, where I made it very clear in the messages that I had been at fault, Fraser has lied that I tried to claim that I was a victim. In reality, I explained that it was complicated and that I
don't trust him. You did. That's exactly what you did. You made it out that you were the victim. And now he's saying I didn't do that. You literally did that.
Fraser has lied that I tried to claim that I was a victim. In reality, I explained that it was complicated and that I had been at fault, and that our relationship was...
This is the... Girls, give me a cigarette, girls. I need a cigarette.
Very different from what Alice had posted publicly that they had seen. In a document InAllexx posted responding to allegations that were made against him by his ex-girlfriend Kirsty, InAllexx made a series of comments about me. Fraser claims that I am a widely disliked content creator, and that I have been since 2019, and that he only remained friends with me because he is a loyal person. I find this rather odd, as Fraser told me that I could trust him, and that he wouldn't talk to anyone, and then spoke to strangers with YouTube channels that interviewed him, and then shared what he had said about me publicly. Fraser goes on to then downplay our friendship, as Kirst accuses him of openly admitting to her that he was only ever friends with me so he could use me to further his career, as he benefited from me. I would like to make it clear for context that I didn't know Kirst personally, and
Alex was extremely toxic friend of Fraser, along with so many others, and as someone who once loved him, it was hard to watch, but Fraser admitted to me that he put up with it because being friends with Alex benefited his work. Okay, well, that's shitty. See? It's a whole group of shitty people. This is quite frankly a bizarre allegation that she's made, that I stayed Alex because apparently benefited me. My friendship with Alex did the exact opposite of benefit me, especially at the time when I was in a relationship with Kirst. I don't really want to be speaking too much about numbers, but in reality, Alex's channel has been bleeding subs for 5 years, nowhere near his relevance of 2018 and widely disliked creator. But also, Alex has also been in the title of one of my videos he's featured in during the entire existence of my channel. That was in 2018. Oh, so he's denying this. Fraser, right?
And I only ever met her on one occasion. To make posts where she acts like she knew me in any way, shape, or form personally is odd when our paths only crossed on one occasion. Fraser denies this by claiming that my YouTube channel has been on a decline since 2019 and that I am no longer relevant, mentioning that I was a widely disliked content creator, so it couldn't be possible that he was using me. For someone who apparently wasn't using me, InAllexx seems to have a lot of knowledge about my relevancy in YouTube statistics over a 5-year period, as shown in his statement. Fraser claims that I was always disliked and that he was seen as an idiot for being friends with me, and then he wrote this in this paragraph. As you can see, this allegation is really strange to me. Yes, I regret being friends with Alex, but the suggestion I benefited with him is actually quite wild to me, considering it was a public thing of how disliked he was. I actually was seen as a bit of an idiot for remaining friends with him, and truthfully that's a fair criticism. These statements confused me as Fraser asked me personally if I wanted to start a podcast with him. I said yes because I believe. These statements confused me as Fraser asked me personally if I.
Shall we start doing the podcast thing again, like properly? Always down, man. Call when I'm at home. All of them. Pieces of shit, bro. Telling you, not good energy. I don't like this bubble.
I wanted to start a podcast with him. I said yes because I believed that we were friends and that he was asking me because we had been for years, as we had spent a lot of time together. Fraser writes in his document that we only saw each other walking his dog for the most part, and in mid-2023, we started gaming a lot more together and speaking way more than we usually did, and that obviously led to us making a podcast that lasted 4 episodes. October 2023 is around the time I had moved out of London, and to suggest that we became friends after the fact is disingenuous. We had hung out regularly since we became friends in 2018, and we used to go on holiday abroad together. We had also kept in contact just as much when I moved away. To portray our friendship as only being a recent thing is just completely untrue. Fraser's statement is also incorrect, as we have actually also done 5 episodes of our podcast instead of the 4 that Fraser wrote in his document. Fraser travelled over an hour to visit me a month before Alice posted her TikToks and stayed at my house with friends as I had moved outside of London. In our own podcast, Fraser says that we would talk every day, which is why we decided to start the podcast in the first place.
I've been a big fan of podcasts that go on and are just super casual between friends, and there's like 150 episodes.
But that's why I feel like this isn't going to be like your last ventures, because for one, you've always done it high budget, which is not like a thing to criticize, but it's like this is on Discord, like, and we speak to each other. We speak to each other every day. We're on calls, so like, there's no reason for us. It makes sense for us to. We talk about YouTube all the time. We're always speaking about things going on. It makes sense to just get on camera like once or twice a week and just speak about it on a long form, hour to 2 hour thing.
After our call, Fraser didn't reach out to me at any point. I asked him if he leaked our messages, and then I saw the clip where Samuel claimed that Fraser had told him that I had been avoiding him the entire time, which, as you could see, was at no point true. Fraser posted on his Instagram story that I refused to share the private messages I had with Alice with him, but the reason that I didn't share them is because I was worried that they would be leaked, which is exactly what happened after I spoke to him. Fraser posted that he believed I might sue him for posting these stories, but I have no intention of doing so, and there would be no reason to worry if what he posted was actually true. Alice had followed everyone in my friendship circle months after our breakup, and was using my friends to gather information on me by posting videos that were intended to get a reaction out of me by falsely claiming that I am a convicted criminal. Alice wanted to find out what I would say to defend myself to my friends, so that she could build the document backwards from this to make it look like I was lying.
Oh, wait, hold on. What's that? Is that new?
I would say to defend myself to my friends so that she could build.
At this point, he's trying to use the situation with the cat and manipulate the story. I can show you what really happened. Alice wrote the story backwards from what I told the friends and hid screenshots to change the story. Yeah, we've read this already.
The document backwards from this to make it look like I was lying. If Alice hadn't continued to harass me privately and publicly, I would never have had to tell my friends that she had been abusing me throughout our relationship. But due to the constant harassment, I was left with no choice. Alice wouldn't only just threaten me privately, but would also threaten me when we went out in public. Alice had threatened to punch me in the street.
When was this taken? Can I have a timestamp? What does this mean? Grow up, to be honest. Stop taking it out on me. What's the point? Can't deal with this, speak. Just don't start making a call and then shout at me in public and threaten to hit me. I was doing what you wanted in your time, not mine. I've already read this.
And then it began shouting at me. I walked away from Alice as soon as she had threatened me, and this is the text conversation that we had as I was walking away from her. I told Alice that she had gone too far by shouting that she would punch me in public, because we had had a small disagreement about me visiting her house, as Alice had told me that she was embarrassed, and she thought that I would leave her if I went over and saw her family and where she lived. Alice sent me these messages, and then said that she had done nothing wrong. I told her I didn't know if I wanted to come over anymore, as she had just threatened to hit me in public. Alice
So this is when they didn't live together then?
shouted that she was going to hit me so loudly that I got a comment from someone who had seen me walking away after Alice.
Bro, I saw you a year ago in whatever that word is. You were having a fight with your girl. I was walking with her. I was walking with a girl. What? LOL. We wasn't dating a year ago. It was like 5 months ago at the station. What? I don't saw you with your girl. She was beating the fuck out of you, bro, in public. I saw it. Okay.
Alice has shouted at me, which I sent to
This is fucking weird, bro.
her on iMessage. Not only did Alice threaten me throughout our relationship, but she also blackmailed me throughout the entire time we were together and afterwards. Alice has written in her document that after our breakup, I begged for her to come back, and I also sent gifts and a letter to convince Alice to get back with me because I wanted her to forgive me. But this is not an accurate version of what had happened, and it is a lot more complicated than Alice has portrayed. She had intentionally lied and left out hundreds of messages and events that do not show the reality of what was actually happening. Alice was continuously blackmailing me and had been abusing me for our entire relationship. I had tried to leave our relationship at many points, and Alice has taken this and wrote in her document that I would threaten to break up with her as a form of manipulation. This is not true, and I have shown that I tried to break up with Alice.
I don't know. I cannot tell. I genuinely feel like it is a form of manipulation on his part, but I also feel like I cannot fucking tell because the way he's coming off in this video. But again, just a reminder, I'm sorry, we're going to have to do it. Just a reminder.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens. We're going to go so far as to here is Alice describing how it started when, quote, small arguments worsened to the point where he would turn on his camera and start shouting at her on call.
Now, when it's too late, you admit that you did everything wrong. But when it actually matters, when you should lay down like a good dog, you don't do it.
You're acting
go,
like
"Oh,
this is all just me, and that's something you really need to fix.
I'm gonna bash your head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the up. Your boyfriend's a famous internet celebrity and doesn't trust these people because he has to keep his circle small. Because you might not have anything to lose, because your life might be down the drain, but I still have quite a lot that I would like to give.
Also, the screenshots that
Okay, right? So just a reminder of the tonality of that Alex versus the one we're getting now.
After she physically assaulted me and blackmailed me, and I stayed because she would threaten me if I tried to leave. When I told Alice I did not want to be involved with her anymore after we broke up, she began posting online the lie that I had a criminal record and that I was on Claire's law. Alice then started posting TikToks about me, and this led to the situation that she orchestrated when she had began to follow all of my friends after we had broken up, so that I couldn't escape her. At one point, Alice told me that she wanted me to plan something soon, and then she said I should make her dinner. This is completely contradictory to the claims Alice has made in her document, where she says she had no interest in talking to me, as in reality, she was emotionally manipulating me and blackmailing me while she was writing a document on me at the same time, trying to dismantle my life. Alice accuses me of being manipulative after our breakup, even though when I tried to end things, Alice threatened to call the police and lie about me if I didn't back down. Alice said that I am the one who asked her to dinner, when as shown in these messages, it was Alice who asked me. And Alice has constantly accused me of doing the things that she has done in her document. Alice would continually emotionally abuse me and manipulate me whilst threatening me so that she could build her document on me, which she has constantly lied in. Alice complained that after she had moved out, I didn't seem panicked enough and sent me this text message. I moved out. I thought your mind would be more panicked that I won't come back. Alice also sent me text saying she had left because she wanted me to know what it's like to be without her. We had many conversations about getting back together, and when I realized I was being emotionally manipulated and blackmailed by Alice, I tried to break it off.
I don't want to be a part of your game anymore. You're playing a game with me and I hate it. You make me call you. She said, no, I'm not. But she says LMAO a lot. Like, God, they're such kids, you know? And insult me. I said, I left you. You are. We aren't together. You're fucking with me. It's horrible. I said, I gave you a chance to change. He said, what the fuck do you want then? What the fuck? She said, you're going to argue and say something horrible. He said, no, I'm not. Blah, blah, blah. You are. I keep saying, oh, I already read this. She said, leave a voice note. I'm going to bed. Good night, Alex. He said, you don't want me to do that. I wanted to talk like adults. You won't do that. So that's it. You can't make me text and beg you. This is not going to fix anything. I'm not doing tasks for you. You can talk to me or you cannot. I really do. Good night. He said, I will not do this if you're just fucking with me. Don't ever fucking talk to me like you have a leg to stand on. Bye-bye. Ever again. Bye. With all this shit. Girl, bye. I can't have you fucking with me anymore. Bye. Sorry. I'm really tired. It's true. It's too much for one person to handle. Go away already. Bye. And this is a genuine fucking warning. Go away. Stay the fuck away from me. Ooh, scary. Oh, bro. Uh-oh. Chat gave me a link. Let's watch it. What is it?
Thing about you, and this is the thing, and this is why I fucking go round and round in circles. I join call, and when you're talking to me, going, this is the thing. Even though now, when it's too fucking late, you admit that you did everything fucking wrong. But when it actually matters, when you should lay down like a good fucking dog, you don't fucking do it. You fight for some reason. I don't know why you fight, because you're losing. Because you end up admitting that you fucked it all up anyway. So it's just fucking weird. And I know that you're going to end up admitting that you fucked it all up. Which is why it's sorry first.
So I'm a fucking whore mouth bitch retard cunt.
Is it generally because you're just fucking brain dead?
Yeah, I'm very brain dead, yeah.
Is that why you decided to go on the fucking offensive instead of the maybe...
Offensive.
Okay. I don't know what to call what you did. It was weird. It's always weird. You always take this fucking weird route. Just do the normal route, which is just do the normal route, but a normal girlfriend.
You're acting like this is all just me, and that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the fuck up. Because this one, genuinely, this one, you fucked this, royally fucked this. What judging mentor is, I think I may have said like 100 times to the point where it's actually really hard to follow what I'm saying because it's so flexible. I've gone, you could do this, but you might be able to do that, but you might be able to do that, and you might be able to do this, and this might work, but you might be able to do that. And it sounds fucking mental. I don't even understand how you could possibly actually follow along to it. Like most of my friends struggle to actually understand what I'm saying. But that's why I'm a professional and you're all not. And then when you go, I don't like this, it's not like massive issues there. And you think you can just fucking ignore them because it's like, well, what's the worst that can happen? I don't know. Your boyfriend's a fucking famous internet celebrity and doesn't trust these people because he has to keep his circle small. Because you might not have anything to fucking lose, because your life might be down the fucking drain, but I still have quite a lot that I would like to fucking give. You're making it incredibly fucking hard for me. Just like Lewis did.
Yeah.
I fucking hate all of you. You guys are fucking like I can't make any videos of Paul Breach. Over what? I don't understand. It's not like you've got anything to fucking be stuck up over. But for some reason something isn't good enough for you. You get to do whatever you fucking want all day. It's like, and then you look like a fucking miserable fucking little cunt all the time. Like your face is annoying to look at, like when I come downstairs. Like I'm actually fed up of looking at you. Which is why I sleep downstairs, because I don't want to have to go upstairs and, oh, you're taking all the covers. It's like, fucking woman, just like, fucking ask me to buy another one, or stop fucking complaining. Like, nothing, the thing is, it annoys me, is nothing needs to be an argument, because everything is fixable. Buy a new duvet, I sleep downstairs. But no, you've always got to act like none of this stuff, because you don't actually try and fix any of your fucking problems. Like, it's infuriating at this point. Like earlier, you're miserable about something in the kitchen. All you have to do is say what it is and it's fixed. It's fine. You don't have to like, you don't clean up after yourself. Nigga, neither do you. So, we're even. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't go around fucking complaining about everything that you don't clean up after. Why? Because you don't talk about it in your fucking little small brain. Pay for any of it. So who really fucking cares what you have to say? Like, why does it even fucking matter? If you want to clean up, I'll fucking hire one. It's my money. But this is the thing, even right now, you just ignore all of that. I'm giving you options for everything, you just ignore everything. You're not actually trying to sort out any of these problems. And if you've got problems with this, man, why don't you fucking call them? Why does it have to be me? You can fucking call people, you can get it sorted, you can take them out if you want to. But no, because Alice doesn't actually fucking do anything. I'm trying to fucking, right now, I'm spending 3 hours fucking every single day trying to figure out where fucking 75,000 fucking pounds has gone. And whether I'm ever going to get it. And then any of my future YouTube revenue. Because the company's holding my channel fucking hostage. So yeah, sorry I forget about to fucking clean the side sometimes. I got bigger fish to fry. And I still have to post.
Go away.
You just don't think about anything.
Go away.
Such a fucking woman.
Go away. So are you. Ironically.
Huh?
So are you.
I tried to stop this like 7 times.
Then you could have stopped. It was you. It was all you.
I tried to stop it.
Go away.
I did try to stop
Go away.
it.
Go away. Just go away.
Infuriating.
Yes.
Like, If you had to do half the shit I had to do, you would understand why loads of stuff doesn't get done. You don't even know the fucking
Go away, just go away.
You upload one half-assed video every 3 weeks. It does terribly.
Go away.
But I slept up here because you made me. I wanted to sleep downstairs so I could fucking actually wake up on time today.
I didn't make you.
Yes, you did.
No.
You were throwing a fucking fit.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Well, you can stop this right now.
Yeah, shut up. You're following me. Going on. Fuck off. Please.
Okay, and then there's like text messages. Whew, good job, guys, getting through that. I'm really proud of you. Okay, alive, please unblock me. I'm crying so much. This is awful. Can I say goodbye? You mean so much to me. I have to say goodbye. I can't imagine not saying goodbye. I didn't when you left because I thought we'd fix it, and now I won't even have a chance. I didn't as a voice note. If we can't ever, is this Alex messaging her? Fuck, yeah, it is. Fuck, please, anything. If you could see me, you'd know I'm not fucking yours. I'm not fucking yours around. I'm not lying. I'm just broken. Alice. Then he messaged her again March 9th. Alice, please don't let it end like this. Hey, I sent you a message on Facebook. You haven't opened them. I don't know if that's intentional or not. Bro. Bro. But I don't want to have to bump you on socials, etc. Facebook, hello. March 24th. So March 9th, 17th, 24th. Hello, can you see this? If so, please reply. Unblock me on Facebook and let's talk about yesterday properly. I won't call you or anything. I can send voice notes if that's what you need. I'm trying to make this work. I will compromise if I have to. What a fucking little Weasley liar, dude. To quote philosopher Hassan Piker, what a fucking little Weasley fucking liar, dude. Bro. He had us. I gotta be quiet. I have neighbors. I have got to be quiet. We literally have watched so much of his fucking shit video. Why doesn't he add any of this fucking shit in it? It better be in his video, bro. This shit better be in his video, bro. What this fucking little Weasley liar fucking begging her to come back, acting like she was stalking him, acting like she was in the DMs. Bro, what are you talking about, bro? Okay, it's in phone. Blah, blah, blah. Please don't make me feel stupid for still sending these because it really is the last time. I can, bro, I'm not gonna listen. I don't, again, not to bring it back to me, which I think is always the right way to do things. Let me tell you, as somebody who blocked somebody and then had to deal with 3 years of constant messaging and calls and manipulations to figure out a way to get in contact with me, as somebody who blocked somebody and they showed up to my parents' house with a letter for me and my parents, and by the way, the funny part of this story is that he literally, after 5 years of dating me, never learned my dad's name. And so when he wrote a letter to my parents by putting it in their mailbox, he literally used the wrong name that my dad's name isn't even. That's not even my dad's name. To this day, my now husband is a meme in our household, where he calls my dad by the wrong name to meme on the fact that my ex couldn't even learn my dad's name after 5 years of being with me. I'm sorry, like, girl, okay, listen. As a girl who blocked a person, and did everything. Do you know, let me tell you this story. I've never told this story, but it's, you know, it's years later now, okay? Life has moved into the future. In order for me, okay, I didn't answer my phone. In 2019, I stopped answering my own phone because I was afraid it was him. So I blocked every number he called me with. I changed my answering machine. I changed everything, okay? I worked really hard on not giving any feedback to this person. Blocked them on every social media, wherever they posted about me, blocked them. Anytime they tagged me, blocked them. I knew what they thought they were doing. They thought we were in our continuous toxic cycle where we'd break up and we'd get back together, but I was really done this time. And it's hard to imagine it because in his eyes, we've done this 1,000 times. I'm going to come back, right? It was different this time. Okay? It was over. So I had blocked him. It's COVID. It's like lockdown time ish, somewhere around there. And we have a delivery guy, like a tech guy, coming to the house to put together our Wi-Fi. So maybe it's just before COVID. I think it was just before COVID happened. And I get a call on my phone thinking it's the Wi-Fi guy, thinking it's the internet guy. Okay? And I innocently answer it. I had been so good this whole time on not answering my phone, not giving him any indication that this was my number. I pick up the phone. Hello? It's a pause. Brittany? And I'm like, and I click off the phone. And I'm like, fuck. And I was like, I had been so fucking diligent and not giving him any indication. I get the same number, call me back 100 times. I block it. I tell my brothers, fuck. He called me and I answered it. And they were like, fuck, dude. Like, we had waited, okay? It is the weirdest feeling ever to know you're done with a toxic ex, but to know that there's no way to communicate to them, even after all those years. And look, to this day, I think his parents were real ones. They were really good people. They protected me. They kept him away from me. You know, they worked really hard on getting him the help he needed, which I do think he needed help. But ultimately, like, even our toxic relationship, as bad as it was, guys, it never escalated to this. I'm telling you this right now, as toxic as that fucking relationship was, it was never as bad as this. When I say this is a different level, this is a different level. But there's similar energies. And I need you to hear me when I say this. This thing, where Alex begs and he's like, you know, doing this thing, this narrative is what the issue is. So I don't know what it's like to be in like a certain escalation of bad relationship, but I know what it's like to be with somebody that can never be on the same page as you. And that is just a recipe of toxicity. You know, it's like you want to be on the same page. And this is why I talk about high compatibility partners. When you're on the same page as someone, when I say my partner and I do not fight, this is what I mean. My partner and I do not talk to each other like this. I do not talk to my partner. I do not talk to the love of my life like this. That's why when I was with my ex and I was like, hey, do you think the way that we're talking to each other might be a red flag? Like, we should go to couples therapy. He was like, no, this is how everyone talks to their partners. I was like, I don't want to talk to you like this. I don't want to have to get so angry that you didn't do laundry or the dishes that I yell at you. Like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to have to yell at you to do the dishes. I don't even want to have to ask you, if I'm being honest. Like, I'd like for us to get to the point where you just do the fucking dishes because I'm working all day and you live at home and you don't do anything. You know, it's like, I think sometimes people forget that even the best of us can become ugly because the world is so ugly around us. And that's why I say don't become ugly even when they do. But it's really fucking hard. You know, it's really fucking hard. And look, I don't think my ex was like stalking me in the traditional sense. I think he couldn't believe I wasn't coming back. Because for 5 years, I had off again, on again with him. We had broken up, not spoken, gone back together, broken up, not spoken, gone back together. And when he started to realize it was officially done, I don't think he ever understood that. And I don't think he ever got it, right? In that sense. But it is stressful. Like, it's a very stressful feeling not to understand that at the end of the day, I look, it could have escalated one day. I don't know where it would have went in that traditional sense. Like, I don't know. But I think it was, I think it's like this. I think they're cousins. I think the man who can't take the rejection and the person who stalks you because they're obsessed with you, I think they're cousins. But the flavor feels different. And I think one is out of like, almost like a pedestaling, which is the stalker. I think the stalkers pedestal you in a way, or they harass you. And then I feel like unrequited love, like you're saying, chat, it's like a version of I can't process reality, which is the same thing. They're like kissing cousins, you know? Yeah, fraternal twins even. They're like different, but they're the same. So I don't mean to discount it as inappropriate and consent violating and all the other things. It is. It's all those things. But it's hard. It's the flavors are different, you know, but they're definitely cousins. They're definitely cousins. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I can't tell you what the future would have held if things didn't go the way they did in general. I don't know if it ever would have escalated more, but it is what it is. Like life moves forward. So with Alex, see him and his messages, but the way he's telling us the story on the YouTube videos, she's in my DMs. She's constantly messaging me. What is this? She literally ignored you and blocked you and everything. And then you went over and beyond to basically try to violate her consent in this way. What is this? So I'm not saying Alex at this stage is a stalker. I'm saying he's not getting the hint. He doesn't understand it's really over. Right? So, okay. I'm trying to make this work. I will compromise if I have to. Please don't make me feel stupid for still sending these because it really is the last time. I can't do this after today. I never wanted to be an ex who sent loads of messages, but you left me without a proper conversation, so I just feel unfinished. I don't know how you can do the no contact thing or why we haven't called. I can't get my head around it at all. You're not going to open these, and I'm tired of waiting around for months. I really tried. These are the last messages I'll send. So put everything out there. I'd rather do this as a voice note. So I'll put everything out there. I'd rather do this as a voice note. I'll send it on Instagram to the Beat account. It's like my only option for closure. Actually, no, I can't believe I'm fucking doing this. There's nothing I can say or do. I reread our messages. Me asking how you're doing. You didn't care that I was trying. The last 3 months have been so weird. I wish you had broken up with me to my face and spoke to me and was done clean. I hate reading our messages of me begging you to just acknowledge me and then claim I don't try. It's been torture. I need to end it. Yeah, you know when he was talking to himself in the house and she wasn't saying anything? He's doing the same thing here. He just monologues. He monologues to an audience who's not even there. Who you talking to, bro? You know, who you talking to? The last 3 months have been weird. I wish you had broken up with me to my face and spoke to me and it was done clean. I hate reading our messages of me begging you to just acknowledge me and then claim I don't try. It's been torture. I need to end it. And now I'm hoping you'll open this and go, let's talk. We can at least end on better terms, but it's never happening. The end. I reread the DMs and you said I'm not all there because I still message you, so I won't anymore. I thought you wanted me tonight to check Instagram DMs. Wait, look at the timestamps. So 24th of March, check Instagram. Okay, so I thought you wanted me to tonight. Something there. Then March 24th comes around. Check DMs, Instagram DMs. March 26th, check DMs, please. March 27th, why are you ignoring me? Question mark, DMs. Okay, but wait, I have a question. Yeah, okay, DMs. Wait, there was something weird about that. Hold on. Because, hold on, I'm just watching this back. Hold on. Okay, March 9th. He goes, Alice, March 9th. March 9th, March 13th, March 17th, March 24th. Okay, so this is all March 24th, right? All of this is March 24th, one day. March 27th. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. Okay, wow. Thanks, Discord, for sending that. I really appreciate you guys. Holy fuck. Okay, so now we get it. March, let's keep that date in mind, guys, in case we see some timestamps on his end, because I'm confused. None of his videos have dates. I'm not seeing dates, and that's what's throwing me off with his video. Like, these are screenshots from her, so I get it, but I'm not seeing... Let's pay attention to those dates in case they come up. Okay, let's go back to his video.
off on multiple occasions. This is when Alice began to start posting about me and following friends and making threats. Alice has written in a document that I had refollowed girls I had slept with, and that I had told her I was going to refollow everyone that I had unfollowed for her. Alice had gone through and isolated me from my friends throughout our relationship, and was even stalking me after our breakup. I sent her this message to show that she was no longer in control of me and could no longer make me stop talking to my friends. Although we had been broken up for months at this point, Alice was still messaging me about the girls that I had followed on Instagram or friends that I had refollowed. Alice sent me this message saying that any girl that I speak to would be ugly anyway.
Hold on. I want to sleep, so I don't know about it anymore. He says, yeah, well, we not know what we don't like now, and I guess you still care. That wasn't my point, though, at all. Again, let me tell you. So we sorted that now. I now understand that with that message the other day that it wasn't deep, so I get it. I understand. She said, I don't care for what you decide to fuck. They're all going to be clapped and ugly anyway. Good luck finding better than me. But my point is, if you're doing that, please stop messaging me. Okay, well, she reminds you, remember, what was that girl? What season of Love is Blind was that girl who's like, you're not going to find prettier than me. You're going to regret it when you see how hot I am. You rejected me. And I'm like, okay, relax, sis. But she said, if you're going to fuck other people, stop messaging me, which I think is fair. Chaz says, you think she watches Metaphistel? She's like, you are a broke boy. You are dusty.
And proceeded to insult them after claiming that she hasn't tried to stalk me or try to control me in her document. I refollowed my friends when it became clear to me that I was being manipulated and blackmailed by Alice. This is because Alice had unfollowed them on my phone. I did not follow many girls I had had relations with, and we had not been together for months at this point. Alice has posted texts and videos of me begging for her back and apologizing to her. I understand how irrational my behavior looks, as I was going from one extreme to another emotionally. I was desperate for any form of solution, as it is clear from the voice notes and videos that Alice has shared that the constant emotional manipulation was having a severe—
Wait, that's the 1st of September? Wait, was there a message there? Oh yeah, 1st of September. I love you. Oh, hi, you look pretty. Yay. Motherfucker, unfollow Emily back and every other nude slang right now. Bear said so. Also, he's sick again. September 1st. So this is after they broke up. Oh, but then he says, I love you. Who's he talking to?
by Alice. This is because Alice had unfollowed them on my phone. I did not follow many girls I had relations.
This would be followed by him continuing to call me a bitch and threatening, I'm gonna refollow everyone I unfollowed if you're going to be like that. Oh, this is the middle of one of their breakup get back togethers, which by the way I found later he was still interacting with many people he had old relationships with, and found him stalking his ex with her old nudes in his phone.
With, and we had not been together for months at this point. Alice's
were the March messages in 2024? I don't know. That's the question. I don't know what year this was. How long were they together total? A year?
Posted texts and videos of me begging for her back and apologizing to her. I understand how irrational my behavior looks, as I was going from one extreme to another emotionally. I was desperate for any form of solution, as it is clear from the voice notes and videos that Alice has shared that the constant emotional manipulation was having a severe effect on me, and I was saying whatever I thought I had to at the time to end the constant arguing, fighting, and blackmail. Alice would string me along intentionally whilst blackmailing me and threatening me if I didn't do exactly as she had asked. She would then tell me to send voice notes apologizing if she would refuse to call me on the phone after making accusations about me cheating on her or being physically abusive, and threatening to tell people things about me that were not true. Alice had threatened me throughout our relationship, and I did as she asked in the hopes that the constant harassment and lying would eventually stop. I was worried that if I didn't do as she asked that she would post more lies about me online. I would send Alice voice notes apologizing because I did many things wrong throughout our relationship. I should not have retaliated with the horrific language and insults, and I was deeply ashamed that I had lowered myself to that type of behavior. I continued to apologize because Alice had begun to lie about me and harass me after we had broken up. I found out later when my ex-girlfriend Jess contacted me that Alice had told her that she had been planning this document since January, the month that we had broken up. I was already aware that Alice had been planning something when we were together, and she would tell me that she would add stuff to her notes after we had had arguments and fights, and that if I ever broke up with her, she would post what she had on me on Instagram, and that I needed to change my behaviour for her to work things out. Me and Alice stayed in contact for months after our breakup, and I told Alice that I was going to get 2 new kittens. Alice said that if I'm going to get 2 new kittens, I must not be planning on her moving back in, but I was under the impression that we had broken up and that our relationship was over. Alice was still trying to control my life and the decisions I made, using the possibility of us getting back together to control me, as I hoped that if we got back together, that means Alice would no longer blackmail me. I later realised that this was done intentionally so that Alice could use my breakdowns from the stress for her document. Alice also claims I had been harassing her after our breakup, and that I turned up to her house to return items with a letter as proof of this. This entire story she has written is untrue. Alice wrote, he ended up sending things to my house like teddy bears and flowers, his hoodie that had been sprayed heavily with his aftershave, and a letter to try and achieve this. Alice has made it look like I'd taken it upon myself entirely to send her a letter and a teddy bear, and that I was turning up to her house uninvited without warning to deliver her things. This is a complete lie, as Alice had asked me to send her this letter and teddy bear directly, as shown in these screenshots. Alice sent me a TikTok about writing her a love letter, when I followed up by sending the TikTok to Alice.
I'm gonna get a cat. What did you want when you sent me these? Sorry for the outburst. Everything is harder. Sorry again. I feel like you do that. Why was I so upset on my birthday? Don't feel like you do that. Why was I so upset? I waited for you. It's hard. I'm going to bed. We'll read your reply tomorrow. I've been working for weeks cleaning the house and getting rid of boxes. I did that to show you I wasn't trying. I always planned to have you come over when I've sorted out the stuff that was stressing me out. She said I wanted you to do that 2 months ago. You had to go at me at 4 a.m. He said, I'm going to bed. Okay, da-da-da. So don't bother now? Question mark. You do you. I just don't expect it. So basically, he's like trying to salvage the relationship. I'm confused about this timeline. I feel like he's telling me out of order to confuse me. You know what I mean? So they're like broken up 2 months. He's like, now I'm trying. Look, I'm cleaning the house. And she's like, great, but I needed you to do that 2 months ago. He's like, so what? I shouldn't try? She's like, I guess. This has nothing to do with me. So does he think he's still trying to win her back? And she's like, what are you doing? What?
Alice and I message. I asked her if this is what she wanted. She said, you do you, I just don't expect it. Alice has not included this, as not only does it...
Okay, Chat kept saying, like, do you think he's autistic? Is that what Chat's been saying? And then this is essential justice? Like, do we think he literally doesn't get it? Is he literally not getting it? Like, sir, are you sure it's borderline and not autism? Or both? Because I'm confused. But then you hear the messages and the way he talks to her. I feel like there's something there. You know what I mean? Look, we all sound different when we're not being when we're not in front of a camera. But I feel like not all of us are sound the same. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, in different stages of different lives, he's in his early 20s. We all have toxic phases. But at the same time, like, it feels like he doesn't know how to take accountability for those videos or for those audio leaks. It feels like he's not ready. I wonder how he's going to feel in 5 years. I do wonder how this is going to age for him. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's confused about what people want from him. I don't know what he thinks this is. It's too confusing for me not to feel like I'm still being manipulated. I wanted it very clear and cut, but I can't tell. Is this video bad or am I tired? It is 11 p.m. here. Is this a bad video? And that's why we're all confused?
Show that she had asked me to do this, she was also blackmailing me at this time and threatening me when I didn't do as she had asked. I had also asked Alice if it was okay for me to deliver her the items she had left behind, and let her know when I was coming so that it wasn't a surprise to her, because Alice had accused me of stealing her belongings, even though at no point had I ever done anything but offer to return them after she had left. Not only did I want to return Alice's items, but I was tired of Alice accusing me of stealing them when at no point had I planned to keep hold of them. Alice had not asked for them to be returned up until the point of claiming that I had stolen them. Alice has now used the letter that she asked me to write, and the fact that I had delivered her these items as a tool to create a false narrative about me. On top of Alice making requests, it was clear to me that she would continue to threaten and blackmail me if I didn't do exactly as Alice had asked, and accusing me of stealing is just one example of this. Alice has also gone on to accuse me of smashing up her belongings, which is a lie. At no point had I broken anything of Alice's during our relationship, and as you can see from these messages that Alice has left out of her document, she sent me pictures of her monitors a few days after our argument, where Alice had falsely accused me of assaulting her and threatened to report me to the police because I'd asked Alice to stay away from me because I no longer wanted to be in a relationship.
Okay, Chat says, I think I'm more leaning towards he's a dumbass who needs therapy more than he's a master manipulator. I'm going to take a very radical stance here. I think most abusers are stupid. And they're not master manipulators. And I think we need to get away from the narrative that abusers have to be master manipulators, because I think I think the result is the same. Right? I don't think my exes were master manipulators. I think they were fucking idiots. They were like, it's still abuse. Because they refuse to get help. They refuse to stop. They refuse to see the error of their ways. To everybody. You know? Like, I don't think they were smart. I think they were smart enough to make a different decision. But see how that doesn't matter? So I definitely think we should get away from that narrative, because I think it allows us to do the thing we want to do, which is be compassionate at the expense of our safety. And I'm really afraid that the world has been way too compassionate at the risk of our safety for too long. Right? Like, he didn't know. It was confusing. The situation's weird. Yeah, I know. And you can really work with a great therapist who will be compassionate for you and give you the tools you need. But it's not our job as an audience. It's not our job as strangers on the internet. Like, this doesn't help you. Like, we don't have to like her for us definitely not to like you. You know? I don't like her very much. I really don't like him very much. And regardless of the situation, he's had almost a year to have a different relationship with the situation. I don't think this was it. I think it would have been better almost if he had waited 5 years. You know? Oh, Discord just shared a little bio thing from a website that said they were dating for a few months. March 17th, 2023, after seeing each other for a few months. Wait, she claimed to have began dating him on March 17th? So that must have been March of 2024 that we saw in the messages, because it was the 4th, the 9th, whatever, to June 15th, 2024. So that must have been March 2024 that we saw in the messages. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that could make sense. Yeah. I don't know how good of a person she is. Doesn't mean that there wasn't abuse. I think that's what happens a lot of the time is like abusers date really horrible people, or two really horrible people date each other rather, and they become abusive. And then someone tries to pick a battle that like, take our side. I hate both of you, but in like the best way possible. I'm sorry. I can't root for either of you. Both of you seem like really bad people. And I feel like both of you would probably make bad friends and bad partners to people. I'm sorry people were hurt. I'm sorry you were abused. I'm sorry that the world is so ugly. But I can't meet either of these people where they're at this point. And I really hope they have therapists who can do it and loved ones who could do it. But girl, that's not our job as strangers on the internet. We are strangers on the internet. We do not need to meet these people where they're at. These people are way above our pay grade. There are better people, I'm sorry, who are more along on their healing journey, who aren't even in their healing journey, who aren't as bad as these people. The biggest mistake I ever made, the person who got dubbed, the person who ended up being the woman who became the stalker, okay? I started off that interaction by trying to help her. And I learned never to help people who can't help themselves, because they will make your life a living hell. And that's what I learned. I learned that woman, regardless of how much pain she was in, she was partially self-inflicted, and two, would ruin anyone's life who came into her life to help her. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that these people will ruin anybody's life that they interact with because they can't help themselves. And it's scary, and I don't like it. And I'm warning you right now, I learned in my 20s not to do this. I'm telling you, don't do it. Send them to a professional. Say, I'm really sorry you're in this pain. Here's a professional. Stop pretending to be professionals. In my 20s, I thought as an activist that I was equipped to help people in need. I am not equipped. I am not a professional. I am a person. I'm equipped to help people to a degree. But I'm not a therapist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a social worker. We are not these things. We need to send them to professionals. Okay? To people who are qualified and educated to help these people. Because that stalker needs help. That's a mental health problem. Stalking people is mental health. You need intervention. I cannot give you that intervention. And there's nothing wrong with saying I can't help you when it's truly above your pay grade. Okay? So all the YouTubers that are just like excited to get these people in their DMs, I'm telling you right now, don't answer these DMs. Don't answer the DMs from these people. It will not be good for you.
Shit with her. I told Alice I did not know how this happened, but I offered to pay for new ones to avoid any more arguments, as I was already drained from the constant false accusations, threats, and blackmail. Alice has fabricated a story about me breaking her glasses in her document, which is a lie. Alice used her notes as proof that this had happened, but has invented this story retroactively, as shown by the fact that it had been added after she had moved out, specifically for—
Maybe she made it all up. I don't know. That's the problem. I cannot tell But regardless, there's too many text messages and video clips of them for me not to think like, I don't know what's going on, but something ugly happened here, bro.
The document. Alice has posted videos of me threatening her in arguments. And firstly, I would like to make it clear that it is completely unacceptable under any circumstances that I did this. I said horrific things in these arguments to hurt Alice, and we both said careless things to each other in the hopes that we could annoy the other person and upset them when we started to fight. The language used in our relationship had become deeply normal.
Oh, wait. Our arguments are so stupid and miscommunicated, but like regardless, words were thrown around like it's nothing, so it's all a pile of shit. It got mutual. In the end, I called you an asshole, etc. back. Okay. Hey, membership for 21 months. Thank you so much. Says, these humans are humaning like some real professionals. Let's go. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate you.
In the hopes that we could annoy the other person and upset them when we started to fight. The language used in our relationship had become deeply normalized, and I'm incredibly ashamed that I contributed to that. I was fully aware at the time that this was completely unacceptable, and nothing makes this behavior okay. Alice has continued to lie about the nature of our conversations, and made this tweet where she denied calling me a dog at any point, which as shown in this text message is a lie. In this thread of tweets made, people accused me of being a dog at any point, which as shown in...
You're always right, Alice. Yep, I am. Well done. Good dog. This bro, I'm so fucking done with him. Shh, I have neighbors. So fucking done with him. So fucking done with him. I'm so done with him, bro. Sir, ma'am, hi. Okay, so I just want to... So when he calls her like the good little fucking dog you are, he's equating that to, well done, good dog. And she says, just speak up next time, pup. Okay, so let's read this. He says, you're always right, Alice. Yep, I am. Well done, good job. Well done, good dog. No, I should have kept my mouth shut, Alice. No, just speak up. Speak nice next time, pup. I won't ever tell you anything I'm feeling again, Alice. Okay, 5-year-old, that's your solution. After I said, don't do that. LOL, don't listen. Proof right there. Both of them are pieces of fucking shit, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. Like, you don't talk to people this way. This is so bad. This is like when you're fighting with your siblings, but like 100 times more toxic. Like, you're fighting with your siblings, like, okay, bro, go tell mom that, bro. Okay, bro, go ahead, bro. Pick your nose again, bro. Eat your boogers, bro. You're fucking loser, bro. And your brother's like, oh, okay, why do you eat another Cheeto again? Don't fucking come for my Cheetos. It's like, you know, when you're escalating, except like there's no like mom to come in and be like, stop fighting. And you're like, this is just like gross. I hate this behavior. I hate this behavior in people. It's like, it's funny when it's your siblings. You guys are like upping each other and insulting each other. But it's not funny when it's like the love of your life. You get what I'm saying? Like the love of your life, bro. But this isn't the love of your life. This is just some guy you were dating. You want a lesson right now, girls? Some guy you're dating, some girl you're dating, never worth it. In all of my years, I'll tell you, it was never worth it. Can't take it back, never worth it. This is why I don't put a lot of importance on dating. Because this is dating. For a lot of people, not for everybody. Because not everybody's at the same level of toxicity when they start out. But for a lot of people, this is just dating, and it did not seem that worth it, girl.
In this text message is a lie. In this thread of tweets made, people accused me of being drunk in these videos, which is untrue, and Alice even corrected this and told people that I did not drink throughout our relationship. Since Alice posted these, she has accused me of controlling behavior in a document and has lied about me many times in these stories that she has shared. Alice accused me of threatening to break up with her for liking followers' tweets, but has left out the singular tweet that she had liked and that we had an entire text conversation about, as it would show that Alice was lying. When she was asked if these tweets were to do with cheating on Twitter, Alice said no and denied this. This, once again, is a lie. The entire conversation Alice...
Ugh. He was following girls he was in relationships with previously. I do note this in my statement. Sorry, it's messy. Willie Mac show. Not to be rude, but you did answer my question and your dog. It says he called you names because you were replying to followers, and then you found out he was following exes. Was the context to these arguments about cheating? She said no one cheated.
On Twitter, Alice said no and denied this. This, once again, is a lie. The entire conversation Alice references here is about cheating, and this is why she doesn't include or show the tweet and the hundreds of text messages that prove that she is lying once again, as she gaslit me and insulted me for hours, and is now trying to make people believe an entirely different story. After our first date, Alice liked a tweet from a follower that said they could treat her better. As you can see from the screenshot of this conversation, I was not trying to
I don't think she accused him of cheating in this. She accused him of talking to girls, which is not necessarily the same thing to some people. I'm a little confused now.
Troll Alice. I was asking why she had liked a tweet that I felt that was disrespectful, and was telling her it made me uncomfortable when I was trying to resolve the issue.
Oh, so some guy goes, I could treat you better. She liked the tweet, and that upset Alex because he's like, why would you like something like that? Yeah.
No point did I tell Alice to unlike fans' tweets, as that was not at all what our conversation was about, and I didn't make any demands or threats like Alice had claimed about her fans. I sent Alice the screenshot of her likes as it had come up on my timeline. Alice was instantly dismissive, and then told me that she had done nothing wrong after she had started to ignore my messages. Alice then said she had liked more tweets, and that she didn't care, and said bye to try and end the conversation. I told Alice how it made me feel, and that I didn't like that she wasn't taking how I felt into consideration. Alice told me it wasn't a big deal, and then began to ignore me. This would happen often when I bring up any issue.
Yeah, there's like a lot of toxic. I don't give a fuck about a random and he can't treat me better. I'm not sorry for liking a tweet I'm tagged in. He said all right. She said stress. It's not nice. It's not a nice thing to like regardless. I don't like it. I'm telling you I don't like it. If you want to take my feelings into consideration, that's up to you, I guess. She said okay. And I reassured you my intentions because I'm aware of your feelings. Really, it's not a big deal.
I felt into consideration. Alice told me it wasn't a big deal, and then began to ignore me. This would happen often when I bring up any issues with Alice. She would stonewall me to discourage me of trying to talk about any issues that I had. When I told her again it was disrespectful, Alice dismissed me. Alice then started telling me 80% of her DMs were people saying that they could treat her right, which didn't make me feel reassured at all. I didn't feel like Alice was trying to help, and I started to feel like Alice intentionally wanted.
Yeah, I think when you have a low compatibility partnership, everything feels like a battle. Everything feels hard. Everything's difficult. Everything feels like there's not enough trust there. You can't see the person. High compatibility, low compatibility is so about trust. It's about I see you and I trust you. When you tell me things, I believe you. I believe you. And your actions back up why I should believe you. And I think when you're in a relationship where everything feels like you're trying to hurt me, you're trying to get back at me, I'm liking this tweet so your feelings get hurt. That's not a relationship. That's a train wreck, you know? And so sometimes I think it can feel like we're told we have to fight for these relationships. People give up too easy. Don't give up on your relationships. You're not giving up on the relationship. You've got enough data. You've put it into the computer. Rejected. It's not a match. Matchmaker, matchmaker, send me a match. Make me whatever. Blah, 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 blah. You know? It's not a match, and that's okay. Break up and never talk to each other again. But we're told, fight. I believe that in my 20s. It was like, fight. Believe in us. Why don't you believe in us? Okay, well, I believe in us. Will you go to therapy? No. Okay. Okay. Will you get us help? Okay. And by the way, couples therapy with an abusive partner, not a vibe. Couples therapy with somebody who can't admit they're wrong, exhausting. Couples therapy with somebody that's not trying to get better, not going to help. Not going to help. You know, Chet says, Brett, have you heard of Temptation Island? So toxic. I have heard a little bit about it. Girl, there's so many shows. I've heard just a little. I've even gone through this season of Love is Blind working on it. And it's like, and apparently it gets even juicier outside the pods, which is the next episode I'm going to record tomorrow. Very exciting. Very exciting.
Wanted me to feel insecure. Alice says I am the one doing this and not her, and blames me for even bringing it up in the first place, as if I had started this argument when I was reacting to something that Alice had done that had upset me. Alice would do this often and would turn my reactions into the start point of arguments, totally ignoring what she had done that had upset me. Alice refuses to apologize again and says she had done nothing wrong. I told her it was disrespectful to do something like this publicly, and that I didn't like it. Alice replies sarcastically, saying she is sorry she ruins my rep, and asked me what I want from her again. I then told Alice she was clearly trying to avoid saying anything to reassure me, as she had gone out of her way to do the opposite. Alice then claims she actually did reassure me, and then sarcastically texts me that she won't ruin my rep again. Alice then begins to mock me for wanting her to apologize, and then says sorry for liking a fan's tweet, which is not at all what I had an issue with, as Alice has tried to portray here and in her document.
I don't think any of those messages are going to help him.
She was with the way she would treat me, and now she would have been upset if I'd done something similar. Alice has lied again about why I was upset, and has hidden the hundreds of messages of me trying to have a conversation about this, and then has written in a document something that is completely untrue. Alice then tries to make me feel bad for bringing it up, and was adamant that all she had done was reassure me, and I told her that what she had done wasn't enough. Alice then starts to swear at me and insults me. This annoyed me, and I told Alice she can call me when she got back, as texting was clearly not working. And as a couple, I felt that now we needed to call to settle this issue, as it had become way bigger than it needed to be, as I felt Alice was now intentionally trying to upset me. Alice then says I tried to force an apology out of her, but at this point I was just upset that I felt that I had been forced into asking for one that wasn't genuine, after Alice had continued to mock me. Alice then accused me of being the person who was throwing a fit, and continues to downplay that I was upset.
I feel like Alex is the kind of guy that, like, is like, look, I've been good for like a week. I'm good, right? It's like, no. Like, I just don't trust him to actually be healthy enough to be the partner that he promised to be. And I don't trust her to realize that she's also not the healthy partner she should be. Does that make sense? Like, it's clear Alex has problems. I don't know if she's aware that she has some problems. Like, I don't think she's self-aware enough to know she's also toxic. But I don't think Alex is self-aware enough to know that, like, it doesn't matter if you clean your side of the room today when I know tomorrow it's going to be dirty.
That what I had seen was disrespectful.
Yes, chat, let this love never find me.
And on some level a form of cheating. Alice says I heard you, to which I respond in detail of why I felt like everything Alice had done was not acceptable enough.
Okay, bye. Oh no, bye. Okay, I know, I heard you. What does that mean? That is the most half-ass's response. I don't get fuck all from that. That's not, I'll do something about it. Or sorry, just nothing, it's shit, I hate it. I heard you, it's a joke. Is a joke, is a joke. What do I get from that? Is that meant to make me feel better? I can't. Do these people not talk on the... I'm sorry, is Gen Z allergic to the phone? Pick up the goddamn phone and talk to each other. Too much text messaging, guys. This whole video is text messaging. She replies, yes, dad. Why are you trying so hard for this relationship, both of you? But also pick up the goddamn phone and talk on the phone.
Apology. I felt I was communicating clearly, but Alice mocked me again and said, yes, dad. I then got upset even more because I felt I was being belittled and mocked. Alice then sent me another sarcastic apology when I mentioned again how disrespected I had felt. Alice then calls me a baby and tells me she doesn't understand why I was upset at all in the first place. I told Alice I felt she was more concerned with having to say sorry than she was about me being upset, and that her response threw me massively. Alice calls me a child and immature. I admit I could have handled things better from the start, but
Hold on.
And that her response threw me massively. Alice calls me a
Doing your best to be more concerned about how you are than how I am feeling. Bye. No, not at all. You're a child, and clearly, if that's your take on everything I've said, ignores everything because I didn't say sorry right away. You're immature. Do you want to talk about this on a call instead? Okay, so he offers a call. She says, now, oh, even said sorry. I even said sorry. It's very clear you're upset, and I fucking know I said sorry, and we're still going, so what's the point? No thanks. You stress me the fuck out. I'm not gonna scream after I've just eaten. I feel like she's not really meeting him where he's at, and she's not really meeting her. Like, they're not meeting each other, you know, where they're at. I think that's the problem. Right?
child and immature. I admit I could have handled things better from the start, but from reading these conversations back, it's clear to me that no matter what I had done, I was going to be mocked and insulted for bringing up how I felt. I then asked Alice if she wanted to talk on call instead, as I struggled with communicating over text, and I thought that that would make it easier. Alice then tells me that she's going to scream at me. Alice continues to insult me and calls me a baby again. I told her that this was not necessary and that I didn't like...
Wait, what did he say?
Going to scream at me. Alice struggled with communicating over text, and I thought that that would make it easier. Alice then tells me that she's going to scream at me.
Okay, let's play a game. We have Alex's brain. Let's play a game. I'm Alex. Okay, first, you saw how I read the text messages, right? Do I have to replay that? No. You saw how I read the text messages? Now I'm Alex, okay? I'm hearing her voice in my head, but I'm Alex, okay? Okay, no thanks. You stress me the fuck out. I'm not gonna scream after I've just eaten. It's like, okay. He's hearing her say, I'm gonna get on the phone and I'm gonna fucking scream at you, you piece of little fucking shit, you little dog shit, you little fucking cunt. Okay, that's what he's hearing. Or that's what he's trying to tell us. When he says she was gonna scream at me. Versus what I heard is, I don't want to scream at you and fight with you on the phone. I just ate, bro. I don't want to argue with you. That's what I heard. But he heard, I'm not going to scream, which he poses in the video as like a point to how she abuses him, right?
Alice can struggle with communicating over text, and I thought that would make it easier. Alice then tells me that she's going to scream at me. Alice continues to insult me and calls me a baby.
Well, she says you stress me the fuck out, and I'm not going to scream after I've just eaten. Yeah, interesting. Is this manipulation? Is he trying to trick us again? She hit me when she pushed. She yelled at me when she's saying, I don't want to fucking get in a fight with you, bro. Like, I can't tell.
Baby again. I told her that this was not necessary and that I didn't like having to fight with Alice to be taken seriously. Alice responded by spamming me with messages. I asked her to stop, to which Alice said that all of this had happened because of how I talked to her, blaming me for the...
Chad says, is it constant bad faith on both sides? Okay. This is what, yes, I think this is what I mean by low compatibility partners, is it's going to feel bad faith on both sides. If you have low compatibility with your friends, with your social network, it's going to feel like bad communication and bad faith on both sides. Yeah, and I think so. Like, I think you genuinely can't tell what the other person is intending, and it doesn't matter if you can't hear it, but also, like, you might have a problem. Like, you might have a mental health problem, right? Kat says, I would think this is one of his perception errors due to the trauma, as he has BPD. It's common. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it could be, for sure.
The whole argument, and gaslighting me that she had actually been reassuring me from the start. I made it clear again the issues I had with the way the conversation unfolded. Alice responded with insulting me again and blaming.
He said, deeply upsetting to hear that saying you don't feel like you were properly taken into consideration is carrying on. Just because it wasn't ever an issue for you doesn't make it suddenly not an issue for me. Sorry I didn't get to go to the place you were at as quickly as you did. I was the one who was upset after all. You didn't ask me once if I felt better, if I was okay, if there was anything that could be done. You didn't hear me out at all. That's why I think you weren't try bothered. You didn't check. I think he meant too bothered. She said, I did ask, what could I do? Multiple times. I did hear you out. I'm very fucking aware and I'm sorry I hurt you. I then fucking reassured you and I fucking said sorry. You're fucking me about. Fucking hell, you're immature. This is insane. He said, it's not this big of a deal. Can you stop? She said, it is to you. It is to you. You made this where this is. So fucking lay in it. Read your shit. Yeah, why do you say it's not this big of a deal, but then it keeps making it a really big deal?
Blaming me for why she tried to belittle me and hurt my feelings. Alice says I did not acknowledge her or her apology.
For the record, I hate the way she talks to him. She's deeply cruel and unkind as a person. But I'm confused about why he's reacting the way he's reacting. He says, calm down, man. I'd love to, but I need time, she said. He said, go then. And you'll fucking blow me up if I go for 5 minutes. He said, nah, just go. Fucking hell, stop just lying to yourself. I laid everything out super simple. Yep, same. Fucking hell. Oh, no. Okay. Didn't even fucking acknowledge my apology, just carried on. He said it was sarcastic. She said, really fucking wasn't. It's not a real one, is it? She said. She said, first one was, no one wrote a fucking block as a joke, Alex. No one writes a fucking block as a joke, Alex. Fuck off. Okay, this said, sorry if I upset you. Sorry if I upset you liking a tweet that I was tagged in by a fan, complete stranger. No, they can't treat me right. No one can but you, and I won't ever jeopardize your image. Oh. Yeah. And he said this is sarcastic. Okay, hold on, girls. I'm sorry. I was alone. This is the autism. I was like, I have to go back. Okay. Hold on.
Me and questions it being a suck.
She's saying, I'm not sorry. Okay, she's saying, I'm not sorry. I liked the tweet. I'm sorry that it hurt you, but I'm not sorry I liked a tweet I was tagged in. And I think this is different for her brain, and he's not getting the difference. And I think this is a mismatch. Because I can see why Alex is mad she liked the tweet. And I can see why she thinks it's not a big deal liking the tweet. And I would say this is a fundamental values difference. Because she might be upset he's upset, or she might be sorry he's upset. But she's not really sorry in the way that he needs to feel like he's heard. And so he reads it as sarcastic, which she might be sarcastic as well. But she can't be truly sorry or understand his feelings unless she does. I don't think it's, I don't know if it's objective, like, oh, this is right, this is wrong, or unethical. I feel like it's not the best thing to like a tweet like that from somebody in your audience, because it implies your relationship is rocky and it implies that this relationship is bad to some extent. I also don't entertain any messages from people that are not my partner that insinuate any way that they would be my partner other than my partner, because I feel like it's disrespectful to the relationship. So I feel like she is being disrespectful, but also it's a values difference, because I could also see having a public relationship where you're both on the internet and it's like a joke. Like, I could treat you better, haha, and then you like it as like a joke. You know what I'm saying?
Sarcastic apology. She then says that it's what I wanted to hear, and then proceeds to gaslight me again that I have misinterpreted the entire conversation. I start to get annoyed at this point, as it's clear that Alice is intentionally trying to gaslight me about what had taken place. Alice then proceeded to argue with me and spam me again. Alice begins to gaslight me again to avoid apologising, and when I tell her to read it from my perspective, she calls me Delulu. I called out Alice for gaslighting me, and she replied saying she says it how it is. Alice has gone on to write another story in her document about me, which is completely untrue. Alice writes in her document that after going through my phone, she found pictures of my ex-girlfriends on there, and this once again is a complete lie. Alice says he ended up being secretive over his phone, but what I then discovered was him stalking his ex on all social platforms. In brackets, it's been years since they broke up, and found her old NSFW pictures he kept of her. He said sorry, and that was it. Alice also showed a message that says, it was never an issue before, so why is it now, in regards to going through my phone. This is because I had refused to give Alice my phone. Alice has created this story and put it in her document, despite saying on Twitter that at no point did I ever cheat, which makes no sense, as that is what she accuses me of doing throughout the entire document. Alice had complete access—
I don't remember those accusations. I don't remember the cheating accusations. I'm so confused. Is he confused? I don't think she's accusing him of cheating. I think she's accusing him of towing the line.
To my phone and social media from the moment we began dating. And the moment I tried to stop this from happening, Alice got annoyed at me, accused me of cheating, and threatened
This is why you're being so secretive. Why won't you let me look? Guilty as fuck, go away. Yeah, that could be a cheating accusation in private. Look at what never was an issue before. Why is it now? Your reaction alone tells me what I need to know. It sounds like she's triggered, right? It sounds like she's triggered. And because she's triggered, she thinks like, oh, you're hiding something from me. I feel like they're triggering each other. And then they're triggered and then they can't talk it out. And then it's confusing. The problem with when you're triggered and you don't know you're triggered is you think you're being yourself. Like, you think that's what you think. They think that's who you are. It's not who you are. When you're triggered, you're not who you are. You're somebody else. Like when you're drunk or on drugs. We've already done studies on this. You're not your real self drunk, guys. You are intoxicated. That's why we do not give consent when drunk, okay? So there's, you know what I mean? You're not yourself. So when you're triggered, you're not yourself. You're somebody else. That's, you know, a part, like it's your body and your mind and your brain. Like, we're biological creatures with faults, okay? So I think they're triggering each other, arguing, and then they don't know how to pull it apart and dissect it and deconstruct it, which is obviously where therapy comes in and a lot of other work, right?
Break up with me, but has cropped these messages out of her document. Alice had full access to my phone from the moment we began dating, and would come in my room daily to check on who I'd been talking to. This started the first couple weeks into dating, after Alice slapped me because I'd been invited to a party in LA by a TikToker.
Okay,
I didn't respond to the message and showed it to Alice, which resulted in her still being upset at me for being in contact with any female influencers or friends. Alice told me she would only feel better if she could slap me, and if she was allowed to go through my friends list and unfollow and block people, which became a regular occurrence throughout our relationship. Alice forced me to cut contact with many girls I had known for years, and I allowed this because—
Wait, did he tell the slapping story
She would
or
only
no?
feel better if she could slap me, and if she was allowed to go in contact with any female influencers or friends. Alice told me she would only feel better if she could slap me, and if she was allowed to go through my friends list and unfollow and block people, which became a regular—
Me unfollow motherfucker and follow Emily Black and every other nude slag right now. Bear said so. Also, he is sick again. Bear is the cat. Beware the bear. So she's obviously suffering from internalized misogyny. She's very sex negative. She's very slut shaming. She's very anti-women. Like, her language is very bad, right? Like, I think we all get that. Like, what are you calling women names for, bro? So she's obviously, like, not a feminist. You know what I'm saying, girl? It's not a feminist lady.
A recurrence throughout our relationship. Alice forced me to cut contact.
I don't know about that. I apologize for it. I'm going to go unfollow all the people I unfollowed for you. I'm gonna go refollow all the people I unfollowed for you. If you're gonna be like that, then it can be like that. Read my messages, you asshole. God, they're so abusive. God, I hate the way they talk to each other.
Contact with many girls that I had known for years, and I allowed this because I did not want to be slapped.
This is so normalized. Look how normalized this dynamic is that they dated at all. That it went on this long. That we are watching these videos on the internet. You know what I'm saying, girls? Like, this is not the love of your life. This is not love.
Over something that was easily preventable. I thought it would be easier to let Alice have access to my phone than to potentially start a fight that would end up with me being hit or having my phone taken because I...
He's doing that thing. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe that he literally thinks she's going to hit him. I don't know why. I don't believe him. Like, she's obviously so aggressive in her language. They're both so aggressive. They're both so aggressive in their language to one another. I don't know why I'm struggling to believe it with these messages that he's literally doing all of this because he's afraid she's going to hit him. I don't know. I'm really, look, in the future, I might look back on this video and regret that statement, but I'm just not getting it from the way that he's telling the story. I'm really trying to hear it. And the way he's telling the story just feels, I don't know. It feels, and I've already called her out. I've already done my due diligence. I've already said she's obviously not a feminist, blah, blah, blah. But I still don't get the way he's telling the story.
Would be accused of potentially cheating on Alice, even though I never replied to these messages that I received. In the instance that Alice is referring to, I had refused to give her my phone because I had reached out to a friend of mine and I had told them that Alice had been hitting me, and that I didn't know what to do about it as she had threatened and blackmailed me when I had tried to leave our relationship.
Chaz says, is it that hard to believe when she admitted to slapping him and is aggressive in her language? They both no, because he manipulated the language. Like, we're talking about different things. Like, I don't know if you've been watching the whole time, but we have really gone through the text messages. He uses different language. He changes the language on purpose. She changes the language. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think we're using languages different here. Like, she'll say, I pushed you, and he'll say, you hit me. These are different things. Or she'll say, yeah, I slapped him in self-defense, and he'll say, she slapped me. So she'll say in self-defense, and he'll say, so he doesn't explain why it wasn't self-defense. That's what I'm saying. She already said it was in defense of, because she was threatening her. And he doesn't tear down the story and explain why it wasn't self-defense. He needs to explain why she slapped him. I don't, to this day, know from his perspective why she slapped him. I only know from her perspective why she said she did it. And I don't know why Alex isn't telling us from his perspective why she slapped him. Like, what it felt like. Where was he? She says, they were arguing. He was scary. I felt threatened. Da-da-da-da. Okay. What's Alex's perspective of the slap? It's not enough for him just to say she slapped him. Like, we know she slapped you. She admitted it in her document. She said it was in self-defense. Why do you think she slapped you? Which is not a justification. If he's the victim, I need him to tell me how horrible that situation was and how she manipulated us. The same way that when his friends reached out to him and said, you need to show me the DMs, and he didn't, I, as an audience who don't know you, I need some sort of story. She gave me one, you need to give me one. And if you don't, then I don't know what to do here.
Alice had tried to grab my phone out of my hand, which is why she sent me these text messages. Alice would come in my room and take my phone off me on random occasions daily to go through my socials, which she admits to in this document. I hadn't deleted the messages of my friend. Random occasions daily to go through my socials.
He ended up being secretive over his phone to what I then discovered him stalking his ex on all social platforms. It's been years since they broke up, and found her old NSFW pictures he kept of her. He said sorry, and that was it.
Which she admits to in this document. I hadn't deleted the messages of my friend, so I refused to give Alice my phone because I knew if she found out I had told anyone about the abuse, things would get worse. In the text Alice shows in the document, she leaves out that I said she could come and take my phone if she wanted it. Alice then threatens to leave me if I don't let her look at my phone, after calling me guilty for holding onto it when she tried to take it out of my hand by force.
Okay, so Alex is saying she noticed I was hiding my phone because I had texted people that I was being abused. And so she said, wow, you fucking cheated on me, or you're doing something because you're hiding your phone. Which I guess if my partner randomly started hiding their phone from me, I'd be like, hey, why are you being weird? We don't hide our phones from each other. We keep our phones around the house. We share all electronics. And if my partner started hiding the electronics from me or not giving it to me, I'd be like, What are you doing? And maybe I think he was cheating, but honestly, I would think like, hi, are you having a stroke? What are you doing? Why are you hiding the phone? Let me have it. And be like, no. I'd be like, I think I wouldn't go. I mean, I'm old, right? I'm 10 years older than them. So I have better skills than they do. But I would say, hey, like, are you okay? Like, is something wrong? Like, this is so abnormal for you. But they're both young and very fucked up. So they go right to accusations. Fear. Fear takes control and they attack each other. Fear is the root of all evil.
Accused me of cheating and stalking my ex-girlfriends because I would no longer give her access to my phone. On this occasion, where I held onto my phone, Alice tried to take it out of my hand and then pushed me when I refused. To make it clear, I at no point had access to Alice's phone, and I had never asked for it. For our entire relationship, Alice had full access to my phone, went through my...
Is this like Trisha Paytas pushing Moses? You know how they got into it? All of that's bad. All of it's bad. It's still toxic. It's still bad. It doesn't matter, right? Like, you shouldn't need... Okay, look. It's not the pushing. It's the context of the pushing. I slap fight people all the time. We push each other. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about, this is for my autists, we're not talking about literally pushing. There's nothing wrong with pushing, shoving, fake slapping. There's nothing. My brothers and I slap each other in the face as a slapping game. You ever play rock, paper, scissors slapping games? People have a sport dedicated to slapping each other in the face. The problem isn't the slapping. The problem is the consent. Same with sex. What's the difference between sex and rape? Consent. That's the difference. It's not the sex part. It's the consent part. The issue we have here is the consent issue. She shoved me. She pushed me. Okay. This isn't obviously allowed in your dynamic. Why is it in the dynamic? You know, my partner and I wrestle. You think there's not pushing and shoving and like play fighting? We wrestle each other for funsies. It's the consent. That's the difference. Language means something. Consent means something. In this relationship, I don't know what any of these words mean. Especially when she says, I pushed you, and he says, you hit me. And then it's, oh, she shoved me. She pushed me. She slapped me. I don't know what any of these things mean in this context. And I need to understand it. That's why we use safe words. So our partners know when we're serious. Like, we're wrestling. Hey, yellow, stop hitting me. Oh, we're done. Like, okay, we're done. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like you can be having... It's like, you ever been tickled by a sibling, bro, and it just goes too far and you feel like you're fucking dying? Okay, imagine being able to use a safe word and they'll stop. It feels like sometimes people keep going too hard. Now I'm traumatized. You think I'm not traumatized from tickle fights as a kid? I'm fucking traumatized, bro. The way you keep on tickling when I'm out of breath and I think I'm dying? Come on, anybody got tickle trauma? It's like, I need to know what these words mean.
Following and text messages, and would threaten me and hit me if I refused to hand over my phone or unfollow people who I knew. If I refused, she would take my phone later that day and unfollow them anyway. Alice would accuse me of cheating because she knew I would hand her my phone to show her that I hadn't been. I find it incredibly confusing that Alice has accused me of controlling behaviour when Alice has openly admitted in this document to having full access to my phone, to the point where she has written a story about me where she was upset that I refused to let her take it off of me, as if I was the abusive one for not letting her have it. Alice wrote in her document that time passed and small things became huge issues, which were over Discord at first. Alex felt that because I am home all day and work from home, that I would be able to call 24/7 and completely shut out any other social interactions I have with my friends. To avoid that, I invited him into...
We had known each other for over the years before we interacted, and we were seeing each other for a few months before anything was official. We started dating March 17th, 2023, giving each other 100% of our attention, time, and effort with no arguments. After that, time passed and small things became huge issues, which were over Discord at first. Alex felt that because I was home all day and work from home, that I would be available to call 24/7 and completely shut down any other social interactions I have with friends. To avoid that, I invited him into my groups and stopped working as much. These small arguments worsened to the point where he would turn on his camera and start shouting at me on call. He's gone as far to tell me to self-harm at this point after I told him about my history prior. This would be accompanied with multiple horrible messages calling me a whore, bitch, and slimy. He would tell me that I caused arguments as an excuse for me to leave him and saying, I don't know how I ended up with someone like you. And we know these calls happened because we have them recorded. We know that he also begged her to like take him back, which I'm hoping he talks about in this relationship ? Or in this video ? So
to my groups and I stopped working as much. This is untrue. Alice had told me that she wanted to quit her job as an OnlyFans model. It was
bidding off for Fanhouse SFW and they take less money. I'm gonna push only posting cosplays there and just slowly remove the rest. Okay. Well, that's
working as much. This is untrue. Alice had told me that she
I think he's...
To avoid that,
is he seriously misunderstanding every single message?
I invited him into my groups and I stopped working as much. This is untrue. Alice had told me that she wanted to quit her job as an OnlyFans model.
Well, nothing in this says she's gonna quit her OnlyFans money. Bidding off for Fanhouse I don't know what any of this means, SFW, and they take less money. I'm gonna push only posting cosplays there and slowly remove the rest. Okay, none of that says I'm working less. None of this says I'm quitting my job. Going to leave soon. Aren't you happy with me? Did my messages not come through? I said, if that's what you want, I'll support you. We can talk about it later. She said, okay, I'm happy for you. I'm with Arthur and George right now. Her saying she's going to focus more on cosplays is not her saying I'm going to work less. And her saying I'm getting off OnlyFans or nude content is not saying I'm going to work less. So is he implying that, like, I didn't make her work less? A lot of people get into relationships and stop doing OnlyFans. Trisha did that. Trisha got married to Moses and slowly got off OnlyFans, right? After a while, because she felt like she didn't want that stuff on the internet. She got rid of it, as far as I know. That's fine. That's valid. I still like my OF. And I still like creating stuff there. Will it change over time? Will I change what I'm doing? Sure. Like, I'll probably change what I'm doing eventually and make it something different. But that's not me changing OnlyFans. That's me changing my relationship with the work that I do there. But I'm working the same. So I feel like I don't understand the statement here. Like, sometimes he does this in the video. Like, well, how do these two things relate? And I'm really good at relating things that people can't relate, guys. You know that's my superpower. So I feel like he is confusing me with why he's relating these two things.
It was her idea and not mine. The arguments about work stemmed from many things. We would both insult each other and belittle each other. Our relationship was horrifically toxic,
True.
and none of this is acceptable. Alice had willingly invited me into her friendship circle to play games with her and her friends, and I had invited Alice into mine. Alice would insult me when I was working, and would insult my friends when I would play games with them, and accused me of not spending any time with her. We were both incredibly toxic, petty, and mean to each other.
True. Yeah. Why not with me? I only get sad when you go off with them all day, and I get less than an hour with you because you go to bed sooner after you call me. Getting logged off for Jake Baz or whoever else. But I join you and calls before you go to bed so I can talk to you in general, and I'm tired. I'm sorry I'm not on your schedule. I don't know. That's not the point, though. You are, though. I have to be on this. Okay, are they just bad at, like, sometimes young people do this thing where they get into relationships and they don't know how to balance work, friends, and relationships. It's really hard. Married people do this. Older people do it. Like, sometimes we get into relationships and we just genuinely don't know when to prioritize. You know what I tell my husband all the time? I say, girl, if you die, girl, I'd be working so much more. Because the truth is you do. Because you fill your time with things. When I'm single, I hang out with my friends more. I work more because you have more time. When you're married, you spend more time with your spouse. You have a work-life balance. When I'm single, there is no work-life balance. There's only work and friends. When I'm married, now I have an appropriate amount of work-life balance because it's important to maintain a relationship. Who knew? Your friends don't do life with you. They don't need the same maintenance as somebody you live with. You know? And even though we live together, though, and even though we work from home, we still struggle to get sometimes, because we have to schedule it in like adults, 2 hours of time together a day. Because funny enough, if I'm working 10 hours, if I'm working a 12-hour day, and I finally pop out of my room and I'm like, hey, how have you been all day? And then all of a sudden I'm like, fuck, I got to go to bed because I have to sleep so much because I'm sick. It's like, oh, I have to go to bed. And then like all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think people understand you have to make the time. So my partner and I, we have like either morning or evening together. That's our rule. If we can't spend the morning together, we got to spend the evening together. If we can't spend the evening together, we spend the morning together. And we balance it out to give ourselves a concern. Like, that's why when my in-laws are like, hey, can you hang out today? I'm like, I would love to hang out with you, but I need more time. Like, I can't. We've already scheduled out our day. Like, we're little neurodivergent people. We wake up every day with a certain amount of spoons. We plan out our day. Spontaneity is very hard for us. So like, you know, but it sounds weird to other people that are much different. So I feel like they are so different and they are just miscommunicating constantly, which again, please hear me when I say this. This is an example of low compatibility partnership. Low compatibility partnership often leads to toxicity and yes, abuse. Aim for high compatibility. You do not want this to be the rest of your life.
And painting this behaviour as one-sided is unfair and untrue. We had both behaved despicably, and the more time we spent with each other, the more toxic our relationship became. After I moved in with Alice wouldn't let me go see any of my friends, and when I was invited to a party, Alice told me that I couldn't go. Me and Alice argued in person about my invite to this party, and Alice told me that I couldn't.
She said, if you want to go, then go, but I don't have anything here to wear, and we have a big deliveries, and the cat will be ill. Rather you didn't, but it's your call. Okay, I won't. Just thought it'd be the last time to see some of my mates. Didn't realize it was 4 days. It's a big event. It won't be, though? Well, everyone will be in one place. Sure, but it won't be the last party. Yeah, but it's the 10-year one. Gotta be a joke, right? I'm gonna have huge boxes and shit. What? And you're gonna stay there? Yeah, I feel like this is what happens when kids play house. Like, this is what happens when kids think they're adults because they're of age. You're like little children. You can't figure out how to go to a party and get like packages delivered. You can't figure out what to do. Life's so hard. This is the big, what is this? You're fucking like Vietnam? Figure it the fuck out. But they can't. Because like, it's literally kids playing house, bro.
Couldn't go because I had responsibilities, although at the time I had nothing planned and I was not aware that I had something to do on that weekend. The more the conversation went on, the more Alice told me that I would have to deal with the consequences if I went, and it made me very much feel like I was not allowed to go. Alice then began to guilt trip me and tried to make me feel bad for ever suggesting that I wanted to go to see my friends in the first place. When the party ended up happening, I didn't go, and all of the things that Alice said that I would have to be responsible for didn't happen, as it was not true, and it was simply being used as a way to keep me.
Wait, so go. We'll talk about properly later in person. You deal with the backlash after. I lost care when I realized you don't have a brain. I'm fine with you going. God, she's so mean. You need to confirm or don't, I don't know. Done. Can I come down and talk properly on the sofa or in the bedroom? They're literally living in the same house texting each other. They're literally in the same house texting each other. She's mean, dude. He's really toxic, but she's really mean.
From going to the party. Throughout the time we lived together, Alice had friends and family around on multiple occasions, but I was not allowed to do the same. Alice was going through my phone and cutting me off from people I knew and would argue with me if I spent time in my office working or talking to the few friends that I had left. I had chosen to live near Alice and her family because that's what she wanted. But when I wanted to see—
No. I thought he had a place and she moved in with him. No? I guess not.
My friends and family, Alice would make excuses for why I couldn't leave the house. Alice has posted in her document that I didn't ask her to move in and that I just assumed that she would. Not only do I find this accusation odd, it is also completely untrue. Alice's mum drove us to viewings together, and it was something that we had been planning for months. I did multiple viewings of Alice, and we ended up picking a house together and moving in with each other, which would not be possible if I hadn't asked, as we were both on the lease. This is something that we had mutually discussed, and I do not understand why Alice has written this. Alice says in her document that she told me she was scared to move in, and has screenshotted this exact text message in real time so that it could be used to build her document that she had been writing throughout our relationship.
I'm tired of fucking life lessons. You ain't got fuck all real. Okay, hold on. I gotta. Any updates on the houses? They just made an alt and commented again. Send getting on my tits. Send what? Play PUBG. The comment, you have it, and block them again. COD, I'm calling you. God, they're having like 10 conversations in one screenshot. Okay, so she messaged any updates on the houses.
Possible if I hadn't asked, as we were both on the lease. This is something that we had mutually.
I love you, miss you. I'm out eating. I miss you. I can't wait for this move with you. You have all my trust. I'll be waiting for when you get back tonight.
Discussed, and I do not understand why Alice has written this. Alice says in her document,
at this time, he was looking to move house and I helped him. He assumed I was going to move in with him without asking me beforehand. I was brave enough to tell him I'm scared to move in with you because of how you treat and insult me, and begged him to stop doing it and that he— okay, hold on.
This is something that we had mutually—
I can't wait for this move with you.
Discussed, and I do not understand why Alice has written this. Alice says in her document—
hold on. Yeah. September 2023. They were together in March of 2023. Moved in September. Chat says they're giving me toxic twin flame bullshit. 1000%. Exactly. That's exactly what they're giving me. They're giving me Meg the Stallion. God bless her. Never Meg. They're giving me Megan Fox. Oh my God. The only Meg in my head is officially Meg the Stallion. They're giving me Megan Fox and MGK, bro. It's exhausting me. You know? Chat says, can you ever go from low compatibility partner to high with the same person? I'm sure somebody has somewhere, girl, but I never met them. You know, I'm sure somebody has somewhere, but I've never seen it. You know what I'm saying? Never seen it.
Picking a house together and moving in with each other, which would not be possible if I hadn't asked, as we were both on the lease. This is something that we had mutually discussed, and I do not understand why Alice has written this. Alice says in her document that she told me she was scared to move in, and has screenshotted this exact—
Okay. I'm tired of fucking life lessons. You gotta fuck all the real shit on. You can't— if you can't apologize, she said, block me and leave me. This is— what date is this? I want dates. I want dates, bro. Tells me enough. Goodbye, Alex. Wank. You insulting me. Keep pushing. You lost. They're fighting. They're literally fighting. We're watching a couple fight in DMs.
Text message in real time so that it could be used to build her document that she had been writing throughout our relationship. I was incredibly confused at why Alice had messaged me this after all the viewings we had gone to together. Obviously, I was not unaware of—
Look, when I talk about high compatibility partner, the reason I say start at least 80% is because it's easy to get to 100 from 80. It's much harder to get to 100% from fucking 30%, guys. That's what I mean to say. Let me, for those who are new to the audience, when I talk about high compatibility partners, we're talking about sameness, shared values. We're talking about morals, ethics, right and wrong. We're talking about the way we see the world, the way we believe about the world. We're talking about the way we stand up for injustice. So when I say, like, you know, I've never seen low compatibility go to high compatibility, because it's like, how do I get from 30%? That's like I'm dating a guy who's a Nazi, hates cats, says fuck the trans, and like doesn't believe in climate change. How the fuck am I gonna go from that person to fucking 100% progressive? You know what I'm saying? Or 100% where I am with values. How am I gonna turn that relationship starting off on such a fucking bad point into what I need it to be? So when I say, when you get with your person, when you're on a date with somebody, better to start at 80% and get to 100 than start at fucking 40%, try to get to 100. You know? Because again, you're sitting there, you're across from dinner. The reason I say, let's start with trans kids on a first date, trans kids, what do we do? Yes or no? And if the person says no trans kids, I don't want to go further. You know? It's really hard to start with somebody who lives in a completely different reality than you and try to get you in the same reality. It's, you know what I mean? Discord says growing with, but not against your values. Exactly. Yeah. Start with kindness. I think one of the greatest things I love about the person that I'm doing life with is, like, they're really kind in a way that no one I've ever dated has been. They're so considerate. Like, you talk about the problems they're having with, like, oh, you work too much, you're never available, you're never here. That was one of the defining factors of the person that I was seeing when I was seeing him. That made me realize, like, oh, I'm going to marry this girl. Like, I would tell her, like, hey, we're in different places. We have a 9-hour difference, time difference. I need to go to work or I need to go to sleep. And they'd be like, okay, cool. I support you, bro. See you when you're awake. And I was like, okay, thanks, bro. And, like, it was very supportive. I've never been with somebody who supported me in my life and in my career and in my hopes and my dreams the way this person has. And I give the same energy to them. Because at the end of the day, we're here to be each other's best cheerleaders and to be each other's greatest, like, transparent beacon of truth, to hold each other accountable without belittling each other. We don't need to call each other out with cruelty. You can be kind and call somebody out, but they've got to believe you're there for the right reason. They got to believe you're doing it for the right reason. You remember how we watched the MAGA family, and you could tell the parents, they're not listening. Imagine being married to somebody who can't hear you. I've been there. It's horrible. I don't recommend it. Being with someone who can hear you and hear you in good faith. When I say something, what did I say the other day? Hold up. Oh, you know what I said the other day? I was like, they put hormones in chickens. And my partner's like, babe, where'd you hear that? I don't think they put hormones in chickens. I was like, no, I swear, they put hormones in chickens and they make their breasts bigger. And he goes, I think that's wrong. I was like, is it wrong? And he goes, I think you're thinking about something else. And I was like, what am I thinking about? And then, I realized, I was like, oh. And at first I was like, wait, why are you correcting me? Like, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, you literally just realized it was wrong. It is wrong. I was confusing the breeding the chickens to have larger breasts with steroids and hormones. Discourse said they put hormones in the chickens to make the chickens trans. Listen to these Machiavellian factory farmers are turning the chickens trans. Their breasts are fucking huge, man. You could motorboat them for days. Suffocation, no breathing. These chickens are trans. Okay, I'm leaving now.
Of how horribly toxic our relationship was, as I tried to leave at many points, but I had been threatened or blackmailed out of doing so. I believe that Alice sent this so that she could retroactively build the full story she has ended up sharing publicly on social media, as there was never any concern for her safety shown at any point before this, and that's because I was never physically abusive towards Alice, and she knows this, as the only person constantly complaining about being physically abused was me. Alice had complained about me insulting her, but as I have shown, I would react badly to the constant physical abuse and gaslighting that I was being put through, which Alice has completely denied and hidden from her document. Alice has also gone on to accuse me of kicking her in her document, but what she has written is a completely false version of events.
Okay.
Alice says in her document that on her way out of the kitchen, I kicked her in the back, and that she turned away and said nothing. This story has been changed many times since this argument took place. When it happened, Alice texted me saying that I had only stuck a leg out. This is because I never kicked Alice, and her story has been greatly exaggerated to make me look like...
Remember when Amber Heard said Johnny kicked her in the back? And the assistant at the time verified that in text message, but then by the time it got to court, it was like she totally made it up, and they proved it wasn't true. Even though there was text messages proving that the assistant said Johnny's really sorry for kicking you. He's really sorry for what he did, and Johnny apologized. This is why I'm unsure of who to trust, because I just don't know with these two. All I know is when Amber Heard or Johnny Depp slides into your DMs, you don't answer. When Alex or Alice slides into your DMs, you don't answer. That's all I know.
Like I'd been physical with Alice throughout our relationship instead of her. Alice texted me recalling events after she had left, as we had texted each other about the argument that we had just had, and it's not at all what she has written in her document. Alice has taken this and then gone on to accuse me of kicking her in future arguments when it's not at all what had happened, as shown in these text messages. Alice started accusing me of kicking her for leverage against me, and started to say I kicked her when I tried to talk to her about the issues I've been bringing up throughout our relationship, and has now written a story backwards from this, which is untrue. Alice shared a video from the same day of me following her around and yelling at her. I'm incredibly angry and upset in this video. The only context given is that Alice says that this is when I kicked her, which, as I have shown, is not what she had said at the time in the text messages, as it is not what happened. I was angry and upset because Alice had hit me and then had begun to threaten me. When I got angry and started to lose my temper, Alice recorded me. Alice says that she recorded this.
I feel like they're both doing it. I feel like they're both getting physical in ways that are probably not extreme, are probably not even abusive, but since they're both attacking each other, they're going to call it abusive because it's their best chance of being heard and winning this battle between the two of them. So she says, I pushed you. He says, you hit me. She goes, I slapped you because you were coming at me. And he goes, so you did slap me. It feels like there is a physicality to it, but I'm not sure that either of them are domestic violence. Some of them might just be the physical, like you can get physical with someone and it not be domestic violence. And so my theory is like, what if they're getting physical, but it's not domestic violence, and they keep like they're using it that way to get us. This is about I feel like they're manipulating us. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
This because she was scared that I'd hit her again, but this is false as I hadn't kicked her or hit her. Alice has then begun recording me halfway through an
Okay, also this part here saying calling me the N-word and useless, is he calling her the hard R, or is he like, I listen to rap music, soft A, soft A, soft A. Like, don't even fuck with me, soft A. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is she like, he called me the N-word. I'm sorry, are you black? Why would he call you the N-word? Like, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, why is she saying that? That's where I'm confused. Is she saying, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like the people that are like, Dream called my fans the R slur. Are you guys R slur? Hard R. Yeah. I got it. I'm the boomer. I got it. Like, is that what they're doing? Where it's like, he made a meme with the R word, which is not the same thing as like, but I get, but he's like, he used a slur. Oh, I love he goes, I love those people. They're like my family. You know what I mean? He's just like, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know. We're almost done. 30 minutes. I got it on point times 2. Or 1.2. We're almost out of here.
that I'd hit her again, but this is false as I hadn't kicked her or hit her. Alice has then begun recording me halfway through an argument that started because she had hit me after we had argued on the sofa as a way to pass off a completely false story. I shouldn't have followed Alice around and ranted at her and insulted her, but I was incredibly upset with how she had hit me, and I then began to blame me for why she was abusing me, and she told me I deserved it. This is why I started listing all the things—
Also, I don't want to be clipped out of context, but at this point in the stream, I don't know who to believe, so I'm not believing either of them in any capacity, though I'm sure everything was toxic and abusive. But at this point, I am probably like a little bit more like laughing and like disconnected from putting my empathy into this. But so I'm just listening at this point, but I just want you to know that's where I'm at emotionally. I think I've given up on trying to be empathetic. I don't think there's no reason at this point, but I'm also not trying to say that none of this was true. Obviously, it feels like a lot of this was true. It was just like, I don't trust them as narrators. So if I'm a little bit more jokey at this point, it's just because I've reached a bit of my limit, you know.
I had issues with, as I thought it was ridiculous that Alice had assaulted me again and then treated me like I was the only part of the problem and entirely responsible for why our relationship was so toxic. The kicking incident would be brought up in many arguments from this point on. The more we would fight after the breakup, the more I pulled away, and the more Alice would change the story to sound worse and would tell me to apologize for kicking her after—
Never treat a woman the way you did me. Hope you fix yourself and get help. Goodbye. I'm trying to end this somehow in a way it feels like there was an ending. The ending was you kicking me, take that, bye. He said, I feel sick, Alex, man. Come on, why can't you hear me? Why can't you feel where I'm coming from? That was the end. It's been torture for months. When you did that, that was the end. And he said, and now it just ends like this? What was it all? She said, I hope you know that. He goes, what was it all? What was that? Wait, what was that for? LOL, read your shit. What has all this been for? That's why you wasted my time. Yeah, but surely we're going to talk. Bye. You can't actually not speak to me about it after a year? After a year? Wait, you can't actually not want to speak to me about it after a year? What? You don't stop. You just sent abuse and now you're asking to call your joke. He said, like, genuinely, ? No, you're horrible and toxic and abusive. He said, I've been asking to call for 3 months. Oh. Bryson! Bryson said, this is beyond a Middle Eastern goodbye. This is, oh God, that's the funniest. Thank you. Thank you for making my night. I gotta be quiet. It's 12:12. Okay. That is so fucking true. Bro, it's the longest goodbye of my life. Goodbye, goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye, goodbye. It's been like 20 years. I've kissed enough. Let's go.
Tormenting and blackmailing me. Alice has wrote in our document that I carried many issues into our relationship and has written that she is an empath.
Oh, wait. Did I get all the stuff from there? It's been a horrible 3 months. Look, if I say what I want to say to that, you're going to hate me, ? Why, or no, yeah. Why can't I apologize for everything and we move on? Because your apology is fake? It means nothing? Man, I've been trying to do something heartfelt forever. The boy who cried wolf, literally. And I've been forced to text you. It's not fake. It is. Fuck, it's not fake. So fake.
Blackmailing me. Alice has wrote in our document that I carried many issues into our relationship and has written that she is an empath and that I am a narcissist. This is not what I was told by Alice when we started dating. Alice had told me that she had borderline personality disorder. But that she was What I was told by Alice when we started dating. Alice had told me that
I'm pretty angry with myself and everyone around me. Another thing with BPD, but I just say it's me. Does she have BPD or does she self-diagnose? I have huge anger issues that I eat and push down so far to my stomach, so when I'm triggered, like last night, I honestly can't go back. Once it's out, it's out. And I'm best left alone for a little second so I can chill out and regroup my thoughts. Otherwise, I'm definitely saying things I really don't mean. There was a lot that came out that I regret, and I tell myself you're the same, but I don't know. That was just so crazy in my head. Okay, so now she is the borderline identifying with him, thinking he's similar to her. So is he similar to her? Is this borderline on borderline crime? Or she, because like borderline doesn't make you a bad person, your values do. Say it with me, kids. Borderline doesn't make you a bad person. Your values do. So who's the one lacking values? Both. So when they are triggered, they become ugly. Okay? Borderline doesn't make you bad. It's your fucking attitude. Borderline doesn't make you bad. It's your fucking lack of values. Okay?
That she had borderline personality disorder, but that she was self-diagnosed. I am confused.
I told you. Self-diagnosed BPD and an empath? Run, Alex. Run. She's a huge fucking red flag, bro. Huge fucking Tumblr, Twitter educated red flag. I don't like him either, by the way, but you better run. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely not. I'm sorry. Auntie Brittany says absolutely fucking not. Doesn't change the fact that what he did was really shitty, and I don't trust him worth a lick, but absolutely fucking not.
Why this has not been mentioned at any point in this document, as it was a big part of our relationship and how we interacted with each other. Alice sent me a video on TikTok after we had an argument, where she had began to verbally abuse me, go through my phone, and hit me during our arguments.
Do you or someone you know possibly have borderline personality disorder? Here are the key features. An intense fear of abandonment, even going to extreme measures to avoid it, whether it's real or just imagined. A pattern of unstable, intense relationships, such as idealizing someone 1 minute, and then as soon as that person falls short on something, seeing them as totally bad. Rapid changes in self-identity and self-image.
And this comes in a spectrum. So I had all these symptoms, but on a much lower dose spectrum than somebody else who has at a much higher dose spectrum, right? Like BPD is like, it takes me so much longer to, like, again, different experiences for different people. So don't like hear this and know that it's experienced on a spectrum. And that's why you have to go to people that are really safe about borderline. You know how many healthy, amazing, educated, self-reliant borderline people I know? So many. I am so blessed that 99.9% of the people I know diagnosed borderline are the most amazing people I've ever interacted with in my life. And I am lucky that that's my relationship with BPD people, myself included. I count myself in that bubble, right? I think I'm a testament to how borderline isn't the problem, it's your values. You know, look, I didn't formalize my values until I was like 29, 30, right? After therapy, right? After I was diagnosed. I was much messier before I formalized them, but I had a pretty good idea of right and wrong, right? So I just really want people to understand that it's hard for me to see borderlines have such a horrible reputation when I am so blessed to have such amazing people in my life who are just so functional and amazing and contributing great things to society. I mean, Marsha Linehan being borderline herself, giving us DBT is proof of that. So like, you know, understand that it's not the illness, it's the way we react to our illnesses. It's the way we have a relationship to being sick. It's like when you meet a chronically ill person that takes it out on everybody else or gives up on their life or feels entitled to everybody, just like revolving their life around them being sick. It's like, yeah, you don't have to be that person. Not all sick people are like that. Same with borderline. Same with autism. Same with anything else. I feel like I hate seeing borderlines have such a horrible reputation when it's just not I think the majority of people, especially, that's why I like Dr. Kirk Honda's work and Dr. K. Most borderlines who get therapy show recovery in as little as 3 months to a year. So like, we are amazing. We have tools. We're living in modern science, girls. You are not trapped in this BPD bubble of like the worst people to exist on the internet. But if you're a horrible person, regardless of the therapy, you'll continue to be a horrible person. Say it with me, girls. If you are a horrible person, it doesn't matter how much help you get, you will continue to be a horrible person.
Sometimes even shifting their goals, shifting their values, or viewing themselves as bad, or sometimes even feeling as if they don't exist at all. Periods of paranoia that seem to be related to being stressed and a loss of contact with reality, which can last from a few minutes to a few hours. Impulsive and risky behaviors that are fun in the moment but have a high chance of danger, such as gambling, reckless driving, unsafe sex, spending sprees, binge eating, drug abuse, or even sabotaging success by quitting a good job or ending a positive relationship. Suicidal threats or suicidal behavior, or even self-injury, often in response to the person fearing separation or abandonment. Wide mood swings that can last from a few hours to a few days and can include intense happiness or irritability or shame or anxiety. Ongoing feelings of emptiness. And here's the kicker. Inappropriate, intense anger such as losing their temper, being sarcastic or bitter, or even getting involved in physical fights. If you or someone you know is exhibiting a lot of these signs a lot of the time, it might be borderline personality disorder.
Alice had sent me this as an explanation for her behaviour, because I did not understand why she had been hitting me and insulting me from what seemingly came from nowhere. Alice told me that she had a mental illness, and that was why she was having these issues, and she wanted me to understand. I told Alice I didn't like the TikTok as she had sent it to me out of the blue, and that I would have preferred to have a proper conversation about something that was this serious. Alice says I was making her feel bad about her being her, and that I should know this stuff about her. I told her it was not something that I worried about, as I wanted to reassure Alice that it was something that we could talk about, and that I could understand it. To be clear, I was not diagnosed with BPD at the time of this conversation. I told Alice that it makes me anxious receiving a video unprompted about our relationship saying that she was seeing me as entirely bad if I fall short, as I felt that that was a lot of pressure to put on someone when the reactions to my shortcomings were for Alice to become more controlling and physically abusive. I took it personally, and looking back on these messages, I should have handled this a lot better. I felt that I was being told that I could no longer speak up in our relationship, so I was being told that every issue was the result of this mental illness. I was worried that if I tried to talk about my problems, it would upset Alice or trigger her. After Alice told me that she had BPD, I chalked down a lot of the reactions and responses I was getting to Alice's mental illness. To see it not mentioned at all in the document, and to see Alice describe herself as an empath, is something that deeply confuses me.
Okay, I can see the confusion there. I think a lot of borderlines and autistic people do think they're empaths, but guys, calling yourself an empath is like, it's like you're 15 and you're calling yourself like a sociopath because you think it's cool. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking cringe. Calling yourself an empath is literally like an edgy Reddit boy being like, I'm actually a sociopath. Actually, facts and logic. You know, it's like, no. So I do think a lot of autistic girlies, and I do think autism borderline girlies can sometimes be like, I'm very much an empath. You're very much sick. Go to a doctor. But also with peace and love. I just feel like it's been, I think a lot of really lonely people also use that word. It's just such a cope, like to be like, I'm an empath. Guys, learning empathy is just like a universal experience, hopefully. Needing to identify yourself as an empath is like, I breathe oxygen. I care about people when they're sad. Why are you saying this? If you're saying I have a heightened sensitivity to people's feelings, you better show it, because this girl calling herself an empath in these text messages, this is the cruelest motherfucking bitch I've ever seen in a text message. And she out here calling herself an empath. This girl that we watched for the last hour be fucking verbally abusive is out here being like, I'm an empath. Girl, if you're an empath, call me a psychopath, girl, because no thank you. Okay? So again, I'm frustrated with this a bit. I'm frustrated. You know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't like it. That says hot take, but self-diagnosis is only a problem if you're willing if you are telling others only to explain and excuse your bad behavior, but if you use it to go to therapy and get better, I think it's more positive. For sure, a lot of people need self-diagnosis to get to where they're going. There's nothing wrong with self-diagnosing, but there is something wrong with self-diagnosing, like you said, in order to make it an excuse for your behavior, which it sounds like she's doing, right? Now, there is a probability that Alex is genuinely confused and genuinely like, I just wish he had made a better video. I just don't like this video. He's 26. Maybe it could have been better. I don't understand this video. I don't understand why he did it the way he did it. Why did he format it the way he did it? I felt like, why is it 2 hours long, Alex? Like, I feel like so much of this video could have been just better, that it's making me doubt him. And I don't want to, but I also can't trust either of these people as narrators. But I will say, I do think this could be a possibility on her end. Like, for her to call herself an empath and him a narcissist, when those text messages, girl, we've seen them. We've seen them. You're, okay, you know?
As it is not what I had been told throughout our relationship. Alice has also written a story about her birthday, where she accuses me of cancelling it. Alice wrote that he ended up cancelling coming to see me on my birthday, in brackets, or forgot it, and went to see Star Wars with his friend instead of seeing me. When I told him it was my birthday, he ended up going out after the movie to grab a gift and eventually came to my place at midnight. I spent the whole day waiting for him. He invalidates my feelings after I said I got upset about it and tried to justify it by hanging out properly before my birthday came. Everything that Alice has written about this is a lie. I did not forget Alice's birthday or cancel it, and the text messages from the day show that what Alice has written here is untrue. I was booked into a Star Wars premiere by my management, and I texted Alice straight away and made her aware that I was working earlier in the day, but that I could come over late. We hadn't arranged anything at this point, and there were no prior plans. I was telling Alice when I was available, and I had work booked earlier in that day. I thought it was complete.
Yeah, this is interesting. Have fun, eat. How about you? I'm getting food right now. We can call in a bit. Fed's a cat. I'm just playing. Sure. Let's probably hang out today. I'd love to. I can only come over super late on Monday, by the way. How come? Star Wars event at 7, ends at 9. I'd love to go. I thought you couldn't come to London because of the cat.
And there were no prior plans. I was telling Alice when I was available, and I had work booked earlier in that day. I thought it was completely ordinary to go from work to see Alice on her birthday. I did not forget or cancel it. I did the opposite as shown in these messages, and I made plans a week in advance. Alice has written that I tried to arrange hanging out properly to justify apparently forgetting her birthday, even though the conversation was about her birthday and making plans for seeing her. This has nothing to do with Alice's birthday. I was simply telling her I wanted to hang out properly that day because the previous day we hadn't talked for very long. Alice then says I went to see a movie, but this is unfair as it was scheduled for work, and I was transparent about this.
Right. I do think that's manipulative on her part. But I wouldn't say that she's without manipulation. Like, I would say that we've seen that from her.
It made apparent to me that Alice was upset about this, or that this was at any point an issue. I had to attend work so I could pay for everything, especially due to the situation I was in financially with my YouTube network. Alice has said that I bought her a single gift after seeing the movie, and that I eventually came to hers at midnight. I called Alice at 1 past midnight, the moment it had become our birthday, and I know this because I sent a picture of me calling Alice on iMessage, and we then spoke on Discord where I wished her happy birthday. Not only did I also text Alice throughout the day before I had left to see her, I wished her happy birthday on the text messages again for the second time after our call earlier in the morning. I had also bought Alice gifts in advance and wrapped them, and she knows this because I had already showed her that I had wrapped them before. It's not possible that I had forgot Alice's birthday and only bought one gift when I had sent her a picture of her presents that I had wrapped, and conveniently, this has been left out of the document as it doesn't fit the story that Alice has created. Alice says that I cancelled her birthday and that she had to tell me it was her birthday because I had forgotten it, but this is not true. I had sent text to Alice about being excited to see her on her birthday, and that I had gone out to get her some more gifts on the day of her birthday to add to the ones I had already bought her and wrapped. I texted her asking for her wrist size for the bracelet that I was buying her as an add-on to the present.
What's your wrist size, please? Yellow. I don't want to guess. Child size? Tiny, a tiny little bit smaller, but like DM, CM. Oh, wait, no, yours is bigger now. My big boy, not my wrist, silly. But yeah, child size, sadly.
Presents I had already wrapped and ordered online. Alice says that she had spent the whole day waiting for me, but we texted the entire day. She was completely aware of when I was going to arrive and what my schedule with work was. I asked Alice to send me her address so that I could walk from the station, and then proceeded to send her a photograph of me carrying the bag of gifts I had bought.
Damn, I'm not gonna play. These messages are kind of cute. He's like smiling and shit. He's like, hey baby, it's what I'm up to today. You're just like, damn. You out here trying to be affectionate and shit. I don't know, bro. This feels like a mess.
For her as I walked to her house. I did see Alice on her birthday as we had planned. I did not buy her one last minute gift on the way from work as I brought everything with me. I went directly from work to see Alice as we had planned, and when I arrived everything was fine and there was no complaints about this because once again it was exactly as we had arranged. The entire paragraph that Alice has written about her birthday is a complete lie. I was confused when I read this originally as everything was so clearly a provable lie. I believe this was written because Alice had forgotten my birthday, and I complained about this on text when it happened. And because of this, Alice is—
I am, you fucking forgot, then didn't call me. She said, grow up. I am, you fucking forgot that didn't call me. I didn't, question mark. I didn't forget R word, sure. It's even in my calendar. I really didn't. Stop being a cunt. Fuck. You're so rich saying this when you dish me for fucking Star Wars. Fuck off from me. He said I literally came over.
Has written a story to make it seem like I had forgotten hers instead. Alice has also written on a
Ugh, she's so mean, bro.
document about the time that she had told me that she—
He's such a baby. Oh, these are such children playing grown-ups. Like, he's such a baby, but then she's so mean, bro.
been sexually assaulted in the past. Alice wrote that we ended up going on holiday together to Italy.
What he say?
About the time that she had told me that she had been sexually assaulted in the past. Alice wrote that we ended up going on holiday together to Italy in July, and an argument came about when he was watching a video about a girl being hypersexual after trauma. I opened up to him about my essay and the trauma that I had been through myself. In response to this, he tells me he doesn't want to know what has been done to me by other guys, and I ended up leaving into another room crying. He threatened to leave and get a flight back on his own, taking into account this was my only third time abroad, and he knew that it would make me very upset and scared, like he knew I needed him there with me. Bring up weird shit on our first holiday, you ruin every moment, I have no fond memories with you. I spoke about something I had gone through with the trauma, opening up to him about my experience of SA, and this is how he responded. This is not what happened at all.
Cause you're fucking weird. Yep, it's you. Bringing up weird shit on our first holiday, ruin every moment. Was you too. I have no fond memories with you, actually none. What's the point in this saying all this? What are you getting it from it? Just moments when you're not being a huge...
Gone through with the trauma, opening up to him about my experience of SA, and this is how he responded. This is not what happened at all. I was scrolling through TikTok and watching a video because I was about to record when Alice, who was standing behind me out of nowhere, told me that she had slept with many people due to hypersexuality. The video I was watching was not about sexual trauma at all, so I was massively taken aback by this comment and thought it was an odd thing to say on the first day of our holiday. I was not really sure what to say as a response, So I told Alice that I didn't like how she had brought this up, and I didn't think it was the best way to start a conversation about something as serious and delicate as this. She didn't open up to me about being sexually assaulted. I was not even aware of the conversation and what it was about, as Alice had only made a passing comment about hypersexuality and her previous partners. After I'd finished work, I went to the bedroom to talk to her, and she refused to
Wait, pause. I hate them for communicating. What?
sexually assaulted. I was not even start a conversation, not really sure, so I was massively taken aback with this comment due to hype the video because I was of essay,
Okay.
and this is how he responded.
Explain this to me. How is this on text message? Right? But the viewing of the video happened in real life, question mark? Because where's the conversation about hypersexuality? So did they have that conversation? They text too much. They text way too goddamn much. I cannot tell. Whatever happens not online.
Sexual trauma. I was not really sure what to say as a response, so I told Alice that I didn't like how she had brought this up, and I didn't think it was the best way to start a conversation about something as serious and delicate as this. She didn't open up to me about being sexually assaulted. I was not even aware of the conversation and what it was about, as Alice had only made a passing comment about hypersexuality and her previous partners. After I'd finished work, I went to the bedroom to talk to her, and she refused to speak to me. Alice then told me that I should sleep on the sofa. I was more than willing to talk about whatever Alice wanted to, and I apologized for upsetting her. When I mentioned again that I was not annoyed, I was just surprised by what she had said. She told me she didn't care, pushed me, and told me to sleep in the other room. I sent Alice that message.
Okay, that's the same. Is that the same conversation or is this a different push? And push, like, push away. I feel like, okay, I feel like some people have never been touched in their whole life, like in any capacity. So any kind of like go away feels like really like rough to people. I can't tell. Like, I just can see it being so casual and I can see it being not casual. But if she's like, go, leave me alone. Like, I don't want to, like, go away. You know, are you going to be like, oh, she pushed me? Or are you going to be like, yo, she told me to go away. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or is he saying like, she shoved me, bro. She fucking shoved me. You know what I'm saying? Or is it like, I pushed you away?
Because I was incredibly defeated at the time. There was only so much fighting and physical abuse that I could take, and it had been constant for months. I was angry and upset about her pushing me constantly. It had nothing to do with the conversation about sexual assault that Alice has referenced in this document. I believe Alice has created this false version of events due to a conversation that we had after we had broken up, as Alice has started to use personal stories that I had told her to torment me. I'm
not gonna lie, she is sounding a little bit fishy, bros. She is starting to be suspicious. Like, in a sense that I don't know if I believe her. Like, I believe everything they've shown me in text messages, because that shit's crazy toxic. I believe him yelling at her. I believe the abuse. I believe all of that. I don't know if I believe all of these, like, because there's a chance that both of them are lying or exaggerating or amplifying things that aren't true. But it doesn't matter at this point what either of them say. It's fucked. It's fucked. It's just a fucked relationship, I feel. But I hope they get the right intervention to help them figure it out, because, like, there's just no way for us to know. There's just too much. It's too much. You know, a good liar is a liar who adds in a little bit of the truth. I feel like there's something here with the both of them. I feel like both of them. You know what I mean? This video is too long. It is too fucking long, dude. I feel like this video could have been so much shorter. I agree. An hour and 40 minutes? Bro, he repeated himself a lot too. That's what I'm saying. Like, you took a year to do this?
I confided in Alice about being sexually assaulted when we had begun dating, and after our breakup, Alice had blackmailed me and was using my reactions to build a document. So she started to follow people that I knew and had personal connections with to try and trigger a reaction from me. Alice followed the person who I had told her had sexually assaulted me in the hopes that I would...
Wait. I'm having people message me about being sexually assaulted. What's that got to do with me? Wait, I'm rewinding that.
To try and trigger a reaction from me.
I'm sorry. Chat said I didn't realize it's been a year. It's been almost a year, technically. It's been less than a year, technically.
The person who I had told her had sexually assaulted me in the hopes that...
June would be 1 year since she posted the video. Or the receipts. Wait, what?
To try and trigger a reaction from me. Alice followed the person who I had told her had sexually assaulted me.
Wait, Alex was sexually assaulted, bro? Wait, Alex was sexually assaulted? Wait. Oh. Bro. Oh. Oh, that's sad, bro. Wait. Man, he's got me thinking, what if she is taking his story and switching it on him? You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like they knew each other very well before they dated and moved in. What if she's a stalker, bro? I don't know. Now I don't know, but what if she's literally like a stalker? You know, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Now I'm confused.
In the hopes that I would react. I was incredibly upset that Alice was using something deeply personal that I told her about in confidence as a way to get...
Wait, I gotta read these, bro. I'm having people message me about being sexually assaulted. She said, what does that have to do with me? She goes, I'm not sure, but I didn't realize you followed him and blank apparently. I'm just losing my mind here and I want to die. She said, that's nothing to do with me. I'm sorry you haven't spoken to him? She said, no. Can I ask a question without upsetting you? She said, probably not, but go ahead or go for it. Why did you follow someone I told you between us sexually assaulted me? Yeah, Alice, what the fuck? What the fuck? She is not to be trusted. Why would you follow him? Why would you be in contact with them or him or her? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I would react. I was incredibly upset.
Why did you follow? I'm not angry at you, I understand, but I hurt deeply. I'm sorry for even asking. I just can't get it around my head. She said, well, I guess you know why. Why? I'm yelling. I gotta stop yelling. I don't understand. I'm sorry. Can you explain to me? Do you think I was lying? You answered your own question. I read our old messages for days. You have no idea what emotions I went through reliving all that. What? So she thinks he's lying? No, I do. I don't blame you. I'm sorry I pushed you so far. God, I really fucked it up. I didn't think you'd feel like you had to do that to make me feel bad. What? What? He's saying that she did that just to make him feel bad? What? Bro, this is Satan herself. What?
Said that Alice was using something deeply personal that I told her about in confidence as a way to get to me. Alice messaged me saying that I knew why, and then went on to clarify that she did this because she was upset with me. We continued to talk about it, and this is when Alice told me that...
What? He said it's just pathetic. He said, if he's doing it again, why didn't you deck him? What? Oh, this is really sad, guys. Hey, this is really trigger warning, huh? Well, okay. Alex says he came in behind me. I was mid-conversation. He grabs me firm behind. I didn't see him. Pushed me over the couch like I'm dangling legs in the air. She said, punch him out after at least. Surely deserved it. He said twice in a week, I just wanted to die. And then he X'd some stuff out. She says, you just let him walk away after. Oh. That's the most vile fucking shit I've ever seen. What is she, like 21? What are you doing, dude? Oh, see, this is why we gotta finish videos. This is why we have to finish videos. Holy shit. She can't come back from this. We can't let her come back. You can't. You gotta block this girl. That is... Who's the narcissist now, girl? I don't like to use the N-word, but like, you know what I'm saying? Who's the narcissist now? Whoa. That's vile fucking shit, bro.
That I should have fought back. I've blurred the names as I have no interest in making this a public matter, and I have no intention to discuss this publicly beyond this, as I hoped it would remain private between us. But Alice has since used this to try and hurt me, and has accused me of doing exactly what she'd been doing intentionally to induce a mental breakdown that she could use for her document. Alice has still been harassing me online to this day, and has begun to go after other people that she believes are friends with me. Alice posted a series of comments on TikTok.
Yeah, I can't... I don't know, bro. That's pretty vile, dude. I feel like this shifts my whole understanding. Like, I can't see her as a good person. Like, that's not gonna happen. Chat says, why is he putting something like this late in the video? This would have been so much better if he cut the filler parts out. I feel like this video could have been an hour. And it could have been quicker. I wonder if he had any help. sometimes it can be hard when you don't have enough help to do stuff like this with. But yeah, wow. That's vile, dude.
Claiming that every YouTuber who has similar thumbnails is working with me or for me. Fabricating stories that I am employed by any YouTuber who makes commentary videos is ridiculous and untrue. I have seen recently that multiple YouTubers have made videos on my former editor, Danky Jabo. They have accused him of being mentored by me, and they claim that we are friends. Because of this accusation, Danky Jabo has lost over 11,000 subscribers. The reason this rumor began is because Alice messaged the YouTuber known as Cataclysm and told her that a friend of—
Oh, we don't like her. She's a transphobe, isn't it? Or she's bigoted? What did she do?
The reason this rumor began is because Alice messaged the YouTuber known as Cataclysm.
Wait. We don't like this girl. What was it? What was the reason? She was transphobic or something? What was it? She was a conservative something, right? We watched her and we thought she was cool, and then she said something. We were like, what the fuck? I don't remember what it was, but I remember not liking her.
And told her that a friend
sex negative. She was slut shaming. Yeah, exactly.
Of hers had messaged Danky Jabo because he still followed me, and this can be found in a video that Cataclysm has deleted.
Standing by somebody who has been outed as an abuser or who you know is an abuser just because Alex has done, for example, a little bit for you and helped your career, you're a scumbag. You're an enabler, and you don't genuinely believe in what you're talking about. A little example I have here is I received a screenshot from Alice, which was one of Alice's friends.
I don't blame people for believing Alice, but I you know what I mean? We can't fault people for believing Alice given the way the story was told. Bill amplified it. We amplified it. I think the parts she told us about could be true. I don't know how much of it is true, but enough of it is true. Alex was definitely like abusive in my opinion. She's abusive. They're in an abusive dynamic, right? Like I feel like that needs to be clear. Defending Alex feels so strange. Defending Alice feels strange. Defending either of them, it feels like the bad decision. I feel like both of them got problems. They can take it up with their therapists and the law. We should wipe our hands of this. As community people, as YouTubers, nobody needs to be rooting for these people. We need to leave it to the big... You can go talk to the real adults because it ain't us.
Contact with a content creator called Danky Jabo. Basically, Danky Jabo got a DM from someone who Alice knows, Alice being ImAllexx's ex-girlfriend, saying, is there a reason you still follow and work for an abusive piece of shit? To which Jesse, Danky Jabo, replied and said, I'm so sorry, mate. I'll unfollow the annoying orange right now.
Because one of Alice's friends decided to reach out to him and ask why, if it was an accident, if he meant to unfollow him, or if he just didn't know what was going on.
I do not understand why my ex-girlfriend and her apparent friends have been messaging people who still follow me 8 months after I've stopped posting entirely and over a year since we have broken up. Alice to this day is trying to interfere with my personal life by attempting to isolate me, going as far as harassing people because she believes that we know each other. Alice went after my friends and...
I think this is the part of the video I don't get. I'm missing something from this video that tells me Alice is like this great puppet maker and that it wasn't like she's doing something. She's obviously trying to get people on her side. But I think the dilemma I'm having is like the way the video is formatted doesn't allow me to see that in the way that Alex, I think, was trying to portray. But I think he did prove enough that she's dangerous and toxic and very, very vile, and nobody should trust her. I don't think anyone should trust her, and I don't think anyone should trust him. And I think they should move on to better friend groups, better areas of their life. Honestly, disappear for 5 years and come back, which they can't because now their finances are wrapped in this job. Obviously, I get it, but like this might be a time to peace out on the internet and come back as a different kind of content creator, you know?
Is now scouting my social media and encouraging YouTubers to expose people based on whether they follow my inactive social media accounts. Alice took the DM that she claimed a friend had sent her from Danky Jabo and sent it to Cataclysm, who then proceeded to make various posts and YouTube videos claiming that Danky Jabo was a misogynist, an abuse apologist, and even hearted a comment claiming that he could be a future sexual assaulter.
From the moment I ignored her offer to join call with her and her friends, she had begun randomly messaging me unwarranted, hateful messages whenever she felt like it. Not only that, but she was also hearting comments on her YouTube channel that accused me of being a potential sexual assaulter. The fact that either of you act as though you were trying to be fair at any point, that you were trying to be respectful at any point, is honestly laughable.
Cataclysm posted that she wanted to expose someone so bad. This was a tweet made before Cataclysm had uploaded any video or live stream about Danky Jabo, who she then went on to expose by revealing this DM that Alice had sent her, claiming that this was proof that we knew each other. Alice responded to the tweet that Cataclysm made.
Jesse is Danky, says, is there a reason you still follow and work for an abusive piece of shit? I'm so sorry, mate. I'll unfollow the annoying orange right now. So you defend abusers, ImAllexx, and work for them. I would never defend or support Annoying Orange. He gaslights all the fruit in the kitchen. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
DM that Alice had sent her, claiming that this was proof that we knew each other. Alice responded to the tweet that Cataclysm made, saying that she would do it for her, when Cataclysm claimed that she couldn't expose Danky Jabo for legal reasons. Cataclysm then made tweets about Danky Jabo that were negative, that Alice retweeted and shared. These tweets can no longer be found, as Cataclysm has
Man, these people got young people energy. You know what I'm saying? These feel like kids trying to be adults.
deleted her Twitter account after Danky Jabo's response video. Alice has not only continued to harass me for the last year, but has now gone after my former editor and tried to cancel him because she created a conspiracy that he is a friend of mine and that we work with each other. This has led to him being slandered and harassed online by various content creators who have now apologized because of this lie that she had started. Other YouTubers have also claimed that because our thumbnails were similar, we must be friends.
One of the only pieces of evidence that they show are that our thumbnails are similar.
You can even tell the blatant mentoring through the exact same thumbnail design. They use the exact same thumbnail design. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just more proof that he
reading minds, you know?
He mentored him or taught him his ways.
This is also a point made by both Cataclysm and an actual old friend of Alex and Jake Baz, who was previously featured on his channel before.
When Alex stopped posting because of everything that happened, Jesse then started posting very much in the style of Alex, with Alex's thumbnails, etc., etc.
Coincidentally, your thumbnails seems to be only since he's quit. Your thumbnails have started getting a lot more like Alex's, which is weird. Why would you only just start doing that now, coincidentally, when he stops uploading?
However, the great irony of this point is that the very thumbnails on the streams that my thumbnails are being criticized on are the exact thumbnail style that somehow prove that Alex is mentoring me.
These YouTubers accused Shh, I have neighbors. Jabo of being mentored by me based on his style of thumbnails. But Jake Baz and Cataclysm have also taken my thumbnail style and used it in the very videos where
It's so common. It's, guys, that's how you tell what YouTube genre you're in. You style your thumbnails a particular way, and it kind of tells people like what to expect, like where you're associated with in the bubble. It's just like high school. You dress similar, they can tell you what group you're in.
They attempt to cancel him after making multiple videos calling me an abuser.
And not only
so
that, but
funny.
Cataclysm still continues to use the very thumbnails that she's criticizing me for to this day. By that logic, is she also being mentored by Alex? No, obviously not, because it's just a YouTube thumbnail. And like I said, I haven't spoken to Alex since my last payment from him. He has nothing to do with my channel.
To take my thumbnail style after calling me an abuser, whilst attacking another content creator for doing the same, is ridiculous and unfair. Especially when the goal was to try and ruin somebody's YouTube career.
You would not have made this many baseless accusations against me that do not accurately represent the conversations that took place between us. You wouldn't excitedly be tweeting about how much you wanted to expose me, and you wouldn't be saying shit like this on stream.
And it makes me feel like sad. Like I just want to like log into his channel and delete it. Like it needs to be deleted.
Another ridiculous piece of evidence that they use is that I still follow ImAllexx's Instagram account.
Also, what some people have noticed, which is what Katie alluded to in a video as well, is that Danky Jabo is still following Alex. So this is true. If I had a look earlier before the stream.
Oh my God, bros.
Danky Jabo is.
Who else is he following? Is he following like 10,000 people? Then it doesn't count.
Alex, and he's still followed by Alex as well. So they're still around each other. That's what I do know.
Apparently, and still now, Jesse followed and still follows ImAllexx.
Wait.
Now, Danky Jabo was still following Alex.
If our thumbnails being the same and someone following me means that I am mentoring them, then why until a few weeks ago did Cataclysm still follow me on TikTok and use my thumbnail style? This does not mean that we are
490. Yeah, a lot of YouTubers just follow a lot of content creators in general. A lot of people just follow people they don't even agree with just to keep up with them on social media. I don't feel like following someone is that significant. I'll be so for real.
friends, or that I am mentoring Cataclysm. I find it ridiculous that this has been used to prove that I am friends with people.
Actually, can I be real with you? If we took away the social pressure of following people meaning something, then I think more people would follow people, and you'd probably have very interesting people following you if they didn't feel some social pressure of what it meant. It's like subscribing to a TV channel shouldn't say anything about you. But since YouTube makes it so personal, and they think it's like so, oh, you follow so-and-so on Instagram, it's like, man, as content creators, we really lose out on interesting people seeing our stuff because they might be worried about being associated with us. You know what I'm saying? But I get if it's like a personal Instagram or like, if it's a public page, I don't know. It just feels like not as suspicious as people make it sound, but it could be, I guess. I don't know.
When the same people saying this are doing the exact same. Cataclysm also went on to do a live stream where she made claims about me that are untrue.
Alex said stuff about me and I didn't even know him. Alex was like cocky as shit because like I followed Alex for quite a long time and Alex made a comment being like, oh, I should probably follow her back at some point, and he made some weird comment like as if like, I don't know, it was just weird. It was like kind of patronizing.
I had followed Katie on Twitter and we had interacted once, and she wished me a happy birthday. I did not follow Katie back on Instagram because Alice had accused me of getting close with Katie, even though we had never called or spoken outside of this DM. I sent this to Alice to
What the fuck? Ew. Guys, I'm so glad I'm old. I can't wait to get gray. I have one gray hair and I love her. I'm so glad I'm old. I love getting older. It's just like, this is not, I hope this is not in your life as you age. That's what I'm saying. You can't be a 40-year-old streamer and this is still your life.
show that we only ever had one interaction to prove that I was not involved with Cataclysm in any way. These messages were 2 months after we had broken up, as Alice was still monitoring my social media activity and friendship circle and trying to prevent me from being friends with anyone, something that she is still doing to this day. I would like to apologise to Danky Jabo. My actions are not something that he is responsible for, and I apologise that I did not respond sooner. For the last year, I have been in and out of hospital, and this greatly delayed my response, and I was unable to make a video at this time, and that is why it's taken me so long to address this. In this time, Alice has posted many things about—
how do we feel about that response? I couldn't make a video earlier because I was in hospital. Maybe.
That are untrue, and has posted this TikTok that people believed is in reference to me.
Don't ask me about my ex, let's just pretend that nigga died.
Whoa, wait, hey, I'm gonna get copyrighted. Okay, hold on.
She could.
My ex, let's just pretend that nigga.
I'm gonna... There goes my copyright. Please like the stream, guys.
Alice says that she had done everything she could and pressed charges on me. This never happened, and once again is another lie. Since Alice posted a document, 2 of my ex-girlfriends made posts about me. My ex-girlfriend Jess, who I dated in 2019, wrote a statement that she had then deleted before she reached out to me to talk privately. Jess told me that Alice had contacted her and had lied about a police investigation and asked her to make a statement to back hers. Me and Jess have spoken to each other many times since, and we have resolved this, and I greatly appreciate that she reached out to me. King Anna, a YouTuber who I dated in 2018, has also posted a statement about me online. There is no evidence to support anything that has been written in this statement, and that's because what was written is completely untrue. At no point during our relationship did I at any point ever get physical. To write a statement that contains no screenshots, texts, or evidence to support these false claims shows them for what they are. Baseless and untrue. Me and Anna continued to stay in contact with each other after the breakup. We had met up at multiple gaming conventions in England and Los Angeles, and all of these messages were over a year after we had broken up, as we hadn't had any form of falling out, and we had maintained a friendship after our relationship had ended. Anna wrote in her document that it was the most toxic relationship she had ever been in, and that she was lucky to get out of it when she did. But we had stayed in contact for an entire year after, and Anna had even come round to my flat in London, where we had—
Yeah, it's like very casual, like, you want to Uber Eat something when I get there, or no, let's order, blah, 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 it's time to catch up, I'm glad the trip, blah, blah. Seems very cordial.
Food and went out for dinner. A year after our breakup, I was invited to and took part in King Anna's charity livestream event because she had asked me to be a guest. I believe that we were on good terms after our breakup, and that there was never any issues brought up with me personally in the entire time that we knew each other, and this was the first time that I had heard of these completely false and baseless allegations that she has made against me. To see a statement that has retroactively been built on my abusive relationship with my ex-partner Alice deeply upsets me. Anna has also used this as an opportunity to blame me for a situation we were involved in with another YouTuber called Slazzo. The messages between us at the time— And all of these messages were over a year after we had broken up, as we hadn't had any form of falling out, and we had maintained a friendship after our relationship had ended. Anna wrote in her document that it was the most—
Oh, that was weird.
After our break, that we were on good terms. First time that I had heard of these complete relationship with my ex involved in with another YouTuber called Slazzo. The messages between us at the time show that Anna wrote the statement on Slazzo with his ex-girlfriend Che, and that I ignored this message at the time that she had sent it to me. I was aware of the situation, but I had no involvement in writing anything, and Anna had even messaged me acknowledging that I didn't want to be involved, which is why I had not replied to her messages where she had tried to involve me. To write that everyone got the blame for something that I had apparently made up, when in reality—
I don't know anything about this bubble. Who's Slazzo? Slazzos?
Here,
Slazzo?
Anna was the person who had written the statement is ridiculous and a blatant lie. I should never have shared what Anna and Che had written, and I apologised privately to Slazzo when it took place at the time. I wish no ill will to any of my previous partners, and I understand that claiming my innocence in these relationships will be difficult, but I cannot accept these false allegations that have been made against me. Mia X Mon, an influencer and content creator who was under the same management as me, posted a statement which is a complete lie. Mia claims that she spoke to my management and that they dropped me in June 2023 because she had made them aware of the rumours surrounding me and my relationship with Alice. Mia says that she had put pressure on my management to drop me due to these rumours, and that they did after she had asked. I was never kicked from my management. I left my management in January 2024 on my own accord, as shown in these messages. Mia says I was kicked from management in June 2023, but I'd still been working with them and doing brand deals and premieres for the entirety of that year, as shown by this message from my management in July, and these messages about the Star Wars premiere I attended in August, 2 months after Mia claims that they had dropped me. I asked to leave my management in January 2024, which is 7 months after Mia claims she got me kicked from my management. I was never dropped or had any conversations about my relationship with my management at any point. What Mia has posted is a complete lie. I would like to make it incredibly clear that no one at any point ever reached out to me as a friend or colleague and asked me about my relationship until I never reached out to me, which I have discussed in this video, and that was months after we had broken up. At no point did anyone ask for my side or story. Nobody at all was aware of any of the information that I've shared in this video except for Alice, because nobody at any point ever asked. The one instance when my friends reached out to me, they leaked everything to my abuser. I did not expect people to understand my situation, and I was terrified to the point to which it had gotten to. I did not think there was any—
Look, something I learned in this YouTube game is you basically do it alone. And there's nothing really wrong with that. I think sometimes people are unsure of how to connect with you or support you. And I think we all make mistakes in how to support each other, especially when we're young and in our 20s. I think as you get older, one of the best things you can do is actually be around good people, like really good people with really good values. And if you have a casual connection with somebody with bad values, end it early. Okay? Don't give people a chance. Don't be like, oh, well, they're messy, but it has nothing to do with me. It will come back to you. It is better to limit your opportunities than to keep connecting with a bunch of toxic people. I don't know if you guys have been in the Manosphere bubble, but I recently went back to visit, and they are crashing and burning. And it's so interesting to see all of them losing, but it's not that surprising. They're all pretty fucking toxic, valueless people. And so I'm not shocked, but I was like, wow, the Manosphere is like melting. And I'm not like, again, you know, shout out to the Red Links who managed to stay pure all these years, or well-intentioned, I should say, wholesome, and good riddance to the people with bad values who end up getting like, just bye. You know what I mean? Bye. So I feel like sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I feel like young people on the internet think they're closer to people than they are. You're not. You're just like another opportunity for a collab because it gets views.
Anyone I could speak to, and I was terrified about what would happen if I did, as Alice had full access to my phone for the entire time we were together, while she unfollowed and isolated me from my friends, and because of this I stayed in a relationship which continued to get worse. Alice has excused her behaviour as reactive abuse, and has shown text messages where she has blurred out that she had been starting these fights. I had apologised to her after I had reacted to the physical violence, gaslighting, and manipulation that she would put me through, as I was deeply upset over how I had reacted, as I felt I was losing control the longer I stayed in our relationship. Alice wrote in her document that I felt no remorse or guilt. I deeply regretted the way I had been acting, and I apologised constantly to Alice for how I had behaved. Our relationship was affecting me so greatly that I got progressively more sick the longer we stayed together. To say that things just flew past and I acted like nothing ever happened is completely untrue when it was having such a serious and severe effect on me. Alice constantly tried to push me to physical violence, which I refused to do, as she had told me to hit her on the 5th of October in an argument, and Alice said that I should hit her as a form of payback. Alice was trying to get me to react physically so she could use it to post online, and would constantly emotionally and physically abuse me until I would break so that she could screenshot my text messages or record me. This
That is a form of tactic by abusers. It is possible. I've seen it being done. I've seen women use it. I've seen people do it. It's totally a real phenomenon. Absolutely. Is that what's happening? I don't know. I cannot for the life of me tell, but I'll tell you this right now. I think he might be 1% more trustworthy than her, which is not saying much. It's not saying anything, really. And it doesn't even matter. This is not our business. Because I don't trust any of them in the end. But I hope whoever is truly not as bad as the other one says they are, I hope they get help. I hope they both get help. But Jesus, we're almost done, girls. Home stretch.
Non-stop harassment has continued to this day, as Alice has gone after other people who she believes are my friends in an attempt to isolate me. I have not spoken to Alice or posted on my social media in nearly a year, but Alice has still been trying to control my life. Alice claimed in her document that I had projected all of my issues onto her, but has proceeded to diagnose me as a narcissist multiple times in this document, and also texted me saying that I had narcissistic personality disorder after I had reacted to
Hold on.
in this document, and also texted me.
I'm trying to connect. I was angry. I'm not now. You're content. Content? You're content? Content. Because it has been explained, is that not possible? Not feeling sorry, guilty for anything. There's a reason I tried to call you. Well, yes, I'm going to say sorry, but I thought you meant not angry, and that's what that means. You might have NPD, no lie. Okay. I don't know about you saying sorry. Can we born not? I care about you feeling it. What's VN it? That's That's obviously why I'm calling. I can't call because texting sucks. It's 5 a.m. VN, same thing. Voice note, thank you. Just answer headphones in. Don't have any. They're at yours. Well, no, because that seems pointless. Not really. That's the issue. But anyways, it's not pointless. He's okay. I'm not a therapist, but he's not giving me NPD vibes. He's giving me. I'm not getting NPD vibes, but I don't know anything about, how to know that. Or I've only read a few books. I've read like 3 books on narcissism, so I don't know shit. But I would say that's not the vibe I would put him in. I mean, I think at this point, it's more narcissistic to go to somebody's rapist and make friends with them just to get back at somebody. You know what I mean? Like, if we want to talk about vindictive behavior, I don't know.
He's saying that I had narcissistic personality disorder after I had reacted to Alice's abuse. Alice believed that.
Yeah, but Discord said, but male BPD vibes I could see for sure. Yeah, I think BPD, which he's diagnosed with, makes sense, but NPD, like, I'm not getting it with him. And reminder that she's like self-diagnosed BPD, which might be useful if she goes to get help for it, but if she's self-diagnosed, that means she's not going to DBT therapy, guys. That's the problem with self-diagnosis. It's no good to self-diagnose if you're not going to go get therapy for it. And if Alex went to a therapist and the therapist recommended DBT, then hopefully Alex does the DBT and things get better, right? And the way she insults him and stuff could be much more or narcissism or borderline than Alex displays, to be honest with you. That's why he's 1% better to me, because like he didn't make friends with her rapist. She made friends with his. Like, what are we talking about here? You can't trust a person who does that. I don't care what she says now. Everything she said is out the window for me when she made friends or followed that person. I don't want to hear it. I don't know why you did that. Why would you do that? And I thought that, one time someone did something very similar to me in the past. It wasn't about a rapist, but it was like, why would you be friends with that person when you know they're literally like they're such a bad person and they're ruining my life? Like, I don't get why you're doing that. And I think in some ways they were socially awkward and didn't know better and eventually tried to make it better. But it is one of those things where it's such a huge betrayal to like, it wasn't even about values. I think it was about social pressure. But yeah, where are your values in making friends with somebody's assaulter? Like, where are your values? Can't be trusted, bro. Anyways, so she says, I said I'm scared. AK, reassure me we will be okay. He said it's too much. You couldn't buy. Shut up. We've been doing this all day. I think I've read this before. She says, you're flimsy, emotional, autistic cunt. That's why you said what you said yesterday. You just like being mean to me. Moan, moan, moan. It's true. She does like being mean to him. Imagine he's so autistic he thinks I mean fact to fact the exact same scenarios. No, it wasn't bi. Interesting. So now she's calling him autistic. He said, I never have you call me and then tell you to fuck off. This never happens. She laughs. It doesn't ever. Everything was totally fine before I called you. Yeah, she's mean, bro. I don't like her.
That I was on the spectrum and would call me autistic and bullied me when I tried to discuss the abuse in our relationship. The more our relationship progressed, the more I began to react emotionally to Alice's ongoing abuse, as she would shut me down, stonewall me, and insult me. These arguments would go on for hours, and I'd reached my breaking point when trying to discuss the issues that I had had. Alice would continually call me autistic, so I changed the way that I would try to discuss stuff in our conversation and arguments, just so I could get a response. Alice has then gone on to clip me during my severe mental breakdowns and has screenshotted text messages that we had in real time. This entire situation was premeditated from Alice, as she had been screenshotting me throughout these breakdowns in real time, as shown by the fact that I am still typing and the dates in the messages that she has shown. Alice has proceeded to crop out that she had nicknamed me racial slurs, as Alice freely used this language throughout our relationship, but has hidden this and altered her behaviour when she was knowingly recording me and building her document so that she could paint me as crazy and psychotic and push the entire blame of this onto me. I had complained about this at the beginning of our relationship and texted Alice about the fact that her and her friends use this language freely. Alice would tell me to ignore this and told me that I was stupid for complaining about
Well, that's a weird way to phrase that.
Psychotic and pushed the entire blame of this onto me. I had complained about this at the beginning of our relationship and texted.
Oh, hold on. I missed it.
Psychotic and pushed the entire blame of this onto me. I had complained.
They're saying the N-word. Look, I don't know what kind of white people this is. Is it white people who think they're edgy because they're saying the soft A? Is it white people saying the hard R? That's what it's called. Yes. The hard R. I don't know what's going on. This is COD gamer language. I'm not in these bubbles. I don't know the rules. The only time I ever played, was it Call of Duty? I got called the sand N-word. And that's the only experience I have playing in game lobbies. And I did not enjoy it and I left. But I will say, because the moment they heard there was a girl on, it was like done from there, girls. And so it was done. But is that what this is? And either way, it's like, who's even in a COD lobby anymore? Gross.
About this at the beginning of our relationship and texted Alice about the.
Okay, so they're saying the N-word, because I can't wait to humiliate you. What does these two things have
and
together?
pushed the entire blame
I'm
of this
confused at the way he's phrasing this.
onto me. I had complained.
Okay, look at this shot. Don't tempt me. You're gorgeous. I'm going to kiss you. Go on. And then it goes, they're saying the N-word. Okay, who's they?
About this at the beginning of our relationship and texted Alice.
Then this switches. I don't know what this is. Because I can't wait to humiliate you. Is that the response to the N-word thing? I'm confused. That's me brown-nosing you. What's that mean? Well, I guess I don't need an early night, so OSU it is. I don't know. Is that a game? Can call tomorrow instead. We still haven't played COD yet, actually. Yes, let's do it. You can see how disgusting my language is. Oh, like they're making a joke. Like, you can see how disgusting my language is. They are her friends. Okay.
About the fact that her and her friends use this language freely. Alice would tell me to ignore this and told me that I was stupid for complaining about it and that I cared too much about how people would perceive me online. Alice has lied that I normalized this language on Twitter, despite it being her who actively bragged about it and brought it into our relationship. I'm not claiming that I am innocent in this relationship. I retaliated with vile language and threats that have been normalized, and this is disgusting and unacceptable. Alice wrote in her document that this is what happens when a narcissist meets an empath. They feed off it. But Alice has posted multiple videos about me online, a document that is filled with lies, and has also continued to harass me and others in an attempt to isolate me for the last year. I hope by not responding or reacting that Alice would move on like she claims she would in her document, but Alice has continued to post about me and has harassed others in an attempt to get to me. Alice said that these posts that she had made about me were a cry for help and not attention in her document, but Alice asked me to make a public apology to stop her ongoing harassment of me. It has been over a year since we broke up, and Alice has continued to lie about me to this day in her posts online.
That is suspicious, her need to have him go public. I'm definitely looking at her with a raised eyebrow, bros.
And to other YouTubers who then posted those lies about me in videos that now have millions of views. Alice wrote in her document that after I ended the relationship, he tried to manipulate me, telling me we just need time and that he will change, and begged me to give him a chance to change and make things better. This went on for months. He kept doing this and then getting angry when I didn't give back the same energy. Alice at no point has mentioned that she was harassing me and blackmailing me privately, and that she had been asking me to fix our relationship with letters while she invited herself over and told me to make her dinner. This was going on all whilst Alice was using traumatic experiences that I had shared with her privately to torment me and drive me to a mental breakdown intentionally after I'd started to break away from our abusive relationship. And that during all of this, she had been planning to expose me for a document that she had told my ex-girlfriend Jess about. Alice wrote, I've had threats of story manipulation from Alex, so I want to clear all of these up before he gets the chance to try and victimize himself and disregard everything he's ever done to me. But Alice has lied and manipulated these stories constantly in her document to portray a narrative which is not true. Before I end this video, I would like to apologize to anyone who I upset or offended in the videos and text messages that Alice shared. I wish no ill will on anyone who has posted about me or shared these stories online. I am ashamed that many others were dragged into this unintentionally because of my actions. To the many people who have reached out publicly and privately, I greatly appreciate the kindness and generosity many of you have shown at a time where I have not deserved it, and I hope that I can repay you by being a better person. Thank you for listening to what I had to say. This video is
posted 1 day ago. It's not monetized. The whiplash I get from seeing this notification. This took me so long I completely forgot bro existed. Well, at least he didn't use a ukulele. Told my universal credit. I'm not coming to my appointment for this. I conceived, grew, and gave birth to my son waiting for this response. Okay. My conclusion, neither of them should own a cat. For fucking sure, bro. I don't think anyone knows the truth apart from these two and the cat. Yeah, that was exhausting, bro. Thank you for doing it with me. Thank you for being here. Please like the stream, guys. It really does make a difference. I'm interested to see if Phil covers it, if other people cover it, that I actually care about their opinions. Man, that was a lot. Toxicity, man, you know? Yeah, I really wish better for the world. I wish this love never finds you. I wish this amount of dysfunction never finds you. I hope that if you're there, you get better. I just think this level of dysfunction is too much. It's too much for any of us to handle. It's too much for any of us. We shouldn't have to. This shouldn't be our life, you know? This isn't a life. This is just, it's just not a good life. Oh, humanity. Wow. All right, girls. This weekend on the Discord, I'm glad my mom died. Last chapter, we did it. Audiobook listen, then discussion. Hope to see you there on Sunday. We've got Discord 101, March 30th. Great for new people. Support the content. Come join us. We're doing Smash on the Nintendo Switch. Tournament for funsies. Casual. Very cash. April 6th. It'll be fun. Okay? Discord's a nice, chill place. Come join us. With that said, please like the stream before you leave. And I will see you Monday for podcast and Tuesday for stream. All right. Then let's listen to some Samantha Dragonati on our way out. Have a good night. We did it. All right. See you Tuesday.